When you possess countless alter egos, even the clandestine organization becomes your plaything. Takeyoshi traverses the world of Conan, binding himself to the devil's role-playing system. Brandy is the manic, youthful alter ego he employs to ruthlessly beat Jin, while Bourbon serves as his undercover actor embedded within the Red faction. Yokohama's supernatural beings are his casually conjured trump cards for disruption. Konankin, do you suppose that the one chasing you today, aiding you, and dining alongside Yui's the same individual? Chapter 1. I am Takeyoshi. Please take care of me. Takeyoshi is a rare species that survived before the founding of the Great Celestial Empire, belonging to the demonic clan. As a legally recognized anomaly conscripted by the government, Takeyoshi has always been robust and lived a fulfilling life. Aside from his persistent insomnia, after yet another night of sleeplessness, he resorted to downing 2 bottles of sleeping pills, finally drifting into a slumber. Esteemed Mr. Demon, welcome to the world of Detective Conan, where the random customization system is here to serve you. However, much like a gentle and caring beautiful wife who inevitably encounters scoundrels, misfortune awaited him. The golden orb, having selected its host, was met with indifference from its enthusiastic counterpart. The demon, summoned from his bedroom to a park bench, rudely tore open a newspaper and draped it over his face, impatiently hissing silence. The orb's smile faltered as it silently assessed the power dynamics and the hefty penalty for negative feedback. With a heavy heart, the orb waited for the demon to awaken. Thus, after an undetermined duration, a languid Takeyoshi removed the newspaper from his face. Having successfully transitioned into a traveler of worlds, he slowly sat up, gazing around the unfamiliar park, and inquired, "So, I will be residing in this world to undertake missions from now on, correct?" The neglected orb inhaled deeply and replied with a smile, "Indeed, dear. I wish you a delightful time causing mischief in Detective Conan. I shall accompany you throughout your journey." Takeyoshi examined his body, suddenly sensing something amiss, and tentatively reverted to his original form. Bang! The adult human manifestation of the demon, previously seated on the bench, instantaneously transformed into a figure resembling a mere 3 to 4-year-old child. Takeyoshi pinched his wings, now reduced in size by 3-fold, and touched the significantly shortened horns atop his head. Whether due to his reversion to a youthful state or not, the demon, realizing that his diminutive form was not an illusion, felt a lump in his throat, nearly overcome with tears. In the Great Celestial Empire, where the growth of neutral and chaotic beings like demons is exceedingly unfavorable, had he not toiled and tread carefully to mature? Though traversing dimensions was one thing, the long-lived demon had little attachment to his former world. Yet, he lamented the loss of his grand wings, his striking horns, and the vast reservoir of magical prowess. Achieving mastery in the Celestial Empire was no easy feat. Disheartened, Takeyoshi quickly reverted to his adult form, as if that would restore him to the status of a mature demon. With a devil-may-care attitude, he tousled his slightly disheveled hair, revealing a healthy hairline and strikingly refined features. Feeling a significant psychological disparity, Takeyoshi seized the orb, sniffling sadly. "Explain." The demon's system remained silent, causing him to grow increasingly displeased. Demons are not known for their patience, and Takeyoshi was no exception. The irate demon made no effort to conceal his glaring malice. To awaken in a new world and regress to infancy is truly shocking. Were it not for your presence, which is superior to mine, I would be at a loss. As he spoke, the demon exerted his mature demonic pressure, fixing his gaze on the orb. He squeezed the orb, which wavered slightly but chose to endure. With a patient yet menacing tone, Takeyoshi remarked, "I am quite famished. It has been ages since I tasted fresh souls. You appear quite delectable, little treat. Even if you are not particularly flavorful, I would grant you a high score." The manual had not covered how to escape should the host decide to feast upon the system. Faced with both a performance crisis and the threat of annihilation, the system panicked. Its fear manifested in the energy surrounding it, beginning to boil like water nearing a boil. The gluttonous young demon observed the bubbling energy in silence. He felt an urge to consume it, suspecting that the quality issue might have caused a malfunction. The typically irritable demon was uninterested in concealing his intentions, reaching out to grasp the orb in his palm, squeezing it a few times. After a moment, Takeyoshi clicked his tongue in disappointment. Indeed, he could not consume this unknown energy. He sensed that eating it would not only yield no sustenance but also likely result in an upset stomach. Unbeknownst to the system, which had narrowly evaded a grim fate, Takeyoshi's antics jolted it awake. The system, now animated, eagerly replied, "Of course, sir. Your mischievous system is delighted to serve you." Pleased, Takeyoshi picked up the newspaper at his side. As he leisurely perused the contents, he listened to the system's explanations. The newspaper was in Japanese. Although he had not undertaken systematic study of the language, he encountered no reading obstacles. It appeared to be an era marked by relatively open news control and a significant standing for detectives. Takeyoshi noted the extensive coverage detailing how Kudo Shinichi unraveled a series of murders. The changes in your physique are part of a beginner's package. Though you have diminished in size, your aptitude has been optimized, and your insomnia resulting from improper cultivation has been cured. This world is designed based on the anime Detective Conan. Upon witnessing his client's look of confusion at the mention of Detective Conan, the system hurriedly added, "Do not fret, sir, if you are unfamiliar with this anime. I have the complete updated series. I shall send it to the mobile device included in your beginner's package immediately. Additionally, the package contains language proficiency and a specially designed mobile phone that will adapt to advancements in technology. If tasks are triggered during this period, completing them will yield rewards." Hearing this, the demon pinched the orb in his hand, somewhat displeased. The system, acutely aware that its client was currently powerless and vulnerable, quickly reassured, "Rest assured, host, the tasks are quite simple, and there will be no penalties for failing to complete them." Takeyoshi nodded in satisfaction. This was more acceptable. He squeezed the orb again. Seeing that he could extract no further responses, Takeyoshi complimented, "Little treat, you are quite commendable. It would be a shame to consume you as food. I simply cannot bring myself to do so." As soon as the words left his lips, the orb, which had only glowed around the eyes, began to radiate light entirely. Fortunately, the light was gentle and not blinding. Otherwise, the irritable demon would have surely crushed it. Grateful, the glowing system exclaimed, "Your wisdom is unparalleled, sir. Please bestow a high rating during the return evaluation." Unexpectedly, a mere compliment had elicited an extraordinary response. Takeyoshi perked up, casually inquiring, Return evaluation?" Previously lost in the flattery of the demon's insincere praise, the system was startled awake by the fear emanating from the apex of the food chain. It hastily explained, "Once you complete all tasks with an average performance of A or above, you may return. As for other system-related matters, even if you were to consume me, I cannot disclose more." "Is that so?" Takeyoshi mused thoughtfully, squeezing the orb in his hand. "Then, I must have an identity, correct?" As soon as Lu spoke, the once delectable golden system in his hand transformed into a hard, icy blue orb, immovable to his touch. Ding! The novice task has been released. Details available at the task center. Task reward: 1 identity card. Chapter 2. A new identity. That night, the stars twinkled dimly, and a gentle breeze whispered through the air. As a world-class metropolis, Tokyo remained bustling even in the deep of night. In a dilapidated warehouse at Urchiao Junior High, a man clad in black, wearing a beige duckbill cap, stood by the only window that allowed a sliver of light to enter. He was on the phone saying, "The money will be on the bench at Baishan Well Park. Once I have it, I will release your daughter." Moments later, he seemed to hear something amusing from the other end of the line. Gazing out at the flickering lights of the buildings, the man let out a disdainful scoff. "Hey, we can talk more leisurely later." With that, he coldly ended the call, disregarding the response from the other person. Beside him was a little girl around 7 or 8 years old. Dressed in a purple sweater and a dark skirt, she was bound and thrown helplessly into a corner. Her mouth was tightly sealed with tape. When the man turned to look at her after hanging up, she immediately withdrew her hopeful gaze, shrinking back to diminish her presence. The kidnapper methodically tucked his phone away and leisurely drew a short knife from his left pocket. He approached the terrified girl slowly, reminiscent of a villain in a movie who seemed to have already secured victory. Believing his task nearly accomplished, the kidnapper smugly proclaimed to the girl while slowly unsheathing his knife, "The deal is done, and you are of no further use." Upon hearing this, the girl's long-suppressed fear erupted uncontrollably. She desperately shook her head, struggling and crying, but with her mouth taped shut, only muffled whimpers escaped. "Stop!" Just as the man was about to strike, He was startled by a sudden voice from outside the warehouse. "Who is it? Who's there?" Furious and alarmed, the kidnapper quickly pressed himself against the wall near the door, on high alert, trying to discern the identity of the intruder. "Right here." The man immediately turned towards the sound, only to see a fierce-looking large dog and a bespectacled boy in a blue coat. Caught off guard by this unexpected visitor, the kidnapper had yet to comprehend the situation before he was pounced on the ground by the ferocious dog, which began to bite at him. Seeing the assailant completely subdued, the boy, who held a dismissive view of the knife-wielding kidnapper, hurried over to the bound girl. While loosening her bindings, he reassured her, "It's all right now." Originally believing she would never see her father again, the girl, named Kariko, gratefully asked the boy, "Who are you?" Conan paused in his actions, standing upright to reply, "I am Shinichi Kadoa. No, Edagawa Conan. I am a detective." Wow, an interesting little brat. But this inexplicable confidence is quite entertaining. Just as Kariko and Conan thought everything was settled, a nonchalant, mocking voice echoed from above them. Both Conan and the girl jumped in surprise. Conan quickly looked up to see a man in his 20s leaning lazily against the window, blocking most of the light. In this dim light, the man's shadow loomed ominously, akin to a demon from the depths of hell in Conan's mind. Damn it! Another accomplice? When did he appear? Conan pondered, perplexed. However, fate seemed determined to deliver a surprise to the young detective, who had just undergone a series of frightening transformations. At that moment, the kidnapper, previously pinned down by the dog, suddenly flipped the beast off. With a sinister grin, he raised a baseball bat, charging toward the dazed Conan. The kidnapper snarled, "You little brat, don't look down on me." Relying on years of athletic training, Conan swiftly dodged the blow aimed at him. Yet, in a moment of instinctive retaliation, Conan forgot about his diminished stature. The man seized his ankle and hurled him against the ground. Slamming into the floor, Conan barely had time to process the ominous figure that had suddenly appeared. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a soccer ball lying nearby. With a spark of inspiration, Conan struggled to rise and kicked the ball toward the advancing kidnapper with all his might. However, the ball was effortlessly blocked by the kidnapper, who possessed the physique of an adult man. The black-clad man, clearly amused by Conan's futile struggle, swung his bat, plotting his next move. Once he dispatched this troublesome little brat, he intended to eliminate the hostage who should have been dead by now, along with the inexplicably appearing lunatic. Conan, trapped between a wolf and a tiger, found himself utterly helpless against the fierce kidnapper, especially with a relaxed, seemingly applauding lunatic nearby. Frustrated, he glanced at Kariko, still bound in the corner, her face filled with worry and hope. Conan cursed himself for acting impulsively. How could he have forgotten that he was no longer the high school detective Shinichi Kudo? If only he had called Uncle Mori and ran, this situation would never have arisen. Damn it! What should he do? The black-clad kidnapper, reveling in his apparent victory, shouted triumphantly, "Die, brat." In the blink of an eye, there was a resounding crash. By the time Conan processed what had happened, the once menacing assailant had vanished from his sight. When he looked again, the man was unconscious, slumped against a large dent in the wall. Conan stared in astonishment at the young man who had suddenly appeared in the spot where the kidnapper had been, his mind momentarily in disarray. What was happening? Confronted with this abrupt turn of events, even the usually sharp-witted Conan found himself momentarily bewildered. The seemingly deranged man, maintaining a stoic expression, approached him and squatted down, suddenly extending his hand to reveal a vivid, blooming rose. Simultaneously, the man raised his face to Conan's, flashing a broad smile and exclaiming, "Surprise!" Staring at the unexpectedly enlarged, unfamiliar face before him, Conan's heart, which had been racing since he had shrunk, nearly stopped. Yet, the sheer unpredictability of the situation left the still relatively naive young detective utterly flabbergasted. Ding! Task completed. Task name: the impressive first meeting with Shinichi Kudo. Task rating: S rank. Task reward: a top-tier identity card. 1 identity card for the second young master of the Orange Group. 1 chance for a random draw. Hearing the delightful system notification, Lu Liang rose to his feet, casually dismissing the rose that had just materialized. As he quickly perused the vast information suddenly flooding his memory, he smiled benignly at the seemingly harmless Miss Ran, who had hurriedly come to the rescue. The devilishly handsome man's smile was captivating beyond ordinary standards. "Miss Ran, stay away from him." Lu Liang pretended not to hear Conan's warning, laced with concern, at his feet. The devilish man, deciding to overlook Conan's reckless intrusion in light of the boy's assistance in fulfilling his task, regarded the slightly wary Ran with a feigned expression of concern. "Are you this child's sister? I was nearby searching for a lost kitten when I heard the commotion. Luckily, I sensed something was wrong and rushed over, just in time to save this child. That it is exceedingly perilous for two young children to be outside alone at such a late hour." The perceptive and innocent Mao Lilan, upon realizing that this seemingly benevolent gentleman had rescued Conan and the others, could not help but lower her guard. Such a kind-hearted individual, who not only nurtures small creatures but also possesses a gentle temperament, must surely be a good person. Thus, when Lilan heard the latter part of the sentence from Tachibana, which carried a hint of reproach, she promptly expressed her gratitude and hurriedly began to explain to this compassionate gentleman. Conan, who had been tugging at Lilan's sleeve for quite some time without receiving any attention, was subsequently seized by Mori Kagoro, who inquired about the situation. Finally, someone was willing to listen to him. Conan quickly relayed everything that had transpired to Lilan's father. The frightened young detective emphasized with great intensity that Tachibana was an enigmatic individual of remarkable strength, a potentially dangerous person with a rather unstable mind. As the incessant chatter continued, Conan inadvertently met Tachibana's slightly smiling gaze, causing an inexplicable shiver to run down his spine. Kudo Shinichi, who considered himself seasoned by countless storms, suddenly felt an ominous premonition, as though something dreadful was about to unfold. Chapter 3. The devil who is a good child is not destined for greatness. Tangerine Liang, in search of a cat as an excuse, hastily exchanged contact information with Kagoro Mori and Ran Mori before making his swift exit. It was a jest. The notion that Ran Mori claimed her father was adept at finding lost pets was hardly sufficient motivation for Tangerine Liang to linger. After all, the quest for the feline was merely a fabrication he concocted to fulfill a task. Moreover, the devil, having stumbled upon a rare source of amusement, was eager to inspect his new abode. As a law-abiding citizen of the peaceful celestial empire, the daily life of the devil was not nearly as vibrant as the tales he had perused in various online novels concerning the supernatural. In truth, apart from being reluctantly embroiled in events beyond his control, the devil was a remarkably law-abiding individual. However, as Tangerine Liang continued to evolve, the complexities of his dealings escalated from cunning negotiations to outright forceful suppression. This transformation only served to heighten the devil's tedium. The common perceptions of a devil, while differing from Tangerine Liang's reality, bore notable similarities such as indifference, power, and malevolence. The growth of a devil is achieved through consumption, with each breakthrough demanding vast accumulations. The more intense and pure the emotions or powers devoured, the more the devil could absorb and digest. As a long-lived devil, Tangerine Liang leisurely feasted upon the cacophony of human desires and the souls tethered to the scales of existence. He had been progressing smoothly toward a significant maturation, only to be abruptly confronted with the establishment of the celestial empire. Laziness and a desire to avoid trouble led the devil to be quickly conscripted into the empire. Tangerine Liang became a distinguished graduate of the National Compulsory Education for Supernatural Beings. He even found himself as an extraneous staff member of the National Construction Bureau. However, the nearly extinct lineage of devils had many primitive growth methods that were incompatible with the core socialist values. Thus, the law-abiding devil refrained from entering into contracts with the living and was strictly prohibited from employing socially unethical growth strategies. To his astonishment, the devil discovered that the spirits that once emerged from the deceased had become increasingly rare. Those spirits capable of enduring or even transforming into ghostly entities had dwindled in number, and many individuals no longer produced spirits upon death. Even when some did manifest, their existence was fleeting, dissipating if not consumed promptly. Consequently, the devil was compelled to seek employment at a funeral home to painstakingly gather sustenance. Simultaneously, due to inefficiencies, Tangerine Liang began to indiscriminately consume the myriad emotions emanating from humanity, vast, chaotic, muddled, and turbulent. If a devil were to consume them directly, it would lead to severe digestive distress, potentially resulting in calamity. Furthermore, the energy Tangerine Liang painstakingly processed often contained impurities. Under such circumstances, His attempts to transition into adulthood nearly cost him his life and left him with a chronic insomnia affliction. Upon learning from the system that his sleep disorder had vanished, he felt an irresistible urge to revisit slumber. However, having recently enjoyed a long-awaited restful night before completing his task, he found himself devoid of any desire to sleep. Following the memories, Tangerine Liang located his Bugatti Veyron parked near the high school. He leaned against the steering wheel, contemplating, and ultimately decided to visit the ancestral home from his recollections, even though it was the dead of night. The oblivious Tangerine Liang was determined to embark on this spontaneous journey. The system, concerned that this might rekindle his appetite, had been endeavoring to diminish its presence since disengaging from task mode. However, upon witnessing Tangerine Liang's navigation from Tokyo to Kyoto on the system disguised as a flip phone, it could not restrain itself. Are you intending to return to your ancestral home? The drive from here will take at least 6 hours, and considering the late hour, driving at night is quite perilous. Would it not be wiser to head to the airport instead? The flight would be swifter. Alternatively, you might consider waiting for the Shinkansen, which is quite convenient. Nonetheless, it seems rather hasty to go at this hour. Perhaps it would be better to wait a couple of days and then visit. As the system spoke, it noticed Tangerine Liang gazing thoughtfully at it. Recalling the devil's true identity and his previous menacing remarks, the system shuddered. Its voice grew considerably quieter, ceasing its previously relentless chatter. At that moment, it sincerely feared that this might make the great devil appear foolish, provoking him to consume it out of embarrassment or perhaps out of jealousy for its cleverness. Tangerine Liang, however, was not preoccupied with such thoughts. He simply recognized that this little worker seemed to possess more utility than he had initially perceived. Can you drive? He interrupted the system's spiraling thoughts. The system, aghast, replied, I have no hands or feet. I am but a tiny sphere of light. How could you expect me to drive? Yet, under the unwavering gaze of Tangerine Liang, the system, humiliated, acquiesced. Do not inquire how, it is merely metaphysical. As an equally exemplary student, the system had adeptly mastered various skills essential for contemporary living, including but not limited to driving and cooking. However, I require a vessel to do so. I need a physical support that meets driving requirements, or I will expend energy while possessing a body. Will expending energy have any effect on me? Tangerine Liang, resting his head on the steering wheel, faced the glowing sphere. The sphere floated languidly before him, resembling a heartbroken maiden who had seen through the world's deceptions, and replied wistfully, it will not affect you. Good then. Can a teddy bear suffice? As the system pondered Tangerine Liang's question, a life-size teddy bear materialized in the previously empty passenger seat. Tangerine Liang, noticing the system's shock and confusion, kindly explained, I drew this during the task reward lottery. So, I kindly ask you to drive me back to Mihua Town. You've worked hard, little sweetie. This bear, equipped with an automatic cleaning function, boasts exceptional durability and essential home companion. As Tangerine Liang emphasized the affectionate title, the system struggled to suppress an urge to retaliate. It repeatedly reminded itself, I cannot defeat him. Impulse is the devil. He is also a devil. Endure for a moment to ensure calmness, and retreat will yield vast horizons. Thus, Tangerine Liang watched with amusement as the light sphere reluctantly nestled into the arms of the teddy bear, naturally exchanging positions with it. Of course, to the untrained eye, it was still Tangerine Liang who sat in the driver's seat, igniting the engine while the teddy bear remained quietly in the passenger seat. Deciding to return to his residence and visit the ancestral home on a later date, Tangerine Liang sat in the passenger seat, earnestly observing the spectacle of the teddy bear driving. Once he had his fill of the sight, he opened his phone to continue watching Detective Conan. Having already finished the first 3 episodes while awaiting Conan and his companions, even the worldly devil found himself somewhat vexed while perusing the extensive catalog of over 1,000 episodes. So many, it is truly bothersome. Thankfully, the plot remained engaging, and considering his current state, Tangerine Liang reluctantly resolved to muster the patience to continue viewing. Just then, he caught sight of something intriguing, unable to suppress a low chuckle. While waiting at a red light, I discreetly kept an eye on the teddy bear belonging to Yukirai. Startled by his sudden smile, I quickly asked, is something the matter? Sir? Yukirai gazed at the dense array of murder case headlines, recalling the clumsy yet amusing young detective. The devilishly charming gentleman smiled with immense delight. Although, in prior worlds, the occurrence and persistence of unnatural deaths were only marginally higher than those of natural deaths, the moment that Detective Boy appeared, He inexplicably caught a whiff of a familiar scent, a scent reminiscent of an era rife with spirits and specters. Moreover, in this new world, the restrictions against trading with the living had vanished. While the cold, lifeless spirits were indeed delectable, the devil occasionally yearned for something warm. However, he was not the kind of demon who relied on deceitful means to persuade others into contracts. He was a demon of his word. Naturally, he never advocated for equivalent exchanges. Suddenly recalling something joyous, Yuqiang joyfully sighed under the watchful gaze of the trembling teddy bear. At last, I can enjoy a proper meal. Chapter 4. The first case emerges. In Minami Aoyama, Tokyo at Tuchome 21, directly opposite the Kudo residence, Yuqiang lazily yawned while descending the stairs to dine, as he watched the teddy bear tidying up the bed. It had been 3 days since the last kidnapping incident. Seizing the lull in incidents, Yuqiang had taken these 3 days to adapt to his identity in this world. The Yuqiang group had always maintained a discreet profile in the public eye, with little sensational news known to outsiders. It did not seem to be among the country's top financial conglomerates, barely scraping by as a first-tier entity. However, the surname Yuqiang itself represented the deep-rooted heritage of the Yuqiang group. The lineage of Yuqiang directly descended from the esteemed Tachibana clan, bestowed with a surname by Emperor Jimmu during the Jinroku era. In essence, while the Yuqiang group was rich in heritage, its financial strength could not be compared to the likes of the Suzuki Group and other top-tier conglomerates. Nonetheless, the Yuqiang group was regarded with caution by the country's elite due to its unique formation background. The Yuqiang branches were vast, not confined to domestic operations but extending their reach across various countries, with the main line of the Yuqiang clan historically engaged in governance. The Yuqiang group's business within Japan was primarily secured through a combination of political and corporate alliances, making it untouchable. In Yuqiang's generation, his elder brother had excelled remarkably, consistently advancing in school and graduating with high honors. Since entering the police academy, he had begun to achieve remarkable feats, earning a legendary status within the Japanese police force. With the support of influential elders within the system, the barely 30-year-old Yuqiang Ryosuke had been remarkably promoted to a position equivalent to that of Officer Sato's father from Detective Conan. Presently, Yuqiang Ryosuke held the rank of police superintendent, 2 ranks higher than the diligent Officer Magyar. Over the past few days, Yuqiang had familiarized himself with his identity card and social connections, attending several social gatherings and banquets. Additionally, he had visited Minami Aoyama University, a university partially sponsored by the Yuqiang group and his current place of study. The purpose of this visit was to lift unnecessary restrictions on his activities. Having been presented with the opportunity to explore the world freely, he was determined not to let academic obligations restrain the whims of the devilish gentleman. After dining, Yuqiang, under the system's urging, leisurely drove to the Mori Detective Agency. Today marked the first murder case involving Kudo Shinichi after his transformation. Given that suicides do not produce spirits, this case was essentially a suicide case. Yuqiang, who was both lazy and tempted, had initially intended to skip this duty unless the system issued a task. However, it was unexpected that the seemingly sophisticated system required the host to engage with relevant elements for the task to be triggered. Considering the satisfactory performance of the full-time housekeeping system, Yuqiang reluctantly agreed to participate in this case, driven by curiosity about the potential rewards. 2 days prior, to establish a reasonable connection with Mori Kagoro, Yuqiang had called to request Kagoro's assistance in locating a missing cat. To avoid appearing strange when asking for a photo, Yuqiang fabricated a story about a stray cat that was entirely black with snowy white ears which often visited his yard seeking food, thus forming a bond. However, he had not seen the cat recently and wanted Mori's help in finding it. He had arrived at Nabashi Junior High because he heard from a friend that a similar cat had been spotted nearby. Yuqiang had also prepaid Mori Kagoro a commission of 300,000 yen, promising a generous reward if the cat was found. Upon receiving this substantial commission, Mori immediately expressed a warm camaraderie, enthusiastically assuring Yuqiang he would take care of it, and even suggesting they dine together sometime. The oblivious young heir seemed entirely unaware that this was simply polite banter. He readily agreed and noted that he was free the day after tomorrow. Thus, tonight's visit was pleasantly arranged. Later, Mori Kagoro remarked to Conan, who had been eavesdropping, that the thoughts of wealthy young masters were truly inscrutable. Content with the outcome of his call, Yu Qiang triumphantly hung up, having cleverly fabricated a cat to achieve his goal of meeting. As night fell, it was time for Yu Qiang to meet Mori. Arriving precisely on time, Yu Qiang knocked on the door several times but received no response. Ignoring the hesitant expression of the shimmering orb beside him, he turned the handle and boldly entered. Upon opening the door, he encountered a startled Yoko and her flustered manager, Yamagishi. Mori and the others were equally taken aback by Yu Qiang's unceremonious entrance. Adopting a benign demeanor, Yu Qiang feigned ignorance of the unusual atmosphere, nodding to Mori and explaining, "It's the appointed time," yet despite hearing voices, no one answered. "I was concerned something might have happened, so I entered. I apologize if I have overstepped." "I see. My apologies, young Yu Qiang. I just received a last-minute request from Miss Yoko, so I might not be able to join you for dinner tonight," Mori laughed heartily, breaking the tension. However, he refrained from mentioning the oddity of there being voices yet no one answering the door. At this moment, the manager could not suppress his displeasure, asking, "Mr. Mori, who is this? I certainly do not wish to see any unsavory reports about my Yoko in tomorrow's newspapers." Seeing her father's rare opportunity on the verge of falling through, Ran quickly assured, "Please rest assured, Mr. Yu Qiang is not the kind of person who would trade celebrity news for money. He is a good person." Conan, witnessing this, chimed in innocently, "Yes, I heard my uncle mention that Yu Qiang seems to be the heir of the Yu Qiang group. Super wealthy and super impressive." The manager, being somewhat familiar with the Yu Qiang group, had a vague understanding of its reputation but did not know much beyond that it was a respectable conglomerate. Upon hearing Conan's words, his attitude softened considerably. However, he somewhat awkwardly stated, "I must kindly ask Mr. Tachibana not to disclose today's matters concerning Yoko. After all, who knows how those paparazzi might distort the truth." As Tachibana tousled Conan's hair with one hand, he sincerely smiled at the agent, apologizing, "I am truly sorry for any offense. It is a matter of urgency. In fact, our subsidiary, Light and Shadow Productions, expressed interest in collaborating with Miss Yoko not long ago. However, as we are still in the project initiation phase, there may not have been any contact with your side yet. If the opportunity arises later, I wish us a pleasant collaboration. Regarding other matters, well, I hope Mr. Yamashita can trust in my character." The last sentence was half joking, half serious. The system, which had been wandering around the room and pretending to be deaf and mute, couldn't help but sneak a glance at the now amiable Aiki Kishida, who had been swayed by Tachibana's few words. This unfortunate agent was not only about to be embroiled in a murder case, but also had an artist under his wing who had caught the eye of a brazen, malicious, and shameless devil. There was no doubt he would soon be sold out and then have to help count the money. The system couldn't help but lament. How tragic. In just a few days, the system, already fashioned into a form that satisfied Tachibana, was blissfully unaware that it had adeptly begun to utilize the spirit of a Yoko, who debuted as a singer, had recently been trying to venture into the film industry, albeit without suitable opportunities. Kishida had no idea he was being silently mocked by a little orb of light. Upon hearing that the experienced Light and Shadow Productions wished to collaborate with his artist, the agent immediately became enthusiastic and proactively invited Tachibana to visit Yoko's residence. After all, both of the Mori children were going, and it would be an excellent opportunity to strengthen ties with the heir of Light and Shadow Productions. Tachibana, who readily agreed, was invited by the agent to share a vehicle. On their way to Yoko's apartment, Tachibana spoke persuasively about the project without a flicker of hesitation. After a round of elaborate embellishments, when the car halted outside the apartment building, both Yoko and the agent felt somewhat unfulfilled. The agent almost bluntly inquired about the timeline for signing the contract once Yoko was available. Tachibana calmly confirmed that they would finalize it a week later, urging the agent to proceed to the legal department of Light and Shadow Productions to sign the agreement. With the necessary knowledge and skills embedded in his identity card, and considering that the devil who had lived for centuries was no mere antiquated relic Tachibana designated as the heir to the consortium from a young age, was fully capable of launching the project framework within a week. After all, as the idol of the Mori clan, Yoko's demonstrated money-making prowess in anime could not be overlooked. Having secured a significant collaboration, both the agent and Yoko felt much lighter in spirit. However, this sense of ease vanished the moment the agent opened the door and discovered the lifeless body on the floor. Chapter 5. Long-term mission. So, when you returned here, This man had already been murdered, correct? Officer Magyar crossed his arms, his expression serious as he examined the corpse, inquiring about Yoko's situation. Meanwhile, Ran was busy comforting several frightened friends like Hikaru, who were terrified by the sight of the body. Conan observed the grim countenance of the children and couldn't help but feel speechless. These little rascals could be quite a handful. Skipping home from school, they even dared to sneak into a stranger's car's trunk to follow along. Such audacity. After receiving a definitive answer from Yoko, Officer Magyar continued his inquiry. Who was with you at that time? Just then, his gaze met the radiant smile of Kagoro Mori, who saluted earnestly, declaring, "It is I, Kagoro Mori, Officer Magyar." The previously serious expression of Officer Magyar quickly turned to one of mild annoyance and exasperation upon seeing the spirited Kagoro. He could not help but internally lament. Of all people, it had to be you. Unaware of Officer Magyar's inner thoughts, Kagoro continued enthusiastically, Those days spent solving countless cases with Officer Magyar truly bring back fond memories. Officer Magyar, unable to restrain himself, retorted, "Every time you join us, it feels as though we have wandered into a labyrinth." Hearing this, Kagoro burst into laughter, attempting to brush it off. Not paying any mind to Kagoro's reaction, Officer Magyar turned his attention to Tachibana, who was being questioned by the police, and curiously asked, "And who might this gentleman be?" Seeing that Officer Magyar had let go of the previous awkward topic, Kagoro quickly leaned in to respond, "Officer Magyar, this is Tachibana, who was supposed to join me for dinner today. He is the heir of the Tachibana group, a wealthy man indeed. Coincidentally, he encountered Miss Yoko and decided to join us. Who would have thought such a thing would occur?" Officer Magyar, hearing Kagoro's words, did not dwell on Tachibana's identity, reasoning that if there were any suspicions, the personnel would have documented them, and everything could be checked later at the station. However, he couldn't help but mutter, "Do you detectives work so casually?" He then turned to Yoko, saying, "But it's quite warm in here, isn't it? Do you always keep the air conditioning this high?" Yoko replied, "No, I should have turned it off before I left. That's quite strange, isn't it?" Officer Magyar pondered, his brow furrowed in confusion. Just then, a childlike voice interrupted the conversation between Yoko and Officer Magyar. "Strange things don't end there, officer." Everyone turned to see Conan crouched on the ground, peering closely at some water stains with a magnifying glass he had somehow produced. Although it's just a small amount, there are wet traces around the body. He then stood up, pointing seriously at the neatly arranged chair beside the corpse. "In this disordered room, only this chair is in perfect order." After pointing out two suspicious details, Conan stroked his chin and murmured, "And perhaps the high temperature in the room is to prevent us from accurately deducing the time of death." A hush fell over the room as everyone was rendered speechless by Conan's sudden display of deductive prowess. Realizing the odd looks he received, Conan quickly remembered he was merely a first-grade student. He burst into laughter, jokingly admonishing Ayumi, "You shouldn't interrupt. Children can be a nuisance." He was promptly punched by Kagoro, who retorted, "You're the nuisance here." Conan rubbed his forehead in frustration, but soon began darting around the scene again. During this time, Tachibana silently observed as Conan discovered a suspicious earring, used a voice modulator to guide Officer Magyar to make a discovery, and then pointed out that the outsider could not have simultaneously known about the lighter ornament and the location of the restroom, thereby suggesting that Yuko Izawa had infiltrated Yoko's home. Tachibana then watched as Conan kicked Koji, and Kagoro unconscious with a high kick, while simultaneously ducking behind the sofa and mimicking Kagoro's voice to solve the case. Indeed, this was merely a suicide disguised as a homicide. The culprit had simply employed a trick involving ice, freezing the knife handle within the ice block and securing it on the ground. How utterly filled with flaws, Tachibana thought, his mind swirling with words he wished to express. Ultimately, he could only gaze at Conan, who appeared utterly confident in his anonymity, and ponder, what exactly fuels his confidence? And why does he do this? Yoko, perplexed by her ex-boyfriend's actions, couldn't help but voice her confusion. The system, akin to a specter, interrupted Officer Magyar and fell silent, observing Conan's mysterious maneuvers with a hint of intrigue. It mused, perhaps this is the essence of a protagonist. Upon hearing this, Mr. Devil lapsed into deeper silence. What should he do to avoid feigning blindness at the scene of the crime next time? While watching the animation, he hadn't anticipated such an unbearable awkwardness. It seemed that Conan was blissfully unaware that all of his actions were under scrutiny. After a moment's contemplation, he addressed Yoko's bewilderment, stating that he still loved her. Conan elaborated that Fujikawa had mistakenly embraced Yuko Ikezawa, believing her to be Yoko, and after being rejected, despair drove him to orchestrate the incident. It sounded like a feeble excuse for a trespasser, maliciously dragging his ex-girlfriend into the quagmire. The self-proclaimed amoral Mr. Devil couldn't suppress his sarcasm upon hearing the young high school student recount Fujikawa's affection with a tone of pity. The prolonged absence of work and forced observation of an uncomfortable scene began to irk him, amplifying his already volatile temper. Following Conan's revelations, the manager divulged that Fujikawa had broken up with Yoko upon his urging. Yoko, incredulous, questioned how this could be. The system, sharing an unusual empathy with Mr. Devil, chimed in, suggesting it sounded as if Fujikawa hadn't agreed willingly. Just then, a police officer rushed in, reporting to Officer Magyar that a diary had been discovered at Fujikawa's residence. Upon perusing its contents, Officer Magyar found a lamentation. Ever since their breakup, he could not forget her. He expressed a desire to resolve the misunderstandings, declaring he could not continue living this way, even if it meant sacrificing her idle career. Thus, was this tragedy born of lies, misunderstandings, and coincidences? Officer Magyar closed the diary, casting a sorrowful glance at the deceased. Mr. Devil and the system fell into silence, pondering the diary's contents. With the address now known, resolution could not be achieved through a proper visit. Instead, it had to be forced, akin to a thief breaking into someone's home and embracing a figure without recognition, feeling betrayed without truly seeing them. He hadn't even recognized Yuko Ikezawa. Even if she had been Yoko at that moment, she would surely not have recognized him either. Moreover, he had admitted that Yoko was still unaware of his lingering love for her. Even if he had revealed his identity, it was uncertain whether she would have struggled more fiercely. Years had passed. Despite their separation, he expected his ex-girlfriend to remain unattached. Lacking the courage to persist at that time, he now lacked the bravery to relinquish his feelings. Instead, at the moment when his ex-girlfriend finally achieved success after years of striving, he declared he would rather ruin her idle career to demonstrate his profound love. Upon realizing his girlfriend might no longer love him, he contemplated suicide, intending to burden his beloved ex-girlfriend with the crime of murder. What kind of tragedy was the demise of such a scoundrel? Mr. Devil pondered. Conversely, Tachibana believed that if this individual were alive, it would indeed be a tragedy, a potential lifelong tragedy for Yoko. Surveying the assembled individuals, Tachibana noted even the children were moved by Fujikawa's plight, lamenting his death. He couldn't help but exclaim, was he, as a devil, too cold-hearted? After all, to them it was a life lost, albeit one that had never been taken seriously, merely treated as a tool. Suddenly, Mr. Devil recognized his disconnection from the surrounding humanity. Tachibana, observing the lack of energy fluctuations, grew increasingly irritated at the absence of a corpse for necromancy. From earlier, I wanted to say, this devil with a temper like a dog seems to seek conflict whenever displeased. He impatiently licked his molars, suppressing the urge to confront Conan directly. Tachibana approached the sofa where Conan was hiding, gazing down at the bewildered boy. You little brat, he began, your pretense of adult conversation has been quite irksome since the beginning. As he spoke, he slowly crouched down, whispering the last words almost conspiratorially into Conan's ear. Sir. The system, taken aback by Tachibana's unexpected action, broke into a cold sweat, hastily attempting to intervene. Significant alterations to the plot would drastically affect the final evaluation scores. Tachibana, unfazed, fixed his gaze on the system with a seemingly joyful smile, urging it to continue. The system, retreating slightly, acquiesced. You do as you wish. The system silently mourned for its performance assessment on this first assignment. It concluded that, under the devil's manipulation, survival was of utmost importance. Although Conan could not see the system, Mr. Devil's recent actions were evident, prompting Conan to look up, only to find nothing, which heightened his concern and confusion. What had this individual truly perceived? Did he genuinely know something, or was he merely a simpleton? The first and current encounter with Tachibana had left a profound impression on Conan, particularly when Ran approached Tachibana, inquiring about their presence. Tachibana's change in demeanor was remarkable. Conan couldn't help but wonder if this young master truly had a few screws loose. Conan's thoughts were unmistakably written on his face. Tachibana, having dismissed Ran under the pretense of playing with the children, noticed Conan's expression of disbelief. Frustrated by the lack of work, Tachibana found humor in the situation. Conan is undoubtedly a lunatic, he mused. Ironically, this realization brought a sense of calm to Tachibana. Ignoring Conan's protests, he ruffled his hair. From the moment you knocked out Genta and Mr. Muri to your pretense of adulthood, I have seen it all, Tachibana stated, disregarding the system's expression of resigned acceptance. He continued, addressing the stunned Conan, do not feign adulthood again. Children should not speak of matters they do not comprehend. Fujikawa's actions were not motivated by love, but rather pure selfishness and resentment. Yet, Tachibana hesitated, ultimately refraining from voicing that last sentiment. Relieved that Tachibana hadn't doubted his identity, Conan exhaled deeply. I'm sorry, brother Tachibana. I won't do it again. Can you promise? Shoo. Tachibana gently placed a finger on Conan's lips, silencing him. With a smile, Mr. Devil covered Conan's eyes, his tone soft and refined, akin to how he spoke to Ran. In the darkness, Conan heard him say, and don't look at me like that. If you do, I might uncontrollably desire to gouge out those eyes. Conan? Ding. Long-term task activated. Task name. Become the Dark Lord in Detective Conan's heart. Task reward. Unknown. Task requirement. No physical harm to Conan. Listening to the familiar, chilling notification, Tachibana, whose grip Conan easily escaped, couldn't help but smile genuinely. Finally, it had arrived. The system, having issued the task, silently mourned for Conan, who was visibly shaken by Tachibana's antics. Chapter 6. Just one short, a clumsy teddy bear gingerly cradled the bowl of soup, and only when it was safely placed on the table did the system finally exhale in relief. The final dish was complete, and the meticulous system stood proudly, hands on hips, admiring its masterpiece. Truly, it was a distinguished system, having graduated with high marks from the training program. The first floor of the Juriang residence features a semi-open kitchen. With everything prepared, the system glanced at the living room clock and noted that it was nearly 6 in the evening. Gradually, the system began to forget its primary function, effortlessly making its way to the Juriang bedroom located on the southern side of the second floor. Trained by a devilish master, it gently knocked on the wooden door twice before turning the handle and entering. Sir, dinner is ready, the pink teddy bear in an apron began, but was abruptly silenced by a dazzling reflection of light in the sunset. What are you doing? After being startled by its devilish master during the previous encounter at Yoko's house, the survival instincts of the system kicked in, prompting it to address Juriang with utmost respect in a sincere and natural manner. Concerned for its own safety, the system candidly admitted that it would certainly choose to follow its heart over being devoured by a demon. However, seeing Juriang crouched by the bed, meticulously arranging gold coins, the system found itself momentarily bewildered. What was happening? Had it lost track of 2 days? Was it hallucinating? Why did it see its unpredictable devilish master grinning like a simpleton, happily aligning the coins he had acquired from who knows where? Ah, you mean this? Well, I went ahead and retrieved the coins, Juriang casually replied. The system's primary objective had shifted from urging Juriang to complete tasks to that of an all-encompassing caretaker, leaving it completely uninformed about the progress in the Conan world. As for performance evaluations, commissions, and bonuses, being a high-achieving student from the system training program, it declared that it harbored no such mundane desires. Thus, the perplexed system observed as the devilish master continued to stack another row of coins. Suddenly, a realization struck it: could these be the Italian coins? Yet, it recalled that Conan would eventually need these bags of coins to escape from the robbers. Indeed, the devilish master, lost in thoughts of gold, absent-mindedly replied. He leaned back slightly to inspect his work and noticed that one coin was slightly misaligned to the left. The devilish master, particularly obsessive about his interests, exhibited a hint of compulsive behavior. Juriang adjusted the conspicuously misplaced coin, then inspected the arrangement, ensuring everything was perfectly aligned. Only then did the discerning devilish master begin to organize another layer atop the pile of coins. Then, as if recalling something, he added, "Don't worry, they will be fine. I left 2 on the ground. I've also replaced a few bags of stones in the spot where the coins were hung. Upon hearing this, the system's anxious heart finally calmed. It genuinely hadn't anticipated that the devil possessed such a sense of discretion. After all, the image of Juriang in its mind was that of a capricious, temperamental, and reckless individual. Yet it seemed that thus far, Juriang had been performing quite admirably with the tasks at hand. The system, recognizing this blind spot, fell into deep contemplation. Observing the devil in high spirits, the system quietly crouched beside him, offering more coins. The bed in Juriang's bedroom was a European-style four-poster, with the mattress nestled in a central recess. At some point, the devil had removed the mattress, stacking coins in its place. Much like a dragon from a fairy tale that hoards treasures, the devil had an irresistible affinity for shiny objects. Having eagerly anticipated this day while watching animations, Juriang had meticulously calculated the timing. He had kept vigil over the coins until the Italian mob leader hid them away and then jubilantly fluttered his wings, stealthily returning with the coins one by one. The thought of being able to sleep atop a mound of gold every night thrilled the devil to no end, leaving him in a state of bliss. Having toiled diligently since moving back, Juriang was nearing the completion of his task. 1, 2, 3, 4. He felt a jolt in his heart and counted again with reluctance. Indeed, there were only 4 coins remaining. With just one more coin needed to finish the final layer, he found himself infuriated by the singular missing piece. Why? Why was it always just 1 coin short? Had there been more, he could have easily used the extras as pillows. Just 1 coin short. He had been eagerly anticipating this day since he began watching the anime. The devil had diligently staked out, tirelessly arranging his little golden bed. And this was the result? The more Juriang thought about it, the angrier he became. Alas, it was his own doing. Had he not been so generous? Intending to guide Conan to discover the bags hidden in the roof, he wouldn't have carelessly tossed down those 2 coins directly beneath. Kudo Shinichi, I shall remember this. The petty devil noted in his mental ledger, adding another entry in his book of grievances against Kudo Shinichi. The teddy bear sensed Juriang's increasingly grave expression as he placed the last few coins. It felt an ominous foreboding. Seeing him stare at the gaping hole in silence, the system panicked. It was becoming paranoid, fearing for its life every time Juriang's mood soured. Tentatively, the system suggested, "Sir, how about we head down for dinner first?" Juriang's mood soured further at the suggestion. Human food only offered him fleeting flavors and did nothing to satiate his hunger, leaving him even hungrier. The system, sensing an opportunity, quickly proposed, "Let's eat first and then buy a gold bar from the gold shop. Give me a few days, and I will diligently study how to replicate the same dimensions for you." At this, Juriang's eyes brightened, though he still hesitated. "Do you think that will work?" The system confidently patted its fluffy chest, exclaiming, "Leave it to me, but we should go eat first. The food will be inedible if it gets cold." Finally relenting, Juriang washed his hands and followed the system downstairs. That night, Juriang lay on his nearly complete bed, missing just 1 coin, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. As he rubbed his grumbling stomach, he squinted his eyes in thought. He recalled a character from Conan named Akemi Mayano, whose wish seemed to be to save her sister from the organization. Chapter 7. Akemi Mayano. As dusk fell and the sun set, the temperature gradually dropped. At Nanyang University, Akemi Mayano had successfully completed the tasks assigned by Professor Hirota. She decided to head to the school cafeteria to resolve her dinner dilemma before continuing with her work for the day. The real challenge lay in processing the experimental data later that night. Carefully organizing her collected data, Akemi confirmed that the laboratory was locked before placing a note on the door to inform any classmates who might come to help that she was not present. Exiting the laboratory building, she planned to take the side path toward the cafeteria. Though it was somewhat secluded, it was still early, and being on campus alleviated her concerns about safety. Akemi Mayano was initially contemplating what to have for dinner. However, as she walked, she hesitated and came to a stop. The once bright sky had inexplicably darkened, and even the faint sounds of voices that had been present were now completely absent. The street lights, which should have flickered to life at dusk, remained eerily silent. It was as though Akemi had suddenly entered a similar yet entirely different realm of time and space. "Permit me to introduce myself," a voice spoke. "I am Ryo Tachibana, the master of this place. As you can see, I am a devil. I apologize for summoning you without your consent." Startled, Akemi quickly turned to see a man who claimed to be a devil standing silently behind her. Behind him loomed a pair of massive black wings that gradually folded and vanished. Little did anyone suspect that this imposing figure was merely an illusion. The true form of Tachibana was that of a diminutive demon, lacking in stature but compensating with cunning. While Akemi appeared to be an ordinary person, she was, in truth, a member of the Black Organization. Faced with this bizarre situation, she remained skeptical of the existence of devils. Yet, she could discern that this enigmatic young man was far from benevolent. Countless thoughts raced through Akemi's mind, but her expression betrayed none of her turmoil. With calm resolve, she inquired, "Mr. Tachibana, what brings you to seek me?" Upon hearing her question, Tachibana's smile grew softer. He was quite taken with Akemi's demeanor and decided to approach her with relative gentleness. "I know who you are, your past, your future, and your soon-to-be unfulfilled wishes," he declared, unfazed by the clear skepticism on her face. "Your parents joined the Black Organization, and after their demise, you and your sister followed suit. Your sister, Shiho Mayano, is known as Shirei, and your boyfriend, Toru Amuro, goes by the codename Rai. What you are unaware of is that his true name is Shuichi Akai, and he shares a blood relation with you. Subsequently, to better infiltrate the organization, he ended his relationship with his former girlfriend, Judy, who is also an investigator." As he spoke, Tachibana snapped his fingers, and multiple images materialized before him, showcasing scenes of her family and loved ones. Among them were photographs of a younger Toru and a blonde woman, along with other relevant visuals. Akemi gazed at Tachibana with a mixture of suspicion and intrigue. On one hand, she admonished herself that these were mere fabrications, urging herself to remain vigilant. On the other hand, she found herself drawn to the images, questioning, "Cousin? How could that be? Did Toru truly have a lover?" Realizing that she was being led by his rhythm, Akemi inhaled deeply, her earlier composure beginning to wane. "Enough! You cannot possibly prove the veracity of your claims. Even if they were true, what does it matter?" Her voice was slightly hoarse as she continued, "According to you, you know everything about me. Yet, within the organization I lack even a codename. What could you or the forces you represent want with me?" Unperturbed by her interruption, Tachibana patiently elucidated, "Did I not mention? I am a devil. Toru Amuro is a traitor. Do you truly believe the organization will let you off the hook? He was the one who facilitated your and your sister's entry into the organization. Soon they will compel you to rob 1 billion yen, and you will pose as a bank teller. They claim that after a successful heist, you and your sister will be released from the organization. In reality, you will be killed by Jin, and your sister will be forced to take poison to avenge you. Your dying wish to see your sister free from the organization will remain unfulfilled. I am here to propose a deal, your unfulfilled wish in exchange for your soul." Tachibana spoke with an unsettling calmness, his words laced with truth, albeit selectively presented. A contract like the one Akemi represented was precisely what devils relished. The broad definition of escaping the organization, hinging upon Shirei shrinking through medication, would suffice to complete the contract. In turn, he would savor the fruits of his labor. Akemi was momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Biting her lip, she said, "Stop joking. You can certainly verify what I said earlier. The contract has already bound itself to your soul. If you agree, utter my name and the contract will be established immediately. I am quite committed to my contracts. You know, I have said all I need to say. The rest is up to you." With that, Tachibana, in a jovial mood, waved goodbye to the still-dazed Akemi. "Oh, by the way," he added, seemingly recalling something, "I only need you alive for the contract. If you happen to die accidentally, your soul is forfeit, and I will not provide any compensation." Akemi's emotions were a tumultuous blend as she faced this seemingly amiable man, yet his words resonated with the chilling essence of a ravenous demon. Her lips quivered, as if she wished to utter something more. However, the young man who claimed to be a devil snapped his fingers and vanished without a trace. Suddenly, the ambient noise around her surged back to life, flooding every corner of the space like a tidal wave. The sky returned to the state it had been in when she first stepped outside. Akemi released her tightly clenched hands, which had grown damp with perspiration, betraying the turmoil within her, starkly contrasting her outward appearance. She gasped for breath, her vigilance slipping away, leaving her momentarily weakened. Staggering back against the wall, she slowly crouched down, Trembling hands pressed against the surface, as she hugged her knees and buried her head, quietly sobbing in despair. Chapter 8. A gift from God. Gazing at the solitary gold coin that stood out amongst the others, smooth and uniformly round, Ryo Tachibana sat cross-legged atop the pile of coins, lost in thought. In recent days, his company had successfully signed a contract with Yoko Okino. Consequently, her agent had called 2 nights prior, extending an invitation for dinner. However, having just manipulated Akemi Mayano, Tachibana was disinclined to engage in superficial business pleasantries. He politely expressed his gratitude before declining, citing work commitments. In truth, Tachibana did have work to attend to. Beyond the documents that required his review and signature, he had another significant task: to fill the void in the pile of coins. After thoroughly understanding the complexities of mold-making and metal smelting, he ultimately decided against delegating this daunting task to the system. It was not out of a sudden sense of conscience, but rather due to the sheer inconvenience of preparation. Moreover, Tachibana believed that by the time the inexperienced system managed to forge something, his obsessive tendencies would have been resolved. Thus, the devil meticulously measured the dimensions and commissioned a bespoke creation, deliberately avoiding the specification of any particular design to prevent unnecessary complications. Ultimately, he crafted a coin of substantial size. Yet, after spending a few nights in his makeshift abode, Tachibana found himself plagued by the presence of this unique coin, even in his dreams, due to his obsessive tendencies. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Tachibana abruptly raked his fingers through his hair in a somewhat rough manner and sighed in resignation. He retrieved his phone from the pocket of his hoodie and swiftly typed out an email. As the screen displayed a successful send notification, the rather displeased orange Liang fell back, resting against the surface. He cherished the cool touch of the gold coins, gently caressing them with affection. Suddenly, a ringtone pierced the air, and in a less than pleasant mood, orange Liang feigned ignorance. He was intent on savoring this fleeting moment of bliss, lying atop the coins and letting his mind wander. However, the caller was evidently more persistent than he had anticipated, dialing repeatedly without relent. Reluctant to move, Orange Liang waved his arm and fumbled around until he grasped the phone he had tossed aside. With a resigned sigh, he answered the call. "Hello?" Orange Liang responded lethargically. "Explain. It just appeared at my house. Believe it or not, it's entirely up to you." Listening to his brother's terse inquiry, Orange Liang couldn't help but roll his eyes, answering with a hint of impatience, "My people will come by later to collect. As for you, make time to visit the main family soon." Before his brother could finish speaking, fully aware of his sibling's character, Orange Liang promptly hung up. As the beeping tone echoed in his ear, he felt a wave of confusion wash over him. What was happening? He had merely returned the gold coins, which were under a significant bounty, believing it might add to his brother's political merits. Although his brother's demeanor was somewhat dismissive, it seemed his lack of courtesy was excessive. Ruminating on memories of his brother, a headache began to brew, prompting Orange Liang to rub his temples. It appeared he indeed needed to visit the main family soon. His brother was not someone to be trifled with. Yet, perhaps it was fortuitous, as he recalled that the main family possessed numerous delightful collectibles. It was a perfect opportunity to retrieve them. The devilish gentleman, having resolved to surrender the gold coins, immediately found his thoughts drifting back to the treasures housed within the main family's exhibition and storage rooms. Struggling to extricate himself from the heap of coins, Orange Liang descended to halt the cleaning system that was diligently working. "Stop. My brother will send someone to take the coins soon. You go upstairs and move them down, and ensure they don't enter my room." "Huh? I thought you liked them?" The system, which had keenly observed Orange Liang's fondness for the coins, expressed confusion. Like a lethargic orange cat deprived of catnip, Orange Liang lounged on the sofa, scrolling through his phone. Upon hearing the system's query, he waved his hand dismissively. "Just go. They will be here shortly. Keep out of sight." Understanding that further inquiries would yield no fruitful answers, the system suppressed its curiosity and obediently became the gold coin mover. The diligent system stacked the coins in the lobby. Before long, after completing the final round of transport, it heard a knock at the door. It quickly leapt onto the sofa, shedding its teddy bear form. Transformed back into a small, glowing orb, the system flitted around Orange Liang. Only when the teddy bear was securely settled on the sofa did Orange Liang lazily slide on his slippers and slowly open the door. "Second young master, The eldest young master has sent us to collect the items. Yes, over there. Please proceed. Orange Liang acknowledged the arrival with indifference, signaling that he was aware. Leaning against the door, he gestured towards the conspicuous pile of gold coins inside. Several men in unmarked uniforms swiftly unloaded multiple dark suitcases from a business vehicle and commenced their task with agility. Observing them languidly from the doorway, Orange Liang called out to the leader, who had introduced himself earlier, once they had loaded all the coins into the vehicle. Let my brother know that how he chooses to spin this is his business. It has nothing to do with me. Don't ask or investigate. I'll find time to return in the coming days. Understood. I shall take my leave now. All right. Only after watching the dark gray business vehicle disappear from view did Orange Liang close the door. Almost simultaneously, an unexpectedly familiar notification chimed in his ear. Hidden task. Return the gold coins completed. Congratulations to the host for triggering and completing the hidden task for the first time. Task rewards doubled. Rewards recalculating. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a random identity card. Theodore Ross. As the host has been assigned an identity card, please proceed to the system's identity center to view details and conduct identity replacement. So, identity cards can be replaced? Sir. When did you trigger the hidden task? My goodness. I thought you were indifferent to tasks. I never imagined you would give up your beloved gold coins to complete the hidden task. I was mistaken about you before. You are truly dedicated. The system mused, convinced that despite the host's irritable nature and quirky personality, he always completed tasks diligently. Though the host was often willful, upon reflection, he had invariably heeded its advice. Despite Orange Liang's bad temper, stubbornness, and fussy eating habits, he was indeed a good host. The self-congratulatory system felt a surge of emotion at the thought of Orange Liang's miserly demeanor. Observing the system's emotional display, Orange Liang couldn't help but chuckle softly. However, he refrained from correcting the system's perspective. It was nice for it to have some dreams, making it easier to work with. With a benevolent expression, he patted the system, signaling that it could go prepare a meal. Once he had dispatched the system, Orange Liang curiously accessed the identity management software mentioned by the system, perusing the relevant information and studying the replacement mechanism. A gift from the gods. The devilish gentleman silently repeated this seemingly coincidental phrase, a cryptic smile crossing his lips. Kyoto. Listening to the report on the other end of the line, Orange Liang raised an eyebrow. A pink toy bear? Yes. We moved the gold coins to the entrance. My subordinates couldn't observe much. Should we investigate who sent the toy bear to the young master, considering he lives alone? Humph, he certainly doesn't mind the trouble. Responding to his subordinate's suggestion, Orange Liang retorted with irritation. He then recalled the message from Orange Liang, saying, no need. Let it be. Withdraw the guards as well. Otherwise, he'll throw a fit when he returns. We'll discuss it when he comes back. You know the protocol for today. After hanging up, Orange Liang turned his attention to the follow-up regarding the gold coins. Orange Liang had easily handed the coins over to him. He would undoubtedly need to reclaim his share later. However, he needed to ensure he managed this matter of credit carefully. The subsequent handling would be no small task. Chapter 9. Brandy, what's the situation? The man on the phone, robust in stature and clad in a black suit, wore a low-brimmed black hat. Not far from him stood another man, similarly dressed in a black trench coat and hat. This individual sported long silver hair, half of which obscured his face, silently smoking a cigarette while leaning against a Porsche 356. A small matter. A clean shot to the head. Gianti responded with palpable excitement on the other end. Brother, they have concluded. Hearing Gianti's reply, Vodka turned to the pensive Jin, whose piercing gaze betrayed his thoughts. Upon hearing this, Jin stood and moved to the front of the vehicle, opening the door. He coldly instructed Vodka, ensure they erase all traces and retreat promptly. Vodka swiftly conveyed Jin's command to Gianti, all while quickly entering the vehicle and starting the engine. In the dim morning fog, the road soon faded to a tranquil silence, save for the faint red glow of the taillights of the departing car. Boss, didn't you mention there's a deal on the Shinkansen to Kyoto tomorrow? When do we depart? Vodka inquired, keeping an eye on the road while glancing at Jin, who sat in the passenger seat. Jin, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, gazed out at the swiftly blurring scenery beyond the window. Upon hearing Vodka's inquiry, he let out a cryptic chuckle and remarked that mission need not concern us any longer. "All right, brother," Vodka replied, though his confusion was palpable. Such sudden cancellations were rare, yet he often found himself puzzled by Jin's unpredictable actions. Despite having served alongside him for quite some time, Vodka struggled to grasp Jin's thought processes and reasoning. Evidently, Jin was not one to indulge in trivial inquiries from his subordinates. Over time, Vodka had cultivated a habit of suppressing his questions and obediently following his brother's commands. Perhaps it was due to the recent completion of a meticulously planned assassination, or for reasons unknown, but Jin unexpectedly displayed a desire for conversation, sharing a few more words. "That fellow has arrived in Japan. He will handle tomorrow's transaction." It was rare for Vodka to hear Jin speak of someone with any discernible emotion, especially such ambivalence. Noticing Jin's apparent inclination to converse, Vodka could not help but inquire, "Who are you referring to, brother?" Jin's gaze remained icy, yet a semblance of delight flickered across his face as he smiled. Vodka, focused intently on driving, failed to notice this fleeting expression. He sensed Jin's momentary silence before hearing him softly utter, as if savoring each syllable, "Tokyo," at the construction site of Onshao Station. 3 hours prior, at 1 in the morning, in the station's lowest level, the unlit underground passage was cluttered with piles of construction materials. A thin layer of dust blanketed the unkempt floor. What should have been an empty corridor welcomed an incongruous visitor. A young man, no older than 17 or 18, with golden hair and blue eyes, donned a meticulously tailored black tailcoat, complemented by silver wire-rimmed glasses that seemed merely decorative. His glasses chain and luxurious cufflinks glimmered faintly in the intermittent beam of his flashlight. The young man stood amidst the dust of the construction site, in the unpublicized underground passage at 1 in the morning. In the silence of the night, a golden orb floated around him, emitting a soft, whirling sound. The youth shone his flashlight, inspecting the numbers on the coin-operated iron lockers that had yet to be put into service. Soon, the stark white light halted at locker number 00024. He opened the door and, as expected, discovered a locked black briefcase within. Having located his target, the young man did not rush to seize it. Instead, he retrieved his phone, seemingly awaiting something. In a fleeting moment, a new email notification illuminated his phone screen, casting a gentle glow in the darkness. It was a message from a contact noted as the Devil. The content was brief, stating simply, "Untouched. All is normal." Upon reading the email, the young man tucked his phone away. He casually lifted the briefcase, which had appeared to be haphazardly placed in the locker. However, he did not hasten to depart. First, he swept his flashlight around, as if searching for something. Then, he seemed to discover his objective. The otherwise expressionless youth beamed a radiant smile at a hidden camera disguised within exposed piping at the top of the locker. The golden orb, which had been circling him, appeared startled, its glow dimming slightly as it momentarily hovered in place, ceasing its rotation. The young man, calm and composed, switched off his flashlight. In the deserted construction station at that late hour, the newly minted identity of Akira, or rather, Theodore Ross, emerged. Ignoring the system beside him, which had fallen into a state of despondency upon realizing that the plot might undergo significant alterations, the Devil reveled in the joy of having acquired a new plaything. Adaptable and seasoned, the Devil embraced his new identity with ease. Now, he was akin to a veteran member of the organization, dressed in black, much like the similarly situated Vermouth. Though he appeared merely 17 or 18, he had surpassed the duration required to maintain his youthful visage. Yet, with the assistance of Vermouth and the organization, his identity had remained unblemished. He had now transitioned to being Theodore Ross for the third time. However, compared to this name, which had only been in use for a few years, he was far better known within the organization as Brandy. Upon donning his new guise, the Devil received a new mission from Jin involving a high-speed train explosion, triggering related tasks from the mischievous system. Eager for mischief, the neutral chaotic Devil stirred with anticipation. In a buoyant mood, Akira cheerfully greeted the night vision camera. "Good evening, Jin. It's been a while." Chapter 10. A fateful encounter on the Shinkansen. Akira, equipped with his new identity card, still wore the attire from the previous night. The system's automatic fashion updates brought him joy. Following his seat number, He found his place and, to avoid any bothersome neighbors, generously purchased several adjacent seats. Glancing at his watch, he noted that there was still half an hour until the transaction. To fulfill his agreement with the system, Akira decided to stroll through the carriage where Conan was seated, intending to provoke some enmity. As for the agreement with the system, it traced back to the moment Akira received his identity card, 2 evenings prior. In the residential area behind the Tokyo Miho department store at Villa number 13, upon acquiring Theodore's identity card, Akira quickly became aware of new tasks and skills associated with it. Simultaneously, his physical form underwent a dramatic transformation. The novice system, while familiar with the mechanisms, had never witnessed a true identity replacement. Before him, the tall young man dressed in casual attire vanished, replaced by a finely featured youth in a tailcoat. The system marveled. This identity surprisingly complements your devilish persona. Whether as a psychopathic figure lurking in the shadows or one eternally youthful, the resemblance is striking. Akira, adjusting to his new body, raised an eyebrow in displeasure at the system's blunt insinuation. Psychopathic? In my original world, I was a law-abiding citizen, always mindful of the criminal code as my guiding principle, never crossing the boundaries of legality. What nonsense are you spouting? The system shuddered under the weight of Akira's icy blue gaze, realizing it had inadvertently revealed its true thoughts. Awkwardly, it stammered, I was simply momentarily dazzled by your charm. Let us see if you like your new abode and if there are any coins to spare. Not wishing to expose the system's flattery, Akira, now in a good mood, proceeded to the bar located on the east side of the first-floor lobby, fully aware of his surroundings. Accepting the relevant identity information, Akira had effectively become Theodore Ross. Everything existed because of him, crafted for him, his very identity. There was no gold to be found. In this place, beneath the pillow lies nothing but a useless handgun. The devil, who yearns to rest upon a bed of gold, regards such trivialities, capable of inflicting no harm as long as he desires, with utter disdain. With a practiced ease, Qiu Liang opened the liquor cabinet, his fingers gliding slowly over the bottles of brandy. As he selected a bottle, he cheerfully explained to the little glowing orb perched on the high stool, which was doing its utmost to diminish its own presence. Spirits are typically categorized into 8 major types. Among them, those associated with the black-clad organization include gin, whiskey, brandy, vodka, rum, and tequila. After careful consideration, Qiu Liang finally chose a bottle of Clovishi, which bore a striking resemblance to a Ferrero Rocher. He closed the cabinet door and ignited the stove on the small counter to prepare a warm sugar syrup. Setting a timer, Qiu Liang removed his outer coat and draped it casually over the high stool adjacent to the system. The devil, once perceived by the system as fearsome, now exuded an air of deceptive gentleness under the warm glow of the bar lights. He retrieved a tulip-shaped glass from the rack, meticulously polishing it. Once he poured the brandy and added the warm sugar syrup, he continued to elaborate on the drink to the bewildered system. Although brandy is classified as a strong spirit, its prolonged aging renders it smooth, offering an elegant and delightful experience. The internationally recognized brandy possesses a brilliant golden hue, exuding a refined grape aroma and a rich oaky scent. Its taste is sweet and flawless, with lingering notes that captivate the senses. The drink's storied history imbues it with an air of mystery, as time grants unique allure to its bearers. Would you not agree, my sweet treat? Qiu Liang gently placed the glass before the little glowing orb, implying a deeper meaning in his words. The system, momentarily perplexed, could not discern whether Qiu Liang's seemingly significant remark pertained to the brandy or something else entirely. However, upon observing the glass placed before it, the system felt both honored and bewildered. Is this for me? It stammered. Qiu Liang, appearing in high spirits, responded with exceptional warmth. I am unsure of your taste, so I took the liberty of selecting my preferred method. Give it a try. The sweet-toothed Qiu Liang firmly believed that even the devil could not resist the allure of sweetness, a temptation that no one could withstand. The system, captivated by its master's newfound gentleness, found its heart melting under the youthful smile of its host. With an insatiable desire, the system exclaimed, "Drink, drink, drink it all." Thus, Qiu Liang watched as the little glowing orb initially clung to the rim of the glass before gradually submerging. Eventually, the entire orb floated to the bottom of the glass, emitting peculiar sounds. Beneath the smoothness of the brandy lies a potency rivaling that of gin, Qiu Liang mused. He swirled the glass, observing the golden orb languishing in the amber liquid, unresponsive. The system, blissfully ignorant, swayed along with his movements, producing indistinct gurgling sounds. Qiu Liang retrieved his phone from beneath the counter to check for the latest response from Jinzhou. At 1 a.m. at Anqiao Station. Coin-operated iron cabinet 00024. The box is there. Complete the task at the usual spot. With a click, he confirmed the message, refreshing the interface twice. TSK, as expected, there was no reply. Jinzhou truly was just as he remembered. Just as Qiu Liang tucked away his phone, the once dormant golden orb transformed into a rigid blue sphere. Ding. Task triggered. Task name. Explosion is art. Task reward. 1 chance at a random lottery. For specific details, please visit the Task Management Center. Qiu Liang felt an unusual sense of foreboding. Unfortunately, his premonition soon proved accurate. The small golden orb, having been thoroughly intoxicated, suddenly shook off its stupor and lunged toward his face. Despite Qiu Liang's timely evasion, he grimaced at the overwhelming scent of alcohol emanating from the little orb. The system, realizing that its master was secretly plotting something significant, felt a surge of anger. It stumbled forward, hiccuping, and continued to approach Qiu Liang's face, lamenting, "Woe is me! I am but a humble servant. You conceal the organization's plot from me." Jinzhou, understanding that the system was upset about its ignorance regarding Conan's insights into the organization's narrative, Qiu Liang felt a pang of guilt. He initially averted his gaze from the oblivious little orb encroaching on his face, but witnessing its crestfallen demeanor stirred a flicker of conscience within him. He assured, "Do not worry, I will ensure Conan learns what he needs to know. I must step out, do not cause a fuss." Upon hearing this, the system excitedly exclaimed, "You said it. Don't think you can sneak off without me? I am coming too." Thus, the plan that initially excluded Conan had to be revised. Sighing at the unwavering presence of the system, Qiu Liang approached the raucous group of Yuan Tai and others in the middle of the carriage. He never anticipated that he would one day be the one to provoke others. Perhaps this was a necessary cost of employment. Besides, frightening that little brat could be quite amusing. "I apologize, big brother." Yuan Tai, thrilled to be riding the Shinkansen with friends for the first time, was joyfully bouncing around the carriage. However, in his exuberance, he accidentally collided with a well-dressed youth carrying a suitcase, stumbling in the process. The seemingly charming youth, however, spoke with an icy demeanor, "Get lost." Drawn by the commotion, Mori and others rushed over. "Are you all right?" Ran hurriedly approached Yuan Tai and helped him up. Mori, having collected a handsome fee from the children's parents for their care, assumed Qiu Liang was to blame and voiced his displeasure at the unfazed youth clad in black. "I am talking to you, the one in black up ahead." The boy, who had taken a few steps away, turned back, coldly fixing his gaze on Mori Kagoro, waiting for him to continue. Faced with the soulless blue eyes of the boy, Mori's words faltered. Once an elite detective, he had encountered countless criminals' gazes. Madness, murderous intent, guilt, indifference, cruelty, brutality, and more. Yet, no one had ever instilled in him such profound and instinctual fear as this seemingly youthful boy. It felt as if speaking further might indeed lead to his demise, as if he could be devoured whole by an inexplicable and intense terror. Beside them, Conan's pupils dilated sharply. This sensation, it was identical to that of the long-haired man at Tropical Paradise. Chapter 11. Sensual Brandy. Selling out teammates having successfully intimidated the crowd with his aura, the Brandy sneered disdainfully at the silence that followed. "What is this? Uncle? You ought to keep that disobedient brat in check. Otherwise, you may find yourself in trouble before you know it." Portraying the role of a villain with flair, Qiu Liang adeptly drew the ire and attention of Conan. The system, nestled atop Qiu Liang's head, was thrilled. "This is exhilarating. Damn it, this fellow." Mori, regaining his composure, was infuriated by Qiu Liang's provocation. As he watched the well-dressed youth leisurely turn away, his previous fear was quickly forgotten. "Let me go, Ran. I need to teach this arrogant brat a lesson." Tightly grasping Mori, Ran fervently urged, "All right, Dad. There are children present." Meanwhile, Conan, lurking nearby, began to harbor suspicions about Tachibana. He suspected that this individual was connected to the two men in black who had poisoned him, sharing an identical chilling indifference to life. The aura of malevolence emanating from Tachibana was reminiscent of those who had taken many lives, sending shivers down Conan's spine. Following Tachibana into the carriage, Conan stealthily concealed himself in the back row, keenly observing him. At last, he had uncovered a lead on the criminal organization. At this moment, Conan had not yet been battered by the harshness of reality. Although wary of these dangerous individuals, a thrill coursed through him. He had already resolved that once he obtained the antidote and reverted to his original self, he would report them to the authorities and dismantle this perilous group. The system languidly perched atop Tachibana's head, glanced at Conan, who was secretly observing from a few rows back. Couldn't help but comment with a deadpan expression, "Host, your earlier statement truly resonates within Conan's world. It feels eerily reminiscent of a statement that could lead to becoming a victim in the next moment." Oblivious to the system's remarks, Tachibana was preoccupied with his hairstyle, concerned that his meticulously styled hair might be disheveled by the plump little ball atop his head. He swiftly yanked the golden tuft from his crown. He relished this rare opportunity to display flamboyance. Even if others could not see him, what was the harm in sporting a cheerful, round figure? He had turned too quickly a moment ago, nearly dislodging the system from his head. This wretched thing had clung to several strands of his hair for balance. Had his mental fortitude not been robust, the act would have faltered. Mr. Tachibana, after regaining his composure, was increasingly dissatisfied with the system's boldness. With a serious demeanor, he presented the plump figure before him, frowning slightly, and admonished, "Don't get carried away." The system replied, all right, so adorable." Seeing the starry-eyed system, Tachibana sighed in exasperation. He placed the aesthetically obsessed system on his left shoulder and warned, "Stay put and don't cause trouble at inappropriate times." As the time for the transaction drew near, Brandy picked up the suitcase resting on the adjacent seat and stood to proceed to the transaction carriage. Just before he departed, he caught a glimpse of Conan, who was stealthily lurking in the back rows. After a moment of contemplation, Tachibana set the small light orb down on his seat. "You keep an eye on him. I'll return once the transaction is complete." As soon as Tachibana left, Conan seized the opportunity to dash to his seat. Just before, Professor Agasa had given him this mini listening device, and he intended to put it to the test. Conan detached the disguised listening device, which was a part of his glasses, and, after spitting out the pre-chewed gum, wrapped the device in the gum and affixed it under Tachibana's seat. "What are you doing, Conan?" Ran and Ayumi, who had been searching for Conan, happened to witness this scene. "You need to take that down." Ran disapproved of Conan's actions, bending down to retrieve the gum stuck under the seat. "Conan, you're such a mischievous child." Ayumi chimed in, swiftly snatching the gum before Ran could. "You know, because of kids like you, adults dislike us," Genta remarked after having received a reprimand from Brandy. "Gum must be wrapped in paper and placed in an ashtray," Kagoro added. Ayumi wrapped the gum in a tissue and placed it in the concealed ashtray on Tachibana's armrest. Conan, who had initially worried about the eavesdropping plan failing, breathed a sigh of relief. Leaving it there would allow for clearer listening. Feeling reassured, Conan obediently apologized and followed Ran back to his original carriage. However, as soon as Ran settled back into her seat, Ayumi and the others pulled Conan aside, secretly inquiring whether he was up to something clandestine. "I'm not a mere prankster," Conan replied with pride. "That older brother doesn't look like a good person," Kagoro commented, inadvertently speaking the truth. "Is he a killer or a spy?" Genta speculated, his imagination running wild from too many comics. Conan, with a furrowed brow, observed the overly excited children and sought a quiet place to eavesdrop, dismissing them with, "It's just a prank. I need to go back, otherwise Ran will get mad if she can't find me." "What a bummer," the children lamented in disappointment. "Let us go on an adventure," they cheered. Declining their invitation, Conan quietly settled back in his seat, awaiting Brandy's next move. In another carriage, Tachibana concluded the transaction and learned from the system that Conan had successfully installed the listening device. Mr. Tachibana took out his phone, pleased, and dialed Jin's number. "Hello, Jin. This is Brandy. I'm on it." Conan, who had been patiently waiting, immediately focused his attention. "The transaction is complete, but thinking of the bomb in that suitcase. which could explode with the slightest shake, does make me a tad anxious. Jin, receiving this unexpected call and hearing Brandy's typically vodka-like demeanor, fell silent. How did you lose your wits in England? The organization does not tolerate incompetence, he retorted coldly. Brandy chuckled nonchalantly. You still can't take a joke. I know that golden information is precious to him. He will safeguard it diligently. However, I can't react in time to the 10-second detonator. I'll disembark promptly. Since the transaction is finished, my mission concludes here. The detonation at 3:10 is not my responsibility. If something goes awry, don't blame me. Brandy, seemingly unintentionally, added. I had a feeling the traitor would be saved by Conan. Jin snorted dismissively, rest assured. He did not hang up. If it were merely to inform about the task's progress, a simple email would suffice. There was no need for Brandy to make a special call. Aware that Jin was waiting for his next words, Brandy smiled and said, I heard from Vermouth that you and Vodka were followed by a young lad during the amusement park transaction. Before Brandy could finish, Jin had already hung up. Just then, the Shinkansen came to a steady halt at the platform, and the carriage announced its arrival. Hearing this on the other end, Conan, drenched in cold sweat, could no longer sit still. He dashed toward the boy who claimed to be Brandy. Wait, I have more questions. Having revealed everything to Conan, Tachibana was in high spirits and winked at the small light orb that had climbed back onto his shoulder. I've done everything I promised you. Make sure to keep working hard. The system, overwhelmed by the beauty of its host, interpreted this as its little host seeking praise. Am I impressive? It asked eagerly. The system nodded in enthusiastic agreement. You're the best. Satisfied with this acknowledgement, Tachibana disembarked from the train. After a long day, he had finally appeased his little caretaker. Conan, desperately chasing after Brandy, was just about to catch up when he was abruptly yanked back by Ran. Don't run off, Conan. Let me go, Ran. He protested futilely as he watched the train doors close and the dangerous boy in black vanished from sight. It seemed that finding that individual would have to wait. Taking a deep breath, Conan forced himself to calm down, beginning to contemplate how to address the bomb hidden aboard the train. Meanwhile, Tachibana, who had complete faith in Conan's mischievous abilities, happily made his escape once his role was complete. As soon as the bomb in the car was detonated, his mission would be deemed a success. After all, the system's task merely required him to complete the assignment laid out by Jin and ensure the bomb exploded. Whether it occurred within the carriage or was ejected from it was of no concern to him. Having accomplished his task, Tachibana decided to board another train bound for Kyoto to visit his elder brother. In the restroom, he swapped out his identity card, reverting to his original appearance. The thought of the family's glittering collection brought a smile to his face. As for Jin's request to meet at their usual spot when assigning the task, the diligent Tachibana, having just completed his responsibilities, felt no desire for further excitement. It was indeed wiser to avoid any unnecessary risks. Chapter 12. The family home. In the evening, Kyoto bustled with life, with crowds flowing through nearby streets. However, near Nanzenji Temple, although the sky was still bright, this area, far from the clamor of traffic, exuded tranquility. In the Sakyo ward of Kyoto, the Tachibana family estate stood proudly. A classic black Lincoln navigated through the fountain area, slowly approaching the main house at the heart of the estate. A curious little yellow ball, eager to frolic, clung to the car window before alighting. The moment the door swung open, the round creature darted towards the central fountain with remarkable speed, emitting a series of excited squeaks as it dove headfirst into the water. The system chimed. Fountain. Water play. Here we go. Tachibana watched, astonished, as the chubby ball lodged itself into the fountain's spout, only to be forcefully propelled skyward by a sudden surge of water. The cacophony of the system's jubilant cheers filled his ears. The driver, having opened the door, noticed Tachibana's hesitation to exit and curiously inquired, Young master? Nothing's wrong. Just a bit dazed after a long absence, Tachibana replied, striving to block out the system's incessant noise. The hard-working teddy bear had vanished, replaced by the increasingly foolish spherical creature. Let that silly thing amuse itself. As long as it didn't cause him trouble, he was content. Upon stepping out of the car, Tachibana was greeted at the entrance by the butler, who had been waiting patiently. Welcome home. The eldest young master is expecting you. The impeccably dressed, old-fashioned butler had been instructed by Tachibana Ryokai to keep a close eye on Tachibana and escort him to his brother immediately upon his return. After a slight bow, the elderly butler extended his arm, politely yet insistently guiding Tachibana to the main hall to meet his elder brother. Grandfather Murakami. It's been a while. How have you been? Is your health still good? Tachibana inquired, having been cared for by the Murakami butler since childhood. Both he and Ryokai had grown under the watchful eye of the Murakami family. Tachibana's lively spirit stood in stark contrast to the reserved demeanor of Ryokai. Though they shared similar interests, the elder had always shown a slight preference for the more vivacious and sweet-tongued younger brother. The butler, who had initially feigned a stern expression, could not help but smile at Tachibana's concern for him during his time away. Thank you for thinking of me, young master. The English tea you sent recently was enjoyed by both the eldest young master and myself. Despite Ryukai's indifferent demeanor, he was quite pleased to receive the gift. The Murakami family had long been associated with the Tachibana clan. Although modern society had shifted from the old master-servant dynamic to a more employer-employee relationship, certain traditional values remained deeply ingrained in the elder's mindset. Tachibana soon found himself in the presence of Ryokai, who, despite having finished his work, wore a displeased expression. The eldest young master, the second young master has returned, the butler announced respectfully to Ryokai, who seemed oblivious as he flipped through the newspaper, leisurely sipping tea. Noticing this, Tachibana signaled for the butler to withdraw, deciding to handle his awkward brother himself. The butler, though concerned about the tension between the two brothers, ultimately complied, leaving to oversee dinner preparations. Tachibana, aware of the delicate balance between them, approached Ryokai, casually leaning against the window. Seems like you quite enjoy the tea I selected, he remarked, feigning ignorance. Ryokai, suddenly recalling the drink in hand, nearly dropped his cup in surprise. Chapter 13. On how to be a cat with a hint of embarrassment, Ryokai let out a soft huff. It was unclear who had taken it upon themselves to arrange a leave of absence without informing the family. Initially intent on giving his younger brother the cold shoulder, Ryokai sighed inwardly at Tachibana's unfazed demeanor. He knew he had no real authority over the boy. Fortunately, Ryokai abandoned his earlier stern faade, shifting into a more relaxed posture as he placed the Kyoto daily aside. With his legs crossed and arms resting on the chair's armrests, he formed a pointed tower with his fingers, a familiar pose that indicated he was deep in thought. If any of Ryukai's officers were present, they would recognize this as a sign of impending scrutiny. Unlike Tachibana, who lounged carelessly, Ryokai exuded an air of controlled composure. In stark contrast to Tachibana's playful nature, Ryokai was restrained and calm, as was typical of the Tachibana family. Each member had their role, often leading to a sense of distance and separation which had become the norm. Even parents could feel estranged from their own children, bound by blood. The family maintained a stable structure through duty, profit, and emotion. The members were accustomed to this dynamic, finding comfort in their familiarity. As the eldest son, Ryukai's cold demeanor rendered his relationship with his parents almost foreign. However, Tachibana embodied a vibrant energy and warmth that stood in stark contrast to the family's general aloofness. He skillfully bridged the emotional gap that existed among relatives, fostering closeness without overstepping boundaries. This enduring bond allowed Ryokai to reluctantly embrace the role of guardian. Thus, when Ryokai discovered that his younger brother, despite being on leave, lingered in Tokyo, refusing to return without prodding, he felt a sense of frustration. His brother had grown up, abandoned his studies, and unwittingly found himself entangled in an Italian robbery case. Ryokai, though begrudgingly understanding of his brother's late adolescent rebellion, knew he had to confront him about these serious matters. Leaning back in his chair, Ryokai fixed his expressionless gaze on Tachibana, who showed no signs of remorse. Speak. Which would you like to explain first? Your leave of absence, the gold coins, or your departure from home? Though Ryokai occupied a position of authority, the sensation of being scrutinized left him feeling exposed and vulnerable. Meanwhile, Tachibana attempted to shake off the strange analogy while nonchalantly settling into a nearby rocking chair, a cozy piece of furniture he had deliberately placed opposite his brother's seat during his stay at home. Tachibana expertly kicked off his slippers and curled up in the rocking chair, ready for whatever conversation lay ahead. The rocking chair swayed gently due to his vigorous movements. Zhu Liang exhaled comfortably, sinking into the plush, thick blanket spread beneath him. As he raised his head, he noticed Zhu Liangjie staring at him silently. Mr. Devil scratched his head, somewhat perplexed. Equipped with an identification card, he felt an innate fondness for his brother, but explaining the situation was undeniably complicated. Wanting to avoid trouble, Zhu Liang was inclined to feign ignorance. He understood that such troublesome matters would only increase in frequency, yet it seemed he could not evade this one. Resting his chin on the pillow in his lap, he mumbled, "It's not like I dropped out, don't worry, I'll graduate on time. Besides, I didn't run away from home. The moment you mentioned it, I returned without hesitation. As for the gold coins, I just found them." Zhu Liangjie was almost amused to the point of irritation by Zhu Liang's dismissive attitude. "What, do you think I'm a fool?" Zhu Liang sighed, finding the situation rather troublesome. It was indeed a hassle to concoct a story. "Brother, do you know about the violent group known as the Black Organization that the Zero Group has been investigating for the past 2 years?" Zhu Liang spoke earnestly. "What do you know?" Upon hearing the mention of the Zero Group, Zhu Liangjie realized that the matter was far more complicated than he had initially assumed. Involving such high-level individuals, it would only bring harm to his brother, who was merely clever and somewhat capable. Concerned for Zhu Liang's safety, Zhu Liangjie's gaze sharpened as he warned, "No, you needn't tell me anything. Stay away from them. Both the Zero Group and that Black Organization can only bring calamity to you." At the mention of calamity, Zhu Liang instinctively smiled. He continued innocently, "But it could become your Alan Bell." To Zhu Liangjie, who found Zhu Liang to be rather easygoing, this scene reflected a child growing up and wanting to assist the family. Zhu Liangjie felt both a sense of pride and seriousness as he admonished, "Cub, you must remember that you are the heir of the Zhu family. Fulfilling your responsibilities and ensuring your own safety is the best repayment to the Zhu family, to me. As for Alan Bell, the Zhu family has no need for him, and I certainly do not." Zhu Liangjie spoke with a calm demeanor, not out of arrogance or avoidance. Zhu Liang understood that he was merely stating a fact. Subsequently, the previously stoic Zhu Liangjie finally wore a faint smile. He gently remarked, "And I believe you can have some faith in me, don't you agree, Zhu Liang?" Chapter 14. On how to tame a pup. Zhu Liang was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated such a response from Zhu Liangjie. Observing his younger brother finally settling down instead of flapping about like a little rooster, Zhu Liangjie breathed a sigh of relief. This pup had come back today and confronted him directly, displaying an entirely dismissive demeanor. Holding on to a few items, he dared to push boundaries, attempting to steer the conversation. And Alan Bell? Given his brother's temperament, after a little indulgence, he would need to be kept on a tight leash. Who knew what kind of pitfalls awaited him? This crafty pup, trained in the company, dared to bring that attitude home? Was this indeed a late onset of rebellion? Thankfully, Zhu Liangjie felt relieved, almost at the brink of confusion. Just a moment longer, and he might have been overwhelmed by his brother's antics, falling into the trap laid by this little rascal. Indeed, when it came to handling pups, one must not be overly lenient. Directly targeting their weak spots would yield compliance. Still, crucial questions needed to be asked. Zhu Liangjie regarded his now calm brother, who was smiling less exuberantly than before, and smiled subtly. Then, he turned serious. "However, we must address the matter at hand. How deeply are you involved in what you just mentioned? How did you get entangled with them?" Thinking of the Zero Group, Zhu Liangjie's demeanor shifted to one of calm scrutiny, a slight frown forming on his brow. Zhu Liang adjusted his posture slightly and began to recount his intended explanation. "In summary, what I currently understand about the Black Organization is as follows. My friend, whose code name is Brandy, agreed to become an informant, both to repay my life-saving favor and out of exhaustion with this lifestyle. He is willing to provide information and assistance to the police when necessary or appropriate." As Zhu Liangjie listened to Zhu Liang's relatively superficial yet evidently dangerous introduction to the Black Organization and its associates, his expression grew increasingly serious. Then Zhu Liangjie pondered, "I will arrange for someone to discreetly verify Brandy's identity. Since this matter falls under the Zero Group's jurisdiction, I technically shouldn't be privy to related plans. Since you are only willing to share this, I won't pry further. I will find a suitable opportunity to reasonably inform the head of the Zero Group about your situation. You may still need to handle the subsequent handover with Brandy." He paused momentarily, adding, "Of course, you are my brother." With this statement, Zhu Liangjie ceased speaking and looked at Zhu Liang. Zhu Liang understood the unspoken implication. Cooperation was acceptable. The handover could proceed, but his safety must come first. Once the Zero Group agreed to collaborate, Zhu Liangjie would inevitably involve himself in the case. Whether for his brother's safety or for greater future gains, Zhu Liang silently acquiesced to his brother's intentions, as it aligned with his own. This arrangement would maximize benefits while ensuring Zhu Liang's safety. With a deeper understanding of Brandy and more control over his movements, Zhu Liangjie might consider allowing his brother to engage in some of the less secure activities in the future, such as continuing to associate with Brandy. Now, only the most crucial question remained. Zhu Liangjie turned to ask, in your opinion, how much trust do you think Brandy deserves? Upon hearing this, Zhu Liang smiled. Zhu Liangjie only saw his obedient brother beaming with joy as he said, "Brother, you can trust him just as you trust me." Zhu Liangjie was aware that his brother, though seemingly easygoing, had inherited the Zhu family's inherent coldness. Seeing his brother express such trust in a potentially dangerous individual of unknown origin and motives stirred a complex mix of emotions within him. Zhu Liangjie subtly shifted his posture, crossing his right leg over his left. A semblance of nonchalance masked his inquiry. Was that hideous stuffed bear a gift from him? Relieved from their earlier exchange, Zhu Liang remained unaware that this response would solidify his brother's attitude towards his other identity. Zhu Liang casually replied, sort of, "Is that so?" Zhu Liangjie gazed at his blissfully naive brother, a dangerous smile creeping onto his face. The upright officer silently sentenced this individual, whose codename sounded nefarious and threatened his precious brother, to a metaphorical death. Anyone attempting to lead his child astray would face dire consequences. Chapter 15, Nightfall. Symbolizing the illumination of Kyoto, which is not by the sea, at the Kyoto Tower. As one of Kyoto's iconic structures, it offers a distant view of the renowned Kiyomizu Temple. Under the night sky, Kyoto bustled with traffic, its lights flickering and shimmering, enhancing the youthful spirit of the city steeped in both antiquity and modernity. In the late hours, atop the already closed observation deck of the Kyoto Tower, a slender young boy with golden hair leaned against the railing, playfully poking at the small glowing orbs floating in the air. "Brandy? Brandy? Are you listening?" The dim light from the Kyoto Tower subtly illuminated the tall figure of the boy. The night breeze in Kyoto felt rather chilly, and the youth, whose features were obscured, was enveloped in a heavy black woolen cloak. He stood there, somewhat indistinctly, and in the hazy night, his ocean-blue eyes emitted a faint, ethereal glow. Brandy paid no heed to the calls for fake bourbon emanating from the wireless headphones. At that moment, the young devil was wholly absorbed in the anticipation of the impending feast. He ceased to tease the system, which had been evading him and grumbling about Brandy's intention to sneak off for mischief. Brandy, Bourbon, monitoring the headquarters of the violent organization, furrowed his brow. Communication was functioning normally, yet he could not get through. The first encounter with Brandy, a likely mysterious member of the organization's upper echelons, was proving to be fraught with complications. This mission targeted a third-rate violent group that had foolishly intercepted a black-clad organization's extortion target. The payment, due yesterday, had been usurped this morning by these inept miscreants who then committed murder. All efforts wasted and the proceeds unattainable. Upon learning of this, Jin immediately contacted Brandy, who happened to be in Kyoto. Jin, already agitated from the failure of the Shinkansen incident, which prevented him from executing another assassination due to police protection, coldly remarked, "Brandy, I believe they can all vanish tonight. Or it would not be impossible for you to die." Although the failure of the Shinkansen explosion was unrelated to Brandy, Jin, in a foul mood and unreasonably irritable, showed no hesitation in intimidating his old colleague who had dared to mock him. After all, Brandy was indeed deserving of a beating. The undercover agent, Toru Amuro, who was embedded within the dark organization, was responsible for this mission, originally partnered with Cohen. As the mission neared its conclusion, Amuro continued investigating Brandy, the mysterious operative who had recently appeared in Japan. From snippets of conversation among Jin, Vodka, and other organization members, Amuro surmised that Brandy would provide him with an opportunity to further unveil the secrets of this vast, shadowy organization. Just then, the mission took an unexpected turn. After reporting the situation to Jin, Amuro was informed that the continuation of the mission would be entirely entrusted to Brandy, and Cohen would not participate in the subsequent tasks. Amuro was instructed to coordinate with Brandy after briefing him on the details. Bourbon, who was covertly investigating Brandy, received this directive with immediate suspicion. Had his investigation been exposed? Or had Jin discovered some clue? Reflecting on his series of actions, he found no apparent misstep. Amuro was pleased that the timing of this mission was fortuitous, as it allowed him to approach Brandy. However, prior to the operation, Brandy had merely communicated the time and place for the stakeout via email and then ceased all correspondence. He confirmed that the group, still celebrating their unexpected windfall, remained oblivious to any impending danger at their hideout. Thus, Bourbon dutifully reported the situation to Brandy and awaited further instructions. Yet, Brandy's only response was a brief text, after which he fell silent. As time ticked away, Bourbon's partner had yet to appear, leaving him increasingly anxious about Brandy's lack of cooperation. Not only was he unable to make contact, but he was also on the verge of surpassing the mission deadline. Regardless of the fault lying with him or not, Bourbon was reluctant to test Jin's tolerance. He could not shake the suspicion that Brandy's behavior was orchestrated by Jin to gauge his reaction. Yet, Bourbon also believed that if it were indeed a test from Jin, it would not be so overt. At that moment, he finally grasped that Jin's previous silence and refusal to discuss Brandy's character were likely not due to caution, but rather frustration. What on earth was going on with Brandy? Bourbon knew there were no sane individuals within the organization. With only 5 minutes until the deadline, and having waited over an hour, he still could not reach his supposedly seasoned partner. Bourbon dialed the number once more. To his irritation, the call connected, and he could occasionally hear the youthful voice on the other end murmuring unintelligibly. As the hour approached, no matter what he said, Brandy remained unresponsive. Having never encountered such a situation, Bourbon struggled to suppress a rising tide of irritation. He raised his voice, icy and accusatory. "Brandy, what on earth are you doing?" Finally, Yukirai, plagued by disturbances from both Amuro and the system, could no longer endure the torment. "Shoo," he said, glancing at the system, which had also fallen silent. The youth's voice, somewhat muffled, sighed. "Fireworks should only be viewed at midnight, right?" As he spoke, Aji looked up at the large clock above the station, murmuring almost as if in a trance. Bang! His words were drowned out by the thunderous explosion. A low office building near Kyoto Tower shattered its glass in response. Shattered glass and debris were violently propelled onto the street by the force of the blast. The scattered gasoline bottles hidden within the office building unleashed their intended chaos under the pressure and heat of the explosion. Flames and thick smoke mingled, rapidly filling the entire structure, and began to seep outside. In an instant, the lights of nearby residences flickered on, and cries of alarm, along with a series of explosions, disrupted the tranquility of the recently slumbering district. On the rooftop of a nearby residential building, Amuro jolted upright at the sound of the explosion. His pupils dilated in shock. "When did this happen?" "Mission accomplished. I will confirm the situation. Leave the remaining loose ends to me. Retreat." With that, Brandy's youthful and clear voice rang through before he promptly hung up. Externally, Amuro appeared to be a remorseless criminal betraying his comrades. But in truth, he was an undercover police officer imbued with a strong sense of justice. He pressed his lips together, gazing darkly at the flames in the distance. Though not too far away, the cacophony of voices mingled with pained cries was only vaguely perceptible. Ambulances and fire trucks rushed in and out, their piercing sirens shattering the area's stillness. Anxious and bewildered, people hurriedly approached to investigate. The injured were being lifted onto stretchers. Despite having a youthful voice that sounded as innocent as a boy untouched by the world, Amuro took a deep breath, pulling himself from the tumult of thoughts. Listening to the jarring police sirens, he sent an email to Jin confirming the completion of the mission. "Brandy, that guy is undoubtedly a dangerous element, just like Jin, who disregards human life." The young undercover agent clenched his phone tightly, his gaze sharp, internally sentencing Brandy, who posed a severe threat to the safety of the Japanese populace, to death. "Fake Bourbon Brandy, I will personally bring you to justice." Meanwhile, the devilish figure, transformed into a little bat, reveled in the chaos of the fire. That was satisfying. Chapter 16. Pack and take away. In the early morning, Kyoto, Sakio Ward, the Tachibana family's Tachibana residence, main house. The devil had busied himself throughout the night, satiating his hunger. Now he sat alone in the dining room, indulging in a breakfast whose psychological effect far outweighed its actual sustenance. For a devil, human food was merely a matter of taste. As for satiety, it is akin to a human attempting to quell their emptiness through beverages during hunger, only to find that such indulgence exacerbates their cravings. However, when one's appetite is satisfied, savoring the exquisite delicacies of humanity brings unparalleled joy. After relishing a crystal shrimp dumpling, Yuri Liang paused with his chopsticks. He gently patted the golden orb clinging to the edge of the steamer, which was incessantly chattering and drooling with anticipation. The soft, warm little sphere squinted contentedly under Yuri's skillful caress. Watching the system, which purred like a kitten, Yuri couldn't help but chuckle. The long-awaited feast had rendered the usually devilish gentleman particularly amiable, resembling a well-fed lion retracting its claws, lazily yawning while playfully toying with the small feline cubs. In his relaxed state, the sovereign of the forest found amusement in the innocent antics of the little ones tumbling on his belly, indulging their whims with an air of benignity. This was not an act of affection or pity. Rather, it was the composed demeanor of a confident superior towards weaker beings that could be easily torn apart. No one would underestimate the sharp teeth and powerful claws of a languid big cat simply because it appeared amiable and in good spirits. Yuri Liang extended his hand to scoop a spoonful of century egg and lean meat porridge for the little orb, placing it beside it. He patiently listened as the cheerful little ball excitedly shared tales of successfully uncovering the hidden pine nuts hoarded by squirrels in the estate. "The rest is all yours," Yuri remarked, ignoring the sudden doubling in brightness of the little orb. Following in agreement with his older brother regarding the affairs of the dark organization, Yuri Liang had tacitly accepted his absence from school. After all, he was fully capable of graduating early. What he sought was merely an attitude or a justification. In the days following his return to the family home, Yuri Liang pretended to inspect several companies under the Yuri Group in Kyoto. He processed a few accumulated documents and held several reporting sessions and routine meetings. With his brother no longer scrutinizing him and his workload nearly finished, he conveyed his optimism regarding the future of the jewelry industry to his subordinates, initiating plans for investment and promotion. Subsequently, Yuri Liang began to surreptitiously eye the valuable collections within the estate. After a week of careful selection and frenzied packing, he transported numerous items away. Eventually, Yuri Liang's brother could no longer bear to watch. If this brat isn't stopped, he'll empty the entire house. Thus, on the warning of his brother, Yuri Liang reluctantly ceased his frenzied hoarding. "You're really working hard," he remarked, handing over a front-page article about a significant explosion incident to the bewildered butler, Murakami. With a cryptic smile, he explained, "My brother is currently troubled by it." He rushed to the police station without even having breakfast. Initially planning to leave after finishing breakfast, Yuri Liang quickly changed his mind. After all, he wanted to witness his brother's distressed expression firsthand. The little devil within Yuri smiled, proudly wagging its tail. There was surely no more considerate brother in the world than him. Proud of resolving his brother's work issues, who was bored and had nothing to do but stare at their treasure vault, the devilish gentleman stood with his hands on his hips. Chapter 17, The First Contact with Team Zero. Due to the massive explosion incident at Tokyo Tower yesterday, Yuri Liang was summoned to the police station early for overtime. Upon returning home after a long day of exhausting work, he found Yuri Liang reclining leisurely on the sofa. With unbounded enthusiasm, Yuri greeted his visibly exhausted brother. "Welcome home, brother. You've worked hard." Yuri Liang, who had been significantly inconvenienced by his mischievous younger brother, expressionlessly tossed a brown dossier onto the grinning Yuri Liang. "I've communicated with Team Zero, but I haven't disclosed the specifics regarding Brandy. They are quite cautious, and the details and contacts are all here. The information from Team Zero is rather vague. They aren't suspecting me but are likely concerned about potential issues on your end." With that, Yuri Liang leaned back on the sofa, reaching for the dossier that had flown toward him. After briefly reviewing the materials within, he was quite pleased with his brother's efficiency. "Thanks. I'll take it from here. You must be exhausted after a long day, so go have some warm food that Murakami prepared." Having only eaten instant noodles in the afternoon, Yuri Liang felt his stomach rumbling. He observed his brother joyfully flipping through the documents and walked emotionlessly toward the dining room. As he passed his brother, who was engrossed in the materials, Yuri Liang expressionlessly ruffled his younger brother's hair. "Oh, and don't forget to thank Brandy for me. Although there's no evidence, I feel like he's caused me quite a bit of trouble. Work." Yuri Liang looked up upon hearing this. only to find his brother feigning a smile without any emotion. "Brother, don't hold any biases against him," he protested, pushing the already utilized older brother away to eat. "Out of sight, out of mind." Yuri Liang tossed back, "Hurry up and finish packing, be safe." Hearing his brother's final words, Yuri Liang chuckled softly into the cushion. He raised his hand in a mock salute, muttering, "At your command." As he witnessed his stubborn brother heading to the dining room, Yuri Liang took out his technologically advanced dual SIM system phone. He swiftly edited a message to the contact number provided in the materials. "Hello, Yuri." Ding. Just as he sent it, he received a reply, raising his brows in interest. "Who are you?" Initially, Yuri Liang intended to reply, "The brother of Officer Yuri." However, he suddenly thought of something amusing and deleted his prepared text. Instead, he typed each word deliberately and sent it. Upon seeing the success notification on the screen, Yuri Liang anticipated the reaction of his former partner, Bourbon, with great curiosity. Surely, it would elicit a mix of suspicion and shock. The devilish gentleman was filled with delight. Yuri Liang initially believed that Yuri Liang wouldn't directly reveal Brandy's identity during the early negotiations with Team Zero. For both the purpose of testing Team Zero and maximizing interests, he should not lay all his cards on the table immediately. However, observing his brother's discontent regarding Brandy's coercion of him, especially after Yuri Liang personally handled cases related to the Dark Organization, he gained a deeper understanding of its dangers. Coupled with his brother's earlier statements, it was likely that his petty brother would uncharacteristically decide to cast Brandy aside. Whether it was Team Zero's undercover agents using this information to backstab Brandy within the organization or taking action against him, Yuri Liang would be more than pleased. After all, agreeing to his brother's proposal to collaborate with Brandy stemmed merely from his brother's stubbornness in this matter. Presently, it seemed that this plan indeed possessed its merits and would also allow him to gain a more reasonable understanding of his brother's current circumstances. As anticipated by Tachibana Ryo, the enigmatic informant was indeed Amuro Turu. He was the principal investigator from the Zero Group concerning the case related to the Black Organization. While the Kyoto police were preoccupied with the aftermath of the recent explosion incident, a phone call to Tachibana Ryo's office abruptly halted all investigative efforts regarding the case. This call came from Amuro Turu, one of the perpetrators, who directly informed the highest authority at the Kyoto police that this case would henceforth be managed by the Zero Group. Given the severe societal ramifications of this incident, it was inconceivable for Tachibana Ryo to simply acquiesce to Amuro's directive without question. Should any errors arise from this abrupt cessation of the investigation, Tachibana, as the chief inspector, would undoubtedly bear the brunt of the accountability. As a chief inspector, Tachibana Ryo was privy to certain intricacies of the Zero Group's operations, which allowed him to extract more information from Amuro during his persistent inquiries. Ultimately, Amuro divulged that the explosion was perpetrated by a violent organization he was investigating. He vaguely mentioned some information about the Black Organization that was not highly classified. However, much to Amuro's surprise, after receiving this scant information, Tachibana inquired whether there was a member of the organization named Brandy. After a troubling night, Amuro had managed to feature alongside Brandy in the Kyoto Daily. In the end, he had neither gleaned any substantial intelligence nor even seen the face of this mysterious organization member. Amuro Turu was equally troubled by the repercussions of the Kyoto explosion, which had significantly tarnished public safety. Although his superior had not sought him out for a discussion, the urgency to eradicate the Black Organization had intensified for the officer, who treated the nation as a cherished lover. Yet, while handling routine administrative tasks, Amuro never anticipated hearing the name Brandy from Tachibana Ryo, a chief inspector who ostensibly had no ties to the Black Organization. Who am I? Where am I? What has transpired? Chapter 18. Amuro Turu and Brandy. After a moment of silence, Amuro hesitantly inquired about the meaning of Tachibana's words. Sensing the skepticism and probing tone from the Zero Group member on the other end, Tachibana pondered briefly before clarifying that he had recently been conducting an undercover investigation into the very organization Amuro referenced. What has the Black Organization done while I was unaware? Amuro thought, alarmed that even the chief inspector from Kyoto had been compelled to pursue an inquiry. The situation stemmed from his ineffectual younger brother, whose lack of reliability had prompted Tachibana to keep a watchful eye on him. From what I recall, your brother is already of age, and he has been making notable strides in the business realm, Tachibana remarked, referring to the recent success of the film series produced by the group he led. With a chuckle, Tachibana brushed off the accolades as mere childhood antics. Yet Amuro was left wondering if there was a misunderstanding in their exchange. Despite the innocuous nature of the conversation, he felt uncomfortably as though he had been subjected to a display of boasting. Not wishing to engage in meaningless commercial flattery, Amuro refrained from correcting Tachibana's excessive concern for his brother's affairs. After his initial contact with Brandy had left him disheartened, Amuro reached out to intelligence personnel stationed in England to inquire about prior investigations into Brandy. Predictably, he received no fruitful leads. Brandy's publicly acknowledged identity was Theodore Ross, a 19-year-old British national who had been adopted by a country gentleman 5 years prior. Tragically, this gentleman had received a death certificate from the British government 3 years ago, leaving Brandy as the sole legal heir to his modest estate. However, further investigation revealed that the gentleman had vanished in the same year he adopted Brandy. All inquiries into Brandy's identity led to an inexplicable dead end, presenting a facade of legitimacy that crumbled under scrutiny. Amuro was certain that the age attributed to Brandy was not his true age. It was evident that even before joining the organization, Brandy had already been deeply embedded within it and had established connections with senior members such as Jin. If one were to consider Theodore Ross's supposed age of 19, it was utterly implausible. Thus, after an exhaustive investigation, Amuro found himself ensnared in a web of complications, with the mystery only deepening. He had hoped to refine Brandy's psychological profile and identity through their collaboration on the task at hand. However, apart from recognizing Brandy as a standard threat from the Black organization, he had made little headway in uncovering actual identity details. Unexpectedly, just as Amuro was grappling with the investigation into Brandy, he heard Tachibana mention the name once more, sensing it could serve as a pivotal breakthrough. "Excuse me. Chief Inspector Tachibana, could you elaborate on Brandy?" Tachibana recounted that while inquiring about Ryo's recent activities, he had stumbled upon Ryo's close association with Brandy. However, complications arose during routine checks conducted on Brandy by his subordinates. I directly questioned Ryo about this individual, as he seemed quite familiar with him. Ryo has always been open with me, so Tachibana trailed off, implying that he had valuable information but was unwilling to divulge it freely. Amuro, accustomed to navigating bureaucratic waters, grasped the underlying implication. The information was available, but it came at a price. Although he was keen to agree in order to gain further access to Brandy, he understood that the exchange could yield more than just basic information. It might encompass insights regarding the organization's true intentions and the situation concerning their superior. For years, countless intelligence operatives had made no progress in their investigations into the Black organization. With an opportunity now presenting itself, Amuro took a deep breath, suppressing the tumult of emotions within him, and calmly stated, "Chief Inspector Tachibana, let us speak plainly. The information you possess is indeed of great interest to us. However, it is evident that you are reluctant to provide it without compensation. In light of this, I shall report back to my superiors, and further communications will be conducted by others. Thank you for your cooperation." Tachibana, satisfied, expressed his gratitude to Amuro and assured him that he would expedite the transfer of materials and evidence pertinent to the Kyoto explosion case. This exchange ultimately led to the brown dossier Tachibana had handed to Ryo. The Zero Group was evidently intrigued by the information disclosed by Tachibana, yet they remained cautious. Under the auspices of Toru Amuro, he successfully assumed the role of an intermediary for probing and communication. In truth, both Amuro and the Zero organization had previously hinted at a desire to first engage with Ryuka, Tachibana's brother. After gathering further information and analyzing the situation, they would then determine whether to allow police personnel to approach Brandy under an identity outside of the organization. However, Amuro, who had been anxiously awaiting by his phone, was utterly unprepared for the fact that the voice on the other end was none other than Brandy himself. In the Amuro detective agency, the time had already passed 6 in the evening. The dusk cast a somber light over the figure motionless on the sofa. Amuro's gaze was fixed on the faintly glowing screen of his phone. A mere 6 letters seemed to resonate with a formidable force. After a prolonged silence, Amuro remained still, contemplating. From previous encounters, it was evident that Brandy had an exceedingly indifferent attitude towards the law, disregarding human life entirely. Coupled with his prior knowledge of Brandy, a seasoned member of the organization trusted by Jin, and his enigmatic identity, Amuro pondered whether this direct contact with law enforcement was a brazen warning from Brandy or a situation that had escalated beyond control. Feeling the weight of pressure, Amuro inhaled deeply, bracing himself for the worst. He had mentally prepared for an outcome devoid of any gain. He decisively typed, "I never expected you would choose to contact me directly. Since you are willing to converse, please first prove your identity." The system, under the manipulation of Ryuka, raised an intrigued eyebrow upon reading this message. Brandy responded with a laugh. Amuro observed the 3 messages sent by Brandy thus far, none of which were devoid of complexity. Without needing to probe further, Amuro felt an inexplicable yet resolute intuition that the individual on the other end was indeed Brandy. Unable to decipher Brandy's intentions, Amuro abandoned his hesitations and asked, "Answer me this question. What is the true purpose of the organization?" His finger trembled slightly as he pressed the send button, and he held his breath, anxiously awaiting Brandy's reply. Ding! Chapter 19. A new toy. As Amuro held his breath, a crisp notification sound broke the silence, and a new message appeared on his phone screen. The previously dim screen brightened once more. Amuro's eyes widened as he quickly opened the message. The response was brief, consisting of only 2 short sentences in English. Ryuka, upon seeing Amuro's question, was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that this seemingly cautious little officer would be so audacious. However, upon reflection, Ryuka deduced Amuro's mindset and couldn't help but chuckle softly. Quite amusing. The system, struggling under Ryuka's control, instantly grasped its host's wicked sense of humor. To redirect Ryuka's attention away from itself, the system eagerly chimed in. "Amuro is actually quite interesting. I have several Conan movies here. The Executor of Zero primarily revolves around Amuro. You might find it intriguing." "Movies?" Hearing this unexpected information, Ryuka raised an eyebrow. Although a faint smile lingered on his lips, the system's keen intuition suddenly sensed imminent danger. It hurriedly attempted to clarify, "I thought you were aware. I'll send it to your phone right away. Everything is here. The Conan series has nothing else." Ryuka maintained that unnerving smile, stroking the trembling little orb's bald head. "What are you shaking for? I want tea bite." Upon hearing this, Ryuka felt the gelatinous little creature beneath him tremble even more violently. The once self-assured and magnanimous Mr. Devil was quite displeased with the system's exaggerated reactions. Having found a new toy, he dismissively released the little orb, waving it off to play by itself. "Go amuse yourself." The little orb immediately zipped out of the window, exhilarated by its newfound freedom, streaking joyfully toward the horizon, leaving a golden trail in the sky. Ryuka's smile dimmed slightly as he observed how eagerly the system departed from his side. The petty devil noted down another entry in his mental ledger regarding the foolish system. Having barely escaped a near-death experience and now nestled in a bird's nest, the system felt an inexplicable chill wash over it. Was it merely an illusion? Surely the Dark Lord was now fixated on the new toy? Comforting itself, the system offered a silent eulogy for Amuro, who had caught Ryuka's attention, before happily engaging in a game of bumping with the other eggs in the nest. Meanwhile, Ryuka turned his thoughts back to Amuro's question. The purpose of the organization? As he hesitated, weighing how much to reveal without significantly affecting the plot, he suddenly recalled a line spoken by Vermouth in the original anime. "That should suffice, right?" A light chuckle escaped him as he saw the message sent successfully, thoughtlessly musing, "We are both gods and demons, for we seek to reverse the currents of time and bring the dead back to life." At the Amuro Detective Agency, Bourbon fell silent, contemplating the 2 sentences. His expression was complex as he mentally repeated the lines several times, savoring their meaning. After a moment's reflection, he gently inhaled and copied the text into his notes. Ding! Perhaps noticing his prolonged silence, Brandy sent another message, causing Amuro's nerves to tighten once more as he quickly opened it. Brandy, the palpable madness emanating through the screen sent shivers down Amuro's spine. It was clear that, despite his repeated inquiries, he had been striving to maintain control of the conversation's direction. Yet, under Brandy's inexplicable aura, Amuro felt that responding at this moment would only render him vulnerable. Fortunately, Amuro had never regarded Brandy as just another informant, so he decided to cast aside these concerns. Brandy did not seem to possess a conventional thought process. Perhaps this lack of concern could facilitate smoother communication. After a moment's contemplation, Amuro resolved to stabilize Brandy's position, as this opportunity was indeed rare. Watching the screen where Brandy had once again sent a smiling prompt, Amuro felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. This individual truly played by no established rules. Aren't you worried that your communication with law enforcement might be disclosed to the organization? Ryuka, realizing that Amuro had acknowledged his identity as Brandy, responded, I thought you all wouldn't be so foolish? But if you're genuinely curious, you could always test it out. Amuro's pupils constricted suddenly. What did he mean? Did this imply that even if his contact with the Japanese police was discovered, the organization would remain entirely unconcerned? How could that be? Yet, if that were indeed the case, what role did he play within the organization? Was this entire conversation initiated by him? Merely a whimsical jest at the expense of law enforcement? Or was it a highly confidential trap laid by the organization against the police? Or could it truly be possible? Amuro's gaze lowered slightly, concealing the darkness within his eyes. Thank you for your guidance, Amuro said, feeling no desire to inquire further, nor any interest in knowing what codename Ryuka intended to assign him. Ryuka switched off his phone, slipping it into his pocket, then padded across to where Ryuka Tachibana was quietly eating in the dining room, albeit keeping a discreet eye on the living room situation. Brother, Gu Liang pulled at his older brother's collar from behind, lazily elongating his voice. This sudden tug nearly caused Gu Liangjie, who was drinking water, to choke. I want to go back, brother. Gu Liang chuckled. Chapter 20, Garlic Chicken Flavor. Crunchy. That night, outside the window, the lights blurred into streaks as the train sped along. A heavy darkness loomed over the sky with faint starlight barely visible to the naked eye. After reaching a preliminary agreement with Amuro Toru, Gu Liang bid farewell to his brother and hurriedly boarded the next Shinkansen to Tokyo. He had originally intended to fly, but the weather turned uncooperative. A yellow fog warning in Kyoto delayed all flights to Tokyo. Uncertain of when they would take off, Gu Liang, eager to return, decided on the spur of the moment to switch to the train station and take the Shinkansen back to Tokyo. Thus, we find him on the night train. The devilish figure resting his chin on his hand, lost in hopeful contemplation as he stared out the window. To understand why Gu Liang was in such a hurry to return to Tokyo, one must mention the only existing contract involving the devil in this world. Of course, it remains unfulfilled. This pertains to the prior contract with Hirota Masami, also known as Mayano Akemi, where Gu Liang unilaterally decided to trade her soul for the freedom of her sister from the organization. The devil had also emphasized that the soul used as a bargaining chip must be alive. After all, since arriving in this world, the devil had already consumed as much as he would have in half a year before his crossing, despite only having executed one job for the black organization. He not only enjoyed a hearty meal but also gained excess energy for cultivation. Gu Liang, now rather discerning, declared that he was no longer the pitiful devil who had once endured even the most unpalatable dishes, such as mustard-flavored snail noodles, just to fill his belly. He proudly asserted his newfound ability to be choosy about the food he consumed. Who knows what a desperate state he must have been in back then to even consider devouring the foul-smelling entity that wafted through the air from 50 meters away. After overcoming his psychological barriers and convincing himself that living was more important, the devil initially intended to down the meal in one go. However, to his surprise, the entity that smelled so challenging to his senses melted in his mouth, causing an explosion of pungent mustard flavor on his palate. If one were to describe that terrifying sensation, it would be akin to the bliss of having ingested 2 tubes of mustard. While texting Amuro Toru earlier, the devil sensed Mayano Akemi's longing, or perhaps hesitation would be a more suitable term. He keenly detected that his stockpile of garlic fried chicken flavor had recalled their contract multiple times during that period, even nearly whispering his true name on several occasions. Alas, in the end, his supply still lacked the courage to finalize the contract. Having been tormented by various odd-flavored cold dishes, the devil found himself utterly defenseless against the fragrant aroma of garlic fried chicken. Were it not for the raw souls tasting like rubber, he would have long since taken matters into his own hands to ensure his own sustenance. The tempting scent of garlic fried chicken was simply intolerable. Though signing the contract would mean that as long as Mayano Akemi agreed to the transaction, her soul would be delivered to him per the terms of the agreement. Alternatively, the devil could choose when to appear by her side and claim what was rightfully his. However, until the contract was fully recognized by both parties, he could not directly teleport to Mayano Akemi's side. Thus, witnessing the opportunity slip away, Gu Liang, having craved warm food for decades, resolutely decided to return to Tokyo. He was determined to locate Mayano Akemi while she was still alive and persuade her once more, reinforcing her confidence. He believed in the value of self-reliance, especially under the influence of socialist core values. For the sake of garlic fried chicken, he pressed on. Reflecting on his dedication and self-sufficiency, Gu Liang instinctively reached for the small, round figure he often held in his hands. Although the chicken system was inept in many respects, it deserved praise for its discerning eye and ability to recognize the strengths of others. However, when he reached out, he grasped nothing but air, much to his surprise. When had the system become so oblivious? Gu Liang, somewhat displeased, scanned his surroundings, searching for the little golden figure that should have been eagerly showering him with praise. Confused by the absence of his companion, he pondered when this creature had grown bold enough to roam around without so much as a word. Wait! The thought struck him suddenly, causing his eyes to widen in realization. Had he left that little one behind with his brother? Meanwhile, the system was lazily enjoying the sunset in the garden, having disturbed a nest of bird eggs. It flitted about, scaring small, unseen animals. The little golden sphere, influenced by its host's mischievous tendencies, took advantage of a squirrel's inability to see it and devoured the pine nuts hidden in the tree hollow. The squirrel, bewildered and anxious, looked on as the system rolled gleefully in its nest, satisfied with its antics. Having played enough, it leisurely made its way back to the main house. By now, the devil should have finished his conversation with the little undercover agent. I wonder what tonight's late-night snack will be? The devil must be in high spirits after discovering new amusements. Perhaps I will even get to share in the feast. Chapter 21. Refusal. Arriving in Tokyo late at night, Gu Liang found himself unable to hail a taxi. He had to rely on his own resources to reach the location where his contract-sensed Mayano Akemi was. Nearing dawn, transformed into a small bat, Gu Liang perched upside down on the windowsill of her apartment. He was forced to listen to the entire robbery plan rehearsal in silence. Once Mayano Akemi and her accomplices departed, Gu Liang, feeling a bit stiff from standing, fluttered his wings and flew into the living room, gently landing on the sofa and transforming back into a young man. As Mayano Akemi turned around after closing the door, she was startled to see the devil sitting on her sofa, still with wings partially unfurled. This was the terrifying figure that often haunted her dreams, exuding a powerful and sinister aura. At that unforgettable twilight, this eerie and enigmatic visitor had lightly laughed as he proposed a contract to claim her soul. Souls, ephemeral in nature, became a source of profound fear for Mayano Akemi when spoken of by the self-proclaimed devil. It was an instinctual terror, deep-rooted and ungoverned by reason, that sent chills down her spine. The fear she experienced was so intense that each time she dreamt of that evening, she would suddenly awaken in terror, unable to find peace for a long time. It had been quite a while, hadn't it? In her anxious state, the aroma of garlic chicken seemed to elude Gu Liang, who was preoccupied with tidying his wings, which had become disheveled from neglect and the wind. The somewhat obsessive Mr. Devil was endlessly fidgeting with his wings. Unexpectedly, upon lifting his gaze, he found his cherished reserve of food staring at him with a complex expression, yet saying nothing. Clearing his throat, Gu Liang felt the weight of his embarrassment under the silent scrutiny of the reserve, which was exuding a strong scent of fried chicken. He suddenly realized how desperate and foolish he appeared, like a starving ghost reincarnated. Attempting to mask his discomfort, he casually crossed his legs, feigning indifference as if the contract he had spoken of was of no consequence. To alleviate the awkwardness, the clever Mr. Devil decided to greet her. Good morning? To the eyes of Mayano Akemi, who bore the heavy burden of psychological trauma, this was not a harmless, awkward exchange at dawn. The devil, who had long since become her nightly tormentor, appeared before her, seemingly indifferent to her plight. To her, the smiling devil was akin to a grim reaper arriving at the stroke of midnight, joyfully mocking her as he came to claim her life. I'm sorry, but I refuse to surrender my soul. Mayano Akemi had no inclination to respond to Mr. Devil's seemingly playful greeting before a meal. For a considerable time, she had been consumed with anxiety over the contract Gu Liang had mentioned, the oppressive organization, and the planning and preparation for the robbery. She was utterly exhausted, especially given that it was already deep into the night. Yet, Gu Liang's presence triggered an alarm in her mind. Her fatigue and weariness vanished in an instant, replaced by heightened vigilance and tension. Mr. Devil had traveled throughout the night and, since arriving in this world, had never been so proactive. Aside from returning home with gold coins, Zhu Liang felt as though cold water had been splashed over him by Mayano Akemi's abrupt rejection. He felt momentarily stunned. Why? The fried chicken. Something he hadn't tasted in decades, especially the garlic flavor that had been on his mind for so long, was just gone? In an instant, an overwhelming sense of sadness and disappointment enveloped the greedy little devil who had craved it for decades. The emotional blow was so great that he nearly shed tears. It was akin to the sorrow and disbelief of a system discovering it had been abandoned by its host after a wild night. Since transforming into a juvenile form, Mr. Devil's emotional fluctuations had become particularly pronounced. Zhu Liang was bewildered. He had expressed himself so clearly. After becoming a juvenile, Mr. Devil's emotions were especially fragile, and he fought to suppress the urge to cry. He asked calmly, "Why? You know they won't spare you. It's still death." His attempt to conceal his feelings was betrayed by a hint of a sob in his voice. "What's the big deal? Is it just that you can't eat? Haven't there been countless times when I nearly starved? How is it that this minor setback is now unbearable?" Zhu Liang berated himself for regressing. He was exceedingly displeased with his own pitiful demeanor. He took a deep breath, trying to calm the inexplicable, sudden surge of sorrow within him. Meanwhile, Mayano Akemi interpreted Zhu Liang's reaction as anger mixed with humiliation after her outright rejection. He was clearly struggling to maintain composure, ready to give her one last chance before resorting to violence. Taking a deep breath, she attempted to remain composed. Humans are inherently greedy creatures. They never give up until the last moment. She forced a light-hearted smile, trying to appear less fearful. "Since you've waited so long, how about giving me one more day to decide?" Hearing the fragrant reserve speak in such a manner stirred a sense of hope in Zhu Liang, who was on the verge of tears. He felt a surge of relief, his eyes brimming with unshed tears. "You should have said so earlier. I thought you were just hesitating." "Oh, you frightened the devil." Thus, while somewhat displeased with her delay, Zhu Liang begrudgingly expressed his understanding. Mayano Akemi clenched her fists anxiously, awaiting the verdict of fate. She looked nervously at the exceedingly youthful devil. The mysterious man let out a dissatisfied hum and stated, "You have only one day." With that, his wings fluttered slightly before disappearing. Mr. Devil's emotions were akin to a roller coaster ride. After leaving Mayano Akemi's apartment, he flapped his small wings rapidly towards Mihua town. As he flew, he recalled the earlier frustration, and the more he thought about it, the more unhappy he became. Upon diving through the window into his bedroom, he burrowed into the shiny items he had recently brought back home, which had yet to be sorted. Much more at ease now, after a night of turmoil, the weary Mr. Devil, transformed into a little bat, nestled into his treasures and slowly drifted into slumber. Chapter 22. The prologue at noon, 12 o'clock, at the Mihua branch of Yatsuruji Bank. At the banking service window, Mayano Akemi anxiously glanced at her watch, confirming the time again. "Excuse me, miss. Could you please help me exchange this old passbook for a new one?" Mori Kagoro, who was fidgeting at the service window, waved the old passbook excitedly. Upon seeing the gentle and graceful Mayano Akemi, his smile widened like a peacock displaying its feathers. Suddenly addressed, Mayano Akemi instinctively felt a surge of tension as she assessed the man before her. Noticing his broad smile and relaxed demeanor, she deduced he was just an eager customer wanting to complete his business. Relieved, she offered a standard professional smile and politely declined. "I'm sorry, sir. If you would like to conduct business, please take a number from the machine over there and wait for your turn." She gestured towards the number-taking machine nearby. Mori Kagoro followed her indication, noticing everyone was orderly taking numbers and waiting. Feeling embarrassed, he scratched the back of his head and laughed heartily to ease the awkwardness. "So, I must take a number to proceed, right?" However, Mayano Akemi, whose mind was solely focused on the impending robbery plan, had no intention of engaging further. She simply nodded, her smile fading as she refrained from replying. Yet, Mori Kagoro, undeterred by her coldness, found her demeanor all the more intriguing. With renewed confidence, he smiled brightly. Under Mayano Akemi's puzzled gaze, he assured her, "Don't worry, we'll meet again soon." With that, he boldly strode towards the number-taking machine, clutching the old passbook as if heading into battle. Finally relieved from Mori Kagoro's presence, Mayano Akemi let out a sigh of relief and checked her watch again. The cash transport vehicle would arrive soon. Just as she prepared to leave, she was unexpectedly called back by Conan, who had been waiting at the counter for Muri Kagoro to complete his business. Auntie Akemi, what's wrong? You've checked your watch several times since earlier. Conan, hands clasped behind his head, looked at her curiously. As the appointed time approached but she remained occupied, Mayano Akemi felt a sense of urgency building within her. She, burdened with unspoken hardships, forced a smile and explained that her current workload was rather overwhelming, leaving her uncertain about when she could take a break for lunch. Perhaps we shall meet again, she said, not allowing Conan a moment to interject, before standing up decisively, placing the closed sign at the window and hurriedly departing. Do you know her, Conan? Asked Ran, observing Conan's familiar interaction with the bank employee with curiosity. Yes, her name is Hiromi Hirota, and she just started working here not long ago, Conan replied, a hint of confusion in his voice as he noted, it's strange. She usually treats people with such warmth. However, he quickly dismissed the thought, reasoning that perhaps every woman has her off days each month. By the way, how long will Uncle Mori's team keep us waiting? Conan lamented, glancing at the throng of people in the waiting area, feeling a pang of hunger at the mention of Hiromi Hirota. Meanwhile, Akemi Mayano, having completed her task, clutched the sleeping pills Jin had given her as she stood in the elevator. Silently, she gazed at the increasing floor numbers on the display, lost in her thoughts. Still unable to make a decision, the devilish figure remarked, arms crossed, leaning casually against the elevator wall behind her. Awakened from her slumber, Ryu Tachibana found it hard to let go of the rare delicacy of life and hurried to the surebank. Having eavesdropped on their operational plans the previous night, Tachibana had been following Akemi since noon, remaining hidden. Akemi did not turn around. She stared at the blurred black figure reflected on the metallic wall and firmly whispered, "You need not say anything more. I will not rest until I have tried, even if it leads to my demise." After a brief silence, Tachibana responded, "Very well, let us meet at the end." With that, the devilish figure smiled lightly before vanishing into thin air. After all, I too yearn to fantasize about a renewed life alongside my sister. Given that the worst possible outcome is merely death, why not strive a little harder? Sure ho, wait for me. I will ensure your freedom, no matter what. Despite everything, Akemi did not look back. She simply tightened her grip on the bottle of pills in her hand. Upon reaching the designated floor, she exited the elevator with quiet determination. The following day, after observing the relevant investigation, Conan felt something was amiss, sensing that this case was not an ordinary robbery. His suspicions intensified when the robbers were killed one after another, and the stolen money and the suspicion abruptly pointed towards Akemi Mayano. In the Mori Detective Agency, clues revealed through casual conversation with Kaguru Mori suggested that there was another mastermind behind the scenes, and that Akemi was merely a scapegoat. With the majority of the puzzle pieced together, although he still had no leads on the mastermind, Conan suddenly realized the perilous situation Hiromi Hirota found herself in. Given that the mastermind had eliminated the other accomplices, all that remained was to dispose of Hiromi, who had been framed, allowing them to escape with the stolen billion yen without fear of consequence. After all, Hiromi was not only the primary suspect but also the only one privy to the truth of this case. Upon grasping this realization, Conan hurriedly disguised his voice as Shinichi Kudo and called Officer Magyar to obtain Hiromi's address. If his suspicions were correct, Hiromi's life was in grave danger. Driven by an unwavering sense of justice and profound respect for life, Conan rushed to the apartment where Hiromi resided, hoping to uncover a vital clue. There must be something that Officer Magyar and the others had overlooked. This overlooked clue was intricately linked to Miss Hirota's life. Chapter 23. The curtain rises. Conan swiftly maneuvered through the traffic on his skateboard, racing towards the apartment building where Akemi resided. Amidst the cacophony of honking cars, he reached his destination in record time. Just as he came to a halt, Conan, without waiting to steady himself, grabbed his skateboard and tucked it under his arm as he sprinted up the stairs, determined to minimize the time it took to reach her floor. "Please, let nothing go awry, Miss Hirota." He vowed never to allow the mastermind to so brazenly seize another's life without facing justice. Absolutely not. Conan discovered the key to her apartment hidden among the potted plants in the hallway and entered the premises to commence his search. Surveying the empty room, he exhaled quietly, reminding himself to remain calm and observant. The clue must be hidden somewhere within these walls. He had to find it, no matter where it lay. As he searched desperately in the bedroom, a glimmer of hope caught his eye. He found a concealed power strip. "This is it," he exclaimed, crouching to move the obstructive table aside. With a determined effort, he pried off the plastic cover embedded in the wall, revealing a dark hole. Cautiously, he reached inside and, after a moment of searching, a look of certainty spread across his face. Conan examined the key he held in his palm. A rental safe deposit box key that should not have been there. It was possible that the stolen billion yen was concealed within. Just as he pondered this revelation, a sudden whoosh of air startled him. Before he could turn around, a sharp pain in his neck and an overwhelming wave of dizziness interrupted his thoughts. In his youthful form, Conan stumbled and fell to the ground, the key he had clutched tightly slipping from his grasp and landing just out of reach. "Who?" He struggled to lift his head, barely making out Akemi's face, adorned with an apologetic and sorrowful smile. With a swift strike to the back of his neck, Akemi disregarded his feeble attempts to resist. She seemed unfazed by his presence, stepping forward to retrieve the fallen key at Conan's feet. "Don't go," he managed to plead, his vision fading as darkness enveloped him. "Thank you. I'm so sorry, Conan." He faintly heard her voice, tender yet sorrowful, just before losing consciousness. As dusk fell, the soft yellow glow of the horizon bathed the sky in a serene warmth. The setting sun, far less intense than at noon, cast gentle rays upon the secluded, abandoned warehouse. Akemi arrived at the designated meeting place, as per the prior arrangement with Jin. After turning off the engine and removing the key from the ignition, she hesitated before opening the door. With her head slightly bowed, her voice trembled as she whispered, "You know, those weren't sleeping pills, were they?" The strength she had maintained began to falter, revealing a quiver in her tone. The sleeping pills Jin had given her were, in truth, cyanide meant to silence her. Desperate to escape and save her sister from the inferno, Akemi had never truly taken a life before this mission. Yet her yearning for freedom and light, though small, had remained steadfast and undiminished. However, now stained with blood, can she, even for the sake of preserving her own life and that of her sister, continue to escape with a clear conscience? At this moment, does she truly differ from those in the black-clad organization who trample upon the lives of others? Mayano Akemi understands that if she steps into the warehouse next, her fate will be placed upon the judgment table. Having steadfastly awaited this day, she is now plagued by pain, questioning whether her transformation into someone who resorts to any means necessary is a reflection of her true self. Even the anticipated moment of confrontation evokes a flicker of cowardice within her. She feels as if she has shed all her disguises, and in this singular moment of respite, she confides her anxieties, fears, and the deeply buried terror she has harbored since the beginning to the one entity that might comprehend it all, the devil who is the only one she can reveal her innermost thoughts to. So weary, yet to cease now is not an option. If you were to claim my soul, could you promise me that she's future will be one of peace and joy? Mayano Akemi leans back against the chair, seemingly murmuring in resignation. Recent events have left her convinced of the truth behind Tachibana's assertions regarding fate. With no other recourse but to rely on the organization's mercy, it appears her only path to saving her sister is through a pact with the devil. However, after summoning the courage to voice this thought, she waits anxiously for a response, met only with silence from within the vehicle. Hesitating, she tentatively asks, "Are you there?" No one answers. After a moment of silence, Mayano Akemi seems to come to a realization, letting out a self-deprecating laugh. Perhaps this is the fate I cannot escape. No room for cowardice, no allowance for flight. She can only choose to confront the inevitable conclusion that is uniquely hers. Quietly, she opens the car door, transforming once more into the resolute Mayano Akemi, determined to lead her sister away from the flames of despair. Even if there is but a sliver of hope, she will exhaust every effort to achieve what she can. Jin. The thought of that cruel, indifferent man sends a shiver through her, despite her readiness to face death. Just the memory of his cold gaze is enough to instill a chilling dread that envelopes her. Mayano Akemi takes a deep breath, striving to adjust her state to its optimum. She checks her loaded handgun one last time, her expression stoic as she disengages the safety. Let him see what the outcome of her desperate struggle will be. Chapter 24. Confrontation. Mayano Akemi strides into the dilapidated warehouse, carrying a briefcase concealing her handgun. She surveys the empty space, maintaining her composure as she calls out, "Where are you? Show yourselves. Thank you for your hard work." A familiar voice suddenly echoes from behind her, prompting Akemi to instinctively turn and prepare for confrontation. There, at the entrance, stand Jin and Vodka, clad in dark attire, both wearing enigmatic smiles. Observing Akemi's evident caution, Jin sighs and calls her name. He appears on the verge of elaborating, but Akemi interrupts coldly. "May I ask you a question? Why did you have to kill those two? After all, we were all just following orders for the organization. Despite their status as mere peripheral members, why was their elimination deemed necessary?" Vodka, seemingly amused by the inquiry, bursts into laughter, and even Jin appears slightly entertained by the seemingly superfluous question. With the mission nearing completion, Jin, in a good mood, patiently explains, "This is our customary approach. Now, you may hand over the money." As Akemi watches Jin dismiss the reasoning behind the two murders with nonchalance, her heart sinks. Although she had always been aware of the organization's existence, she had merely been a peripheral member. In contrast to her sister, who had delved deeper into the organization, Akemi's understanding was shallow. From her sister's fragmentary words and her own observations, she could only vaguely surmise that the organization was a vast criminal syndicate. Until she met Kei-suk and took on this robbery task, her life had been no different from that of an ordinary person. Thus, when Akemi followed Jin's instructions and slipped what she believed to be a sleeping pill into the drinks of her accomplices, only to discover that it was, in fact, a lethal poison, she could not accept the brutal reality. The organization was far more ruthless than she had imagined. "So then, what have you endured all these years?" Faced with Jin's demands, Akemi instinctively tightens her grip on her briefcase. Noticing her reaction, Jin's gaze turns icy. She forces herself to meet his eyes with courage, firmly stating, "The money isn't here. I've hidden it elsewhere. Where's my sister? Bring her to me first, as we agreed. Once this is over, you will let my sister and me leave the organization." "What?" Jin scoffs at the audacity of a mere peripheral member attempting to negotiate with him. Vodka, enraged by the perceived disrespect towards his boss, moves as if to teach her a lesson. However, Jin raises a hand, signaling Vodka to remain calm. He approaches Akemi, who visibly tenses under his presence. Seeing her fight against her fear pleases him. With a malicious grin, he continues, "After all, she is a valuable asset to the organization, and we are in dire need of her services." Under Jin's predatory gaze, akin to one savoring the final struggles of prey, Akemi, already on edge, is struck by the implications of his words. Suddenly, she recalls her sister, who has already been assigned a codename and is under surveillance within the organization. She remembers the two individuals she unwittingly killed and realizes how naive she was to believe Jin's casual assurance. A chill runs through her. "You have been deceiving me from the start. Enough of this nonsense. Hand over the money," Jin declares, seemingly tired of her futile struggles. He raises his gun, aiming it at Akemi with a cold demeanor. Fortunately, she still possesses one final card to play. Akemi's expression hardens as she draws the handgun she had concealed in her briefcase, pointing the dark muzzle directly at Jin. "Kill me, and you will never discover where the money is hidden." Jin, unaccustomed to being directly threatened, can't help but smirk at Akemi's rigid finger poised on the trigger. "I believe it is you who is truly naive. We anticipated that you would hide the money in a safe. As I mentioned before, this is your last opportunity." No sooner had Jin finished speaking than Akemi sensed the impending danger. She hastily pulled the trigger, fervently reciting Tachibana's name in her mind. The contract is established. She almost hears the elusive devil whispering in her ear. However, Jin is swifter. Bang! As Conan, having just awakened from unconsciousness, rushes towards the warehouse. He follows the signal device, closing in on the vicinity. Upon hearing the resounding gunshot echoing through the wilderness, he abruptly halted, neglecting to pick up his skateboard, and anxiously rushed into the warehouse, following the direction from which the sound emanated. However, all he found was Mayano Akemi lying in a pool of her own blood. Witnessing this scene, Conan felt a chill grip his heart. Had he ultimately arrived too late? "Pull yourself together, Miss Akemi," he urged as he hurried to her side, crouching down to examine her wounds. "How did you find me here?" she gasped, and with a slightly hoarse voice, Conan answered her query. "There is no hope. It's a fatal injury." He continued, "I had placed a transmitter on your car. I also knew you came here to meet the mastermind behind it all. At this revelation, he bowed his head in profound regret, lamenting, "If only I had spoken up sooner." Mayano Akemi, gazing at Conan, who was evidently not an ordinary elementary school student, struggled to comprehend, "Who exactly are you?" "I am Idagawa." He paused momentarily, his expression shifting before he finally confessed. "No, I am Kudo Shinichi, a detective." At his words, Akemi's eyes widened in shock, her lips moved as if she wished to express a multitude of thoughts. Yet she merely whispered, "Is that so? I've heard of you." Overwhelmed by blood loss, she felt the warmth of life ebbing away. With a slow turn of her head, she regarded the dilapidated ceiling, where the setting sun cast a gentle orange hue across the exposed sky. In a daze, she murmured, "In the end, I've killed 2 people. Ultimately, I could not escape the organization's clutches." Conan, observing the fading Akemi, pressed his lips together. He wrestled with a tumult of complex emotions, striving to maintain his composure as he inquired, "Do you know who the mastermind is?" "I do not know much about the organization, only that its members all wear black," she replied. "Black?" Conan felt as if struck by lightning. The names of Brandy and Jin immediately flooded his mind. With her last ounce of strength, Akemi painfully retrieved the key to the rented safe from her pocket, attempting to place it in Conan's hand. "This is real, they took the fake." Yet, just as Conan reached out to accept it, a slender, pale hand reached over his head and snatched the key away from Akemi. Almost simultaneously, her breath ceased, and her hand fell lifelessly to the ground. Conan felt a chill run down his spine. Who was it? Had the members of the Black Organization not departed yet? He turned sharply, only to encounter a somewhat familiar face. The man before him stood calmly behind Conan, as if he had been waiting there all along. "This is Tachibana Ryo." Kudo Shinichi, who fancied himself the Sherlock Holmes of the Heisei era, had an impeccable memory. After the initial tension and wariness subsided, he immediately recognized the man who had abruptly appeared and seized the safe key. He was the second son of the Tachibana group, who had previously tasked Rant's father with finding a cat. However, this was not the first encounter. Shinichi recalled how, during their first meeting, Tachibana had similarly appeared without a sound. But why was he here? Confronted with the perplexed Conan, Tachibana remained silent, irritation evident on his face. He swatted Conan's hand away as it instinctively reached for his wrist, quelling Conan's intention to stealthily reclaim the key. Tachibana, casting a cold glance at the bewildered Conan trying to retrieve the key, wore an expression that radiated a palpable aura of menace. What kind of malevolence was this? What was wrong with this man? Noticing Conan frozen in place, stunned and lost in thought, Tachibana redirected his attention to the confused Mayano Akemi, who was scarcely a few centimeters taller than the key itself. Suddenly, Akemi found her perspective shifting from the sky and Conan to an unknown realm. Confused, she clutched the safe key tightly, bewildered by the sudden change. She looked up, inadvertently locking eyes with the devilish man, whose gaze was as chilling as ice. The frail and dazed Akemi shivered involuntarily. The devilish man, with a darkened expression, had absorbed Akemi's spirit when he seized the key, feeling a wave of frustration wash over him. The perilous nature of their world and the contracts formed with people had its drawbacks. Akemi had already been shot before their pact, and her life force was rapidly dissipating. According to the contract, he had acquired a being in a fractured state. Upon his arrival, Tachibana was greeted by the increasingly faint scent of fried chicken wafting through the warehouse. By the time he forcefully extracted Akemi's soul from her body, the aroma had diminished to the point that even he could scarcely detect it. If he did not retrieve the soul immediately, he would be bound by the terms of the contract he had formed with Akemi. Once she fully succumbed to death, he would only be left with a common spirit, and one that would demand fulfillment of the contract, a complete waste. Tachibana clenched his jaw, suppressing the urge to consume the now bland and soulless essence. Convincing himself to remain composed, he repeated silently, "It's no longer appetizing. It's no longer appetizing. Eating it would be wasteful. It could still serve a purpose." He lamented, "I don't want to eat it." The devilish man had been yearning for the garlic-flavored fried chicken for half a month. Desperate for a taste of a warm meal, Tachibana felt the world's cruelty was almost beyond belief. In Conan's eyes, Tachibana was merely a somewhat eccentric heir from a wealthy family. Yet, the nonchalant demeanor he had just displayed left a lasting impression on Conan. Even now, recalling the scene sent a shiver down his spine. Tachibana had escalated in Conan's mind to a level of high alert, transforming into an enigmatic figure of grave danger. The devilish man, displeased, did not bother to conceal the malice emanating from him. Conan sensed that Tachibana's threat level might even surpass that of the black organization members he had previously encountered. How could this be? Wasn't he just a wealthy heir? Conan had always assumed that heirs from prominent conglomerates would be akin to Sonoko, perhaps a bit more formidable. But certainly not to this degree. The aura of menace he emitted was reminiscent of the serial killers and jinn he had previously captured. In fact, the fear they instilled in him paled in comparison to what Tachibana evoked. Tachibana, who exactly was he? Suddenly, amidst the standoff between Conan and Tachibana, the urgent sound of police sirens pierced the air from outside the warehouse. It's Inspector Magyar and his team. Conan's eyes brightened. He had notified them prior to his arrival. Put your hands up. Don't move. As Officer Magyar and the other officers entered the warehouse, they were met with the sight of Masami Hirota lying in a pool of blood, alongside a strange man seemingly threatening Conan. Takanori, upon hearing this, remained motionless, slowly turning to face Officer Magyar. Don't move. If you do, I'll shoot, Officer Magyar warned, observing the young man, who appeared to be a potential threat, being aimed at by multiple guns yet showing no signs of distress as he prepared to make a move. Concern for Conan's safety surged within him, prompting him to issue a stern warning. Silenced by the officer's guns, Takanori paused briefly before obediently raising his hands. A slow smile crept across his face. Officer Magyar, please don't misunderstand. I am Takanori, we have met before. The moment he smiled, it was as if a switch had been flipped, transforming his previously intimidating aura into one that was gentle and benign. Ah! Officer Magyar blinked in surprise, scrutinizing the handsome young man before him, feeling a sense of familiarity. Miss Yoko's house, I went with Mr. Murray. Have you forgotten? With Takanori's reminder, Officer Magyar's memory flickered to life. He indeed recognized this young man, who was rumored to be the heir of a prominent conglomerate. Realizing who Takanori was, Officer Magyar felt a wave of relief wash over him. Surely, an heir of such a corporation wouldn't resort to robbery and murder. Moreover, Takanori's demeanor was refined. He did not exhibit the traits of a ruthless criminal lingering at the scene of a crime. With this in mind, Officer Magyar lowered his firearm and gestured for everyone to stand down, approaching the scene for further investigation. However, just then, Conan, who had been silent, suddenly shouted, Officer Magyar. The key to the safe where Sister Masami hid the stolen money was taken by this big brother. Upon hearing Conan's words, the officers who had relaxed their guard became alert once more. Officer Magyar aimed his gun back at Takanori, who was being firmly held by Conan around the leg. Takanori's expression darkened. He first glanced down at Conan, who was gripping his pants leg with increasing intensity, and then returned to his benign smile. I was merely inspecting a warehouse nearby for potential acquisition when I heard gunshots. Upon arrival, I saw the bloodied woman reaching out to Conan. I am somewhat acquainted with Mr. Murray and thought she might be trying to harm Conan, which is why I rushed over. Little did I know. The key I grabbed was to the hidden loot. As he spoke, Takanori discreetly removed the spirit of Akemi Mayano from the key and tossed it onto the ground, kicking it towards the still alert Officer Magyar and his team. After this, he casually remembered to mention, oh, by the way, you must have heard of my brother Ryosuke Tachibana. He is fortunate enough to serve in the Kyoto Police Department. At the mention of Ryosuke Tachibana's name, Officer Magyar paused in surprise. Kyoto Tachibana Ryosuke? Could it be the one I'm thinking of? He chuckled. So, Takanori, you're a police relative. Your brother has long been a pride of our police force. Given your brother's accomplishments, I hope you won't take offense at my earlier caution. Ryosuke Tachibana, having achieved the rank of police superintendent at a young age, was renowned throughout the Japanese police force. Officer Magyar, who had worked diligently to climb the ranks, was only a couple of ranks below him. Regardless of whether the rumors of Ryosuke's extraordinary abilities were exaggerated, the influence he wielded was far beyond what Officer Magyar could aspire to. Thus, seeing Takanori promptly return the key and explain his intent to protect Conan, coupled with his lack of any visible weapons, Officer Magyar swiftly altered his demeanor. He holstered his firearm and approached Takanori, patting him on the shoulder with a hint of awkwardness as he explained, I understand now. My earlier caution was merely a precaution. Please rest assured, cooperating with the police is our civic duty. Takanori responded with a sincere smile, his demeanor radiating warmth and a gentle aura. The more Officer Magyar engaged with this amiable young man, the more his fondness grew. He relaxed, patting Takanori's shoulder again. Thank you for your understanding. Truly, it is commendable to see such awareness from a police family member. Now, I need to gather some information from Conan, so we can't chat for long. Would you mind waiting in the police car? After our preliminary investigation, I'll take you and Conan back to the station to record your statements. The kind-hearted and law-abiding citizen, Takanori, expressed his willingness to comply. He then caught sight of Conan, who had reluctantly released his hold and was eavesdropping from a short distance away. Takanori realized that if he didn't reassure the boy, Conan might say something that could tarnish his reputation. Takanori requested Officer Magyar, "Sir, I would like to comfort Conan first. This child witnessed Miss Akemi's death, and directly questioning him might provoke unnecessary distress." Officer Magyar readily agreed. "Yes, please go ahead and console him. Familiar faces can provide a sense of security." With a gentle smile, Takanori approached Conan, who regarded him with suspicion. "Stop pretending. Who are you?" Conan demanded. Takanori blocked Conan's view to prevent Officer Magyar from noticing anything amiss. Hearing Conan's wary inquiry, Takanori sighed in resignation. The devilish man did not respond directly. Instead, he lowered his head slightly and removed the glasses perched on Conan's nose. Ignoring Conan's protests, Takanori firmly lifted his chin, scrutinizing him closely. "Shinichi Kudo, is it?" Shinichi Kudo's eyes widened in shock, momentarily forgetting to struggle as he gazed at Takanori, whose smile remained unwavering. In Chapter 27, regarding the delight in teasing Jin, Takanori observed the once-spirited Shinichi Kudo now bewildered by his unconventional tactics. In a bid to lighten his own mood, Takanori feigned assisting Conan in adjusting his disguise, carefully placing the glasses back on his face. Takanori tenderly brushed aside strands of hair that had become trapped between the glasses and Conan's ears. Noticing Conan's tension and rigidness, Takanori felt a slight alleviation of his earlier dissatisfaction. He casually placed a hand on Conan's shoulder, applying gentle pressure to compel him to meet his gaze. Conan, unable to retaliate, glared at Takanori in frustration. Takanori, feeling remarkably at ease, reassured him, "Do not be afraid. The police will ask you some questions shortly, and you only need to answer truthfully. I will be right here with you." Takanori's gentle smile, while seemingly warm, appeared as terrifying to Shinichi Kudo as a snake poised to strike. When Takanori emphasized the word truthfully, he slightly enunciated, yet his expression remained soothing. Nearby, Officer Takagi, dispatched by Officer Magyar to prepare for questioning Conan, observed Takanori's patient demeanor and felt a growing fondness for the amiable young man. Hearing Takanori's words to Conan, Takagi chimed in, "Yes, Conan, don't be afraid. Remember me? I'm Officer Takagi, we've met before." Conan gazed at Officer Takagi, who had unwittingly treated him as a mere child, a black line of frustration crossing his brow. He wanted to speak, yet the pain in his shoulder stifled his words. No, he could not simply expose this fellow. Drawing a deep breath, Conan feigned a timid expression. Taki Ryo, he knew, was far from an ordinary individual. What kind of normal person, upon learning of such a matter, would instinctively threaten a child to keep quiet? Moreover, judging by his demeanor, he might have been aware of more than he let on. This man was undoubtedly more complex than he appeared on the surface. Conan, harboring a sense of wariness towards Taki Ryo, responded cautiously to his seemingly innocent advice. Was this man connected to the Black Organization? Had he deliberately approached the Mori family? What were his true intentions? Quickly turning these thoughts over in his mind, Conan maintained a composed exterior, nodding obediently at the seemingly harmless Taki Ryo. "All right, I understand, Brother Ryo." Seeing Conan settle down for the moment, Taki Ryo finally felt relieved. He rose, gesturing to Officer Takagi standing nearby. "I'll leave this to you. My car is still parked out front. I'll go retrieve it. We can conduct the interview once I return. The sooner we finish, the sooner I can head home and address my business affairs." Officer Takagi, reminded of Ryo's earlier mention of handling a business matter, did not hesitate to express his apologies for delaying him, repeatedly thanking him for his cooperation. Taki Ryo waved his hand dismissively, indicating it was all part of his responsibilities. Just before departing, he turned back, winking at Conan. Remember to listen to your big brother, the officer. See you at the station shortly. The devilish gentleman, having teased the prideful child, paid no attention to Conan, who was gritting his teeth in irritation, and waved goodbye to Officer Takagi as he leisurely exited the scene. Upon reaching his conspicuous vehicle, Taki Ryo had scarcely closed the door when the system in his mind began chattering. Host, what should we do about that little bear cookie? After being abandoned by Taki Ryo, the system took quite some time to accept this harsh reality. Yet, just as it wallowed in despair atop the Shinkansen, yearning to find its way home, it disintegrated into nothingness due to its distance from the host, automatically returning to its original state. When the foolish system re-emerged, Taki Ryo was engaged in his newly triggered black-on-black mission, robbing the wealth-laden safes. He intended to extend a warm financial embrace to the impoverished black organization. As he prepared to swallow 10 billion for his own little golden pillow, Taki Ryo felt a mix of emotions upon receiving this task. At that moment, the foolish system returned, lamenting its plight within his mind. In a fit of anger, Taki Ryo, in accordance with its wishes, callously confined it to a small dark room. He placed the stolen funds into a property owned by the organization. After contacting Jin, he mentioned that he had unexpectedly landed a big catch, albeit with serial numbers that made circulation difficult. After Jin, somewhat conflicted, agreed, Taki Ryo pretended to be oblivious to the task at hand, jokingly suggesting, next time, allocate more funds for the mission. I suppose it's related to that group of robbers that were in the news recently. I heard quite a few of them met their end. How tragic. With Jin hanging up the call decisively once again, Taki Ryo felt quite pleased, reflecting on Jin's unpredictable nature. Chapter 28. Let's call it potato chips from the outset. The foolish system had stated that failure to complete tasks would incur no severe punishment, merely affecting future ratings. Thus, Taki Ryo had not intended to fulfill this task. 10 billion could buy a considerable amount of gold. Since the system had lost its golden physical form, Taki Ryo's attitude toward it had shifted dramatically, frequently referring to it as the foolish system. The confined system, weeping profusely, lamented that Taki Ryo was no longer the gentle host who had once called it sweet treat. In its self-soothing, the system chose to selectively forget how Taki Ryo had threatened it from their first encounter. Impossible. It cannot have been this miserable from the beginning. I have had my moments of joy, it resolutely thought. However, upon seeing the rewards for this task, Taki Ryo reconsidered. After the first lottery yielded a poorly designed pink teddy bear, which had faced continuous mockery from him, he had refrained from using his subsequent 2 random lottery opportunities. Who knew what bizarre items he might draw next? Yet, this time the reward was a special lottery, one that could be combined with other opportunities to enhance the quality of the prizes. Intrigued by this novel concept, Taki Ryo decided to give it a try, especially since yen was easy to come by, and such special lotteries were rare. He eagerly combined the opportunities from the previous 2 tasks. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have acquired the versatile spirit energy box. This box, an artifact of an unknown civilization, could absorb the essence of memories and emotions to produce pure spirit energy. The fundamental essence upon which the devilish gentleman relied for survival and evolution was spirit energy. Due to his racial traits, he could directly consume beings with a high spirit energy content. However, even he lacked the ability to directly devour emotions and memories. In his past life, Taki Ryo had recklessly consumed a large quantity of muddied emotions, making it impossible to filter out pure spirit energy, which resulted in years of lingering torment. Inside the silver-gray Bugatti Veyron parked in an empty lot, Taki Ryo toyed with the newly acquired gold coin-shaped versatile spirit energy box, pondering how best to utilize it. The system, misunderstanding his intentions, noticed Taki Ryo tossing the little bear cookie and Mayano Akemi onto the dashboard and suddenly realized. The astute system flattered him, truly, host. You were thinking long-term, not just indulging in momentary delights. How could I have missed this? The little bear cookie is a sustainable source of nourishment. However, Taki Ryo, who was merely being picky, felt his smile falter slightly. Even the golden coin that had been dancing on his fingertips came to a halt, resting in his palm. Yet, hearing the system's remarks sparked an idea in him. As though he had always thought this way, he praised, I didn't realize how well you understood me, sweet treat. Well done. Ignoring the system, which was basking in his rare praise, Taki Ryo seized the soul that had been anxiously perched on the dashboard and placed it into the spirit energy box. As Taki Ryo concentrated, The once charming gold coin-shaped box transformed into a living black cat. Though the cat was entirely black, its ears were snow-white, small and adorable. Colorful little orbs of light, akin to candy, began to burst forth from the kitten's body. The cat's expression shifted from fear and astonishment to confusion. Initially stiff and with its tail fluffed up, it gradually settled down as the colorful orbs multiplied. Takirio lifted his hand, gathering the floating little candy-like orbs into a bottle he had just conjured to maintain the spirit energy. Meow, the little kitten, believing Takirio was about to play with it, responded eagerly. It lay on its back, playfully nestled in the embrace of the human it instinctively yearned to be close to. Due to the efficacy of the contract, the creature belonging to Takira naturally harbored a fondness and obedience towards the formidable demon lord. At that moment, the memories and emotions of Akemi Mayano, or rather, the little cat, were also slowly dissipating. With great curiosity, Takira savored a newly produced candy, relishing the crispness and the burst of lime flavor on his tongue. The naive demon lord stared in astonishment, wide-eyed at the delightful taste. One more, he exclaimed, tomato flavor. And another, he added, cucumber flavor. Overwhelmed by unexpected joy, the demon lord squinted his eyes in satisfaction. He gently patted the cat's head, kindly addressing the bewildered little feline. From now on, you shall be called Chip. In the dimly lit streets below the Muri Detective Agency, a gleaming silver Bugatti Veyron quietly rested by the roadside. Takira engaged the handbrake and turned to Conan, who had exited the police station in silence, seemingly lost in thought. We're here, he remarked. Get out. Please convey my regards to Mr. Muri. Moreover, Chip has returned on its own, so this commission is hereby cancelled. However, the agreed-upon commission fee will still be transferred to Mr. Muri's account as scheduled. Kindly remind him to check. Conan unfastened his seatbelt, quietly absorbing Takira's seemingly nonchalant reminders. He raised his head, fixing his gaze on the enigmatic young man, and asked earnestly, "Who exactly are you?" Takira reached out and pulled Chip, who had been cradled in Conan's arms but was gazing at him, into his embrace. Upon hearing Conan's question, Takira tilted his head in confusion as if he did not understand and replied, "I thought you should have known by now. Allow me to formally reintroduce myself. My name is Takira. Do remember this." The young man smiled warmly, cradling the cat as he patiently addressed what seemed like a naive inquiry. The dim glow from the streetlights filtered through the car windows, casting a gentle light upon Takira, making even the thick darkness of the night seem more comforting under his soft smile. The peculiar talent of the demon stirred to life. However, having already encountered another side of Takira, Conan was not deceived by this facade. He stared unflinchingly at Takira, who wore a cheerful expression, and said, "Stop playing dumb. You mentioned it in the warehouse, Kudo Shinichi." With a renewed sense of mischief, the demon lord replied, "Ah, you mean that? Because when we first met, Kudo-kun, you mentioned it, right?" He scratched Chip's chin with an innocent blink. "I recall you referred to yourself as Kudo during the introduction of the kidnapped girl. You said your surname was indeed Kudo. This time, when you introduced yourself to Miss Akemi, you did the same, didn't you? Let me think. I am Kudo Shinichi, a detective." As he spoke, Takira placed his hand to his lips and cleared his throat, mimicking Conan's tone just before Mayano's death, maintaining his smile. This guy, Conan thought, watching Takira casually mention Miss Akemi as if her death was of no consequence. A surge of indignation welled up within him. Akemi had just died before his eyes not long ago. How could this individual treat such a grave matter so lightly? It was a precious human life. Wait, what did you just call Miss Akemi? Mayano? Conan sharply caught the inconsistency in Takira's words, pressing for clarification. Did I say that Miss Akemi was named Mayano Akemi? You must have misheard. Takira feigned nonchalance, dramatically expressing faux regret as if he had accidentally let slip a secret. Conan, having witnessed Takira's seamless and abrupt shifts in demeanor before, quickly grasped that this was intentional. Takira was deliberately revealing that he was, indeed, involved in this matter. At the very least, he was well acquainted with the intricacies of the situation. Closing his eyes, Conan recalled the icy gaze Takira had cast upon him after taking the keys, a look that seemed to freeze one's very soul. It was possible that Takira knew something about the shadowy organization lurking in the background. Or perhaps the real Mayano Akemi was indeed someone he had personally dispatched. Noticing Conan's unyielding silence and his cold demeanor, Takira no longer felt the need to feign pretense. He absent-mindedly stroked Chip, who was obliviously listening to their conversation. Meanwhile, the system that had finally regained its physical form under the demon's allowance diligently squatted on Chip's belly, collecting the continuously generated energy orbs into the energy bottles Takira had provided. Takira's deliberately gentle smile dimmed slightly. He looked down at the wary Conan and casually remarked, "Aren't you a detective, Mr. Kudo? A detective must uncover the truths for themselves. Seeking answers without effort is not a wise mindset." He continued, "Well, it's getting late. Chip is tired, and I presume you, as Kudo-kun, also need a healthy routine. Time to head home." Seeing Takira's disinclination to continue their discourse, Conan realized that further entanglement would yield no fruitful revelations. After a moment's hesitation, he complied and exited the vehicle, aware that Takira would not strike against him for now. With the enemy veiled in shadow and himself in the light, he knew little of Takira's true identity, while Takira seemed to possess profound insight into him. Provoking this ambiguous and dangerous figure was not a prudent choice. However, just as Conan was about to close the car door, Takira released the handbrake and prepared to start the engine when he suddenly heard Conan, who had remained silent until now, say, "Ran and the others know nothing. If you harm them, I will make you regret it." At this, Takira raised an eyebrow, only to see Kudo Shinichi slam the car door shut and walk away without looking back. In Tokyo, at a gray estate belonging to the organization, Gin and Vodka successfully retrieved the 10 billion yen ransom as per the address provided by Brandy. "Boss, the codes on the boxes match those from their robbery," Vodka stated, meticulously examining the inner layers of the boxes with his flashlight, confirming that this batch of money was indeed the one hidden by Mayano Akemi. Gin, with a cigarette glowing faintly red in the night, wore a pensive expression, lost in thought. Meanwhile, in Aizu at a summer hotel, Bourbon had just completed a long day of labor and intelligence gathering. He hesitated for a moment before opening the communication interface with Brandy and ultimately decided to send the pre-edited message. 2 weeks had passed since the 10 billion yen heist, and Takira's life had momentarily returned to tranquility. Having found a long-term food supply and absorbed a considerable amount of energy, he had not ventured out for sustenance during this period. Indolent as a demon, with his cravings temporarily satisfied and ample energy for cultivation, he remained comfortably ensconced in his newly organized bedroom. The gleaming treasures collected from the main residence and shop filled the room in an orderly fashion. Every night before sleep, the demon lord reveled in the shimmering glimmers that danced in the soft moonlight, lifting his spirits. The only reason the demon lord had to leave home during these 2 weeks was for a significant meeting regarding the jewelry industry deployed by the Takira Group in Tokyo. Diligently, even when returning home, he would bring work to review, projecting immense confidence regarding the expansion of the jewelry sector. Consequently, the newly established subsidiary, Takira Jewelry, motivated its employees, who were all eager to roll up their sleeves and get to work. During this period, Amuro Tru seemed to have discerned that Bourbon's attitude was in a rather delicate state. Summoning his courage, he inquired about the insider information and intricacies of related organizations. Bourbon, appearing to respond based on his mood, would divulge some information when pleased, but vanish without a trace when displeased. This often left Amuro with the impression that he was merely consulting a capricious senior for guidance. Nevertheless, since Bourbon did not seem particularly averse to his questions, Amuro adopted a broad approach, occasionally bothering Bourbon with topics ranging from the history of the organization to Jin's hobbies and even gossip about Bourbon himself. Bourbon would occasionally respond, all the while observing the seemingly pitiful Amuro, who was engrossed in his solitary endeavors. Encouraged by Bourbon's behavior, Amuro found himself checking his email daily, hopeful that today might be the day he receives a reply. Setting aside Amuro's increasing proficiency in communicating with Bourbon, during the 2 idle weeks at home, Bourbon was also assigned a task by Jin. Although Bourbon and Jin did not have a hierarchical relationship, Jin managed the daily affairs in the Japanese division. And as a seasoned fighter who preferred to avoid meddling in organizational trivialities, Bourbon had long received his assignments from Jin. After all, in the Japanese branch, apart from rum, only Jin could engage Bourbon in conversation. Despite his eccentric nature and penchant for teasing Jin, Bourbon was a reliable and obedient asset. Even though Jin did not formally possess the authority to command him, Bourbon's apparent indifference to this fact allowed Jin to frequently delegate challenging or timely tasks to him. Bourbon, who received generous salaries and operational funds, never declined these tasks and consistently exceeded expectations, much to Jin's relief. However, today, after completing a task involving silencing a target, Bourbon found himself unexpectedly confronted by Jin, who had drawn a gun in a bar's back alley with a rare absence of his usual playful demeanor. "Don't point that thing at me." The once charmingly aloof youth now wore a furrowed brow, his expression darkening. Bourbon glared coldly at Jin, who emerged from the alley with the gun aimed at him. The typically elegant Bourbon now showed no restraint in expressing his disdain and displeasure, his entire demeanor transforming into that of a fearsome beast ready to pounce. His face was like ice and his voice was frigid enough to freeze. "You know what I detest the most?" Jin, unusually without vodka by his side, recalled having heard Vermouth casually warn him never to point a gun at Bourbon. Jin had no interest in probing further into the reason behind the warning, as Vermouth had never elaborated. She had simply advised him seriously before Jin and Bourbon became acquainted that Bourbon could be a tolerable ally, but once provoked, he could cause harm to both himself and others. Jin had casually extinguished his cigarette on the table, silently committing this piece of advice to memory. Yet, witnessing Bourbon tear away his facade of hypocrisy, Jin found himself unexpectedly troubled. From that point on, they worked together until a few years prior when issues arose in Britain, necessitating Bourbon's return to manage the situation. Their amicable dynamic came to a halt during that period. Jin observed Bourbon either wearing a stern expression or, at times, seemingly obsessively nitpicking at trivial matters to irritate him. However, he had never encountered Bourbon in such a state of frenzy, as if wrestling with violent emotions, resembling an enraged beast. Unobtrusively adjusting the angle of his gun, Jin felt a genuine weariness wash over him. "This is your last chance. Don't attempt to provoke me, Jin," Bourbon warned, taking a deep breath, his gaze cold as he threatened Jin irrationally. After a prolonged silence, not wishing to escalate matters with an old colleague but rather to indulge in some banter, Jin eventually holstered his gun. He retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his coat pocket, shielding it from the night breeze as he lit one and took a deep drag. "That sum of money was a task I arranged earlier," Bourbon replied coldly, his mood soured by being threatened. "So, is that your justification for pointing a gun at me?" Jin hesitated momentarily, biting down on his cigarette as he continued. "Recently, there have been rumors linking you to the mouse. Regardless of whether this is a coincidence, Bourbon, refrain from any unnecessary actions." Bourbon was well aware that this information likely originated from Amuro, a probing tactic. However, he felt untroubled. Jin should have no reason to suspect him. Yet, the matter of 10 billion yen seemed too coincidental, leading Jin to doubt that Bourbon's recent penchant for excess had crossed a line and prompted him to issue a warning. Nevertheless, the explosive emotions were indeed beyond Amuro's control, a reflex of Bourbon's subconscious. After initially being caught off guard, he regained control over his emotions and continued the charade. Bourbon scoffed disdainfully, "Jin, if you're under pressure, don't come seeking solace from me. Perhaps you should allow yourself a proper break." He then shoved the suitcase containing the ill-gotten gains from the deceased into Jin's arms. In the thick of the night, the boy with icy blue eyes brushed past the silver-haired man who remained silent, smoking. The golden-haired youth, clad in black, turned his back, stepping further into the shadows until his figure vanished entirely. Chapter 31. The Blood-Red Wedding, Part 1. The devilish gentleman, having overslept, felt a headache creeping in as he recalled the emotional outburst during his recent meeting with Jin. Unable to restrain himself, Amuro flipped onto his side, burying his face in the pillow and let out a muffled groan. "I overdid it. The money he had taken, the lives he had extinguished. According to the tacit understanding between him and Jin, that fortune should have been his reward for his efforts. After all, each time Bourbon acted, it was ostensibly to assist Jin, and he had not been assigned a specific task. However, on that day, his emotions had overwhelmed him, and under Bourbon's guise, he had unconsciously deviated from his usual behavior by handing over the spoils to Jin. This was meant to express his displeasure at Jin's previous affront. Alas, Amuro lamented, rolling over on the spacious bed. He recalled the weight of that suitcase, realizing that had he brought it back, it could have bought him a considerable number of gold bars. "Host has awakened. Breakfast is ready." The system, having once confined Amuro to a small dark room, had reverted to its former nurturing essence. Early in the morning, the teddy bear diligently collected energy, prepared meals, and tended to the cat. Despite the potato chips gradually losing memories and emotions with each production of energy orbs, the teddy bear remained wary of the system's proximity, possibly due to the lingering feeling of forgotten memories. Occasionally, the teddy bear would be scratched by the potato chips while scooping the litter, expressing that being a system was a challenging endeavor. Had the teddy bear not been a modified product of a lottery draw, it would have been discarded a week ago by the potato chips. The system sighed as it removed the convenience store apron and resignedly ascended the stairs to rouse the slumbering overlord for breakfast. After Amuro finished washing up, he sat at the dining table, still feeling gloomy about the gold bars he had sacrificed for a moment of indulgence. He absently poked at the delicate steamed dumplings with his chopsticks. Inadvertently pressing too hard, he ruptured the dumpling skin, causing the savory broth to trickle down his chopsticks. "Do you not enjoy this?" The system observed the usually swift and decisive Orange Liang at the table, now seemingly disinterested, and hesitantly inquired, "Why not try this new flavor of potato chip energy orb? The aroma is tantalizing, and it surely must be delicious." Upon hearing this, Orange Liang silently raised his gaze to the pink teddy bear curled up in the chair opposite him. Why did the system suddenly appear as if it were a pitiful creature under his thumb? "No, that can't be right. I am not exploiting it." He shook off the strange thought, and the fair-minded devil, with a gentle demeanor, responded, "Well, you've been taking good care of the potato chips lately. You should continue to strive for excellence." The system nodded vigorously, promising, "Rest assured, I will diligently fulfill my duties. That's more like it." Satisfied with the system's response, Orange Liang continued, "Since that's the case, the energy produced by the potato chips should also entitle you to a share." Under the incredulous gaze of the teddy bear, he pondered for a moment and declared, "Let us go with a 9-to-1 split. Don't betray my trust." The system, already prepared to be oppressed by the devil and work for him without compensation for a lifetime, immediately expressed its gratitude, exclaiming, "Oh, you are the most benevolent of devils. I assure you, I will not let you down." Elated, the system felt a surge of pride, thinking of how it would boast to the other systems upon returning to the factory after completing its tasks. Surely, no other system enjoyed such favorable treatment. The teddy bear carefully poured an energy orb from a bottle, feeling a sense of pride as it thought, being the top system produced in this batch, it was indeed exceptional. After interacting with the obedient and understanding system, Mr. Devil felt slightly uplifted, developing an appetite. However, just as they were enjoying a cheerful breakfast, a steady knock echoed from the front door. Orange Liang furrowed his brow, unable to recall who might visit him at this hour. He placed his chopsticks on the vinegar dish, wiped his mouth with a napkin, and addressed the teddy bear opposite him. "Sit still and don't move." The teddy bear obediently nodded, and the system then sat quietly, pretending to be a motionless toy. Orange Liang patted the head of the potato chip, which had shifted from lying down to squatting upon hearing the knock, and rose to answer the door. Who could it be at this early hour? Since the last time his brother sent someone to move in with coins, no one had visited his residence. As he opened the door, he was greeted by his brother, Orange Liang, impeccably dressed in a tailored silver-gray suit, his expression calm. Originally focused on checking his watch, upon hearing Orange Liang's movement, he lifted his gaze. With keen eyes, he immediately noticed the pink teddy bear sitting across from Orange Liang at the dining table. The once pleasant mood of Orange Liang darkened as he coldly remarked, "Do you really have to bring that hideous thing to the table? You must enjoy the hassle. Tomorrow I'll have someone bring you some nicer ones. Just throw that one away." Chuckling nervously, Orange Liang quickly changed the subject. "Brother, why are you suddenly in Tokyo without a word?" Seeing his younger brother's obvious dismissal, Orange Liang's expression hardened further. "Throwing it away is out of the question. That's a product of the system. It's far more durable than anything you can buy on the street. However, it might be nice to have a few interchangeable bears. To be honest, seeing the pink one too often had grown a bit tiresome. Watching his brother sulk, Orange Liang soothed him. It wouldn't be polite to throw away a gift someone gave me. Come inside. You still haven't explained why you're all dressed up so formally this early. With a visibly displeased expression, Orange Liang silently changed his shoes and followed him into the hall. He succinctly responded to the question, "I'm getting married." What? Chapter 32. The Crimson Wedding, Part 2. Orange Liang's brother removed his coat and draped it over the back of a dining chair, rolling up his shirt cuffs as he tossed the teddy bear onto the sofa. The system lamented, "Oh no, you must attend the wedding of Police Superintendent Matsumoto's daughter." Orange Liang, perceptive as ever, fetched a set of utensils from the kitchen and placed them beside his brother at the table. The brother's rigid demeanor softened slightly as he added, "I've collaborated with Superintendent Matsumoto several times. We have a decent rapport. When he sent the invitations, he specifically sent 2, so I thought I'd bring yours along. We should head over together." Orange Liang nodded in agreement, recognizing the connection was indeed strong. His brother's silver gray suit had been custom-made by a high-end brand that Orange Liang had specifically chosen for him last year on his birthday. It wasn't that his brother had a fondness for silver gray. Rather, it was Orange Liang's preference. After receiving this gift, despite his brother's complaints, he cherished it enough to wear it only on significant occasions. Thus, colleagues familiar with Police Superintendent Orange had come to a consensus. To gauge his seriousness about an event, one need only observe whether he donned the silver gray suit. This was why Orange Liang had inquired about his brother's formal attire upon opening the door. But why would Superintendent Matsumoto invite me? After all, logically, he and Superintendent Matsumoto should have little interaction. His brother's hand holding the chopsticks momentarily stiffened as he replied stiffly, "Since I was invited, we shall go. Hurry up and eat. Time is of the essence. Let us finish quickly and change before we set off." Orange Liang scratched his head and refrained from pressing further, as he had merely mentioned it casually. Noticing his brother's lingering irritation over the refusal to discard the teddy bear, Orange Liang eagerly picked up a steaming dumpling and said, "You haven't eaten yet, have you? Try this. It's just as good as home-cooked." His brother picked up a dumpling, tasted it, and raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Not bad. Have you learned to cook?" Orange Liang felt a wave of cold sweat rush over him. Brother, you keep eating. I'm going to change upstairs." His brother observed Orange Liang's hasty retreat up the stairs, pondering if his younger sibling had indeed matured. Was he hiding a diligent girlfriend from him? Perhaps that teddy bear was a gift from some girl and he almost let this brat fool him. Had it not been for the sudden visit, he would have remained oblivious for who knows how long. He wondered why his younger brother seemed reluctant to return home. Orange Liang's brother had initially thought his younger sibling would likely remain single for life due to his stubborn temperament. As he imagined, the police chief savored the culinary skills of his brother's potential girlfriend with a sense of paternal pride. After finishing breakfast, the Orange brothers drove to the church where Matsumoto Sayuri's wedding was to take place. The imposing Matsumoto Kiyoshi bore a fierce scar over his left eye. Even at his daughter's wedding, the stern police chief maintained a serious demeanor. As he led the Orange brothers and Officer Megure to the bridal preparation room to visit Matsumoto Sayuri, the intimidating Matsumoto was misinterpreted by Ran and Sonoko as a potential threat. Seeing this, Officer Megure quickly stepped forward and explained, "Ran, you're here too? Superintendent Matsumoto is my superior." "Matsumoto?" Ran and Sonoko, blocking the path to the bride, suddenly realized something and exclaimed, "Indeed, this intimidating figure is my father. He is, after all, the chief of the Metropolitan Police. My sincerest apologies." Upon hearing the explanations from Sayuri and Officer Megure, Sonoko and Ran realized that their concern for their teacher had resulted in a misunderstanding. The two girls, a bit embarrassed, bowed their heads in apology to Matsumoto Kiyoshi. Sayuri Matsumoto, with a smile, lightened the mood, remarking that it was no wonder he was misunderstood given his perpetually serious demeanor. Just then Conan, who had been standing quietly to the side, suddenly interjected, "Oh, Chief Matsumoto is Officer Megure's superior, but why is Brother Tachibana here as well?" After Conan pointed out Tachibana, everyone's gaze instinctively turned towards him. Tachibana had been quietly hiding behind Ryuka Tachibana, acting as a mere backdrop, only to be unexpectedly singled out. The devilish Mr. Megure cast a sly glance at the seemingly innocent Conan, who appeared merely curious, and made a mental note of him. "Good job, little brat, I've taken note of that." He first greeted Ran and the others with a cheerful smile, then explained to the group, "I came with my brother to attend Miss Matsumoto's wedding. This is my elder brother, Ryuka Tachibana, who currently serves in the Kyoto Metropolitan Police." Ryuka, who had been silent until now, could no longer remain so. He stepped forward to present a congratulatory gift prepared by the Murakami butler, a newly released diamond bracelet from the Tachibana family jewelry line, to the radiant bride. I am Ryuka Tachibana, and I have had the pleasure of collaborating with your esteemed father on several occasions. I brought my brother here to extend my congratulations. A small token. Wishing you happiness in your marriage. A rare smile graced Ryuka Tachibana's typically stoic face, although he and Chief Matsumoto were not yet old friends. He counted him among the few he could call friends. Thus, witnessing the wedding of a dear friend's daughter evoked a rare sense of sentimentality in Ryuka as he looked at the slightly younger Sayuri Matsumoto. Seeing her father not decline the offer, Sayuri cheerfully accepted the gift from the young and handsome officer, saying, "Thank you, Mr. Tachibana." Chapter 33, The Blood-Colored Wedding, Part 2. After a few more exchanges with Matsumoto Kiyoshi, Ryuka and the others took their leave. Being all male guests, it would be inappropriate for friends of the bride's father to linger too long in the waiting room. Matsumoto Kiyoshi and Ryuka Tachibana began discussing the cases they had handled, sharing insights. Tachibana and Officer Megure lagged a couple of steps behind, quietly following them towards the grand hall where the wedding was to take place. Ah, Tachibana, thank you for your cooperation last time. Did that warehouse deal go through? Officer Megure, sensing the awkwardness of two acquainted individuals remaining silent, decided to break the ice. Aha, Officer Megure, you flatter me. Cooperating with the police is our duty. As for the warehouse, my impression from that incident was less than favorable, and I'm not eager to return there. Tachibana replied with a resigned shrug and a smile. Officer Megure chuckled, scratching the back of his head. Haha, true enough. While Ryuka was engaged in conversation with Chief Matsumoto, he discreetly paid attention when Officer Megure and Tachibana began talking. Hearing Officer Megure's words, Ryuka slightly tilted his head towards Tachibana and asked nonchalantly, Tachibana, what was the incident Officer Megure mentioned? Sensing Ryuka's interest, Matsumoto also turned to inquire, Yes, Megure. How did you come to know Officer Tachibana's brother? Before Tachibana could respond, Officer Megure, prompted by his superior's question, hurriedly explained. It was during the gunfight involving the billion-yen robber. Young Tachibana happened to be nearby, inspecting a warehouse he was interested in, and witnessed part of the scene. Subsequently, he was very cooperative with our investigation, which is why I was inquiring about whether that deal went through. Oh, I see, Ryuka replied, narrowing his eyes slightly, maintaining a composed demeanor. Coincidence? Humph. He knew this kid well enough. Whenever he wore that seemingly harmless smile, it usually meant he was up to something. Ryuka cast a meaningful glance at his younger brother, who returned it with an unabashed smile. Ryuka chose not to engage further and turned back to continue his conversation with Chief Matsumoto. Meanwhile, in the bride's preparation room, the groom, Toshihiko Takasuji, who had been pushed in by mischievous friends, cleared his throat nervously as he gazed at Sayuri Matsumoto, who was adorned in a stunning white strapless wedding gown. Sayuri was already a picture of beauty, and the sunlight filtering through illuminated her, making the girl, who covered her mouth while giggling, appear even more gentle and extraordinarily lovely. Toshihiko, do I look pretty today? Takasuji felt his cheeks flush as he looked at the girl who would soon be his bride, her shy smile enchanting. You look wonderful today, he managed to say, his gaze evasively drifting elsewhere, his face slightly reddening. Seeing this rare display of bashfulness from Takasuji, Sayuri felt a wave of shyness wash over her as well. She playfully picked up the lemon tea that had been resting on the table, biting the straw in silence. A camera, carelessly left on the makeup stool by Ran, silently captured this sweet moment between the couple. Takasuji frowned slightly as he watched her sip the lemon tea, then stepped forward to take the can from her hand, saying with mild displeasure, Aren't you a bit too old to be drinking lemon tea? Sayuri, unfazed by his comment, playfully reclaimed her drink. I just like it. Takasuji's frown deepened, as if he wanted to say more, but Sayuri suddenly leaped into his arms, lifting her face to kiss her somewhat disgruntled fiancé. Takasuji was taken aback by this unexpected gesture, his mind going blank as he instinctively embraced the girl in his arms, his earlier annoyance melting away into tenderness. Just then, Ran and Sonoko, who had gone out to buy batteries for the nearly depleted camera, opened the door to find the two locked in a kiss. Upon realizing they were being watched by her students, Sayuri quickly pushed away her fiancé, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She playfully nudged the still-dazed Takasuji, saying, All right, It's time for the girls now. You should go prepare. Don't worry. I'll be right there. He replied, hesitating as he was met with the eager gazes of Ran and Sonoko, along with Sayuri's bright smile. After a moment of contemplation, he finally said, "All right, I'll go prepare. Just try not to drink too much." I know, nagging man," Sayuri teased, pushing him towards the door. Okay, I'm going," Takasugi said, chuckling at the love-struck expressions of Ran and Sonoko as he exited the bride's preparation room. Gently closing the door behind him, he straightened his slightly wrinkled suit, suppressing his smile as he made his way towards the grand hall where the wedding would soon commence. Thud! The sound of something heavy falling inside the room behind Takasugi abruptly shattered the joyful atmosphere of the church. Matsumoto-sensei. Chapter 34, Warmth in the bride's preparation room. The unconscious Sayuri, poisoned, was rushed to the hospital for emergency treatment. Through the crevice of the ajar door to the preparation room, the figure of Chief Matsumoto and his relatives could be seen, their faces etched with solemnity as they endured the ongoing investigation among the bustling police personnel. On what was supposed to be the happiest day of his daughter's life, she had fallen victim to a deliberate poisoning. Whether this was an act of vengeance against the police or not, Chief Matsumoto was engulfed in a fierce blaze of anger. How could this wretched individual not direct their malice towards him? This day was meant to be the most significant and joyous for his daughter. Yet the bride who had once been filled with anticipation now lay in the emergency room, her fate uncertain. Damn it! He was resolute in his determination to bring this despicable culprit to justice. So it seems that Sonoko and all of you who handled the soda are now suspects, Officer Megure remarked after reviewing the forensic team's on-site report, clearing his throat as he addressed the groom and his companions standing nearby. Takashi Toshihiko, caught off guard by being implicated, pointed to himself in confusion. Am I really one of the suspects? Of course, Officer Megure replied, hands clasped behind his back. You all came into contact with the lemonade can before the incident, so it is only logical that you are considered suspects. If that is the case, then Chief Matsumoto should also be a suspect. Shuden Conan, who had been observing quietly from the sidelines, interjected. Well, Officer Megure scratched his head, glancing at his glum superior. I doubt that the chief would harm his own daughter. No, Officer Megure, the young boy has a point, interjected Ryoka Tachibana, who had been quietly surveying the scene. While we do not believe that Chief Matsumoto would poison his daughter, we must refrain from allowing our personal feelings to cloud our professional duties. I am certain Chief Matsumoto would agree. Tachibana requested a pair of disposable rubber gloves from the forensic team and picked up the camera that had been overlooked until now. If I recall correctly, this camera was being used by a young lady named Sonoko when Chief Matsumoto and I arrived. He raised the camera, pointing at the still glowing indicator light, and continued, Since it has been placed here, it has been in recording mode. Let us see if it captured any pertinent footage. Initially reluctant to engage due to his brother's presence, Tachibana had intended to remain a mere background figure during the wedding. However, upon receiving an invitation from his brother that morning, he had resolved to avoid any behavior that might raise suspicion. After his companions ceased conversing with him, Tachibana began fiddling with his phone, contemplating sending a message to Jin to ease his burdens. Jin's lack of assignments meant a significant drop in his income, as he had become accustomed to benefiting from the spoils of their missions. Watching his older brother take charge of the situation, Tachibana felt at ease and settled in to observe. Officer Megure's swift decision to exclude Chief Matsumoto from the list of suspects was peculiar, considering how involved his brother was. Tachibana could not help but recall the term he had overheard. His brother was known as a control freak at crime scenes. He glanced at Conan, who was straining to see the footage on the television screen, and smiled knowingly. Shinichi Kudo, this time you are not the only one present. You must be cautious. With a newfound interest in the unfolding drama, Tachibana set aside thoughts of Jin. He casually typed a few words and hit send, then turned his attention back to the performance before him. Fascinating. Are you saying that there were absolutely no fingerprints of the chief on the can? After listening to the forensic report, Tachibana paid little heed to the theory regarding the capsule's dissolution time. The notion that the capsule and sodium hydroxide could be separated as a ruse was far less compelling than the fact that the chief's fingerprints were absent. Impossible! Chief Matsumoto exclaimed in disbelief. He picked up the remote, played back the footage showing him holding the can, and declared, "Look, I held the can just like this." Officer Magyar, eyeing the officer beside Tachibana with a stern gaze, inquired, "Did you truly conduct a thorough examination?" Tachibana raised his hand, signaling for calm. He turned to the slightly anxious reporting officer and asked, "In the footage, did anyone besides Chief Matsumoto have identifiable fingerprints on the can?" Well, the officer hesitated, quickly flipping through the report. No, Mr. Megumi's fingerprints were also not detected. Megumi was the male guest who had entered the room before Takashi, performing a small magic trick with the lemonade. Interesting, Tachibana mused, scanning the table where another can of lemonade sat, forming a hypothesis in his mind. He borrowed the remote from Chief Matsumoto and approached the television to examine the footage, searching for clues to corroborate his thoughts. Meanwhile, Conan, eager to gather information, darted over to the officer who had just answered questions. Watching his brother's composed demeanor, Tachibana felt assured. He was well aware of his brother's ability to discern the truth. "Oh Conan, what will your expression be when you find yourself outdone in logic?" "Officer Magyar, you may proceed to request an arrest warrant for Takashi Toshihiko," Tachibana interjected, disrupting the ongoing debate regarding the capsule's melting time. "What?" The attendees were jolted back to attention by Tachibana's unexpected statement. Even Conan, deep in thought, looked up in surprise at Tachibana, who stood confidently at the front, handing another can of lemonade to the forensic team. "What nonsense are you speaking? I possess evidence," Tachibana retorted, dismissing Takashi's queries. "The capsule was merely a distraction to establish an alibi. You had the opportunity to commit the crime. Among the fingerprints on the poisoned lemonade, we can eliminate the original owner, Sonoko, leaving only you as the one with the means to poison." "What? The owner?" Sonoko exclaimed, pointing to herself, astonished as she regarded the imposing figure of the cold-eyed officer. "Yes," Tachibana affirmed with a slight nod, urging everyone to look at the screen. "In this segment, we can see that after Sonoko departed, she mistakenly took her drink, believing it to be hers. Thus, the only individuals who had truly come into contact with the poisoned lemonade were Takashi Toshihiko and Matsumoto's daughter." Upon Tachibana's revelation, the attendees recognized the truth of his assertion. Moreover, the separation of the capsule and sodium hydroxide necessitated the presence of a drying agent, which had been found in the lobby downstairs. Thus, Matsumoto's daughter, who fell ill immediately, could not have been the perpetrator. Therefore, the only suspect left was you, Takashi Toshihiko. "Why did you do this?" Chief Matsumoto, who had harbored reservations about Takashi, could no longer contain his anger and sorrow. He lunged forward, gripping Takashi by the collar and demanding answers. "Ha! Because I wanted you to experience the same pain." Takashi's eyes blazed with rage as he continued, 20 years ago, my mother was struck by a suspect, and because of your inaction, I watched her die on the roadside. She didn't have to die. The woman is nothing but a fool, completely oblivious to everything. I cannot stand to watch her sip lemon tea." Takasuji Toshihiko gritted his teeth. "What? You are that child?" Matsumoto's hand fell helplessly to his side. 2 decades ago, consumed by the desire to apprehend the suspect, he had overlooked the injured by the roadside. After learning of the incident, he had attempted to find that child, but his efforts were in vain. This event had become a thorn in Matsumoto Kayanaga's heart for many years. Meanwhile, Matsumoto Sayuri's friend could no longer contain herself, exclaiming, "You are the real idiot," completely unaware. From the very first day you pursued Sayuri, she knew everything about you. She has always felt guilty but didn't know how to express it. No matter how I advised her, she refused to break up with you. She drinks lemon tea because she is your long-lost first love. The very first can of lemon tea she ever drank was a gift from you. "What?" Takasuji Toshihiko staggered back, leaning against the wall, disbelief etched on his face. Conan, a moment late in grasping the situation, sighed. "From the footage, Matsumoto-sensei likely saw your poisoning act long ago. She must have known, yet she chose to drink it, perhaps as a means to atone for her father." "Indeed, she was aware," Tachibana Ryuko remarked, his gaze darkening as he lightly tapped the can. Now cooled after the exothermic reaction of sodium hydroxide dissolving in water. The last sip of lemon tea Matsumoto Sayuri drank was as fervent and perilous as the fearless affection she once harbored for Takasuji Toshihiko. Chapter 35. Such matters. By the time the case settled down, it was already 3 in the afternoon. Fortunately, amidst the recording of statements, news arrived from the hospital that Matsumoto Sayuri had been successfully resuscitated. A collective sigh of relief escaped everyone, even Takasuji Toshihiko, who readily confessed. As Tachibana Ryoka and Tachibana Ryu left the police station, they had yet to have lunch. Ryu glanced at his brother, who had taken the driver's seat, and obediently opened the passenger door. "Brother, shall we grab a bite to eat first? Then I can drive you to the airport?" Ryu inquired as he settled into the passenger seat, watching Ryoka fasten his seatbelt with a sideways glance. Ryoka turned to Ryu, who wore a pleading smile. "I took a 2-day leave. There's no rush to return today." "Really?" Ryu was taken aback. "Is this the rare occasion when workaholic Ryoka takes 2 days off for personal matters?" Ryoka shot Ryu a sidelong glance, clearly displeased by his astonishment. Ryu quickly adopted a sycophantic smile. "2 days is great. You can take this rare opportunity to rest. Let us go to that restaurant you took me to last time in Tokyo." "I quite liked it," Ryoka replied, maintaining his focus on the road in his brother's silver gray sedan. As Ryu observed his older brother's composed profile clad in a silver gray suit, he fell into a moment of contemplation. "Brother, if you were Takasuji Toshihiko and I were the one who got hit, what would you do?" Ryoka tightened his grip on the steering wheel, frowning deeply as he glared at Ryu, who had uttered such a shocking statement. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Ryu hadn't anticipated that he had inadvertently voiced his thoughts, so he laughed awkwardly. If Ryoka shot Ryu a disapproving look, asserting, "There won't be such a scenario. Brother, I was just joking. Please don't be angry. Don't speak such things, you know it worries me." Ryoka glanced at the rearview mirror, noticing a car attempting to overtake and slightly slowed down to allow it to pass. "I was just curious about how you would react if it were you," Ryu said sheepishly. Ryoka refocused on driving and sighed. "If it were me, I wouldn't involve other innocent parties. I would wait until the criminal was released from prison, then kidnap Inspector Matsumoto, making him witness as I ended the life of the perpetrator right before his eyes, watching him suffer and die slowly while being utterly powerless. It was his negligence that cost me the most important person in my life. I would ensure he bears the torment of having destroyed 3 lives, living in regret and despair for eternity. Someone like Inspector Matsumoto, who values life and justice above his own, deserves this torment as an equivalent punishment." Ryoka spoke with a calm demeanor, not sparing a moment's attention to Ryu, who looked utterly incredulous. "Brother, are you joking?" Ryu could hardly believe his ears. He stared at Ryoka, who seemed to be casually discussing a trivial matter, questioning if he had misheard. How could Ryoka, who held the law and the protection of the people as his foremost principle, utter such words? "Yes, I am joking," Ryoka replied, maintaining his expressionless tone. "Brother," Ryu said cautiously, unsure if he should believe this statement, as the car's sound system erupted with the climax of a raucous melody, filling the cabin with a wild soprano voice. Ryoka, sensing Ryu's hesitation, chuckled lightly. "Did you not want me to say that?" Ryu, glancing at his brother's impassive face, hesitated, unsure of what to say. Ryoka softened his expression, speaking earnestly. "If such an event were to occur, I would do everything in my power to see justice served, ensuring he receives the punishment he deserves. But if it were you and I were the one killed, what would you do, Raya?" "Of course, I would kill them all." The savage devil, having grown wild and untamed, never concerned himself with elaborate revenge or notions of righteousness. He believed in exacting vengeance. Only when his enemies lay dead could all grievances be reconciled. The devil would forgive only the deceased, while the living foes were simply sent off to die. Well, I don't know. Although Ryu thought this way, he did not wish to engage in a futile argument with Ryoka, feigning innocence. "Do not transgress the law, Ryu. Remember, at all times." Ryoka caught a glimpse of Ryu's relaxed demeanor in the rearview mirror and sighed softly. "Ryu, justice and evil outside the law grow equally rampant. Humanity is defined by our ability to reason, to restrain our instincts and impulses, thus giving rise to morality and law. Yet, because we are human, we must not place excessive faith in the darker instincts of human nature. The establishment of a legal system is arduous and lengthy, Yet its destruction can occur in an instant. Ryu, somewhat dismissive, retorted, "What if the other party exploits loopholes in the law, and you cannot apprehend them? Then we must improve the law. Someone must always be sacrificed, even if it is you or me," Ryuka stated emphatically. Ryu, who had always believed in retribution and settling debts promptly, subtly curled his lip in disagreement. He dared not concur with his brother's philosophy. Although Ryuka could not see Ryu's expression, he knew his younger brother well enough to discern his thoughts. Ryuka called out coldly, using both his first and last name. In a lackadaisical manner, the young pup replied, "It's over. Orange Ryoji is definitely going to nag at me again." Who could have anticipated that the taciturn Orange Ryoji, when it came to matters regarding his brother's education, would transform into a loquacious paternal figure at home? "How can I possibly feel at ease allowing you to stay out alone like this?" With no intention of continuing to drive, Orange Ryoji pulled over to the roadside, activated the hazard lights, and turned to his indifferent brother, speaking with earnest concern. His visit to Tokyo was not solely to attend an old friend's daughter's wedding. He also wished to ascertain what mischief his younger brother, who had been skipping school and idling at home, was up to. The Orange family had a certain coolness ingrained in their nature and compounded with Orange Ryo's remarkably scant regard for the law since childhood. He found himself genuinely apprehensive that one day he might have to bring his own brother to justice due to his close association with the notorious criminal organization member Brandy. To Orange Ryoji's surprise, instead of delivering a lengthy lecture, he openly expressed his worries. Brother Orange Ryo, who had always been powerless against his typically gentle sibling, softened his demeanor. He resembled a rebellious child, once weary of parental admonitions, now flustered upon witnessing their unguarded concern. "I haven't broken any laws. I'm earning money just fine and enjoying myself every day. There's no way I break the law. You needn't worry," he stammered. Observing the unease stirred by his own sigh, Orange Ryoji ruffled his brother's hair, replying, "All right, then I'll take that as your promise." After all, he was still a child. Orange Ryo dared not defy him, only lowering the sun visor once his brother withdrew his hand. "I'm the most law-abiding citizen, all right? You're only a few years older than me. What kind of tone is that?" he retorted while tidying his somewhat disheveled hair in the mirror. As Orange Ryoji restarted the car, a subtle smile graced his handsome features. "I've long since aged." "What do you mean? You're still quite young." Orange Ryo scoffed, firmly believing that his brother was merely a child. However, seeing his brother's delight upon receiving his assurance, Orange Ryo quietly resolved to maintain the purity and safety of his identity, as his brother hoped. He vowed that all the undesirable attributes Orange Ryoji wished him to avoid would not manifest. Little did he know that the slap of reality would come as swiftly and mercilessly as a whirlwind. Chapter 36. How to avoid being exposed. Urgently awaiting response. After dining at his favorite conveyor belt sushi restaurant, it was already 5 in the afternoon when Orange Ryoji and Orange Ryo left. To assure his brother that he was engaging in righteous endeavors in Tokyo, Orange Ryo specifically took him to the newly opened jewelry stores in Mikancho, where the Orange family had set up shop. Originally intending to showcase his own accomplishments, Orange Ryo's attention was captured by a dazzling new diamond-studded musical note necklace displayed at the counter. Instantly enchanted by the glittering piece, he stood rooted at the counter, unable to move. "So, do you like it?" Orange Ryo did not respond but lightly tapped the glass surface of the counter, gesturing to the store manager who had been attentively standing by. "This pair, one black and one white, please wrap them up." "Certainly, Mr. Ryo," the manager complied. Yet, without receiving any response from the young pup, Orange Ryoji remarked, "It's all so flashy. Only a child like you would be fond of such things." Orange Ryo gave a knowing glance to the manager, who promptly understood and retrieved the 2 necklaces from the counter, presenting them to him. Taking both a black and a white necklace, Orange Ryo scrutinized them closely. Although adorned with small diamonds, the necklaces were exquisitely delicate. The musical note pendant was merely half the size of a soda bottle cap, and the design was intentionally gender-neutral, exuding a sense of understated elegance. The black necklace appeared more audacious and flamboyant compared to the pristine white one. He first donned the black necklace around his own neck, then confidently approached Orange Ryoji, unceremoniously placing the white one around his brother's neck despite his attempts to evade it. Clad in a silver-gray suit, the refined Orange Ryoji looked exceptionally well-matched with the white necklace. Stepping back to admire his handiwork, Orange Rio nodded in satisfaction. It suits you perfectly. No refusals. Orange Rio pondered, recollecting a recent holiday. Soon it will be Children's Day. Consider this my gift to you, and do not take it off casually. You can call me childish in retaliation. How did I end up spoiling your temperament like this? Orange Ryoji replied, although his hands fiddled with the small pendant around his neck, showing no desire to remove it. Realizing his brother was merely putting on a brave front, Orange Rio felt pleased to have cheered him up. The rather serious atmosphere that had lingered after Orange Ryoji's earlier lecture had lightened considerably. I don't have a partner. By the way, shouldn't the elder brother be the first to find a significant other? You should be the one to worry about finding me a sister-in-law. Orange Rio waved cheerfully at the manager, happily catching up to his brother as they exited together. That night, under a veil of stars, the darkened sky was thick as impenetrable ink. After a mere 5 hours of sleep to catch his flight, Orange Ryoji finally concluded a rather tumultuous day, sinking into slumber in the guest room that Orange Rio had reserved for him. On the opposite side of the corridor, the scene in Orange Rio's bedroom was entirely different. He instructed the floating little light orb to keep an eye on the potato chips that were playfully clinging to him. Switching to Brandy's identity card, he gently pried the confused potato chips off him as they were momentarily bewildered by their master's sudden transformation into a stranger. He pulled out his phone, illuminated by a new email notification on the lock screen, as the little light orb floated closer, attempting to discern what Orange Rio was planning to do next. At the top of the message was a 2-word email sent by Orange Rio, task. The recipient's name boldly displayed was followed by a new email from Jin, Tokyo Bay. The usual spot, assemble quickly. The system watched with a sense of resignation as Brandy, grinning with satisfaction, leapt from the window, disappearing into the night. Well, it's south not my place to interfere with the host's intentions. I shall simply remain a diligent caretaker and wait for the task to conclude safely. The system had no desire to provoke the devilish master, wishing only to endure until it could return to its companions, boasting of having completed the entire mission under the devil's guidance, and even earned a wage. As it observed the potato chips, now animated and ready to dance the night away, the system sighed, resigned to its fate, and donned a teddy bear costume. It was determined that for its safety and paycheck, it would not allow the potato chips to come near the devil and his delicate, glimmering possessions. As dawn approached, Brandy returned with his spoils, a suitcase and gold bars in hand, climbing through the window. However, just as he landed, a familiar, slightly hoarse male voice echoed in the otherwise empty room. Pup! Brandy froze in place, and as the dim light illuminated the figure previously seated on the edge of the bed, he realized it was none other than the seemingly asleep Orange Ryoji, now approaching him step by step. In the dim light of early morning, Orange Liang, uncomfortably aware of the brandy shell atop his head, forced a nervous smile as he approached. It was then he discerned that the visitor was not his younger brother, but rather a seemingly youthful foreign boy. His mind had been preoccupied with a dream of imprisoning his brother, and now, feeling unsettled, he had intended to check on his pet sibling. However, upon hearing the faintly bloodstained youth's address, he could not help but furrow his brow in apprehension. Chapter 37, Ahem, Greetings brother at 4 in the morning. In Orange Liang's bedroom, Orange Linkai regarded the blood-tinged intruder with a cold, almost glacial gaze. Who are you? He demanded, his voice frigid enough to freeze the air. It was only then that Orange Liang remembered his current appearance, and the name he had inadvertently uttered made him internally lament the situation. The brandy figure remained frozen by the window, its expression shifting erratically, failing to respond to Linkai's question. Linkai, undeterred, flicked on the wall lamp near the window, scrutinizing the evidently formidable midnight visitor with keen vigilance. After a moment's hesitation, he tentatively probed, Brandy? Having been directly identified by Linkai, Orange Liang could no longer maintain his pretense of ignorance. Anyone could see that something was amiss between them. Having unwittingly addressed Linkai as brother, Brandy decided to embrace the mistake. Taking a deep breath, he feigned composure and said, I apologize. I did not anticipate our meeting would unfold in this manner. Upon recognizing Brandy, Linkai instinctively reached for his lower back, only to remember that he had surrendered his service weapon upon leaving the precinct for his leave. Meanwhile, the system clung tightly to the shimmering collection of chips, attempting to blend into the background. Just moments ago, the chips, having been playfully engaged with a teddy bear, now appeared momentarily dazed, forgetting its previous intentions and redirecting its interest toward the fluffy companion holding it. Who knows how many times this scene had played out that night. Had it not been for the system's teddy bear, it might have been thoroughly dismantled by the chips long ago. With a weary sigh, the system observed Brandy being cornered by Linkai, feeling an inexplicable sense of schadenfreude. The wheel of fate turns. Those who do not believe should look up to the heavens. Who has ever escaped the judgment of fate? Oh, host, you shall reap what you sow, it mused. Unlike the system, which watched with a sense of detached amusement, the two individuals directly involved were taut with tension. Orange Liang was consumed with thoughts of the imminent alarm bells signaling the exposure of his true identity. What began as a simple nocturnal visit to check on his brother had spiraled into chaos. In the dead of night, his typically obedient brother was nowhere to be found. Linkai sat in silence as dawn approached, awaiting Orange Liang's return to settle the score. Yet, the long-anticipated arrival was not that of his troublesome sibling, but rather the formidable adversary he had long dreaded, Brandy. Through investigation and reports from Orange Liang, Linkai was well aware that the seemingly innocent youth before him was, in fact, a perilous individual with a notorious reputation. He paid little heed to Brandy's attempts to change the subject. Linkai's sharp mind recalled Brandy's earlier address, and his expression darkened as he coldly inquired, "What did you just call me, Orange Liang?" Brandy inhaled deeply, mentally preparing himself, convincing himself that he had no choice. What's the worst that could happen? It's just a face. As long as I don't get exposed, I can sacrifice this face, can't I? Thus, Linkai watched as the ever-smiling golden-haired boy awkwardly mustered the audacity to say, "Greetings, brother?" Linkai? His already grim countenance darkened further. Witnessing Brandy's demeanor, Linkai felt a surge of frustration. He had initially believed that his brother had finally matured, perhaps even found a girlfriend, but instead, he was confronted with this scoundrel. Linkai's blood pressure soared as he considered that if he had a weapon in hand, it would have long been pressed to Brandy's forehead. This scum, associating with his brother, posed a grave risk, and Linkai couldn't help but voice his disdain. People like you, who revel in depravity and have blood on their hands, deserve to be locked away for life. The thought of Brandy daring to cast an eye on his law-abiding, upstanding brother was intolerable. Even with the thick filter of brotherly affection, Linkai found himself chastising Orange Liang. "And you, how could you associate with someone so evidently rotten to the core? My Na'vi brother, blissfully unaware, even speaks well of him in front of me." Recalling how Orange Liang had initially introduced Brandy with hopes of reforming him, Linkai, the youthful guardian of justice, felt an overwhelming urge to imprison this murderer, who had so easily charmed his foolish brother. In his eyes, Brandy was an audacious criminal, brazenly flaunting his misdeeds in front of him, emboldened by the cooperation with Linkai's team. Meanwhile, Orange Liang, caught in his brother's piercing gaze, attempted to decipher the turmoil within Linkai's mind, unsure of how to defuse the tension. Linkai, feeling his professional integrity and paternal authority being openly challenged by this cursed Brandy, grappled with the thought that he could not act recklessly and disrupt the delicate balance of his team's plans. "Who is your brother?" Linkai's incredulity at Brandy's shameless address nearly caused him to laugh in anger. "Where's Orange Liang? Where's he?" The weight of his voice grew ominous as he demanded answers. "Oh no, how do I explain where I've been?" Orange Liang thought to himself, sensing the impending disaster. Sleep-deprived and overwhelmed by the threat of exposure, he struggled to concoct a plausible excuse. "I'm sorry, brother," he finally said, gritting his teeth. With a surge of adrenaline that far surpassed human reflexes, he charged forward, knocking his brother unconscious before Linkai could react. In an instant, Linkai felt a flash of movement and, instinctively, raised his hand to defend himself. But before he could act, a sharp pain in his neck sent him spiraling into darkness. Brandy, damn it. Chapter 38. The consequences of recklessness. After rendering his brother unconscious, Orange Liang swiftly changed his guise. Heart pounding, he laid the still form of his brother upon the bed and queried the system, which had masqueraded as a doll, about the unfolding events. The system, having thoroughly enjoyed the spectacle, grinned sheepishly and replied, "Report, sir. I am as perplexed as you." Casting a sharp glare, Orange Liang silenced the system's initial response, which morphed into, I was busy preventing the chips from attacking your collection when Mr. Orange entered unexpectedly. He has been waiting for you, presumably for 2 to 3 hours. The gravity of the situation deepened as Orange Liang absorbed the system's words, his expression darkening. The system, sensing the tension, began to shrink away as it spoke softly. Why didn't you alert me? Orange Liang asked, his voice steady despite the storm within. The system, still caught up in the excitement of witnessing the devil's plight, felt as if struck by lightning. Oh right, we have an unconventional contract now. Theoretically, I can communicate with you at any time. The reason it is deemed one-sided is that the voice of the devil can only be deciphered at the whim of the system's conscience. Yet, once the connection is established, all of the system's concealed thoughts will be laid bare before the eyes of the Orange Goodness. Even when abandoned by the malicious devil in Kyoto, it gritted its teeth and upheld its principles, choosing not to engage in a spiritual dialogue with the now silent system. Alas, I was wrong. Trembling, it glanced up at the seemingly composed Orange Goodness, feeling even more fearful. It's over. After spending all this time under the devil's thumb, the system had come to understand the devil's temperament. Unlike when it wore the brandy guise, the more Orange Goodness appeared indifferent, the angrier he became. Witnessing the devil's demeanor, the system feared it would be utterly obliterated today. Farewell, companions of the system training class. Today, the system shall bravely meet its demise. Even in its resigned state, the system pondered whether it would become the first case of a host devouring its system, forever immortalized in textbooks for future systems to remember. Orange Goodness, observing the still dazed little golden sphere, momentarily considered imprisoning this unreliable entity in a dark room to teach it a lesson about humility. However, remembering that someone needed to care for the chips, Orange Goodness managed to calm himself and coldly stated that henceforth, the little light spheres produced daily from the chips would no longer include the system. Initially overjoyed, the system exclaimed, "What? The devil has changed his mind? I survived?" Yet this fleeting joy lasted less than a moment. The system understood the implications of Orange Goodness's words. It would return to a life of laboring hard yet reaping no rewards, confined to merely observing. Transitioning from frugality to extravagance is easy, but from extravagance back to frugality is a difficult journey. Before the system could fully savor the relief of escaping death, it was struck by this thunderous news. Woe is me, sorrow welled up within. Unable to contain itself, the system let out a loud howl. What? Are you dissatisfied? Orange Goodness, arms crossed, looked at the flickering, seemingly protesting system and calmly inquired. No, I am merely overwhelmed with joy. I am truly sobbing, so very happy. Orange Goodness, indifferent to whether the system's forced smile was sincere, chose to ignore it, redirecting all his focus to the unconscious Orange Liangjie. What shall I do when my brother awakens? In despair, Orange Goodness indeed wished to confine the troublesome system to a dark room. Just as he stood by the bedside, fretting over how to deceive his elder brother, the unconscious Orange Liangjie gradually regained consciousness. Rubbing the back of his head, Orange Liangjie slowly sat up from the unfamiliar bed. Brother, you're awake. Here, drink some water. Orange Goodness quickly reached out to support the still-dazed Orange Liangjie, offering him a sip of warm water. Orange Liangjie, drinking from the position Orange Goodness provided, finally regained his senses and recalled the events that had transpired. Where's Brandy? With a hoarse voice, Orange Liangjie looked at his unreliable younger brother and asked, "Ha! Did he come by? I was startled when I returned and found you lying on the ground. I checked your vital signs and saw they were normal, so I thought to wait for you to wake up and ask what happened." Orange Liangjie gazed at his younger brother with an expression that clearly conveyed disbelief. Orange Goodness felt a bit uneasy under his brother's scrutinizing gaze. "Brother, tell me honestly, what is your relationship with Brandy?" Orange Liangjie continued, looking at him intently. Why was he here today? Orange Goodness's mind raced, suddenly formulating a brilliant excuse. Orange Liangjie noticed Orange Goodness's concerned smile morph into a reluctant grimace. He told you, what did he say? Orange Liangjie's heart was filled with curiosity, yet his face remained impassive as he nodded slightly. Sigh, he only visits occasionally under pressure from the dark organization. My feelings for him are quite troubling, which is why I went out tonight to drown my sorrows and drink. Apologies? Orange Goodness silently mourned for the impending slander of his other persona. At this point, it was the only way. The blame lies entirely with Brandy. What does it have to do with Orange Goodness? To make his alibi more convincing, Orange Goodness discreetly employed the illusionary skills he had recently mastered, subtly conjuring a faint scent of alcohol around himself. Orange Liangjie stared wide-eyed in confusion, the night's surreal events leading him to question whether he was dreaming. But brother, rest assured, I only like adorable girls. I will clarify things with him without disrupting Zero Group's plans. Observing his brother's expression, overwhelmed by the sheer amount of information, Orange Goodness felt an unsettling uncertainty creep in. Did Orange Liangjie believe him or not? Ha 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 ha. The system, floating in the air and devouring gossip, could not help but burst into laughter. The devil, oh devil, today is your day of reckoning. Chapter 39. Letting go after a night of chaos and turmoil, Orange Liangjie paid no heed to Orange Goodness's insincere pleas for him to stay. He bid farewell to Orange Goodness, who lingered at the security checkpoint, his heart burdened with complex emotions as he responded to a summons regarding a tumultuous case in Kyoto. He arrived with light luggage and departed with only an extra necklace. However, as he turned to look back at Orange Goodness, who was smiling and watching him leave, the joy of receiving a gift had long faded. In the morning at the airport, the flow of people was not overly dense. Among the crowd, the distinguished Orange Goodness stood out remarkably. Orange Liangjie momentarily paused, his thoughts drifting back to the conversation he had shared with Orange Goodness earlier. Although he occasionally perceived Orange Goodness as a mischievous child who would never truly mature, he also recognized that Orange Goodness had developed into an independent adult capable of making his own decisions. At times, in the realm of adulthood, Orange Goodness even surpassed him. Orange Liangjie harbored numerous reservations, grievances, and concerns regarding Brandy, eager to impart his wisdom to Orange Goodness. He feared that one day his brother might be influenced, veering off course, losing himself, and failing to see the path ahead. However, after Orange Goodness explained his relationship with Brandy that morning, Orange Liangjie remained silent for a long while, ultimately imparting only a restrained piece of advice. His voice, still slightly hoarse, conveyed, "I do not wish to pry into matters you are reluctant to disclose. You have grown up. So long as you ensure your safety, pursue your own path." Observing Orange Goodness's wide, astonished eyes, he tenderly ruffled the younger one's hair, a faint smile escaping his lips as he sighed. "Ultimately, I am just your brother, not you. The consequences of your choices are yours alone to bear. I have no right to interfere excessively." Gazing at Orange Goodness, who still appeared somewhat worrisome, Orange Liangjie realized the moment had come. It was time to allow this sibling, who had long desired to soar but had held back due to his brother's feelings, to take flight freely. When did he become the one needing to be placated by Orange Goodness, becoming a hindrance in the process? It seemed to have begun since the last time Orange Goodness was reluctantly called back to the main residence, a change he had only just now perceived. Looking at Orange Goodness, whose eyes were filled with worry and doubt, Orange Liangjie softened his demeanor, patiently and gently reassuring him, "Don't worry, little one. I am not angry." He gazed with a hint of melancholy at his eloquent and refined brother, sighing, "In the end, all I truly desire is your happiness. Since I can no longer help you choose the right path, it is time to let go. You are no longer a child. All I wish for is your joy and safety." In a tender display of affection, Zhu Liang nestled into his brother's embrace, sincerely explaining that he understood his brother's concerns stemmed from care, and he had never regarded his brother's guidance as a constraint. With a hint of trepidation about hurting his brother's feelings, Zhu Liang continued to express his heartfelt sentiments. However, Zhu Liangjie merely smiled gently and advised him to be happy. "Dear one, I hope to always be the safe haven where you can find solace." At that moment, Zhu Liang's voice was soft, his eyes wide and glistening, causing Zhu Liangjie to momentarily worry that this silly child might burst into tears. "Brother, hurry up. Call me when you land," Zhu Liang urged loudly, standing just outside the security checkpoint, startling Zhu Liangjie from his wistful reverie. Watching Zhu Liang wave goodbye with fervor, Zhu Liangjie responded with a light-hearted wave of his own before turning towards the boarding gate. This mischievous lad had far too many schemes. There was no need for him to fret over such trivial matters. Kyoto awaited him, burdened with the aftermath of a recent catastrophic explosion that required his attention. For now, he needed to focus on himself. Farewell, Tokyo. As Zhu Liang observed his brother smile and vanish into the crowd, His own smile gradually faded. Casting a glance at the silent little light orb beside him, he thrust his hands into his pockets and turned in a direction starkly different from Zhu Liangjia's, departing. After gathering spiritual energy for so long, along with the souls he had captured the night before, it was time for him to transcend his current boundaries. The rising sun gradually ascended above the horizon, its gentle rays spreading warmth across the land. Tokyo, as quiet as ever, began to bustle with activity. A new day had commenced. Chapter 40. Ever since bidding farewell to Zhu Liangjia, Zhu Liang devoted all his energy to breaking through his limits. Upon returning home, he greeted the heads of several subsidiaries with whom he directly coordinated. Recent corporate affairs required various divisions to convene meetings for decision-making. Any plans requiring his signature would be postponed unless absolutely necessary, and board meetings could be convened for resolutions. In essence, it was a message that he would not be available for disturbances during this time. The elite leaders of the subsidiaries, fully understanding his intentions, assured him that they would manage all corporate affairs diligently during his vacation, allowing him to enjoy his rare respite without interruptions. Although technically subsidiaries of the Zhu Corporation, each had established itself as a formidable entity within its respective field, equipped with mature decision-making systems. Most documents Zhu Liang typically handled were merely routine reports, with few requiring his direct involvement in decision-making. His precautions were simply a matter of prudence. Having resolved potential interruptions from corporate matters, and after receiving a reassuring call from Zhu Liangjia, Zhu Liang instructed the system to refrain from mischief, ensuring the care of the cat, and then retreated into seclusion, fully dedicating himself to refining his spiritual energy, intending to achieve a breakthrough. On the first day without the master system, feed the cat, clean the litter, watch television. On the second day without the master system, watch television, feed the cat, play with water, clean the litter. On the 10th day without the master system, play with water, watch television, feed the cat, forget to clean the litter. The system, gradually reveling in the freedom of having no supervision, was just about to settle onto the sofa to indulge in a television drama starring Yoko Nakanishi when it was startled by the sight of Zhu Liang, who had been in seclusion for half a month, stretching leisurely as he descended the stairs. In an instant, the system felt an imaginary cold sweat trickle down its back. It sprang into action, darting with astonishing speed to the cat's litter box, grabbing the oblivious cat, Chips, who was still preparing to relieve itself, and swiftly depositing it into a freshly cleaned litter box filled with new litter. Chips, bewildered, took a few tentative steps, feeling the renewed firmness beneath its paws. Glancing around in confusion and detecting nothing amiss, it mewed softly before resuming its business. Meanwhile, the system, now startled by the sudden return of its master, hurriedly replaced the water in Chip's bowl and filled its food dish. "Sir, you've broken through." The system, having just tidied the scene and attempted to erase any evidence of its sloth, looked up to find Zhu Liang surveying the room, seemingly oblivious to anything amiss. Feeling guilty about any potential oversights, the system rushed forward, feigning excitement and greeting him warmly. Having finally shed the shackles of childhood, Zhu Liang felt a lightness in his heart, now embodying a true devil distinctly different from human life. His current state could be likened to a child transitioning from infancy to the vibrant age of 6 or 7. In simpler terms, one might refer to it as childhood, although the devil would certainly not appreciate such a description. Noticing the system's excessive eagerness, Zhu Liang did not suspect it was attempting to divert his attention. He merely raised an eyebrow, slightly taken aback by its enthusiasm. However, confident in his own charisma, he soon dismissed this minor peculiarity, recognizing that the system's long tenure under his gracious guidance had naturally led to admiration. In a joyful response to his servant's concern, he declared, "Yes, I have succeeded. Ding. Host status has been significantly enhanced. The system is eligible for an upgrade. Would you like to proceed? Warning. Failure to complete post-upgrade tasks will result in random penalties." Before Zhu Liang could finish his thought, the system's alert interrupted him. Watching a small blue orb rise from a teddy bear that had collapsed onto the floor, Zhu Liang raised an intrigued eyebrow. "Upgrade." With unwavering confidence, he answered without hesitation, knowing that even if misfortune struck, his mischief would not be the one to suffer. Ding. Upgrade successful. Welcome, Mr. Zhu Liang, to the Prodigy System 2.0. We sincerely wish you a pleasant journey. After delivering this message, the azure orb transformed into a familiar golden hue. Why did you choose to upgrade? If it fails, there will be consequences. The golden orb circled around Zhu Liang, expressing concern. Zhu Liang pulled out the system's newly provided phone, eager to explore the new features in version 2.0. Have I ever failed in my tasks? He remarked casually while browsing through the newly added character management software. Eh? Have I discovered a hidden gem? Zhu Liang sensed the little orb brighten with realization. My host is truly remarkable. Zhu Liang chose to ignore the orb's self-indulgent musings, narrowing his eyes at a notification behind the vest option. Identity cards can be used simultaneously. Matching props substitute dolls will be provided after 30 days. With a disdainful smile, Zhu Liang thought, oh, you wish to dangle promises before me? Unfortunately, I don't need substitute dolls, but I can certainly craft magical puppets. The floating orb of light observed the gentle figure of the amiable teacher, dressed in a pale blue turtleneck sweater named Orange Liang. With a soft snap of his fingers, he beckoned towards the wine cabinet in the southern hall. Suddenly, a refined youth with golden hair and azure eyes, clad in a standard three-piece suit, appeared beside the armchair near the wine cabinet, a smile gracing his features. The elegantly dressed boy extracted a bottle of champagne from the adjacent cabinet, while Orange Liang naturally presented 2 tall glasses to the exquisite, doll-like youth. The boy effortlessly accepted the glasses, filling each one with the sparkling liquid. The water-blue gemstone adorning his bow tie shimmered under the light, harmonizing beautifully with his eyes, which glimmered with a similar hue. He offered one glass to Orange Liang while grasping the other for himself. Under the warm glow of the lights, Brandy smiled slyly like a cunning fox, raising his glass towards the quietly smiling Orange Liang, joyfully inviting him to join in. Chapter 41. Brandy's sweet delights on the Aizu beach. During the summer, the sun shone brightly, heating the sand to an almost unbearable temperature, while even the sea seemed to radiate warmth. The beach was bustling with tourists enjoying the sunny day, with some even fishing on the jagged rocks not far away. Ah! Summer. If one is to vacation, it must be by the sea, exclaimed Yoko, bending down to scoop up a handful of water and splashing it at the head of the emerging lawn. Hey, Yoko, that's unfair. I'm coming for you. Don't hide. Lon, soaked by Yoko's splash, looked at her grinning friend and could not resist the playful spirit. They laughed and began a playful water fight. All right. We're in 2. Let us have a contest, Genta. The young detective team, splashing in the shallow water, found Yoko and Lan's antics entertaining and soon joined in the merriment. You should join us too, Conan, exclaimed Ayumi, pulling the reluctant Conan, who was draped over a float, into the fray. Why must I always be dragged into these childish games? Conan sighed, his expression resembling that of a fish out of water. He was soon met with a face full of water from his friends, his previously dry hair now sticking to his head. Ha, Conan, you're so slow to react. Genta laughed at the sight of Conan standing there, drenched like a bewildered goose, prompting chuckles from Hikaru and Ayumi as well. How infuriating. Conan bent down and scooped a large handful of water, splashing it over the group, finally joining the chaos. After some time, Yoko, in her grass-green bikini, angrily placed her hands on her hips. With 2 beautiful girls like us, why are there no handsome, single men on this beach to chat with? She glanced at Ayumi and the others playing in the water and couldn't help but complain, why am I surrounded only by these noisy little brats? It's truly pathetic. Sorry to disappoint you, Conan muttered quietly, overhearing Yoko's lament. Looks like I have to take the initiative. With determination, Yoko clenched her fist and marched towards a row of beach chairs beneath an umbrella not far away. Wait, that's not a good idea, Yoko. Lon called out, hurrying to catch up with her friend. Seriously, calling them over will scare off any handsome guy who might approach us, Yoko whispered to Lon, casting a glance back at the group of children trailing behind. After all, we're still kids, and it's too dangerous without supervision, Lon explained with a shy smile. Honestly, what am I going to do with you? Yoko's voice trailed off as she seemed to notice something. Yoko? Yoko? Lon waved a hand in front of Yoko, who appeared lost in thought. Yoko suddenly grabbed Lan's hand, excitedly pointing to the left. Do you see that? What a gem. What a handsome guy. What? Lon instinctively glanced in the direction Yoko indicated, only to be greeted by the sight of a portly man with a beer belly and thick leg hair, which was quite the shock. Oh no, not him. The one next to him. The one with golden hair and abs. Realizing Lon was looking at the wrong person, Yoko anxiously pointed again, urging her to look. Next to him? Just as Lon was about to get a closer look at the so-called handsome man, Conan tugged at her arm. She bent down to see Conan's innocent face. What? Is it the handsome golden-haired brother? Where? I want to see. Brandy, lounging less than 10 meters away, could no longer pretend not to hear them. Since earlier, he had felt as though Yoko's fiery gaze was piercing through him. A presence that could rival even the sharpness of Jin's stare. Initially, he had only wished to enjoy the tranquility of the seaside before his task began. But now he found himself reluctantly sitting up, removing his sunglasses to greet the group with a sunny yet somewhat bashful smile. Hi, were you talking about me? Under the azure sky, the youth in swim trunks smiled at them, the sea breeze tousling his slightly tousled hair. It was only when he removed his sunglasses that Yoko realized his eyes matched the shimmering sea. His radiant smile exuded a refreshing aura. Yoko, entranced, rested her fingers intertwined against her cheek, involuntarily exclaiming, "What an angelic sweet treat. It's you, the bad guy, the big brother from the train. Brandy." The children who recognized Brandy gasped in surprise upon seeing his face, while Conan, who had a vivid memory of Brandy, blurted out his code name. Chapter 42. The plot unfolds. Brandy discreetly glanced at Conan, who had audaciously revealed his name, stifling an internal groan. How had this boy managed to survive until now? Perhaps it was this absurd luck that allowed him to be the protagonist. Although Brandy's mind raced with thoughts, his outward composure remained unshaken. He surveyed the bewildered expressions of Yoko and the others, feigning confusion as he inquired, "Children, have we met before?" Hikaru stepped forward, exclaiming, "You're the big brother who collided with Genta on the Shinkansen. You were wearing all black, and you looked really scary." Genta and Ayumi, peeking from behind Hikaru, nodded vigorously. "That's right. So terrifying. Just looking at you made me feel like I was going to die." Brandy, now even more puzzled, responded, "Children, I believe you must be mistaken." He approached the visibly anxious Hikaru, playfully tousling the boy's still damp hair. "You must have seen someone who resembles me. I absolutely detest black." That's a lie. The little orb of light, having just emerged from the water, floated lazily beside Brandy, mercilessly critiquing him. "You're lying." Conan's instincts kicked in, a warning bell ringing in his mind. Despite the apparent differences in Brandy's demeanor today compared to that fateful encounter, he had no doubt that they were indeed the same person. However, Conan was certain that, regardless of appearance or voice and despite his detective instincts, this seemingly harmless individual was undoubtedly Brandy. Conan recalled that he had inadvertently revealed his codename in shock earlier, and a wave of concern washed over him. He could not allow Ran and the others to fall into danger. Regardless of this man's intentions, for the sake of their safety, he absolutely could not expose him. Thus, Conan hurriedly declared with a determined expression to Ayumi and the others, "Oh, you must have mistaken him. That gloomy fellow could never be the same person as this big brother." Although Conan had matured slightly since his transformation, Brandy, an ancient creature who had lived for an unknown length of time, could easily discern the boy's guardedness behind his smile. "The little brother is right." Brandy feigned ignorance of Conan's resistance. He tousled Conan's hair and, with a radiant smile, said, "I've just returned to Japan for a vacation after studying in England for a while. By the way, I've never ridden on Japan's Shinkansen." Yayoi finally understood that Conan and the others had mistaken him for someone else. She reproached them honestly. "How could you misidentify such a handsome guy?" "I really can't understand you little ones." Ran, feeling embarrassed, apologized on behalf of the children. "I'm sorry. I think this group must have mistaken you for someone else. At first glance, you really do resemble that gentleman. My sincerest apologies." "Why are you apologizing for them, Ran?" Yayoi placed her hands on her hips and looked sternly at Ayumi and the others. "If you make a mistake, you should apologize yourselves. Understand?" "I'm sorry. My sincere apologies." "Big brother, I'm sorry." The children also recognized their mistake and, under Yayoi's reminder, obediently bowed their heads in apology. "Ha ha ha. It's all right. Perhaps I just have a very common face. By the way, I haven't introduced myself yet. I am Theodore Ross, just call me Theodore. I am currently a university student on holiday." Brandy made a joke to ease the earlier awkwardness, using the identity information from his passport for the introduction. "Not at all. Theodore, you are so dazzling. It's just that these little ones lack appreciation." Yayoi immediately countered when she heard Theodore's remark. "By the way, I'm Yaya, and this is Ran. We are all students from Titan High School. These little ones are just kids from other families who came to play with us." When Ran noticed Theodore smiling and nodding at her, she couldn't help but respond with a somewhat shy smile. Speaking of which, Theodore, you look quite young. I initially thought you were our age. As Yayoi expressed this, Theodore beamed widely. Is that so? It seems I have a youthful appearance. Conan, wishing to minimize this ambiguous and potentially dangerous person's contact with Ran and the others, glanced at the stall renting rubber boats by the seaside and suddenly exclaimed, Sister Ran, that looks like so much fun. Take us to play, won't you? Right, everyone? At the end, he turned to Genta and the others, who were uncertain about what to do. Yay, Sister Ran, take us to play. The children, influenced by Conan's enthusiasm, eagerly joined in their pleas. Seeing the children's excitement, Ran reluctantly nodded in agreement. She turned to Yayoi, who was engrossed in conversation with Theodore, who occasionally nodded but consistently smiled warmly, and said, Yayoi, Mr. Theodore, I'm taking the kids to row the boat. Would you like to join us? I think I'll pass, you all go enjoy yourselves. Theodore replied as he returned to his beach chair, smiling as he declined. I won't go either. Have fun? Ran, Yayoi responded, eager to be alone with the handsome man. No, I want to play with Sister Yayoi too. Conan, seeing Yayoi about to be alone with this dangerous individual, rushed in front of her, grabbing her arm and exclaimed. Bang! Yayoi withdrew her fist that had playfully hit Conan and gently urged him. Don't disturb the sister. Go play. Conan, pulled away by the children, felt a sense of urgency. Sister Ran, I suddenly don't want to play anymore. I'll just sit with Yayoi. No way. Ran firmly grasped Conan's hand, halting his attempt to leave. You asked to play first, and Yayoi doesn't want to be interrupted right now. As she leaned down, she looked at Conan dangerously and asked, or do you prefer to play with Yayoi over me? Conan, gazing at Ran, who seemed ready to kick him into the sea if he nodded, quickly forced a laugh. Ha ha ha. Not at all. Then it's settled. Let us go. With the answer she desired, Ran smiled broadly, standing up and insistently pulling Conan to catch up with Kagoro and the others ahead. Meanwhile, Theodore, who had been observing Conan and the others, accepted the juice that Yayoi handed him, thanked her with a smile, and took a small sip. The show was about to begin. Chapter 43, Failure Punishment. System Destruction. Why did Tachibana suddenly appear in Aizu under the guise of Brandy? All of this traces back to the upgrade of the troublemaking system to version 20. The method for issuing tasks in version 20 seemed to have shifted from a trigger base to a random issuance. Recently, Amuro had sent some vague information to the organization, hoping to test Brandy. Although it ultimately had little effect on Brandy, the devilish gentleman, feeling somewhat petty, symbolically decided to cold-shoulder Amuro's disturbances for a time. With not much going on lately, and feeling somewhat pleased due to a recent breakthrough, the devilish gentleman's conscience stirred, and he thought it was time to respond to the undercover gentleman who persistently sent him good morning and good night messages. After all, in this day and age, it's not easy to juggle being an undercover agent while working as a part-time employee and still find time to show concern. However, just as Brandy had resumed his leisurely routine of occasionally teasing Jin and collaborating with others at the distillery, he unexpectedly received a special mission. One day, after finishing work at the distillery, Brandy cheerfully polished a small porcelain bottle he had pilfered from a target's home when he suddenly heard a long-unheard task notification. Ding! Special task. Unique. Issued. Mission name. Faction determination. Mission content. Assist Haruhiko Kasumi in escaping legal consequences. For details, please visit the task center. Mission reward. 1 unknown identity card. Failure punishment. System 0235 destruction. Warning. The method of task completion will affect the final reward distribution. Please choose cautiously. The swift issuance of this task left Tachibana no opportunity to decline. After reviewing the details at the task center and pondering for a moment, he looked at the chubby little creature sobbing beside him and asked, the System 0235 that faces destruction upon mission failure. Could that be you? The system, playing at home, wailed. Wah! It's me. I have toiled diligently and worked hard for so long. Why should I be punished for your failure? I've never encountered such a case before. Why should I bear the brunt of the host's shortcomings? SNT, it said that the system is ironclad and the host is interchangeable. Why does it feel like the roles have reversed? System. This job is impossible. Having finally trained the system to be somewhat understanding and tolerable, Tachibana had no intention of changing it for the time being. He gently patted the pitiful little creature who was crying inconsolably and assured, be good, don't worry. I will complete this task. Not to mention the arduous effort required to retrain a caretaker. The task's reward piqued his interest. A new alias was akin to a new source of amusement, and he was determined to obtain this reward. As for the task's target, Haruhiko Kasumi, Tachibana had scant recollection. However, he did recall that the Kasumi family seemed to be associated with a respectable family business. After reviewing the task details, he confirmed that Haruhiko was indeed the heir to that family. Yet, this mission had little to do with the individual's background. Haruhiko was a misguided would-be criminal, intent on eliminating his girlfriend to escape back home for an arranged marriage, even scheming to use Conan as his alibi. As Tachibana continued reading, he discovered that this individual also intended to kill Kagoro Mori and was threatening to harm Ayumi as a hostage to intimidate the Mori family. Wasn't this akin to performing acrobatics on the edge of a cliff, courting disaster? Tachibana couldn't help but lament the intelligence of this character, who had so expertly maneuvered himself into prison, rendering his efforts utterly futile. Humanity truly is a marvelously diverse species. Thus, Tachibana timed his arrival perfectly at Aizu, just as Haruhiko was about to enact his plan, leading to the earlier encounter with Brandy and Conan. Chapter 44, Growth at Noon. Sonoko and Brandy found themselves reluctantly listening to Kagoro Mori boast about his fishing prowess, as the esteemed detective presented his morning haul with great credibility. After disembarking, Haruhiko and Ran separated to seek their own lunches while Conan, having just finished his meal, lazily trailed behind them back to the hotel lobby set up for tourists on the beach. The three children, having satisfied their appetites, regained their energy and borrowed a beach ball from the lobby to frolic on the sand. As Conan approached Brandy and the others, he overheard Kagoro's boasting and leaned over the fish storage box, pointing at the top fish and inquiring, "Uncle, is this a sea bream?" Kagoro, having finally found an audience willing to listen to his tales of grandeur, especially a foreign friend eager to engage, was in high spirits until Conan, oblivious to the moment, interrupted. "What's the matter?" Kagoro snapped, closing the box. "Nothing much," Conan replied, though his expression belied his words. Earlier in the morning, Ran had mentioned that Kagoro was fishing in a nearby pond, yet he had managed to catch sea fish, likely from a fishing ground instead. Having watched the anime, Brandy understood Conan's criticism, though he felt it was somewhat unfair to Kagoro. In truth, Kagoro had indeed brought in sea creatures from a pond connected to the ocean, which later became an escape route for Conan and the others. After silently critiquing Kagoro in his mind, Conan feigned curiosity typical of a child towards foreigners, attempting to uncover more about Brandy and his intentions. The naive little detective still believed that the man under the alias Theodore had not overheard his accidental slip of a code name that morning. It was plausible, considering Conan had been the farthest from Brandy at the time, and his voice had been drowned out by the boisterous chatter of Genta and the other children. Reflecting on the near exposure of his identity, Conan felt a chill of apprehension. He recalled Ms. Akemi Mayano's demise in the warehouse and the menacing smile of Tachibana as he threatened him from the car outside the detective agency. The members of the black organization were perilous individuals, vastly more formidable than the clumsy criminals he had previously encountered. Now, he was facing a mysterious and vast criminal syndicate alone. Conan silently vowed to exercise heightened caution. Should his identity as Shinichi Kudo be revealed, or if they discovered his knowledge of their operations, both he and Ran would undoubtedly be thrust into peril. In the past, he had been overly naive, believing that as long as he withheld the truth from Ran and the others, even if his secret were exposed, they would remain unharmed. Yet, with each deeper brush against the edges of the black organization, he recognized how foolish he had been. Even the billion-yen robbery he had learned about was merely executed by peripheral members who were swiftly eliminated after completing their tasks. Ultimately, even Akemi's attempt to deceive them and reclaim the stolen money was thwarted by that enigmatic organization. If even their own members could be disposed of without hesitation, could he truly expect them to spare the innocent lives around him? Even now, realizing this, Conan found himself unable to relocate from the Mori residence. If he were to be killed, the organization would undoubtedly investigate his transient movements, adhering to the principle of better to kill an innocent than to let a guilty one escape, and would eliminate the Mori family as well. Thus, as he gazed at Brandy, whose cheerful demeanor only intensified his resolve, he was determined to seize the opportunity presented by being near Kagoro to track these individuals down. He would ensure they all ended up behind bars. "By the way, are you Ms. Mori's father?" Haruhiko, who had just delayed his arrival after incapacitating his girlfriend in a cave that would soon be filled with rising tides, interjected smoothly, "I am Haruhiko Kasumi, and I have yet to inquire about your esteemed surname." "Ha ha ha. Greetings. I wonder if you have heard of my name, Kagoro Mori, a detective," Kagoro replied. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Haruhiko's expression changed dramatically upon realizing who Kagoro was. "Kagoro Mori?" he exclaimed in alarm. Conan had been attempting to uncover Brandy's purpose for being there, but regardless of his probing, Brandy's responses consistently revolved around leisure and relaxation. Conan couldn't fathom why. During their previous encounter on the Shinkansen, Brandy had acted as though he were mute, yet now spoke so fluidly, deftly sidestepping his inquiries and effortlessly steering the conversation toward unrelated topics that clearly excited Sonoko. Ultimately, it was Sonoko who dominated the dialogue with her exuberance. Conan, feeling a sense of foreboding, wondered if this presence was merely coincidental. Chapter 45. The first feast of the system. If it were a coincidence, it would be understandable, considering Conan might have been just a dull child he had encountered during a task and Brandy likely was not there specifically for him. Realizing this, Conan's tension eased slightly. Nevertheless, the opportunity was rare, and he was determined to probe further, hoping to glean information regarding the Black Organization or Brandy's intentions. Given his previous success in eavesdropping on the Shinkansen, it seemed Brandy was not particularly wary and his lips were not tightly sealed. If Brandy knew Conan's thoughts, he would likely burst into laughter, thinking, "Silly child, I intentionally let you overhear that." Just as Conan began to harbor doubts about whether this seemingly normal Theodore, whose responses were impeccable, was indeed the same Brandy who radiated a murderous aura, he heard Haruhiko's excessively alarmed exclamation. However, before he could ponder why this person had such a ghostly expression upon hearing his uncle's name, Conan was pulled away by Ayumi, who was calling his name. To a nearby beach. "Conan, there is a plastic bottle here that seems to contain a note," the system urged. "Host, let us go rescue the girl named you. It's time for us to execute our mission." Upon discovering the distress signal, Haruhiko Kasumi feigned a joke to mislead the children. Yet the presence of Conan and the young detective league rendered his poor acting ineffective. Instead, they were even more convinced that Miss Yu was in peril and decided to head towards the direction from which the message in the bottle had drifted, intent on rescuing her from the unknown. Conan hesitated momentarily but ultimately chose to proceed with the rescue. It appeared that Theodore would not pose any immediate threat to their group. After all, Yoko had spent the entire morning alone with him. If he had malicious intentions, he would have acted by now instead of waiting. Before departing, Conan cautioned Ranmuri to keep a vigilant eye on Haruhiko and Brandy, particularly on Haruhiko. Meanwhile, the mentally unstable Haruhiko had no intention of heeding the warnings of the adventuring children, and instead smiled as he invited Kagoro Mori to the fishing pond where he had been that morning, planning to eliminate the detective who might disrupt his murderous scheme. The anxious system, concerned for its host's safety, subtly reminded Brandy, who seemed to have completely forgotten his purpose in the vacation-like atmosphere. It had expected that as soon as the host landed, he would seek to bind the troublesome figure or arrange for an escape. Yet Brandy lingered through the morning and into the afternoon without showing any inclination to act. The system, watching helplessly, was at a loss regarding Ryo Tachibana's intentions. It only knew that soon Haruhiko would be subdued and imprisoned, while it, the poor, fragile little system, would meet a tragic end. The thought of dying due to the host's failure and the prospect of another innocent little system being enslaved by this devil overwhelmed the small light orb with sorrow, leading it to weep for both itself and the countless others that might share its grim fate. Lost in such thoughts, the little orb, sensing that its host might abandon it for a new companion, could not help but cry out loud, choking on its sobs as it whispered its farewell. "Wah! Although you were cruel, you are my first host. Please be kinder to the new system." With a sniffle, it continued, "After all, not every system is as obedient and easy to bully as I am." Brandy, watching the sobbing little orb, felt exasperated and excused himself to the restroom, evading Yoko, who had been closely following him. "Don't worry, I won't allow you to be destroyed." Once out of Yoko's sight, Brandy gathered the tearful little orb, who feared it would be abandoned, into the palm of his hand. He patiently explained, "The mission requires me to escape legal repercussions. Hence, I couldn't act immediately. It's best to wait until he commits a crime, right?" But he has already initiated his plan. Why haven't you acted? The system retorted, quivering. Stop crying, silly. You need to eat, otherwise you won't be able to maintain your form. Initially intending to wait for Conan's presence to diminish suspicion, Brandy sighed in resignation. He opened his left hand, revealing Haruhiko's spirit, transformed into a dorayaki. Meanwhile, in the hotel, Haruhiko, clutching his chest, collapsed suddenly. What's wrong? Ran. Call an ambulance. Kagoro shook the unconscious Haruhiko and shouted to Yoko, who hurried over at the sound. I marked him at noon. I initially wanted Conan to see his death as unrelated to me, but it doesn't matter now. Brandy explained patiently to the little orb gazing at the dorayaki in his hand. In his youth, he could only extract souls through physical contact. But the now transcended devil could directly absorb marked souls within a smaller range. The little orb, still dazed, climbed to Ryo's left hand, hesitantly clutching the warm dorayaki, pondering whether it was acceptable to consume it. Is it all right if I eat? What about the mission? Ryo chuckled, flicking the foolish orb's head. Silly, he's dead. Which means he won't face legal consequences anymore. Under the azure sky, the handsome boy gazed calmly at his empty palm, exuding peace. In the distance, Kagoro was desperately performing CPR on the fading Haruhiko, urgently inquiring Yoko about the ambulance's status. Chapter 46. An unexpected turn? The afternoon sun began to slant, casting a softer, more languid light than the harsh noon rays. Before the ambulance could arrive, Haruhiko succumbed. When Conan and the others returned with the rescued Miss Yu through another exit, they were met with the news of Haruhiko's demise. You mean Haruhiko died suddenly? Miss Yu, who had nearly been killed by Haruhiko and was seeking answers, could not believe the news. What? Conan, who had also narrowly escaped death, was equally taken aback. How is that possible? He seemed so lively before we left. Having witnessed countless cases disguised as coincidences, Conan's first instinct upon hearing this news was to suspect it might be a murder disguised as an accident. As this thought crossed his mind, a sudden realization struck Conan. He immediately identified the most likely perpetrator, Brandy. Haruhiko's only companion on this trip had been Miss Yu, and had they not fortuitously stumbled upon the message in the bottle, she would have perished. Miss Yu was unaware of their backgrounds, thus precluding any premeditated scheme. Based on his observations, it was improbable that there had been a plan to feign danger with life at stake. Moreover, while Kagoro Mori's investigative skills might be somewhat lacking, he possessed years of police experience and had encountered numerous murder scenes during his time running a detective agency. For him and the arriving medical personnel to conclude that Haruhiko had died suddenly indicated that the murderer employed a particularly subtle and sophisticated method. Such a modus operandi could not have been impulsive. At the very least, there had to be a connection between the assailant and Haruhiko prior to the crime. Of course, if there was indeed a murderer. At this moment, the most plausible suspect in Conan's mind was the foreign guest who appeared to be merely on vacation, suspected to be Brandy. Uncle, has the body been taken by the police? Conan queried with a curious facade, despite the turmoil within him as he faced Kagoro, who had witnessed the life of a person extinguished before his eyes. Kagoro, feeling far from pleasant, snapped irritably, delivering a punch to the head of the oblivious child. What police? We've already notified Mr. Haruhiko's parents to claim him at the hospital. You little brat, say less. Damn it, Conan thought, cradling his throbbing head, sensing trouble brewing. In this era, the rate of forensic autopsies in Japan is exceedingly low, primarily due to the scarcity of forensic professionals and the fact that many cases lack consent from the deceased's family. In instances where hospitals have already informed families that the death was due to sudden illness, it becomes nearly impossible to conduct an autopsy to ascertain the precise cause of death. This implies that if evidence cannot be procured from other sources to identify the perpetrator, the accidental death of Haruhiko Kasuga would be a foregone conclusion. How infuriating! Conan recalled the words spoken by Jin before he was poisoned at the tropical paradise. That organization possesses substances that would only be deemed tragic accidents even in an autopsy. Thus, Brandy, could you be the culprit? With his hands in his pockets and the light glinting off his glasses, Conan cast a somber gaze at the golden-haired youth nearby, who was soothing Ran and Sonoko. Theodore, beneath this sunlit and vivacious exterior, just how deeply entrenched in darkness are you? Or is it merely a figment of my imagination? Perhaps sensing Conan's scrutiny, Theodore looked up and appeared somewhat surprised to find Conan staring intently at him. After a moment of astonishment, he offered a reassuring smile to the peculiar child before returning to console Sonoko, who was clinging to his arm. Conan fell into a moment of silence, his thoughts wavering slightly. Perhaps this individual merely bears a passing resemblance to Brandy? Recalling the notorious member of the Black Organization who was both intimidating and insufferable, Conan compared him to the amiable and good-natured youth now ensnared by Sonoko's affections. Upon closer inspection, there are indeed subtle differences in their appearances. Could very well be that Haruhiko Kasuga's misdeeds have led to his just deserts. After a contemplative pause, Conan resolved to abandon this line of thought for now, as the circumstances currently suggested that attributing the death to natural causes posed no significant doubts. Speculating without evidence was futile. It would be more prudent to address misuse matter first. A flurry of thoughts raced through Conan's mind, but they all transpired in mere moments. At that moment, Kagoro Mori had expressed his condolences to Misyu and was preparing to take his leave to rest. The continuous resuscitation efforts and the death of Haruhiko Kasuga had left him fatigued. At this juncture, he had lost interest in fishing and merely wished to return and recuperate. Misyu, should we report this to the police? Conan inquired, halting the dazed Misyu. Forget it, she replied with a wry smile as if finally regaining her senses. In the end, I wasn't injured. As for Haruhiko, let him depart with dignity. The gentle sunlight lazily draped over the sea, creating shimmering reflections, while a slightly salty breeze tousled Theodore's disheveled hair. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have completed the alignment assessment. You have received a special identity card of the lawful alignment. Warning: accepting this identity card will initiate mandatory identity-related tasks. Please choose wisely. Upon receiving the notification of task completion, Brandy feigned heat exhaustion as an excuse to extricate himself from the situation. He briefly acknowledged Sonoko and Rant's concern before retreating to his hotel room upstairs. As Brandy retrieved his phone to view the newly received identity card, he was suddenly greeted once more by the system's icy notification tone. Huh? I've never encountered this situation before, the somewhat naive Yuji remarked, opening the system's inbox for a closer examination. Host, why has your method of completing tasks resulted in a lawful identity card? Without the task constraints, the system reverted to its simpler, more naive state, floating curiously in midair. Perhaps it is because I delivered punishment to the guilty, Brandy responded. The system was momentarily taken aback. Oh, so your actions were not merely for convenience, but to ensure that wrongdoers receive their due punishment? Although Haruhiko Kasuga may not have deserved death, the realization of Brandy's ulterior motives left the system astonished. Akin to discovering a new continent. No, Brandy replied dismissively, not looking up. I simply found it bothersome. The system mused. Indeed, I should not harbor unrealistic fantasies about this devil. Note: due to your exceptional performance, this identity card is a specially modified experience version, ensuring you can enjoy an authentic human life. Friendly reminder: once equipped, special identity cards cannot be removed. Equipping an identity card will also automatically accept a series of identity development tasks. Failure to complete these tasks will result in the destruction of System 0235 and the special identity card. Yuji regarded the specific reminders inscribed on the back of the identity card with hesitation, uncertain whether to accept it. What does an authentic human life truly entail? The devil pondered this for some time but could not arrive at a satisfactory conclusion. As for the non-removable identity card, he was not particularly concerned. After all, for someone of his current capabilities, creating magical puppets was a trivial task. However, the notion that equipping the identity card would trigger a new series of tasks gave Yuji pause. It was not that he lacked confidence in his own abilities, rather. The explicit nature of the warning felt particularly targeted, effectively capitalizing on the devil's tendency toward lethargy. While it was akin to acquiring an identity card without effort, even if it were destroyed, Yuji would not feel remorse. What he did care about was the system. He had grown somewhat fond of 0235, given its diligent nature, sweet disposition, and minimal needs. What if the new system was not as endearing as 0235? Would he have to expend effort training another system? The term Identity Development Series tasks sounded particularly cumbersome, and it implied there would be multiple tasks. Yuji was acutely aware of his own nature. He worried that he might abandon the endeavor halfway through because it felt too tedious. The normally nonchalant devil found himself uncharacteristically troubled by this decision. After a long period of tranquility, he felt an unsettling premonition that accepting the identity card would lead to regret. As powerful as Yuji was, the last time he experienced such discomfort was when he was unwittingly drawn into a bureaucratic role as an auxiliary worker. The past was best left unexamined. Having successfully utilized his racial talents to become a labor pioneer, Yuji acknowledged that he occasionally believed in the supernatural. Some matters should be approached with intuition. Being overly resolute is not always advantageous. Desiring amusement but also armed with a wealth of survival experience, Yuji found himself in a rare state of indecision. Knock, knock, knock. Just as the devil hesitated, a series of crisp knocks resonated in the otherwise empty room. Theodore, are you in there? It's Conan. Conan? What brings you here? Yuji replied, recognizing Conan's voice, as he put away his phone and opened the door. Miss Sonoko mentioned that Theodore was feeling unwell, so I was a bit worried and wanted to check on him. Conan raised an innocent smile and seamlessly squeezed into the room as Theodore opened the door. Upon entering, Conan instinctively surveyed the surroundings, committing the room's details to memory. So this is how it is. Thank you for your concern, Conan. I don't have any drinks here, but would you like some water? Theodore, unfazed by Conan's actions, simply smiled gently, grateful for Conan's thoughtfulness regarding his health. All right, Conan replied obediently, taking a sip from the paper cup Theodore handed him. Theodore, are you feeling better now? Is everything all right? Conan set down the cup and looked at Theodore, who had pulled out a chair and was resting his chin on his hand, seemingly lost in thought. Me? Haha. It's nothing serious. Just feeling a bit dizzy from the sun. After resting for a while, I'm much better now. That's good to hear. Conan, holding the water cup, casually chatted with Yoshiyasu about mundane topics. Theodore appeared unbothered, not annoyed by Conan's childishness. Perhaps due to his relative leisure, he genuinely engaged in conversation with Conan, following his subtle cues and candidly recounting events that transpired after Conan and his companions left. Ha ha ha. Conan, you are truly no ordinary child, Theodore remarked as he observed Conan deep in thought after listening intently. Ah ha ha. Conan, feeling slightly embarrassed by Theodore's comment, laughed nervously. Right? Uncle often praises me like that. I admire Uncle Mori and aspire to become a renowned detective like him, which is why I've been learning from him. I see. You are indeed quite impressive, Conan. Theodore mused thoughtfully. Conan, gazing at Theodore's brandy-like face, felt a sudden pang of unease. He quickly sought to divert the conversation, hoping to steer Theodore away from the topic. By the way, I noticed that Sister Sonoko seems to really like you. Do you like her? At this question, Theodore paused, seemingly forgetting the previous topic, before breaking into a radiant smile. I see, Conan, you were sent by Miss Sonoko, weren't you? Conan was taken aback by this question but soon realized it was a clever excuse to continue the conversation. You caught me, big brother. I thought I was disguising it well. He pretended to look dejected and ruffled his hair. Theodore, observing Conan's poor acting, chose not to expose him. Instead, he smiled bashfully as he explained, even though we've only spent the morning together, I find Miss Sonoko to be a very charming and lively girl. Haha, Sonoko is indeed lively. As for charming, I wonder where that observation comes from. Conan inwardly scoffed at the thought of this brandy-like fellow possibly having feelings for Sonoko. Yet, feeling a bit embarrassed, Theodore added, however, to avoid any misunderstandings with Miss Sonoko, I hope you can explain things to her. Eh? Conan looked up at Theodore, who seemed a tad shy. Theodore, blushing slightly, confessed, I like girls who are a bit older than me. Ah! Conan was astonished, staring at Theodore, who appeared somewhat bashful. What on earth was going on today that made him confuse this guy with a member of that dangerous organization? Conan suspected he might be overly tense due to Yoshiyasu's threats lately. I see. Don't worry, big brother. I will convey your message to Sister Sonoko. Conan chuckled at the bashful golden-haired boy before him. Having dispelled his suspicions about Theodore's identity, and seeing no need for further conversation, Conan prepared to take his leave. By the way, Big Brother Theodore really resembles another big brother I knew before. Before leaving, Conan couldn't help but express his thoughts as he waved goodbye to the beaming Theodore, unintentionally steering the conversation in a different direction. Brandy raised an eyebrow, smirking as he lowered his voice. Oh, you mean Brandy? Upon hearing that familiar cold voice, Conan's smile abruptly froze on his face as he looked at Theodore, whose expression was one of malicious interest. Chapter 49. No one dies without reason. Izu, Summer Grand Hotel, 3rd floor. It was just before 4 in the afternoon. Still shy of mealtime. Most hotel guests were either outdoors enjoying themselves or resting in their rooms. Only Theodore and Conan occupied the corridor on the 3rd floor. Following Theodore's remark, a profound silence enveloped the corridor, interrupted only by faint sounds drifting from an unknown room. In this quietude, Conan's heartbeat thundered in his ears, so loud he felt even the composed Theodore across from him could hear it. "What did you say?" Conan swallowed hard, staring at the face that perfectly matched his memory, feeling as if he were in a surreal dream. Who could explain what was happening? He had just convinced himself that this individual named Theodore was merely an unrelated passerby who bore a slight resemblance to Brandy. Conan began to seriously ponder whether he was becoming overly paranoid, perhaps due to recent events that made him feel as if he were suffering from a persecution complex, mistaking a naive bystander for a member of the black organization solely based on superficial similarities. How could someone as kind-hearted and gentle as Theodore possibly be affiliated with such a sinister group? Yet, just moments ago, what had he heard? Theodore, witnessing Conan's shocked expression, chuckled softly. The golden-haired boy's demeanor shifted from dark and ominous to that of the seemingly innocent Theodore Ross. As Conan observed this sudden transformation, he experienced an uncanny sense of déjà vu, as if he had encountered this scenario countless times before. "I was just joking." Theodore laughed lightly, stepping closer and kneeling down to meet Conan's anxious gaze. "You must have blurted out that name this morning, right? How strange. I thought I misheard at first." Theodore remained jovially crouched, cradling his face with his hands, elbows resting on his knees as he chuckled. "But seeing your reaction, it seems I was correct about that person who looks so much like me. How could anyone have such a name? Don't you think so, Conan? Conan stared at the face that had suddenly drawn near, feeling an icy chill run down his spine. Trembling, he finally managed to respond. Who are you? What do you want by disguising yourself and pretending to be ignorant while testing me like this?" Conan resolutely dismissed Theodore's nonsensical explanations. He was utterly convinced that this version of Theodore Ross, who now seemed to embody an entirely different persona from Brandy, was indeed the same dangerous individual who had nearly obliterated an entire train on the Shinkansen, a member of the black organization. However, as Conan's words escaped his lips, Theodore nonchalantly interrupted him. "But, Conan, I have a small favor to ask. Could you kindly assist me in answering a question?" Conan gazed at the seemingly harmless Brandy, a sudden wave of profound unease washing over him, as if a primal instinct was cautioning him that this inquiry might determine his fate at the hands of a predator. Striving to maintain his composure, he endeavored to sound as normal as possible. "What question?" At that moment, Theodore's cheerful demeanor remained unchanged. Yet Conan felt an overwhelming dread, akin to being scrutinized by a ferocious beast. It was as though the strikingly handsome youth before him might shed his human guise and reveal himself as a ravenous demon at any moment. This tremor, seemingly emanating from the depths of his soul, caused Conan's voice to quiver despite his efforts to suppress it. "Relax, it's merely a trivial matter. I believe a boy aspiring to be a detective should be able to answer, right?" Theodore appeared amused by Conan's tense expression, tilting his head as if indifferent to the response he sought. Conan nodded slowly, heart pounding. The boy before him, radiating a disarming smile, casually inquired, "Then, might I ask how you came to know the name of that fellow who bears a striking resemblance to me, little brother?" Conan felt the blood in his veins run cold. The small clock hanging at the end of the corridor ticked ominously, each second echoing like the slow approach of death. When the clock struck 4, the chimes rang out, resembling a funeral knell, seemingly unaware of whom it mourned. Chapter 50, A Spectacle of Malicious Entertainment. Brandy, with a malicious glint in his eye, awaited Conan, cornered and desperate, to unveil a performance of his own design. His gaze leisurely wandered over Conan's anesthetic watch, contemplating, could he utilize this against me? If Conan truly intends to incapacitate me and escape, should I comply? Though Brandy's eyes remained fixed on Conan, an unexpected anticipation began to stir within him, pondering whether it might be prudent to feign being struck by the device. Conan, noticing the significant glance directed at his wrist, felt a jolt of alarm. "What? Could it be that this fellow discerned the anomaly of my watch at a glance? Or did he commence his investigation upon hearing me inadvertently utter his name this morning? Has something transpired with the doctor? Calm down. There must be another way. The matter of eavesdropping must remain concealed. Even if he claimed he merely overheard Brandy's conversation by chance, it was uncertain whether Brandy would eliminate him to ensure his own safety. After all, Brandy did not appear to be one who valued the life of a child. Clinging to this notion that it is better to mistakenly kill than to let a threat escape, the merciless Brandy would likely eliminate him. Someone who might possess an abundance of information. How then could I ascertain his name? In a flash of insight, Conan recalled the familiar cold smirk of Brandy and suddenly conceived a brilliant idea. It was an older brother named Ryo Tachibana who informed me. The memory of that peculiar déjà vu while watching Brandy's face contort in an instant struck him. A deranged individual had performed this very act in front of him countless times, repeatedly terrorizing him with threats. That individual, too, would switch from menacing intimidation to the suave demeanor expected of the Tachibana heir in the blink of an eye, resembling a deeply troubled soul. Furthermore, the enigmatic Ryo Tachibana seemed to possess an intimate understanding of both his and Miss Akemi's identities. He had even, with an air of arrogance, disclosed Conan's secrets in front of him, clearly relishing the drama. Observing Brandy, Conan felt an inexplicable certainty that there existed some connection between him and Ryo Tachibana. Regardless of whether they were allies or adversaries, or merely aware of each other's existence, he could only apologize to Ryo Tachibana for the time being. Nonetheless, Conan retained a modicum of faith in Tachibana. If it were him, surely he could withstand this wave of blame, right? Though he was uncertain of the role played by the seemingly well-informed young master, one thing was clear. He had better be prepared for the trouble his audacity would invite. Although Conan had previously enlisted Dr. Agasa and Officer Magyar to investigate Tachibana's identity, there had been no substantial progress beyond the surface details. This indicated that Tachibana was anything but benign. Humph! Should Brandy and that cunning old fox Tachibana cross paths, it would be anyone's guess who would prevail. After all, it is better for a calamity to befall another than oneself, for misfortune lingers for centuries. Conan concluded that it would be best to leave the mischief to the mischief maker. Having been ensnared by Tachibana countless times, Conan finally seized the opportunity to turn the tables. As the words left his mouth, his eyes sparkled. The more he contemplated the idea of shifting the blame onto Tachibana, the more it seemed an exquisite plan. Brandy's sudden intimidation of Conan was merely a manifestation of his malicious amusement, attempting to toy with him. Little did he expect to hear the name of his alter ego escape from Conan's lips at that moment. Brandy briefly questioned whether he had misheard. His smile faltered slightly, his expression intricately repeating the name Conan had just mentioned, Tachibana. Ryo? Chapter 51. The Tachibana clan. Upon witnessing Brandy's subtly softened expression, Conan sensed a glimmer of hope. Although he was uncertain of the specifics, it appeared Brandy indeed had some awareness of Ryo Tachibana. Immediately, Conan's mind raced, concocting an excuse. Yes, he is the older brother from the Tachibana group. Ryo Tachibana and I are good friends. The last time I spoke with him was on the Shinkansen, where I encountered a rather striking foreign gentleman. Conan cast a glance at Brandy, swallowing the dangerous words that nearly escaped his lips. A very handsome foreign older brother. After I described him to Ryo Tachibana, he mentioned that the person who resembles you might be Brandy, hence I remembered. Oh, given Theodore's expression, does he know Ryo Tachibana? Conan feigned ignorance about the connection between Theodore and Brandy, asking with the innocent curiosity of a true elementary school student. Brandy regarded the seemingly composed Conan with a complex expression. After all, Shinichi Kudo was merely a 17-year-old high school student. Knowing he was the very ruthless criminal Conan spoke of, Brandy was astonished at how calm Conan remained, his psychological resilience surpassing that of many in the organization. Despite being merely a teenager, Shinichi Kudo, no wonder you can be the protagonist in this world. Theodore blinked, suppressing the unsettling aura he exuded. He mused, Conan is indeed a remarkably clever child. If it's Ryo Tachibana, then yes, we are acquainted. Conan's use of Tachibana as a shield was entirely unexpected for Brandy. What had begun as mere amusement for the devilish gentleman now dulled the thrill of the game. Brandy clicked his tongue, feeling a twinge of discomfort, as if he had unwittingly become the source of entertainment. With a somewhat complicated mood, Theodore lost interest in continuing the charade. Without waiting for Conan's response, he reached out, ruffling the tips of Conan's unruly hair, dismissing him with the casual cruelty of a heartless man. The elder brother felt a slight dizziness and decided to return home to rest. Conan reminded him to explain things clearly to Miss Sonoko upon his return. Conan keenly noticed the unusual affectionate nickname that Brandy used for Tachibana, and he discreetly noted this for future reference, intending to ask the professor about their connection as a new starting point for investigation. Perhaps it would lead to new discoveries. It seemed he had successfully deceived Brandy for the time being, and a sigh of relief escaped Conan's lips. He smiled broadly and cheerfully replied, "Yes. Brother Theodore. Be sure to rest well. Goodbye." Theodore offered a perfunctory smile before unceremoniously shutting the door, leaving Conan outside. The smile on Conan's face vanished the moment the door closed. Although he had temporarily misled Brandy, he knew it was merely a stopgap measure. He was entirely unclear about the nature of Brandy's relationship with Tachibana, but given the earlier nickname, it was likely they had some rapport. If Brandy decided to bring this matter up with Tachibana one day, the unpredictable nature of Tachibana's character could yield any number of reactions. Conan sighed quietly. He had to plan ahead. Feeling somewhat weak, he cast one last glance at the closed door, apprehensively bracing himself against the wall as he made his way to the elevator. He softly repeated Tachibana's name to himself twice. As the brother of Tachibana Ryuka, he found it astonishing that he was indeed entangled with the Black Organization. Kudo Shinichi had not worried too much when Tachibana exposed his identity because of Tachibana's own background. The Tachibana group had its roots deeply embedded in political soil, a legacy passed down through generations of politicians, which was the fundamental reason for its enduring success. How could Tachibana, designated as the next heir, be involved with such individuals? Initially, Conan had assumed that Tachibana possessed some information about the Black Organization from Tachibana Ryuka. He had even categorized Tachibana as somewhat mysterious yet fundamentally an ally. Given Tachibana's status, he could not possibly be a member serving that organization. After all, even if he were to lower his guard, the very identity of Tachibana Ryuka meant that the Black Organization could not fully trust Tachibana. Thus, only two possibilities remained. One, Tachibana might know some insider information, but personally had no ties to the Black Organization. Perhaps their connection was merely with Brandy. As for the second possibility, Conan's gaze darkened. It could be that it was not Tachibana who had a relationship with the Black Organization, but rather the Tachibana family itself. Chapter 52, The Daily Life of Tachibana Ryuka Kyoto under the shroud of night. The heavy clouds obscured the moonlight, rendering it sparse. Today, the Kyoto Metropolitan Police Department, where Tachibana Ryuka worked, was in a frenzy due to a murder-arson case that had erupted in the evening. Originally prepared to leave work on time, Tachibana found himself working late into the night without surprise. As 10 o'clock approached and the preliminary analysis of the case neared completion, he decided to halt the efforts of his exhausted colleagues. "All right, everyone, that's enough for today. Please return home to rest and come back on time tomorrow." Beep, beep. The sound of a horn jolted the chief inspector from his thoughts, and he realized that the previously red traffic light had finally turned green. With swift efficiency, he released the handbrake and shifted gears, smoothly setting the car in motion. Tachibana Ryuka drove with a steady hand, in stark contrast to Tachibana's reckless driving style, which often involved blasting music and testing the limits of speed. Yet, whenever Tachibana rode with Ryuka, his elder brother would seize every opportunity to impart his wisdom on driving. Thus, Ryuka often found himself enduring Tachibana's incessant teasing about his grandpa driving skills, which prompted Tachibana to itch to press the accelerator. Behind them, an impatient driver honked incessantly, possibly afflicted by road rage or intoxication. Ryuka skillfully eased his speed, pulling over to allow the other car to pass. However, contrary to past experiences, the white minivan did not overtake him but instead closely followed, persistently tailgating and honking in a provocative manner. Ryuka's expression darkened. He abruptly slammed on the brakes, causing the white minivan to crash into the rear of his vehicle. Fortunately, due to the moderate speed, the driver, though he struck his head for not wearing a seatbelt, suffered no serious injuries thanks to the deployed airbags. "Do you even know how to drive?" A slender man adorned with tattoos emerged angrily from the minivan, pounding on Ryuka's window. Ryuka calmly rolled down the window, immediately assaulted by the acrid scent of alcohol. "Are you stupid?" The tattooed man, upon seeing Ryuka's composed face, felt a surge of fury fueled by alcohol, and he lunged forward, ready to strike. Ryuka was unfazed by the man's aggressive demeanor. With a swift motion, he seized the man's left hand as it reached for his collar, forcefully slamming it against the partially rolled-down window. The pressure on the man's tendons elicited a yelp, causing his strength to wane. Ryuka deftly controlled the man's right arm as he attempted to retaliate, twisting it painfully. The sharp agony diminished the man's intoxication, and Ryuka expertly restrained him while simultaneously retrieving his police badge from his pocket. In the astonished gaze of the man, Ryuka placed the flashing police light atop the car. Calmly, he stated, "Indeed, it's precisely 10 o'clock. Sir, you are under arrest for suspected DUI, obstructing traffic laws, assault, and several other charges. Please await my colleague, the traffic officer, for processing." As he spoke, he skillfully cuffed the man. Noticing the man's bewildered expression, Ryuka added, "I am concerned that you, under the influence of alcohol, may act irrationally. To prevent you from incurring additional charges and causing me further trouble, I must place you in handcuffs." The tattooed youth's face was filled with confusion. He seemed to believe he might be dreaming, instinctively testing the cuffs to confirm their reality. "Please cooperate with my work, otherwise you may face an additional charge of obstructing justice." Ryuka maintained his impassive demeanor while controlling the man, adding nonchalantly, "Rest assured, I have already notified them. You won't be kept waiting long." The man was left speechless. Ryuka, seasoned in such encounters, had indeed not lied. While the man hung in the back of his car, he had informed a familiar traffic officer in the area to expect him shortly. As anticipated, while Ryuka and the tattooed man were engaged in legal explanations, Officer Kimura Ikkyo arrived on a police motorcycle. After transferring the suspect and completing Ryuka's statement with practiced ease, Kimura could not help but joke to the veteran officer, "With you around, I feel like I might not need to patrol this route during your shift." Although not particularly amused, decided to humor the familiar officer with a slight smile, chuckling softly. Meanwhile, Murakami Akihiro scratched his head awkwardly and hastily took his leave. "Well then, I'll take the person back. The location you chose conveniently has video footage, and I'm already aware of the situation. The team will tow the vehicle back shortly, so it won't take up your time. Please rest well and farewell." With a silent nod, returned to the back of the slightly dented Buick, his expression once again stoic. Ding! A new email notification interrupted its intention to restart the car. Chapter 53, Cats and Dogs. Swiftly skimmed through the email, his gaze pausing momentarily on the last two lines. He meticulously reviewed the content and copied a list from his subordinates regarding the recent inquiries into. Opening his sent items, he attached the original report, intending to forward it to. Suddenly, he recalled that just months prior, had sternly requested the removal of everyone assigned to him. Furthermore, he had recently assured that he would refrain from excessively interfering in his life as an older brother. Thus, after a moment's hesitation, added a note at the end of the list, stating that all personnel had been withdrawn and there had been no targeted investigation into him. It was merely that they had reported relevant circumstances to him. After carefully considering his words, he reread the message, furrowing his brow in frustration. The young inspector felt as if he were grappling with a particularly challenging conundrum, constantly dissatisfied with his phrasing, rewriting the explanation repeatedly. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, sensed that no matter how he composed it, it bore an air of unintentional concealment. In his professional domain, Inspector was adept and confident, yet he found himself clumsy and restrained when it came to his own younger brother. Lacking guidance on how to be a competent older sibling, he was left to navigate the complexities of brotherhood on his own, learning as he matured. Having taken on a paternal role in some respects, felt an increased uncertainty and caution regarding his own standards of behavior. As a parent deeply concerned for his younger brother, particularly given associations with dubious characters like Brandy, he yearned to remain acutely aware of his brother's every move, often worrying about the potential for harm or negative influence. However, beyond his emotional concerns, he understood clearly, as he had previously expressed too, that now, as an adult, had the right to make his own choices without oversight. Had grown up, becoming a responsible individual capable of making decisions for himself. Recognizing this, despite his discomfort, chose to relinquish his desire to guide's path, allowing him the freedom to forge his own way. Nevertheless, how could an older brother truly banish all concern? although he refrained from overtly monitoring circumstances, still instructed his subordinates to keep an eye on any news regarding him. With a soft sigh, he dragged the edited draft into the recycling bin. He had no intention of intruding upon his brother's life. He could manage without constant updates, but given the peculiar circumstances, a phone call to Wooden T seemed overly clingy. "Hello, bro? Why are you calling me?" S puzzled voice came through the phone. "Huh? What? I can't call you if you don't reach out." Felt a pang of melancholy akin to an elderly person waiting for a child striving in Osaka to check in. "All right, I'll call you every day from now on," replied lazily, perhaps due to poor reception, his voice crackling slightly. "Humph," scoffed lightly, "no need for that. I don't want to bother you. I just wanted to inform you that some individuals have been investigating you. I thought you should know before you're caught off guard. I'll send you the list shortly." "Hee hee, you're the best," Nissan said, playfully smoothing the ruffled fur of a disgruntled orange cat. "As for the investigation, let them look into it. I have nothing to hide." Frowned slightly, preparing to interject, but before he could speak, continued nonchalantly, "I probably know who it is." "Don't worry, I'm aware." Hearing this relaxed his furrowed brow. "That's good. I'll hang up now, get some rest." "All right, good night, brother." Chapter 54, An Encounter. Just as believed his busy day was finally drawing to a close, he was taken aback to find that his work was far from finished. While crossing the ocean bridge, a casual glance towards the seaside revealed a shadowy figure perched precariously on the railing in the dim light. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to investigate, concerned that someone might be contemplating a leap into the sea. "Hey there, why are you sitting up there?" As he approached, he discovered a young girl, seemingly lost in her thoughts, sitting on the bridge's railing. She turned to glance at the young man, appearing disinterested in engaging. After a brief moment of eye contact, she returned her gaze to the sea, remaining silent. Undeterred by her reticence, recognized that his priority was to coax her down from the railing. The top of the bridge's railing was only a hand's width, making it uncomfortable to sit upon and dangerously easy to slip into the water. "It's quite chilly tonight. You should come down before you catch a cold," he urged patiently, mindful not to provoke any distress in the girl, who might be contemplating a drastic decision. At last, his words prompted the girl to turn and respond. "What, don't you think the moonlight is beautiful tonight?" Paused, glancing at the overcast sky. He approached her, resting his arms on the railing, genuinely observing the night. Perhaps due to the recent rain, the lingering clouds darkened the already somber night, and the once shimmering waves were now muted and devoid of sparkle. As he gazed at the distant city lights and the continuous flow of traffic, found himself contemplative. "In the hustle and bustle, it's been a while since I've truly appreciated the beauty of the city at night." Observing the orderly streets of Kyoto, he felt a faint sense of fulfillment as a police officer dedicated to maintaining peace. Despite the darkness, a sense of reassurance washed over him. As he relaxed against the railing, he noticed the girl who was now curiously observing his response. With a genuine smile, he remarked, "I imagine the moon you're so eager to see is hidden behind those clouds, shimmering gently with a silvery glow." The girl seemed taken aback by his unexpected insight. Leaning in closer, nearly face to face, she playfully asked, "Are you flirting with me?" The high school-aged girl, while not exceptionally striking, had a certain charm. At this moment, she possessed a peculiar and distinctive aura that rendered her already delicate features even more attractive. The girl gazed at the seemingly well-intentioned young man before her, her eyes widening in confusion as if struggling to comprehend his question. This unfamiliar individual, surprisingly handsome despite his somewhat austere features, appeared rather endearing in his current state of bewilderment. Although his appearance was not particularly upright, there was an unexpected cleanliness to his demeanor. The girl was amused by this man, who seemed more mature at first glance, and quipped, "Are you concerned about me because you think I'm lonely watching the sea by myself?" KG Risuk took a step back, creating some distance between them. He surveyed the girl, who appeared to be around 15 or 16, somewhat astonished by her youthful audacity. "My apologies, I should have introduced myself first," he said, skillfully producing his identification and handing it to her, adding with a hint of exasperation, "Please step down." The girl accepted his credentials, scrutinizing them closely before letting out a cryptic chuckle. Without a care for her short skirt, she nimbly vaulted to KG's side and tossed the document into his arms. Noticing that the girl was not the fragile, despairing figure he had imagined, KG felt considerably more at ease. "I drove by and saw you sitting here. I thought you might be contemplating something foolish. However, even if you wish to admire the night view, Safety must come first. As you mentioned, it is dangerous for a girl to linger in such a secluded place at this hour. Your parents must be worried about you. He accurately snatched his badge back, placing it carefully in his pocket, as he continued to admonish the somewhat rebellious girl. What's this? Are we to deprive a girl of her right to enjoy the night view due to the incompetence of the police? She retorted, casually crossing her arms and fixing her gaze on this feigned, benevolent officer. I apologize, KG replied, surprisingly unperturbed by her words. You raise a valid point. He retrieved a notepad and pen, hastily scribbling down his contact information, which he then tore off and handed to the young lady. The girl took the slip, glancing at it with curiosity, beginning to find this young officer rather intriguing. It is indeed regrettable that we cannot guarantee the safety of citizens. As a police officer, I feel quite ashamed. The dim light from the street lamp reflected in KG's clear eyes, resembling a galaxy of twinkling stars. This is my contact information. Should you wish to return to admire the sea at night, feel free to reach out to me. KG Risuk from the Kyoto Police Department. Always willing to accompany you in exercising your rightful freedoms. Disguised as a high school girl, Vermouth gazed at the notably youthful officer momentarily entranced. Yet, just as she was lost in thought, an explosion suddenly erupted from a business building across the river. Shattered glass and thick smoke billowed forth, shattering the tranquility of the night with a cacophony of gasps and falling debris. In response, KG, with no time to spare for the girl, urged her to return home quickly before rushing back to his vehicle. He contacted the police station while hastily driving towards the explosion site. Task accomplished. Watching the black Buick's headlights fade into the distance, Vermouth chuckled softly. Upon hearing the report through her earpiece, she replied with delight. Chapter 55. Teasing. In a hotel room on the 3rd floor in Aizu, KG Ryo hung up the phone with KG Risuk smiling at Brandy, who was idly toying with a small orb of light. Your brother? Why did he suddenly call you? Brandy asked, sitting in Conan's previous seat, stretching the orb's cheeks until it resembled an oval sphere. He mentioned that some individuals are investigating my identity and asked if I needed help dealing with it. KG replied, moving from the window to sit opposite Brandy. What's up? Brandy, still fiddling with the orb, glanced up at KG, who seemed lost in thought. KG pinched Brandy's cheek, pondering aloud, this feels rather interesting. For a demon, a magical doll was merely a tool, an extension of oneself without any particular sentiment. However, after equipping it with an identity card, the experience was entirely different. Although the demon could sense everything the magical doll perceived, without focus control, KG felt that Brandy was not just a mere extension of himself but an entirely different, vibrant, and authentic self. As a solitary demon, suddenly experiencing such a bond and sensation was both peculiar and delightful. Sensing the real warmth of Brandy's touch, KG gazed at him, recognizing that their connection only manifested when their bodies touched. He felt an unexpected sense of gratitude, realizing that despite his hunger, he had refrained from devouring the foolish system that replenished his energy. Well, although I was starving at the time, I didn't directly consume the foolish system to regain energy. Truly, I was wise, he mused, imagining that if the demon were in its true form, his tail would surely be flickering with excitement. The little demon, hands on hips, declared with glee, You've completed your task. Let us go out and have fun. I've never been to Aizu. At this, Brandy quickly covered KG's mouth to prevent any careless remarks that might attract Conan's attention. The system, having been tossed onto the table by Brandy, lay there, whimpering in despair. It curled up, hugging its pitiful self, having been so ruthlessly tossed about. Brandy ignored the forlorn little orb, noticing that KG had deviated from the script. He decided to break character. By the way, do you know Idagawa Conan? KG swatted away Brandy's hand, responding resignedly. Yes, an interesting little detective. What's the matter? Brandy continued, it seems Idagawa knows me. Oh wait, should I say he knows Brandy? Noticing KG's compliance, Brandy seized the little orb that had been resting on the table's edge. He said it was you who revealed my codename to him. Brandy casually stated this, causing Conan, who was eavesdropping, to feel a surge of anxiety. Did he really say that? KG feigned surprise. What? You didn't tell him? Brandy paused, a hint of concern creeping in, casting a wary glance at KG, who was absorbed in his own thoughts. KG grinned, scratching his nose. Alright, I did tell him. That little guy is, a friend? Don't pay too much attention to him. Brandy relaxed his warning gaze, relieved that KG was finally behaving. By the way, what hotel did you choose? When I called your brother, there was a lot of static on the line. Upon hearing KG's complaint, Brandy's expression turned serious. He checked the items Conan had touched and successfully discovered a concealed listening device beneath a chair. Ha, your little friend left you a gift. Though Brandy maintained a stoic demeanor, his expressions were rich with emotion as he played his role. He ruthlessly crushed the listening device that had served its purpose. Meanwhile, KG, propped on his elbow and watching the scene unfold, couldn't help but smirk at the thought of how incredulous Shinichi Kudo must look right now. Brandy casually discarded the remnants of the listening device into the trash bin, stood up, and pulled up Orange Liang. Let's go. They should be heading back to Tokyo today. Didn't you want to go out? Let's not worry about Conan for now. I will take good care of you for the next couple of days. Orange Liang, who was pulled along unsteadily, beamed with joy and wrapped his arms around the shorter man's neck. Hooray! Chapter 56. The chapter of destiny begins to resound 3 days later, in Tokyo at 39, 5 Chome, Mihanacho, the Muri Detective Agency. Hello, Mr. Muri. It's you, little Orange Liang. What brings you here? Do you have a case for me? As Muri Kagoro opened the door, he was greeted by the familiar smiling face of Orange Liang. I'm sorry, Mr. Muri. I'm here to pick up Conan today. Ah? What's this about, Conan? Muri Kagoro looked back at Edagawa Conan, who was following closely behind. Well, our company is currently preparing to film a children's television series. Conan is eager to see the production site, so he asked me to take him there when I had the time. Today happens to be the weekend. And I'm free, so I came to get him. Isn't that right, Conan? As soon as the door swung open, Orange Liang noticed Conan's guarded and puzzled expression next to Muri. Although he was explaining with a smile, his last statement carried a significant glance towards the oblivious Conan. Unaware of the underlying threat behind Orange Liang's smile, Conan was compelled to fabricate a story in response to Muri Kagoro's inquiry. Ha ha ha, yes, that's the case. But Orange Liang didn't confirm his availability until recently, so I didn't mention it to you. You little rascal, you're quite the troublemaker. You'd better listen to Mr. Orange Liang. Muri Kagoro first scolded Conan before turning back, a bit embarrassed, to ask Orange Liang, I apologize for the trouble, but I'm counting on you, Orange Liang. Orange Liang waved his hand with a smile. No need to be so polite, Mr. Muri. Conan is a very easy child to manage. As he spoke, he handed Muri Kagoro a folder, expressing his gratitude for the effort he put into the potato chips earlier. I've brought some signed posters and photos from Miss Yoko, whom I asked for a favor. I hope you like them. Oh dear, how embarrassing. Muri Kagoro exclaimed, but he eagerly accepted the folder from Orange Liang. He hurriedly pushed Conan out of the door. I must entrust him to you now. I suddenly remembered I have some work to attend to. With a bang, Orange Liang and Conan stood momentarily in front of the closed door, exchanging bewildered glances. Let us go. Orange Liang was the first to react, decisively taking Conan's hand and leading him to the car. Conan tried to pull away but found himself unable to escape Orange Liang's grip, ultimately resigning to follow him into the vehicle. After realizing that Orange Liang had not exposed his lie in front of Brandy, Conan initially breathed a sigh of relief. However, anxiety soon crept back in, wondering how this unpredictable individual would retaliate, especially after the listening device he had placed in Brandy's hotel room was discovered. Surprisingly, even after returning to Tokyo, Orange Liang remained silent. Just as Conan was getting comfortable with the calm days, Orange Liang unexpectedly paid him a visit. As Orange Liang inquired about any invitations, Conan, observing the forced smile on his face, sensed that if he did not cooperate, Orange Liang, who often acted unpredictably, could engage in actions he would deeply regret. Thus, Conan obediently complied. After all, if Orange Liang were to reveal his true identity in front of Uncle Muri, it would spell trouble for him. However, as soon as Conan took a seat in the passenger seat, Orange Liang wordlessly started the car, showing no intention of explaining. Sure. Quiet. Orange Liang insisted with a smile that brooked no argument. Conan, who had intended to speak further, fell silent under Orange Liang's indifferent gaze. He understood the importance of not defying him, otherwise dire consequences could ensue. With his instincts finely tuned, Conan heeded his inner voice. He silently fastened his seatbelt, watching as Orange Liang drove them away from the familiar neighborhood. The once clear sky had gradually darkened, shrouded in clouds, and rain began to fall softly. In a secluded cemetery in Tokyo, a long-haired girl clad in mourning attire held a black umbrella and approached a gravestone, stopping before it. The girl knelt down and placed her flowers beside another bouquet, the origin of which remained unknown. She took out a handkerchief and wiped the rain-soaked black and white photograph on the gravestone, her light pink hair brushing against the flowers still glistening with droplets. "Brother, I'm here to see you," she murmured softly, holding the umbrella over the gravestone. The smiling face of Shibuya Kagemitsu radiated warmth from the stone. Hiding not far away, Akai Shuichi observed the somewhat familiar girl, his emotions complex as he lowered his damp cap. Ignoring the increasing rain, he quietly listened to the girl's whispered recounting of her daily life and her longing. The persistent drizzle and the dark umbrella, along with the distant flashes of lightning, seemed to herald something significant. In the unseen fabric of fate, the slowly turning gears of destiny moved toward an unknown direction. Chapter 57. Confused Conan. After Conan's attempts to inquire about Orange Liang's intentions proved fruitless, he fell silent, allowing Orange Liang to dictate their itinerary. Orange Liang first visited the Orange Group's subsidiary, inspecting the jewelry business and reviewing relevant financial reports and work arrangements. During this time, Conan followed closely, observing everything and pondering Orange Liang's motives. Once Orange Liang had managed most of the affairs, he redirected his attention to the quietly obedient Conan beside him. Closing the driver's door, Orange Liang leaned back in his seat, visibly fatigued. Rubbing his throbbing forehead, he glanced at Conan, who had quietly fastened his seatbelt, and sighed in relief. "I've nearly finished with the trivialities. Now it's your turn." Orange Liang was finally off work, bringing joy to the lazy dog. Conan, who had never let his guard down, immediately tensed at the words. "You know I planted the listening device, right?" "What do you mean? What do you want?" Orange Liang, who had diligently picked up Conan that morning and worked hard all morning, had no intention of addressing Conan's uncertainties. The lazy devil felt that his patience and willingness to talk had nearly reached their limits. To prevent his long-standing plans from being jeopardized by his own lethargy, Orange Liang decided to reserve his remaining patience for the matters at hand. Thus, he coldly chose to ignore Conan's inquiries. After all, these trivial questions would eventually find their answers. There was no need for him to preemptively explain to the anxious detective, wasting his breath. Thus, the unyielding Orange Liang merely replied, "You're so annoying." The dictatorial devil cared little for Conan's reaction as he drove him to the office of Kei Iga. Noon. On the third floor of the Kei Iga office building, surrounded by actors in dinosaur costumes, Conan found himself engulfed in confusion, clutching a pile of dinosaur merchandise. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Just over an hour ago, knowing that he was at the mercy of Orange Liang, Conan understood that until Orange Liang displayed any overt hostility, it was best for him to maintain the facade of cooperation. Thus, he obediently followed the eccentric Augury to the filming site of the Jurassic era. However, just when he expected Augury to engage him in a meaningful conversation, this peculiar young master merely informed the director of the set that Conan was a fan of the film and instructed them to take good care of him, before departing without a second thought. This led to the scene where Conan was warmly surrounded by dinosaurs. The shrunken Shinichi Kudo found himself utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend what was going on in Augury's mind. Regardless of the incident where he had inadvertently exposed Brandy's identity, Conan could not believe that this petty-minded neurotic would be indifferent to such matters. In fact, he had already resigned himself to being toyed with by this ill-tempered young master. However, he never anticipated that Augury seemed to genuinely just want to show him around the filming set. This left Conan deeply confounded. Based on the current situation and his previous investigations, it appeared that Augury had no connections to the Black Organization. Although it was unclear why he was involved with Brandy, perhaps due to Augury Ryosuke's identity or the fact that Augury had not displayed any overt malice, Conan had spent the past 3 days meticulously reviewing all information related to Augury. He inexplicably felt that Augury was merely a somewhat childish young master. As for the information regarding the Black Organization, it likely stemmed from what Augury learned from Brandy and Augury Ryosuke. Despite the implausibility of it all, after careful contemplation of Augury's series of behaviors since their acquaintance, Conan came to realize that Augury's previous air of inscrutability seemed to be a deliberate act on his part. Yet why would Augury go to such lengths? Surely it could not be due to some peculiar malicious interest? Surely not. Could there truly be someone so juvenile? Chapter 58. Believing Aguri to be an ally, Conan, who had been led around for an entire morning, decided it was time to cease the endless circling and engage Aguri directly. He politely declined the enthusiastic director's invitation to don a small dinosaur costume for the next scene. Clutching a pile of plush toys that had been forcibly thrust into his arms, he inquired about the location of Aguri's office from the reluctant dinosaur performers. If the mountain would not come to him, he would go to the mountain. Kudo Shinichi felt he had begun to grasp Aguri's thoughts and could no longer sit still. He was merely a shrunken version of himself, not a child, and had no interest in the dinosaurs being portrayed by the actors. If it were Genta and Hayu, they would have likely been overjoyed. After being sidelined by Aguri for an entire morning, Kudo Shinichi resolved to take the initiative, hoping to sit down with Aguri for a candid discussion about their respective positions. As he entered the office, where Aguri was brazenly indulging in watching the latest Conan movie, he found Aguri unperturbed as he turned off the animation and tucked his phone away. Feigning a glance at the quarterly report, Aguri finally looked up at Conan. "What brings you here?" he inquired, feigning ignorance. Conan, who had been led around for the entire morning, felt a vain throb on his forehead. "You really don't know why I'm here?" "Haha, just kidding," Aguri replied, observing Conan's dark expression as he closed the door and tossed the plush toys onto the sofa with a devilish glee. "You're quite adorable, Kudo-kun." Taking a deep breath to maintain his composure amidst Aguri's antics, Conan approached Aguri's desk and fixed his gaze upon him, cutting straight to the chase. "Let us stop dancing around the issue. What exactly do you want? Or rather, what role are you playing?" At this, Aguri's playful demeanor softened considerably. He methodically organized the documents on his desk, appearing quite regretful as he asked, "Don't you want to play a little longer? This could very well be the last time." "What do you mean?" Conan's pupils constricted as he instinctively questioned. Aguri did not provide a direct answer but instead strolled towards Conan, hands in his pockets, and sighed. "I've long been curious as to why you were so confident." A sense of foreboding washed over Conan and his voice turned dry. "What?" Aguri tilted his head in feigned confusion. "Oh, I assumed you would have figured it out." Here's a hint. My dealings with Brandy, or rather, the Black Organization, are conducted at my brother's behest. Yes, with my brother's consent. We are deceiving the Black Organization alongside the Zero Division. Under Aguri's intentional misdirection, Conan's thoughts wandered astray. Could it be that the Aguri family was indeed involved with the Black Organization? Yet how could that be? Aguri Ryosuke, Conan found it incredulous. It was not that he thought ill of Aguri, but having heard of Aguri Ryosuke's esteemed reputation, he could hardly believe that the upright officer, privately lauded as a star of the Japanese police force, could possibly be the mastermind of such a wanton criminal syndicate. However, gazing at Aguri's enigmatic smile, Conan sensed that he was not lying. Moreover, there was no reason for him to deceive himself. A wave of confusion swept over Conan's mind. How could this be? If it were indeed Aguri Ryosuke, then the Aguri family was not merely involved. He needed to contemplate how to navigate the current predicament. If what Aguri claimed was true, then today might not end favorably for him. Aguri, indifferent to Conan's thoughts, felt that the task of becoming the ultimate adversary in Conan's mind had already been delayed long enough. The obsessive Aguri found the 75 completion of this mission unsatisfactory. Growing weary of the slow approach, he decided to abandon the method of slowly boiling the frog. Heaven forbid, if this continued, Conan might become immune to his teasing. Meanwhile, a small glowing orb nearby astutely chimed in, updating the mission progress. Host, it's at 82. Keep going. Scare him. Originally immersed in his role, Aguri nearly lost his villainous demeanor at the interruption from the system. He shot a fierce glare at the onlookers, exclaiming, "What are you shouting for? I had just built up the perfect atmosphere." With the rhythm disrupted by the system, Aguri lost the desire to continue his teasing. He mimicked the way Shiratori had once intimidated Conan, summoning the fierce energy of Brandy confronting Jin. Aguri cruelly regarded the incapacitated Conan and mockingly said, "Kudo-kun's parents truly are remarkable. Why not take a guess at what I've been busy with for the past 3 days? While not coming to find you directly, just be still and obedient, and perhaps I might even share some news about your dear friend, Dr. Agasa." Upon hearing this, Conan's body stiffened and his hand, which had instinctively reached for his watch, recoiled under Auguri's gaze, pleased by the panic and disbelief that washed over Conan's face. Auguri remarked with delight, "It seems I've hit the mark. However, what a pity this is a no-prize guessing game. Well, since you've brought me such joy, I'll throw in an extra piece of information for you." As Conan wore a blank expression, Auguri produced a handgun from his coat pocket, grinning as he said, "I suspect Brandy's side should be wrapping up soon. Don't worry, shortly you'll meet all the familiar faces, Ran, the doctor, everyone, one after another." While speaking, Auguri ruthlessly pressed the gun against Conan's forehead. Conan's lips moved as if he wanted to speak. Auguri, unpredictable as ever, offered him no chance for retorts, swiftly and decisively squeezing the trigger. Bang! To Conan's surprise, the anticipated pain did not arrive. His eyelids fluttered twice, and upon opening them, he beheld a myriad of colorful confetti gently cascading from above. In a moment of daze, his gaze fell upon that mischievous rogue, grinning widely with a gun pointed skyward. Orange Leon casually set aside the firework disguised as a pistol on the coffee table and sank into the sofa adorned with stuffed toys with a sense of languor. "Are you out of your mind?" Conan was momentarily taken aback, grinding his teeth as he articulated each word. Once he realized that Orange Leon was merely toying with him, a surge of frustration welled within him. From their very first encounter, Orange Leon had been like this. Back then he had thought Orange Leon was an accomplice of the criminal and feared for his life. Yet at that moment, this scoundrel was just as infuriating as he was now. Shinichi Kudo swore that he had never felt so lost and despondent in his life. He never imagined he would meet someone so insufferable and seemingly deranged. What was he after? What was his motive? Was Orange Leon truly unhinged? Hey, don't be so dull. Life is long and tedious. How can one endure without seeking a bit of amusement? Orange Leon paid no heed to Conan's ire. Instead, he took delight in observing Conan's near breakdown. He even nonchalantly retrieved a blue dinosaur toy that had been crushed beneath him, cradling it in his arms and squeezing it affectionately. Conan exhaled sharply, reminding himself to remain calm, to avoid impulsivity. After all, rashness could be a devil's trap. Since this fellow was not an enemy, future interactions and collaborations were likely inevitable. Losing a potential ally due to a moment of recklessness would be a grave mistake. Stay composed. You aspire to be the Sherlock Holmes of the Reiwa era. Maintain your poise, Shinichi. After several rounds of mental fortification, Conan managed to regain his composure, though he felt that Orange Liang's antics were truly testing his patience. "Pray tell, how old are you this year, Mr. Orange Liang?" he finally ventured, unable to suppress his expressionless sarcasm. "Well," Orange Liang pondered seriously, "considering my current shell's age, if converted to human terms by the devil's standards, I would be approximately 5 years old." He calculated before responding. Conan chuckled awkwardly. "I would sooner believe in ghosts. All right, while I intended to tease you, what I said earlier was largely true. My brother is aware of this situation with Brandy and me, or rather, the police are not entirely oblivious to the Black Organization. Do you comprehend?" Orange Liang extended his long arm and casually picked up a pink saber-toothed tiger toy from the pile, tossing it to Conan. Conan caught the small plush accurately, contemplating, "So Brandy is actually—" "No, he is not." Orange Liang interrupted Conan bluntly, showing little inclination to elaborate further, succinctly stating, "He is not affiliated with the police. He can be approached, but never fully trusted." "Understood." Conan mused, yet still probed. "And you and he pursues me. I do not fancy him." Orange Liang lazily recycled the flimsy excuse he had previously concocted to placate his elder brother. "The shameless devil, Brandy's poor reputation is not Orange Liang's concern." "Huh?" Conan had initially intended to inquire how Orange Liang and Brandy became acquainted, whether through police intervention or mere happenstance, hoping to glean further information about Brandy. However, he found himself momentarily bewildered by Orange Liang's dismissive rationale. "Are you pulling my leg?" All right, I shan't jest any longer." Orange Liang observed Conan's disillusionment with amusement. Having thoroughly indulged in his devilish whims for the day, he had no desire to further torment Conan. Though it was a prank, it bore a hint of warning. Orange Liang's expression grew serious as he earnestly regarded the still irate Conan. "If I were not jesting today, you and everyone connected to you would face imminent peril. Kudo, you are astute far more so than many. Yet, relying solely on intelligence could lead to an early demise. Do not underestimate anyone, whether friend or foe. Conan, taken aback by Orange Liang's words, felt his previous indignation deflate like a punctured balloon. Observing Conan's contemplative demeanor, Orange Liang sensed that their playful banter had run its course and broke the heavy silence. All right, the emotional radio show ends here. No need for such gravity. Just be more vigilant in the future. The considerate devil gathered the stuffed toys from the sofa and stood, stuffing them into Conan's arms. These are all compensatory gifts for scaring you today. Share them with G-Key and the others. They are not just for you, and do not discard them. Seeing Conan's disdainful look at the toys, as if contemplating tossing them aside, Orange Liang felt a sense of satisfaction in his warning. Conan's displeasure amused him. This devilish rogue was indeed quite immature. However, Orange Liang was not excessively cruel. He had anticipated that his antics might irritate the young detective. Hence, he had prepared compensatory gifts in advance, popular plush toys for Conan and his friends. He had no intention of fabricating flimsy excuses to deceive parents or manipulate children. Additionally, he had a delightful surprise for Kudo Shinichi's father-in-law, a signed merchandise from Yoko that would surely delight any fan. Finally, he extended an invitation to Detective Muri and ran to attend Yoko's celebration party that evening. Since there was still ample time, he decided to escort Conan home first. If he delayed further, Detective Muri might have other commitments, which would be unfortunate. Conan, observing the self-assured chatterbox, found it hard to remain angry. This character, if deemed childish, was indeed quite juvenile. No sensible person would exhibit such a bizarrely malicious sense of humor as Orange Liang. Yet, this individual possessed an inexplicable charm that made it difficult to harbor resentment. When Orange Liang was not causing mischief, his gentle smile radiated an aura of comfort and reassurance. Had he not endured enough of this fellow's antics, Conan might have easily succumbed to the amiable rhythm of this remarkably charismatic individual, instinctively forgiving his previous wicked prank. As for Orange Liang, whether he was genuinely unhinged, Conan could not ascertain. However, he was unequivocally certain that Orange Liang was indeed toxic, an eccentricity. Just then, the telephone on Orange Liang's desk rang unexpectedly. Hello? There shouldn't be any cases requiring handover today. Although curious about the unforeseen call, Orange Liang swiftly approached his desk and answered. Mr. Orange, this is Hideo Amamiya from the Public Relations Department. I apologize for the interruption. I wanted to inquire about tonight's Yoko. Bang! What? At that moment, both Conan and Orange Liang, facing the window, witnessed the shocking fall of an individual from the building. Given that Orange Liang's desk faced the door, both he and Conan had an unobstructed view of the scene outside. Conan rushed to the window, peering down to assess the situation. Without hesitation, he dashed toward the door, calling back to Orange Liang, Orange Liang, remember to call the police and summon an ambulance. Orange Liang, directly addressed by name, remained holding the receiver. He watched as Conan bolted out of sight, leaving behind the little dinosaurs he had meticulously prepared. Unexpectedly faced with such a sudden situation, Yu Liang hung up the phone with a stern expression. As he dialed the emergency number, he thought bitterly, if I bring that little grim reaper to the company again, I might as well devour the system alive. Chapter 61. The Catastrophe of Light and Shadow Cinema. When Yu Liang descended the stairs, Officer Mumu had already completed a preliminary investigation of the scene. The basic situation was as follows. Officer Mumu. As Mumu listened to the forensic team's report, he caught sight of Yu Liang, who stood out conspicuously. It's you, little brother Yu Liang. What a coincidence to see you here. Hearing Mumu's enthusiastic inquiry, Yu Liang couldn't help but glance at Conan, who was probing for clues near the corpse, and responded with a faint, yes, it does seem serendipitous. How could he dare? Yu Liang was deeply ensnared in a spiral of self-reproach. How could he have forgotten about Conan's propensity for disaster? How could he have so carelessly brought Conan along to various companies? How could he? Officer Mumu, puzzled by Yu Liang's self-doubt, was soon enlightened by the arrival of Ida Amitani, who explained to Mumu, ahem, this officer, Yu Liang, is the current head of our light and shadow cinema. I see. Little brother Yu Liang is truly accomplished at a young age, just as one would expect from the brother of Inspector Yu. Realizing he had inadvertently dug a grave for himself, Yu Liang had no inclination to engage in Mumu's flattery. He became acutely aware that he might have unwittingly gifted himself a significant surprise. Had he not just mentioned to Conan that he would invite the Muri family to Miss Yoko's celebration dinner tonight? This morning, with only Conan present, death had already been summoned. This evening, with the standard ensemble of Kagoro Mori, Ran Mori, Edagawa Conan, and Yoko Okino gathered at the crime scene, was it not the end? Yu Liang pondered seriously whether he should cancel the evening's celebration dinner in order to ensure the survival of light and shadow cinema. After all, experiencing 2 murders in a single day would make it difficult for the cinema to remain obscure. Yu Liang worried that light and shadow cinema might not have the capacity to endure such notoriety. Alas, how naive he had been to completely forget about the Grim Reaper. After examining the corpse, Conan keenly sensed something was amiss. Although the heavy rain had ceased around 11 o'clock, the back of the corpse was still drenched, indicating that this was no mere suicide or accident. Kudo Shinichi, Yu Liang was unaware of when he had silently approached Conan, who was deep in thought, and startled him by exclaiming, "Aren't you a detective? Hurry up and solve this case." Yu Liang hesitated for a moment but concluded that fate would not close one door and then block the window. "We still have dinner to attend tonight. The murderer is the one who just called me, Ida Amatani. You need to act quickly." "Huh? How do you know he is the murderer?" Conan, still absorbed in the clues he had just observed, paid little attention to Yu Liang's urgency. However, when he heard Yu Liang directly identify the murderer, he was momentarily bewildered. What is going on? Had Yu Liang even examined the crime scene? He had only just arrived, yet how could he be so certain that Ida Amatani was the culprit? Indeed, Yu Liang had not thoroughly inspected the crime scene, but while he was cradling the spirit that was sobbing and cursing Amatani's ruthlessness, it was impossible for him not to hear. Don't ask. It's just intuition." Yu Liang sighed, lost in thought. "Conan, is this kid all right?" Chapter 62. Is Yu Liang a master of deduction? Conan disregarded Yu Liang's sudden outburst and followed Officer Mumu to the deceased's office on the 8th floor. The condition of the office indicated that this was not merely a tragic accident. The open window and the rainwater pooled on the floor suggested that the deceased had opened the window long before the rain ceased and had leaned out. Only in this manner could the rain stains on the back of the deceased be explained. A normal person would never adopt such an uncomfortable position on the windowsill until the rain stopped before jumping. Thus, the question arose, what was the murderer's intent or method in forcing the deceased to maintain this position before death? While the officers continued their methodical examination of the scene, Conan's sharp eyes caught a suspicious detail as he began to contemplate the murderer's methods. Officer Mumu, a police officer, discovered this deflated red balloon in the deceased's pocket. Upon seeing the balloon, Conan felt a sense of familiarity, while Ase Maya, the head of Light and Shadow Cinema, curiously interjected, "Excuse me, officer, may I take a look at that balloon?" Miss Ase recognizes this balloon? Officer Mumu, intrigued, handed the balloon to her, hopeful for insight. "If I am not mistaken, this should be a balloon from the monster costume props." Both Conan and Officer Mumu were taken aback, while Yu Liang, who only knew of the murderer but was oblivious to the methods, leaned against the door, silently observing Conan's progress. Yes, it was used during yesterday's company performance. When the special laser gun was aimed at the light-sensitive switch, the prop would automatically open the valve, expelling the gas from the balloon, creating a scene where the monster was vanquished. So that's how it is. Officer Takagi instructed everyone to search for related props. Although Officer Mumu did not fully understand the connection between the deceased's death and this prop, he believed that finding it might yield new discoveries. Listening to their entire exchange, Conan comprehended the murderer's methods completely. The murderer had evidently incapacitated the victim using some method during the dark, rainy conditions when visibility was low. Using the prop balloon for support, the victim was positioned on the windowsill, and at the opportune moment, the special laser gun was employed to deflate the balloon, causing the victim to plummet. Thus, it was highly probable that the crime was committed from a lower floor adjacent to the crime scene. This would facilitate aiming. As long as a string was tied to the balloon beforehand, retrieving the prop afterward would be easy. Furthermore, the 8th floor was the highest level accessible to ordinary employees. Aside from a dedicated elevator, all other elevators only serviced up to the 8th floor. Conan had just taken the dedicated elevator to the 9th floor, which was Yu Liang's domain. Both the elevator entrance and the emergency exit on the 9th floor were equipped with surveillance cameras, making it highly unlikely for the perpetrator to risk exposure by venturing there. Ida Amatani, whom Yu Liang had just mentioned as the murderer, was on the 1st floor, conversing with Yu Liang via the internal phone line at the time of the incident. Theoretically, Amitani, being on the first floor, should not have been able to commit the crime. However, since Yu Liang had brought him up, it must mean he had noticed something amiss. Conan pondered. Based on Amitani's own introduction, he was from the publicity department and should not have had direct contact with Yu Liang, who only occasionally made overarching decisions for the company. Yet, he conveniently chose to use the internal phone during the very moment the fall occurred, providing himself with an overly clear alibi. Observing Amitani, who was nervously sweating, Conan instinctively felt that this man, identified by Yu Liang as the murderer, was most likely the true culprit. How had Yu Liang been so confident from the beginning? Conan pressed his lips together, a sense of unease and frustration welling up within him. Tachibana Ryo, indeed, harbors intentions far more sinister than he portrays. He nearly fell prey to the facade of innocence that this individual so artfully constructed. Underestimating him was a grave miscalculation. Conan initially believed that Tachibana's exhibited abilities and insights stemmed from his background and Tachibana Ryuka. Yet, before he could formulate any leads, Tachibana astutely pinpointed the murderer with remarkable precision. The cumulative effect of Tachibana's previous taunts paled in comparison to the stark reality of his analytical prowess, instilling within Kudo a sense of urgency and indignation. Conan fixed his gaze upon Tachibana, who seemed to possess an omniscient awareness of the situation, igniting within him a fierce determination. The younger brother of a luminary in the Japanese police force? Perhaps in other respects he may outshine me, but regrettably for him. Deduction is one of my foremost strengths. Tachibana, what manner of person are you? Chapter 63. Conan encounters a formidable foe, Officer Magyar. We have discovered props and a laser gun in the recycling bin. An officer presented the theatrical items uncovered during the search to Officer Magyar. Oh, very well. Thank you for your efforts. Officer Magyar accepted the evidence bag, scrutinizing its contents with great care. Having already deduced the method of the crime, Conan refrained from mingling with the unfolding drama, suppressing the tumult of emotions stirred by Tachibana's astonishing deductive skills. The immediate priority was to unravel how the alibi of the murderer was fabricated. Clarity in this matter could provide an opportunity to reclaim the upper hand from Tachibana. However, the internal phone numbers across the offices were fixed. It appeared that the call made by Yamada Hideo to Tachibana must have indeed originated from the landline in his office. How could he have accomplished such a feat? Positioned on the 4th or 5th floor, how could he communicate with Tachibana using a landline located on the 1st floor? What trickery was at play? Lacking familiarity with landline mechanics, Conan found his thoughts ensnared in a conundrum. He inadvertently glimpsed Tachibana, who appeared to be effortlessly composed, causing a pang of anxiety to strike his heart. Could it be that Tachibana had somehow anticipated his thoughts? If Tachibana were privy to Conan's musings regarding landlines, he would likely be amused, as Conan's understanding was limited to the basics of simply lifting the receiver to connect. The notion that Tachibana, so accustomed to smartphones, could grasp the intricacies of fabricating internal lines seemed preposterous, akin to expecting Tachibana Ryuka to master various bar-hopping techniques. Nonetheless, oblivious to the truth, Conan misinterpreted Tachibana's nonchalance as confidence in his ability to see through the ruse. A sense of reluctance surged within him. Tachibana, Yamada Hideo clearly has an alibi. Why would you assert that he is the murderer? Having watched over 600 episodes of the series, Tachibana had never doubted Conan's capacity to solve the case. Yet hearing Conan's skepticism of his hints plunged him into a moment of disappointment and confusion. No, that can't be right. Even the current Conan shouldn't be unable to identify the murderer, right? Tachibana, who felt himself surpassed, listened to Conan's merciless mockery with a growing sense of discomfort. After his previous defeat to Tachibana Ryuka, now he found himself bested by Tachibana Ryo? While he could console himself with the thought that Ryuka belonged to an older generation with greater experience, it was disheartening to be outpaced by someone merely a few years his junior. As Tachibana perceived the truth, Conan remained mired in his struggles regarding the murderer's methods. This sensation, so foreign to someone usually proud of his deductive prowess and self-styled as a disciple of Holmes, caused Kudo to tighten his lips. He couldn't afford to lag behind too significantly. He needed to ponder how Yamada Hideo managed this. Wait, in a flash of inspiration, Kudo Shinichi conceived a possibility. Now I comprehend the trick he employed. With clarity on how Yamada Hideo had forged the alibi, Kudo regained his confidence. The gap between himself and Tachibana seemed less daunting than he had imagined. Just wait, for one day he would bridge this divide. Tachibana, who had assumed anime was merely a reference point, was momentarily taken aback by Kudo's resolute and invigorated demeanor. Huh? Who? What trick? In Kudo's eyes, Tachibana's blank expression signified a relinquishment of his earlier disdain, indicating a willingness to heed Kudo's reasoning. Although Kudo had harbored lingering discontent over Tachibana's previous dismissive attitude, witnessing the latter's current demeanor eased some of his grievances. Strong individuals tend to express respect only towards those of equal caliber, which was an understandable sentiment. With Tachibana's extraordinary abilities, he indeed possessed the merit for such pride. Chapter 64. A change of perspective. The trick employed by the murderer is rather simple. It was merely my unfamiliarity with landline mechanisms that caused me not to realize it sooner. Before expounding upon his reasoning, Kudo felt compelled to emphasize that his initial misstep stemmed from a lack of knowledge. His deductive capabilities remained formidable, and he wished for Tachibana to acknowledge his talents. Tachibana, who had not contemplated the implications, furrowed his brow. So, Kudo Shinichi implies that he also believes Yamada Hideo is the murderer, correct? Though still somewhat perplexed, Tachibana grasped Kudo's intent. Well, that's acceptable. The disparity between reality and anime is not excessively vast. This scene, however, appeared to Kudo as Tachibana perceiving him as making excuses for his inadequacies, leading to feelings of discontent. Kudo remained silent for a moment, opting not to engage in a debate with Tachibana. He resolved to let future evidence speak for itself. The immediate concern was to resolve the case at hand and ensure Tachibana recognized his capabilities. The murderer merely sought to exploit the fact that he used a ground-floor landline during the crime to assert that he was situated on the first floor, where he could not have committed the act. In truth, all it required was disconnecting the landline's phone line and reconnecting it to the phone downstairs. Even from a higher floor, it would still display his office's internal number. Thus, his alibi would naturally be invalid. After hastily returning to the scene post-crime to present himself as someone who had remained close to the site, he likely had no time to deal with gloves individually. Therefore, since no gloves were found in the recycling bin, it stands to reason that he had no intention of using them at all. The landline jack in the room downstairs and the props should both yield his fingerprints. Concluding his deduction, Kudo fixed his gaze on Tachibana. Awaiting his evaluation of the reasoning presented, Tachibana, still grappling with whether the murderer was indeed Yamada Hideo, was left in a haze. Meanwhile, the disinterested Tachibana only vaguely understood one thing. He hesitated before confirming. You know that Yamada Hideo is the murderer, right? Feeling a sense of contempt, Kudo thought, I already know you've grasped the truth before me, why must you reiterate it? Officer Magyar, Tachibana NII has revealed that he knows who the murderer is. Not wanting to endure further boasting from Tachibana, Kudo sighed and feigned excitement as he called out to Officer Magyar and the others, who were still examining the props. Caught off guard, Tachibana shot Kudo an incredulous glare. I merely startled you, didn't I? It has been said that you invited your father-in-law to dinner and even presented him with gifts as compensation. Is it truly necessary for you to deceive me in such a manner? Conan, too, was left bewildered by this turn of events. I have already conceded and allowed you to take the spotlight. What more do you desire? Officer Magyar was initially at a loss regarding the case, lamenting the absence of those seemingly superhuman detectives. At that moment, upon hearing Conan mention that Tachibana knew the identity of the murderer, he could not help but feel elated, hastily gathering a group of officers to surround Tachibana. What? Tachibana? My dear brother, do you know who the murderer is? Tachibana, observing the expectant expressions of the crowd, glanced down at the visibly displeased Conan and decisively stated, Yes, the murderer is Hideo Amagata. For further details, please consult Conan. I have already shared all pertinent information with him. I have a meeting in 5 minutes, so I must take my leave. Without waiting for a reaction, Tachibana swiftly exited the room and hurriedly entered the private elevator, disappearing in an instant. Conan, who had been unjustly scapegoated by Tachibana, found himself surrounded by Officer Magyar and the others, who had shifted their focus onto him. Conan, quickly, tell Takagi what Tachibana shared with you. Conan stared blankly at the vanishing figure of Tachibana, realizing that the man wasn't as arrogant as he appeared. Chapter 65. The daily life of Brandy in a secluded bar in Tokyo. During daylight hours, the establishment was closed and a sign indicating its closure hung at the entrance. Inside, however, the bar exuded a warm, dim glow from atmospheric lighting. A bartender, clad in a black and white uniform, silently prepared cocktails for the sole guest at the bar. This unexpected visitor, appearing as a mere child, was a blond youth perched on a high stool, resting his chin in rapt attention as he observed the bartender's meticulous movements. His legs swinging idly, unable to reach the ground. "Your orange blossom, please enjoy." The adept bartender gracefully poured the amber liquid from a shaker into a cocktail glass. He elegantly slid the glass across the bar to the seemingly underage blonde youth. "Apologies for the wait." The orange blossom, a blend of 45 gin and orange juice, harmonized the rich fruit fragrance with the gin's subtle bitterness, resulting in a refreshing taste. This cocktail, symbolizing a bride's joy before marriage, rarely attracted the attention of men in bars. Of course, the boy, squinting as he savored the drink, hardly fit the mold of a mature gentleman. He languidly swirled the glass, resembling a truly bored child. After completing his duties, the bartender acted as though the boy were non-existent, tidying up the bar. Just as the boy grew weary of spinning on the stool and began to trace the water droplets on the glass, a sudden jingling of wind chimes from the tightly shut bar door broke the monotony. The previously bored boy's eyes lit up at the sound, and he smiled warmly. "You're quite late." Having encountered the harbinger of doom, Jin's initially spirited demeanor faltered momentarily. Upon noticing Vodka's quizzical gaze, Jin feigned indifference as he took a seat beside Brandy. "A cup of heaven," Brandy cheerfully ordered from the bartender, who was once again interrupted in his work. The bartender, suppressing his frustration, retrieved the necessary spirits, gin and apricot brandy, from the cabinet. Jin, unfazed by Brandy's audacious choice, lit a cigarette, his mood growing complex. "How is it possible that you, who revels in treasure hunting, are out of money?" he questioned incredulously. "Didn't you recently apply for task funding?" Under Jin's icy gaze, Brandy felt a rare twinge of guilt. I meant that my recent task income has been a bit lacking," he stammered. Brandy, undeterred, gestured for the bartender to place the prepared heaven in front of Jin, continuing his playful banter. "I heard from Wormwood that you've been busy with cleaning duties lately, so I thought I'd come to help share the load." Jin scoffed. "Just a little mouse, this will be resolved today." Meanwhile, a new customer entered the establishment. Chapter 66. Brandy, the bystander. The weather forecast was utterly inaccurate. The rain today was indeed torrential. The newcomer was a tall man with black hair who, upon entering, vigorously shook off the rainwater and exclaimed in a familiar tone. Brandy's attention was captured by this individual, and he soon realized that Jin, who had been seated beside him moments ago, had vanished. Observing Vodka, who now sat an empty stool away, Brandy suddenly adopted a more serious demeanor. He tilted his head and pushed the untouched cocktail that Jin had left aside closer to Vodka. Brandy harbored no ill intentions. He merely wished to avoid wasting a drink he favored. With a sunny smile, Brandy, now facing a financial crisis while waiting for Jin's tasks to sustain him, knew he had to be frugal. Vodka, having spent considerable time alongside their leader, recognized Brandy as a seemingly harmless, sunny neighbor boy, though he was no less formidable than Vermouth. Not wanting to complicate matters further, Vodka obediently accepted the drink Brandy had pushed toward him and took a modest sip. "I'll have what he is having," the black-haired man confidently ordered the bartender, who had just resumed cleaning the glassware. The bartender paused, seemingly disheartened by the forced overtime, and began preparing heaven. The man naturally took a seat beside Vodka, who did not glance up. After the man settled in, Vodka, without lifting his head, tapped the table beside him. The man looked at Brandy, who was grinning widely at him from the bar, and hesitated, cautiously asking, "Is it permissible for a child to drink alcohol?" Vodka remained silent while Brandy continued to smile at him, saying nothing. For a moment, the bar was filled only with the sound of liquid being poured. "Sir, your drink." The bartender finally broke the silence, pushing the glass toward the black-haired man. "Ha ha ha, thank you," the man exclaimed, taking a sip before pulling out an envelope filled with materials from his pocket and directly handing it to Vodka without further ado. Vodka accepted it without looking, sliding it into his inner jacket pocket. He then presented an envelope containing payment to the man. "Are you not going to check what's inside?" the curly-haired man inquired playfully, leaning casually against the bar. Vodka, who had maintained an air of indifference, scoffed. "If what's inside is counterfeit, you might just lose your life." The man took the envelope from Vodka, unfazed by the warning, and grinned, "I'll count it carefully." He then audaciously emptied the cash from the envelope onto the bar, counting the money with delight. Vodka raised his glass and took a sip, indifferent to the unfolding scene. The dark-haired man appeared to possess a rather flamboyant demeanor. Although he had only exchanged a few words upon entering, Brandy sensed that this mouse, targeted by Jin, exuded a certain levity. Delighted by the accuracy of the sum, he tucked the envelope away and took another sip from his glass. "What is the next assignment?" he inquired, feeling a sense of relaxation after his substantial earnings. Just then, a chilling male voice suddenly echoed in his ear. "Did you know? Recently, a mouse has been sneaking around the organization, engaging in unsavory activities." Jin, who had appeared out of nowhere to the man's left, cast a cold smirk at the man, who looked bewildered. "Have you heard about this matter?" The man, clearly familiar with Jin, was startled by his sudden presence but quickly regained his composure. I'm not quite sure. What? Is the new task for me to unearth this mouse?" He attempted to respond lightly, mimicking Jin's tone. Jin, who had been looking down and had not met the man's gaze, slowly turned to face the somewhat panicked individual. As Jin shifted, the man could finally discern the expression hidden beneath the silver hair obscured by Jin's black hat. Despite only gazing coldly at him, the man felt as if his throat had been constricted, rendering him almost breathless with fear. This cold-hearted man sat there like a shadowy serpent poised to strike, ready to deliver a fatal blow to his unsuspecting prey. He lazily flicked his tail, letting out a soft hiss, instilling a sense of despair in the creature he was observing. Meanwhile, Brandy, thoroughly entertained by the unfolding drama, approached a pristine white vintage gramophone at the bar. After a moment of deliberation, he selected a favored record. The man under Jin's watchful gaze was understandably anxious, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. What's wrong? Brandy, with his back turned to them, leisurely set the record in place, winding it up with great ease. The languid, morbid voice of the singer began to resonate like a lament, echoing throughout the room, each note seemingly stepping on the dark-haired man's heart. The monotonous and repetitive beat of the drums, coupled with Jin's chilling stare, created an atmosphere where Brandy savored his drink, uncertain whether he was indulging in the wine or the man's fear. The conspicuously golden-haired youth, displaying a cat-and-mouse curiosity, joyfully leaned back against the bar. "No, now that I've elicited the response I desired, my gaze has shifted. I already have a lead on who the mouse is." With Jin's withdrawal of attention, the man's sense of pressure diminished significantly. However, before he could exhale in relief, he heard Jin's next words. His guilty conscience recoiled, and the nerves he had just relaxed snapped back into tension. The haunting refrain lingered in his ears, aggravating his already restless state. "Is that so?" The man feigned surprise as he grasped his glass and took a hearty gulp. He attempted to engage with the seemingly harmless young boy with his head resting on the counter, his face turned sideways. "The taste of this drink is truly delightful. Do you know what it is, little brother?" Brandy, having just warmed his right cheek against the cool surface of the counter, was about to shift to a cooler spot when he unexpectedly found himself thrust into the spotlight. His surprise evident as he sat up straight, a radiant smile illuminating his face. Brandy, brimming with enthusiasm, was about to voice his thoughts when Jin swiftly interrupted. 1 ounce of gin, 0.5 ounces of apricot brandy, and 0.5 ounces of orange juice. Jin, keenly aware of Brandy's overly sweet smile indicating mischief, swiftly extinguished his hopes of causing trouble. With an overwhelming workload, Jin had no desire to add unnecessary complications to his responsibilities. Moreover, Brandy's erratic behavior was exceedingly challenging to manage. Once Jin spoke, the tense, dark-haired man focused all his attention on him, his body taut with apprehension. He continued, "Heaven, due to its refreshing fruit flavors, is also known as paradise." Jin, unaffected by the man's wariness, patiently continued to elaborate on the final drink he had selected for him. "The little mouse has had its fill. It's time to move on." Jin drew a handgun from his pocket, leisurely changing the magazine, not sparing a glance for the now panicked man beside him. As if by divine intervention, the once dreary voice from the pristine white gramophone suddenly rose triumphantly. "We have personally severed the path to our paradise." From the moment Brandy had played that cursed record, The man had been on high alert, and upon Jin's unmasking of his identity, he could no longer maintain his composure. Terrified to the core, he fled in a panic, bursting through the door. Vodka, who had silently played the role of a mere backdrop since Jin's arrival, inquired, "Is it all right to let him leave like this?" Jin chuckled coldly, extinguishing his cigarette in the ashtray. For the mouse, there is only a dead end. Brandy had long suspected that Jin had gone to plant a bomb, and he stepped to the window, ready to enjoy this unique spectacle amidst the downpour. The dark-haired man, with no time to ponder how he had escaped the bar, anxiously dashed to the car parked at the entrance. With a loud bang, he turned the key, and together with the detonated vehicle, they erupted into a grand display of fireworks beneath the torrential rain, brief yet intense. Chapter 68. While the rain persists, you truly are quite idle, Jin remarked, observing Brandy, who was cheerfully humming an eerie tune by the window. What can I say? Some unscrupulous boss intends to starve his diligent aide. Brandy gazed at the burning wreckage of the car in the rain and, upon hearing Jin's words, retorted defiantly. Jin, noticing Brandy's nonchalant demeanor, couldn't help but light another cigarette. Do those fools who spread rumors about Brandy's connections to the police realize what they have done? They've chosen someone who would gladly meddle in every single task. If it weren't for Brandy's knack for always coming out on top, and his exorbitant appearance fee, I wouldn't need to recruit any new members at all. Between the two of us, we could handle all the routine tasks, wouldn't you agree? Yet there are no what-ifs, Jin sighed, lighting another cigarette. Brandy had been channeling the spirit of the saying, "A fierce woman fears being pursued," these past few days. Appearing punctually each morning to greet Jin with the first salutation of the day, inquiring about his new work arrangements. Seeing Brandy showing up for check-in yet again today, even Jin felt a genuine sense of annoyance. There's a software transaction job available. Will you take it? Sounds like it doesn't pay much. Brandy hesitated, expressing his disdain. Of course, if I offered you a more lucrative deal, the organization's funding would take a significant hit. I have a whole crew of spendthrifts to support. I can't afford to keep you, the gold guzzler. Jin shot back coldly, casting a frigid glare at Brandy, whose discerning nature was audacious enough to pick and choose. Brandy observed Jin, who appeared to be on the verge of losing his patience, and quickly acquiesced with a playful laugh, stating that money was of little importance. What truly mattered was alleviating your worries. Having received the desired response, Brandy retrieved a long-handled black umbrella from the stand by the door. The handsome youth turned around, beaming with a radiant smile, and cheerfully bid farewell to the cold Jin, saying, "I await your email." As the wooden tavern door opened and closed, a gust of rain mist flowed into the room. The melodious sound of wind chimes chimed in the breeze as the boy unfolded the black umbrella. His slender figure gradually blurred in the torrential downpour, eventually vanishing from sight. The weekend afternoon rain continued to patter incessantly, showing no signs of abating. After paying respects to her brother, the girl, Shufu Karen, departed from the cemetery and took a ride to the station, intending to return to Osaka before nightfall. Since resigning from her position as a police officer, Shufu Kageakira had transferred her academic enrollment from Tokyo to Osaka. Although Karen had inquired about the reasons behind this decision, her brother had only deflected her questions. Aware that her brother likely harbored unspoken burdens, Karen refrained from pressing further, following his lead as she embarked on a new life in Osaka. However, she never anticipated that the brother who, no matter how busy, always made it a point to prepare meals for her upon her return from school would one day be gone forever. Today marked the anniversary of her brother's passing, and coinciding with the weekend, Karen had hurried to Tokyo early in the morning. Yet, with her modest savings, she resolved to head straight back to Osaka, hoping to save on one night's accommodation. Leaning against the window, Karen stared blankly at the heavy rain outside, lost in her thoughts. 3 rows behind the pink-haired girl, a soaked man in a black outfit, donning a cap, silently gazed at her, his emotions tangled. 3 hours later, at the Mori Detective Agency's entrance. After resolving an unexpected murder case, Tachibana Ryo finally returned the troublesome child home. As he closed the car door, he glanced at Conan, who was clutching an abundance of plush toys, and sighed, his feelings complex. He found himself increasingly reluctant to invite the trio of death to the evening banquet for the film celebration. Following the day's events, Tachibana felt somewhat foolish for planning to treat the Mori family to dinner, as if he were a lamb walking into a tiger's den. The realization struck him that he might have inadvertently set a grand trap for himself. Tachibana Ryo was not one to be headstrong. On the contrary, this lazy devil was quite averse to trouble. He was, however, quite satisfied with the recent financial success of the Shadow Film Studio. After the day's incident, he genuinely worried that another case might unfold during tonight's celebratory banquet. The thought of his fledgling film company being crushed by 2 murder cases before it even had a chance to thrive was unacceptable. He had worked diligently to save up for a pure gold bed, and he would not permit such calamity to occur. No one, not even the Grim Reaper himself, could deter him from his pursuit of a glittering sanctuary. Thus, while Conan hesitated, feeling embarrassed about whether to express his gratitude to Tachibana for relinquishing the opportunity to deduce, Tachibana awkwardly interjected, "Ahem, Kudo, there was a murder at the company today, so the banquet scheduled for tonight will be postponed." Huh? Upon Tachibana's reminder, Conan recalled that he had mentioned treating him and his uncle to dinner that evening. Tachibana mistakenly interpreted Kudo's surprise at the banquet's cancellation as dissatisfaction. Feeling that he had gone too far with his jest, he added, "Recently, a rather fine restaurant under the Fujiwara Group opened, and their owner sent me several vouchers. I'll look for them and send them your way as compensation for this prank." Conan had already begun to view Tachibana in a different light due to the latter's decision to let him have the deduction opportunity. Hearing Tachibana's words now only added to his mixed feelings. Tachibana was indeed a peculiar character. Just when Conan thought he had him figured out, he would unexpectedly shatter those preconceived notions, offering new insights. Nevertheless, despite the playful banter, Tachibana remained the younger brother of Tachibana Ryoka, and recognizing his stance brought Conan a sense of relief. After all, if Tachibana treated his allies so harshly, those who became his adversaries would surely suffer. With Conan departed, Tachibana focused entirely on Shufu Karen. The identity card of Shufu Karen existed independently of Tachibana, and when he chose to equip it, he felt an abrupt sensation of being split in two. This feeling was entirely different from using a magical doll. He acutely synchronized with and balanced the movements of both his own being and the accompanying puppet. Grasping his long pink hair, Tachibana gazed reflectively into the mirror at the exquisite girl adorned in a school uniform. The devil had never envisioned that one day he would don a skirt. Silently, he addressed the system, which was laughing uncontrollably nearby, saying, "If I were to abandon this task and destroy you, could I rid myself of this absurd identity card?" The system, which had long suffered under Tachibana's influence, had been reveling in the surprise of the once feared devil turning into a flat-chested girl. However, before it could revel for long, Tachibana's words rendered it speechless, the abruptness of the situation startling it into silence. The pink-haired girl, expressionless, tugged at her skirt, feeling a chilling draft beneath. Having never worn a skirt before, Tachibana could not comprehend how delicate girls could wear such an insecure garment with such ease. The system stared blankly at the beautiful girl, then lifted the skirt to take a look before angrily letting it drop. The adorable little girl, blushing fiercely, finally managed to exclaim, "Damn!" The perceptive system sensed that Tachibana's emotions had reached a boiling point, on the verge of eruption. With a strong survival instinct, the system quickly activated its brain, attempting to alleviate the devil's gloomy disposition. "Master, you are truly magnificent. You are undoubtedly the most charming devil I have ever encountered. Even transformed into a girl in a skirt, you stand out, unique and incomparable, like a flower overshadowing all others." However, the flattery, hastily conjured from the system's meager vocabulary, fell flat. It vividly illustrated what it meant to bravely court disaster. Let us applaud the system's audacity in dancing dangerously within Tachibana's threshold. Tachibana, with a chilling smile, turned to the trembling little orb of light and said, "You seem rather pleased, don't you, sweet little treat?" Chapter 70. Shufu Karen. Tachibana recalled that disastrous day with profound melancholy. The devil had seldom experienced regret, but choosing to equip the Shufu Karen identity card was undoubtedly among his few missteps. The loss of magical power was not the most troubling aspect. While Mr. Devil was simultaneously utilizing the personas of Huaji and Jiliang, he was astonished to discover that as long as the linear distance between the two identities exceeded 1 meter, they would completely lose any sense of connection to each other. This indicated that Jiliang's consciousness had been entirely severed into two independent parts. Furthermore, the magical puppet created by Brandy could only be commanded by the segment of consciousness associated with the Jiliang persona. Originally, Jiliang had intended to maintain communication by forging a contract with Huaji in his devilish guise, but he never anticipated that the 20th iteration of the system would seem intent on thwarting him. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have unlocked the Identity Series tasks. Identity Task 1 mandates strict adherence to the role of Huaji with deviation not exceeding 5%. Failure will result in the random destruction of one of your identity cards. Note: during the completion of identity tasks, the use of magic is prohibited. Protests are futile. For further details, please visit the Task Center. The system's praise-filled Mr. Devil with delight. But just as he was about to confine the now trembling system to a small dark room, he noticed that the soft, golden orb in his hand had transformed into a firm azure sphere. Jiliang, who habitually squeezed the system for resources, had never anticipated that he would one day face oppression in return. The penalty for failing this identity task was something Jiliang could never accept. Losing either Brandy or Jiliang's identity card would be a devastating blow to his financial pursuits. Moreover, if he were to lose Jiliang's identity card, would the accompanying persona of Jiliang Liangjie also be obliterated? Whether out of concern for his younger brother or simply for amusement or to save money, Jiliang could not afford to let this task fail. Thus, witnessing his plans to exploit the loophole collapse, a fuming Jiliang resolutely dismantled the physical form of the system. The childish little devil ruthlessly vented his frustration on the system, unyieldingly confining the whimpering orb to a small dark room for self-reflection. Very well, is it merely role-playing? Is it merely losing magic? Is it merely wearing a skirt? How could such trivialities possibly confound the illustrious Mr. Devil? Absolutely not. It is simply the role of a high school girl. From this moment forth, I shall embody Huaji. In Nayagawa City, Osaka Prefecture, an aging traditional house stood. On a bright afternoon, the damp asphalt road was scattered with cherry blossom petals, fallen from the recent rain. Adorned in the Huaji persona, Jiliang found himself somewhat ill at ease in a pleated skirt. The long-legged devil typically donned straight shorts only when utilizing the Brandy identity card, let alone something as dainty as a skirt. Additionally, Huaji's physique was entirely that of an ordinary human. The cold winds of a rainy day introduced Mr. Devil to an unfamiliar discomfort. Jiliang struggled to comprehend how delicate young girls managed to wear short skirts and bare their knees with such composure regardless of wind or rain. As a frail identity card holder, he genuinely worried for his weak knees. If he were to wear skirts year-round, as per his memories, he feared he might suffer from chronic leg pain. Shivering from the cold, Jiliang cautiously followed his memories to the typical Japanese residence where Huaji resided. Zero, who had long harbored resentment over the demise of Scotch whiskey, had seen all means of contact with the family destroyed by the late Jingguang. During his university years, Zero had visited the Zhufu family, and thus was familiar with Huaji. After Jingguang's passing, he hesitated to contact Huaji directly, instead entrusting someone to relay the news to Gao Ming. At that time, Huaji was but a naive child. After much deliberation, Zero decided to allow Gao Ming to determine whether to inform Huaji of her brother's death. The abrupt loss of a sibling would be far too cruel for the young girl. Jingguang's death was a wound that Zero could not heal, as he had yet to avenge Scotch and felt unworthy to face the family of his deceased comrade. Consequently, Zero had refrained from investigating Huaji's situation. Years passed, and unexpectedly, Zero found himself with the opportunity to encounter Huaji once more. While visiting the cemetery to pay respects to a fallen friend, Zero spotted the pink-haired girl from a distance, and an inexplicable certainty washed over him. It was her. It was the carefree, charming little girl he had known many years ago, Huaji. This instinct was confirmed as the small Huaji paused before Jingguang's gravestone. Zero had initially thought that Gao Ming would choose to bring his sister back to care for her after receiving news of their brother's death. However, while listening to the young girl recount her daily life to her brother, he realized that the situation deviated significantly from his expectations. Learning that the girl currently lived alone in Osaka left Zero feeling a sense of unease for the sister of his late friend. Having just experienced rain, the weather still bore a chill. The slender girl appeared somewhat affected by the cold, seemingly lost in her sorrow over her brother. The dejected girl sat alone, her lips slightly pale, exuding an aura of profound loneliness and sadness. It seemed she had misplaced her house keys. After a long day of travel, she appeared to have succumbed to weariness and grief, sliding down against the door and helplessly embracing herself. The girl resembled a cherry blossom, delicate and melancholic, fallen by the rain. Zero thought to himself how pitiful Huaji is. How has this little girl endured all these years on her own? Damn it! It's all the stupid system's fault for causing me trouble. I left the keys at home. Wearing a skirt was unbearably cold. His knees ached painfully. I never want to wear a skirt again. Chapter 71. Zero. Frozen in despair, the inept high school girl Jiliang pondered her predicament. After all, if she were to call her Tokyo self directly, she knew without the system needing to inform her that her identity would likely be compromised. Given that Huaji should have no connection to Jiliang. Jiliang silently tugged at the hem of her skirt, hugging her knees for warmth. If only I still had my magic. If I did, how could I possibly be reduced to this? If I still had my magic, not only could I unlock this door, but I could also access the bank vault as if it were a walk in the park. Oh, who could have imagined that a grand devil like me would one day be locked out? Sitting on the damp, cold stone steps, Jiliang's heart filled with melancholy. I only know that swallowing the system might cause indigestion, but I never imagined that sparing it would lead me to wear a skirt, Jiliang lamented. Huaji. Just as Jiliang began to envision wrapping the system in breadcrumbs and frying it to console herself, a somewhat uncertain yet clear male voice interrupted her thoughts. Jiliang, startled, took a moment to realize that she was indeed Huaji. She looked up in confusion. Was this someone familiar from her current identity? Following a pair of blue and white sneakers up to a long leg clad in black casual pants, she lifted her gaze to see a familiar face. The man before her, with dark skin and light golden hair, was none other than Bourbon, who had embarked on a mission with her just days prior. Jiliang's pupils dilated in surprise, nearly calling out Bourbon. Thankfully, her intellect had not yet completely frozen, and she barely recalled that she was supposed to be unaware of his code name. Almost caught in her own trap, Jiliang broke into a cold sweat. Damn it! It's all Conan's fault. After spending so much time with him, I've developed a reflex to blurt things out. As Shufu Huali stood there in a daze, Amuro Turu perceived her reaction as that of a sorrowful young girl who had momentarily forgotten his identity. Knowing that his old friend's sister had faced considerable hardships over the past years, Amuro's heart swelled with compassion upon seeing Shufu Huali, who resembled a forsaken creature. I am Akai's friend, Raya, he said gently. We have met before. Do you remember me, little Huali? Observing the girl's pale, chapped lips, he promptly removed his coat, intending to drape it over her shoulders. As his hand brushed against the damp fabric of his own clothes, he suddenly recalled that he had been soaked in the rain all the way here, rendering his own attire thoroughly drenched. Upon hearing Amuro's words, Huali searched her memories and, with a tremor in her voice, slowly replied, You are. Right. Seeing the girl's condition, Amuro felt a pang of regret for his earlier negligence. Come, stand up. The ground is too cold, he urged, extending his hand to help her rise from the wet steps. How did you end up sitting here? Did you forget your keys? He continued, fastening his coat around Huali's waist to conceal the damp imprint on her skirt. Initially resistant to the wet coat, Huali quickly understood the reason behind Raya's gesture once she stood up. The already flimsy skirt, saturated from sitting on the rain-soaked steps, clung to her form. And she suddenly remembered that she was, in fact, disguised as a girl. I think I dropped them somewhere, she stammered, her face flushing with embarrassment as she recalled the awkward situation she had found herself in. Damn it, my reputation, she thought, lowering her gaze as she sheepishly responded to Ryu's inquiries while discreetly fastening Amuro's coat around her waist. Chapter 72. You are a good person. Amuro glanced at the old door, feigning ignorance about Huali living alone, and asked, Is Akai not home? Unaware that Amuro had followed her from the cemetery to Osaka, Huali nodded curtly. I live alone. She believed Amuro genuinely did not know of her solitary living situation. With her skirt damp and the weight of the wet clothing around her waist, she curled herself into a small ball, harboring no desire to engage in conversation with Amuro. It's so cold, she thought, yearning for home, for her brother, Murakami the butler, and the warmth of the grand fireplace. She lamented her predicament, wishing she didn't have to wear a skirt or be stuck outside, freezing like a foolish dog. Damn it, stupid system, she grumbled inwardly. Amuro observed Huali shivering in the cold, her stubborn head lowered in silence. He sighed, recognizing the same obstinacy in her that he had seen in her brother. Sitting out here without keys? How could this girl possibly take care of herself? Why does she persist in living alone? Though he had many questions and thoughts to share, Amuro worried that if they lingered, Huali might fall ill from the cold. Deciding to first ensure the girl's well-being before delving into deeper conversation, Amuro skillfully retrieved a wire from his pocket and, under Huali's dazed gaze, swiftly unlocked the door that barred her from returning home. "Come on, step inside to warm up. Don't catch a cold," he said, leading the somewhat slow-to-react Huali indoors and closing the door against the biting wind. As the warmth of the room enveloped her, Huali nearly burst into tears, overwhelmed by her predicament of being forced to wear a skirt, stripped of her powers, and left outside in the cold. If she could connect with her counterpart in Tokyo, she would surely make amends for her behavior towards Amuro, who had been diligently messaging her in an effort to become familiar. "Amuro, you are truly a good person. Thank you, Ryu." The delighted Huali felt no shame in expressing her gratitude, and she retrieved a pair of spare women's slippers from the shoe cabinet by the entrance. "I'm sorry, Ryu. This is all I have. Please bear with it," she said apologetically, placing the slippers at his feet without a hint of caution. Amuro, noticing her unguarded demeanor, felt a surge of concern for her. "No worries," he replied, slipping on the ill-fitting slippers and following Huali further into the house. "Huali, aren't you going to ask how I managed to unlock the door?" he inquired, accepting the warm tea she offered him at the dining table. Caught off guard by the question while guzzling the barley tea, Huali froze, realizing her habitual familiarity with Amuro had slipped her mind. "Oh no, I've become too accustomed to treating him as a friend," she thought, though she had known Ryu was her brother's friend. Their relationship had never been deeply established, merely a nodding acquaintance. Logically, after so many years without seeing Ryu, a high school girl would have been more cautious upon encountering a long-lost friend of her brother's who had unceremoniously entered her home. Yet, despite her own tacit approval, she felt no instinct to question him. Though she refused to admit it, she viewed Ryu more as an intriguing toy than a friend. Calmly, Huali fabricated an excuse for her trust, saying, "I know Ryu is not a bad person." Chapter 73. It's the scent of my brother holding the teacup to dispel the chill. Ryu regarded Huali's clear and resolute gaze, taken aback by her unexpected response. Huali discreetly glanced at Ryu's expression, sensing his skepticism. "The Ryu I know is a kind person. Besides, he is a police officer, so even if he can pick locks, he wouldn't be a bad guy," she added earnestly, striving to project sincerity in her words. Ryu gazed at the small, determined girl before him, momentarily lost in thought. If it weren't for Akai Shuichi, perhaps Kyugu would have taken excellent care of this child. After all, that lad had boasted about his sister countless times. If only he had arrived sooner to prevent Akai from confronting the tragic legacy of his friend's family, Amuro's thoughts spiraled into turmoil. Burdened by memories of his undercover mission. "Ryu, your clothes are completely soaked. Perhaps you should take a warm shower and change into something dry," Huali suggested, noticing a shift in Amuro's demeanor. After all, he had helped her once. It felt uncomfortable to let him leave in such a state. The clothes he could change into would naturally be those left behind by Kyugu, but whether Amuro accepted this kindness was beyond her concern. After all, he had chosen to remain drenched, and she had already fulfilled her obligation to repay his kindness. Yes, it would be best to settle this matter with Amuro before addressing him further, she contemplated, feeling a sense of satisfaction in finally regaining some control over the situation. However, the petty Mr. Devil currently finds himself unable to trouble the system, and thus must place this matter squarely on the shoulders of Amuro Turu. Oh, the little devil. As for Karina Jifuku, every single one of them must be accounted for. The system shall not escape unscathed. It was only upon Orange Rio's mention that Amuro Turu recalled that Karina was still clad in damp clothing. He quickly remarked, "I apologize for the inconvenience, but you need not worry about the clothes. If possible, a towel would suffice. However, you should take a warm shower and change into something dry. A girl's health is delicate, we cannot afford for you to fall ill." Eager to avoid any further delay with Amuro, Orange Rio readily agreed. Having longed to change out of her current attire, she cheerfully retrieved an unused bath towel and handed it to Amuro. Observing the unguarded demeanor of Karina Jifuku, Amuro let out yet another sigh, feeling a mix of frustration and concern. Fine, once she is sorted out I shall take the opportunity to educate her properly. With a bond of camaraderie with her elder brother, Amuro unconsciously slipped into a protective role. If Kugoko were to witness the current foolishness of little Karina, he would surely be quite troubled. This thought burdened Amuro, who had watched her grow, as he looked at the defenseless Jifuku with a heavy heart. Understanding the vexation that must mirror that of Orange Rio, who was aware his younger brother was mingling with brandy, the little devil, clutching the sleepwear in his arms, dashed towards the bathroom, only to discover that Jifuku's pajamas were long-sleeved and long-legged. Ha ha ha, now he could finally discard those ridiculous skirts. Just then, Amuro unexpectedly called out to Jifuku, "Karina, may I borrow the kitchen for a moment?" Huh? Orange Rio, momentarily taken aback, quickly recalled that dinner time was indeed approaching, and it was reasonable for Amuro to seek something to eat. Having neglected his lunch, he felt a twinge of hunger in his body, which was no different from that of an ordinary human. "No problem, go ahead, Amuro. I'll see you shortly." Rio rubbed his stomach, deciding that after his shower, he too would look for something to eat. Finally able to satiate his hunger with human food, Mr. Devil felt a flicker of anticipation. With Jifuku's consent, Amuro tidied himself and ventured into the kitchen to prepare the meal. As Rio dried his hair, his arms grew weary, and just as he was about to succumb to the urge to find scissors to chop off his bothersome long hair, it was nearly dry enough. The usually robust Mr. Devil was experiencing the frailty of a delicate body. Exhausted, Rio could scarcely lift his legs as he trudged into the kitchen. "Ah, all set. The food is ready. Come and eat." "Okay." Rio gazed at the steaming thick omelet and sandwiches on the table, accepting the bowl of miso soup handed to him by Amuro. Amuro returned to the table with a fresh bowl of soup and chopsticks. "The ingredients in your fridge were limited, so I made these. Let us see if they suit your taste." Still a bit dazed, Rio looked at Amuro, who had removed his apron and sat opposite him. With a real sense of hunger and a yearning for human food, Rio felt no inclination to refuse. Though the meal was prepared by Amuro, it was made using the ingredients from Rio's home. Thus, they had effectively settled the score. Good," he said, albeit still somewhat perplexed. Yet the little devil, accustomed to being served by the system, felt at ease as he lifted the soup and took a sip. Despite never having tasted miso soup before, Rio unmistakably sensed familiarity in the flavor. "This is my brother's taste," he murmured, equipped with the identity of Jifuku Karina. Chapter 74, The Distant Mountain and Leaf. After the meal, the newly appointed older brother, Amuro Turu, earnestly imparted a safety awareness lesson to the underage high school girl. In light of Amuro's somewhat palatable cooking, Jifuku Karina graciously accepted his guidance. With some relief, Amuro left his contact information, urging Karina to reach out if she encountered any unsolvable troubles. Delighted to have noted Amuro's phone number, and bidding farewell with a smile to her older brother, Rio felt quite satisfied with Amuro's initiative to wash the dishes before departing. On a Monday morning in Osaka at the Jifuku residence, the devil, accustomed to the persona of brandy and the leisurely life of Orange Rio, had long adapted to the nocturnal lifestyle. Awakened by the incessant ringing of the alarm clock, he struggled to pry open his seemingly glued eyelids and groggily rose from bed to wash up. After splashing water on his face, Rio became acutely aware of the disheartening reality that Japanese high school uniforms were all skirts. Why? Why must school uniforms be gendered? This is so detrimental to learning. He lamented internally while woodenly rummaging through his uniform. Dressed begrudgingly in a skirt, the little devil spent what felt like an eternity adjusting her appearance in the mirror, yearning for the comfortable and warm athletic uniforms of her homeland. Those athletic uniforms were truly everlasting divine creations. At Osaka Kaifuka Academy, in the second-year high school class, Karina, "Good morning." A cold-faced little devil clutching her handbag was immediately greeted as someone linked arms with her upon entering the classroom. The little devil had yet to acclimate to the relatively narrow perceptions of humans. Startled by the sudden embrace from behind, she instinctively attempted to pull away. "Karina, you look so adorable even with that frosty demeanor." Before Rio could react, the newcomer affectionately pinched her cheeks. The newcomer was a lively girl in uniform, adorned with a bow and sporting a ponytail of deep brown hair. Stunned by the girl's playful gesture, Rio stared at the beaming face of the young lady, and memories long buried in his mind swiftly resurfaced. Yamayama Keo, noticing Rio's dazed expression, assumed she had inadvertently hurt him and quickly released her grip. concern etched on her face. "Karina, are you all right? Did I hurt you?" "I'm so sorry." At that moment, fully embodying her identity, Rio replied naturally, "No, Ko. I was just a bit taken aback when you suddenly jumped on me." Saying this, the little devil unconsciously reached out to pinch Ko's cheek, asking, "By the way, why isn't your Habuto with you?" While casually inquiring about Habuto Heiji, Rio pinched the girl's cheek without a hint of embarrassment. He was not intentionally taking advantage. Rather, this was how Jifuku Karina interacted with Yamayama Ko according to his recollections. Indeed, he was merely accommodating the character without sacrificing his own integrity. Rio was almost moved by his own dedication to fulfilling the task at hand. "Is it true that girls' faces are all this soft?" he teased. "Oh dear, Karina, please don't say such things." Upon hearing Rio mention her Habuto, Ko immediately noticed the curious glances from their classmates and blushed, pulling him to their seats shyly. I'm just his sister. If you say it like that, people might misunderstand and it could reach his ears." "Oh, I see." As Jifuku organized her books, she playfully extended her tone in a teasing manner. Karina, Yamayama Ko, blushing, leaned over the desk to look at the smiling girl, feeling quite flustered. All right. I won't tease you anymore." The little devil, having arranged the necessary supplies, nudged Ko into the chair in front of her, asking, "So what's the deal with Habuto?" As Ko sat down, she replied, "Speaking of which, it makes me angry." She turned around, propping her face on her hand against the desk of Tachibana, and indignantly exclaimed that the fellow had suddenly called her last night, insisting that she attend class alone today because he was off to Tokyo in search of some kudo. Truly outrageous. I will never agree to that woman, who made Hattori take a day off to meet her, being with Heiji. Upon hearing kudo, Tachibana immediately understood that she had misunderstood. Observing the jealous Yamayama and Ye, he couldn't help but chuckle. Ha ha ha. Even Kudo Shinichi has his days. Indeed, Tachibana, noticing Yamayama and Ye's perplexed expressions caused by her laughter, cleared his throat and composed himself, seriously adding that the woman named Kudo ought to be taught a lesson. How could she make Hattori take leave for a date? Surely, you agree with me, Kariri. How excessive. Mr. Devil, on the surface comforting the furious Yamayama, was secretly reveling in schadenfreude. TSK, Kudo Shinichi. Chapter 75. Is Kariri a heartthrob? After a day of classes, Tachibana engaged in the customary cleanup. Gradually acclimatized to the identity of Shubufu Kariri, he chatted with Yamayama and Ye about visiting the newly opened dessert shop after school while wiping the blackboard. Coincidentally, neither he nor Yamayama had club activities today, and the sweet-toothed little devil was quite tempted by Ye's suggestion of indulging in desserts. "Kariri, could you step out for a moment?" A boy clad in a black school uniform awkwardly called out to Kariri, who was laughing with Ye at the classroom door. Huh? Not recalling having met this boy, Kariri, slightly bewildered, was playfully nudged forward by Ye. "What is it?" The little devil, convinced she didn't know this person, coldly inquired as she approached him under Ye's urging. Kariri, would you like to go out with me after school?" "Absolutely not," Kariri bluntly interrupted, eyeing the boy's flushed face, who was attempting to invite her out to play. The little devil, having adjusted her mindset, regarded Shubufu Kariri's persona as a daughter to be nurtured, akin to a male compatriot playing an online game. With this shift in perspective, she even contemplated shopping for lovely dresses to adorn Kariri. Daughters must be beautiful. Although the little devil's physical form had regressed to childhood, resulting in a somewhat diminished intellect, he was still a devil who had lived countless years. The men and women who sold their souls for love had once served as a source of sustenance for him. The moment this boy opened his mouth, Mr. Devil discerned his improper intentions towards Shubufu Kariri. The little devil, embodying the mindset of Tachibana's father, scoffed internally at the audacity of anyone daring to covet his Kariri. The shell of Shubufu Kariri was the epitome of beauty, her gentle smile imparting a serene sense of tranquility. Yet the little devil donning this fade exuded an aura reminiscent of a predator in search of prey. The innocent high school boy, initially mustering the courage to invite the girl he had long admired on a date, faltered under Tachibana's gaze, his backpack slipping from his grip and thudding to the ground. How terrifying. Kariri, is it always this frightening to reject a confession? Fortunately, Kariri's character was shaped by the early loss of her family, resulting in a somewhat reclusive personality. Aside from familiar faces, she typically wore a cold, unapproachable demeanor. Otherwise, with the little devil's current attitude, he would have promptly completed his mission. A boy accompanying Takashima Hiro, witnessing the scene, promptly patted the slightly flustered Takashima, laughing as he tried to defuse the situation. "What's going on, Hiro? Didn't we agree to play games together?" He bent down to retrieve the dropped bag and, bidding farewell to Yamayama and the others, added, "Sorry, Kariri, I have no idea what's gotten into this guy today." As he spoke, he guided the still dazed Takashima towards the door. "We'll take our leave now. Haha, don't let us interrupt Yamayama and Kariri." "What's with that? Why do they look so terrified of our Kariri? She is so adorable." Yamayama, who had been standing behind Kariri, had missed the latter's expression. Pretending to pack her bag, she was already lost in thoughts of how exciting it would be to witness Kariri receiving a confession. But unexpectedly, the boy, who had clearly come to confess, seemed to be so intimidated by Kariri that he faltered mid-sentence, leaving her in an awkward position. "Forget him, Ye. A new shop just opened. Let us tidy up and hurry over. We might have to wait in line for a long time." Kariri reassured the indignant Yamayama with a gentle smile while organizing her bag. Seeing that Kariri seemed unfazed by Takashima's actions, Yamayama finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Right? Let us not dwell on him. We're off to indulge in delicious food." Concerned that Kariri might feel upset later, she immediately shifted the topic to align with Kariri's words. The little devil paused slightly while arranging her bag. "Shall we go, Kariri?" Yamayama, with her bag in hand, leaned closer to Tachibana and inquired. "Sure, let us go." Kariri silently repacked the extra items in her bag, fastening the strap and casually walking out of the classroom alongside Yamayama. Chapter 76. Is Kariri a heartthrob? Part 2. On Wednesday afternoon, Tachibana, embodying Shubufu Kariri, experienced an utterly ordinary day. With Ye participating in Aikido club activities alongside Hattori Heiji's Kendo club, Tachibana decided to wait for the two to finish, as there was little to do at home. Yesterday, Hattori had just returned from Tokyo, and while subtly inquiring about what he and that woman Kudo had been up to, he received only a complex sigh from Hattori. This trip to Tokyo was indeed quite interesting. In the realm of deduction, there are no victors, for the truth is singular. Upon returning to Osaka, every time Hattori recalled Kudo Shinichi's sigh of apparent admonition after pointing out his deductive errors, he found himself lost in thought. In his quest to be the finest high school detective, had he overlooked certain truths? Observing Hattori lost in contemplation, Yamayama clenched her fists with a sneer. "Hattori, if you wish to be with Kudo, you'll have to get past me first." Meanwhile, Kariri, who had seen through the entire affair, was thoroughly enjoying the spectacle, noting how Hattori remained oblivious and treated Yamayama merely as a sidekick. The little devil found the situation utterly delightful. Hattori's demeanor towards Shubufu Kariri was notably gentle. It was difficult for a boy not to instinctively care for a girl of Kariri's charm, especially since she was a friend of Yamayama. However, the little devil understood that Hattori's feelings for Yamayama were more possessive than genuine affection. But perhaps this was for the best. The little devil mused that if the Osaka black chicken were driven by genuine interest, he would be exceedingly irritated by anyone who dared to pry into the life of his precious Kariri, and he would have a hard time suppressing the urge to confront them. Kariri, somewhat bored, wandered outside the practice room of Yamayama's club. It was nearly 4:30. If she lingered any longer, the line for the delicious assorted pancakes would surely swell. "Why the long face? Who are you crying for?" As she idly strolled around the activity room, Kariri unexpectedly stumbled upon a curious scene. A boy with an explosive hairstyle, seemingly eager for entertainment, quickly spotted Shubufu Kariri. Standing half a head shorter than Yamayama, the petite Kariri, clad in her school uniform, appeared bewildered, reminiscent of a lamb unwittingly wandering into a den of wolves. As the vibrant-haired individual caught sight of Shufu Hualin, his eyes lit up with excitement. He eagerly tossed aside the half-smoked cigarette, extinguishing it beneath his foot. Had the junior escaped from a club activity to indulge in some leisure? It was evident that he regarded Shufu Hualin as a student who had left the club prematurely. for at this hour one would typically have departed if there were no ongoing activities. As their movements halted, Hualin realized that the girl encircled by them was none other than the girl seated behind her. Hualin-senpai? The initially cowering Fujihara Sakuko looked up in alarm upon hearing Hualin's voice, spotting her and the vibrant-haired individual looming behind her. Chapter 77. Is Hualin a heartthrob? Part 2. The vibrant-haired one called out Hualin's name in a boisterous manner, wrapping his arms around the seemingly petite Hualin. Let go! Hualin exclaimed, struggling fiercely against the embrace. The overwhelming stench of smoke emanating from this foolish individual clouded her senses, and her mind swirled with indignation. How dare he hold her like that? No, worse still, how dare he attempt to take advantage of her? The furious little demon, now thoroughly incensed, witnessed the smoke-laden fool approach her face. With a swift motion, she seized his filthy hand before it could reach her, summoning all her strength to deliver a forceful slap across his face. The vibrant-haired one stumbled back, dazed and disoriented, his head ringing from the unexpected blow. Did I not tell you to get lost? Hualin choked back her tears, concealing her reddened hand behind her, and mockingly taunted him. It was uncertain whether Shufu Hualin was simply too delicate or if the vibrant-haired one's skin was exceptionally thick. The little demon's hand stung from the impact, and he cursed inwardly, astonished that Hualin's tears could flow so readily. He never imagined a day would come when he would cry from the pain of striking someone. The vibrant-haired one, taken aback by the unexpected ferocity of the seemingly fragile girl, clutched his aching face in outrage. You think you can act so brazenly, huh? The surrounding girls who had initially focused on Fujihara now turned their attention to Hualin. Hualin-senpai, don't? The girl who had been huddled on the ground struggled to rise, urging Hualin to flee. What business is it of yours? The apparent leader among the girls delivered a harsh kick to Fujihara's abdomen, causing her to double over in pain. Ryuichi, are you all right? The girl who had kicked Fujihara rushed to the vibrant-haired one, her concern evident. Do I look fine to you? Get out of my way. I want to see what you've got. The little demon stood tall, showing no intention of retreating. How foolish, Hualin remarked, observing the frantic vibrant-haired one with indifference while discreetly rubbing her still-throbbing hand. The vibrant-haired one, agitated, shoved aside the girl clinging to him and advanced towards the infuriating Hualin. Scream all you want. No one will come to your aid today. That was your claim, Hualin retorted, taking a deep breath as she faced the advancing vibrant-haired one. With a powerful voice that resonated amidst the stunned onlookers, she called out, "Ko!" Just as Yamauka Ko, who had just changed clothes and was organizing props, heard Hualin's cry for help, she burst through the door. The vibrant-haired individual was caught off guard, sensing a gust of wind rush past him. What? Before he could comprehend the situation, Hualin's hand struck his already aching face, sending a jolt of pain through him. Hey! In the next moment, Ko, sprinting at full speed, executed a perfect throw that sent him sprawling. It's Yamauka Ko? The girls recognized her instantly, recalling her as the renowned childhood friend of Habura Heiji at the high school, known for her prowess in Aikido. The vibrant-haired individual, still recovering, questioned the girl who had assisted him. Aren't you one of those who were caught smoking last time? Colluding with outsiders to bully fellow students? Bullying the weak is no accomplishment. If you truly wish to fight, seek me out, Ko declared, positioning herself protectively in front of Hualin. Upon hearing the commotion, members of the Aikido club chimed in. Isn't that Yamamoto Ryuichi from the third year? Campus violence? Expect consequences tomorrow. Is it a display of strength to bully girls? Hualin approached Fujihara, gently helping her up. It's all right. I'll take you to the infirmary. Thank you, Hualin-senpai. Fujihara managed to rise with Hualin's support. Overwhelmed by Hualin's kindness, she felt a wave of emotion and began to cry. Chapter 78. Fujihara Sakuko, don't cry. It's all right. Hualin called out to Ko, you handle things here. I'll take Fujihara to the infirmary. Don't worry. I'll take care of them. You escort Fujihara home? Ko reassured her, firmly grasping the delinquent girl who attempted to slip away. In the infirmary, after a brief examination, the school nurse confirmed that aside from the kick to her abdomen, Fujihara had managed to protect herself from serious harm. After some rest, you can go home, he advised her, reiterating that if she experienced any discomfort, she should promptly seek medical attention. After a short rest, Hualin offered to escort Fujihara home. Along the way, the usually quiet Fujihara suddenly expressed her guilt. Hualin-senpai, I'm sorry for getting you involved today. It's no trouble at all. I'm fine. But how did you end up in their sights? Despite the earlier threats from the vibrant-haired one, Hualin felt no need to dwell on it. Curiosity piqued. The little demon wondered how the usually unassuming Fujiwara had attracted the attention of such unruly individuals. Upon hearing Hualin's question, Fujiwara bit her lip. I saw them smoking. And later, I don't know how, but they got caught by the teacher and accused me of informing on them. Is that what you said? Hualin inquired, glancing at Fujiwara, who remained focused on the ground. Fujiwara tightened her lips and replied, I couldn't say anything. I see. If they bother you again, just let me know. With Ko and me around, you have nothing to fear. Observing Fujiwara's dejection, Hualin kindly paused to offer her words of comfort. By the way, why do you always call me senpai? If you don't mind, just call me Hualin. Hualin senpai, I've always admired you. Fujiwara, gathering her courage, admitted. You have the ability to become the champion of Hyakunin issue, yet you seem to brush it aside when you're feeling down. The little demon paused, recalling the truth in her words, a memory from before Shufu Hualin had transferred to Osaka. At that time, she had just learned that her brother intended to transfer her to another school but was unwilling to divulge any details. Back then, Kariri Shufu was sulking over the school transfer and, in a fit of anger, chose to skip the finals of the Hyakunin issue competition. This incident stirred quite a commotion at her school in Tokyo, with everyone speculating about the reasons behind Kariri's decision. However, once she moved to Osaka, she ceased to concern herself with those matters. Fujiwara Sakurako continued speaking. Perhaps Kariri-senpai had never truly noticed me. I joined the song card club at Mimika High School because I admired her. Did you transfer here just to be with me? The little devil recalled that Sakurako had joined their class about half a month after Kariri's transfer. Yet, he had never realized that Sakurako was once in the same school club as Kariri. Chapter 79. I dislike raisins. Fujiwara Sakurako dared not raise her gaze to meet Kariri's expression, fearing to imagine how Kariri-senpai might perceive her. She gently nodded, summoning her courage to voice the feelings she had kept hidden. Everything the senpai did was so dazzling. What I desperately strive for, she can relinquish effortlessly. Senpai has never tried to fit in, yet she remains so popular wherever she goes. And now, Sakurako clenched her fists, her nails digging into her flesh. Despite my utmost efforts to please everyone, why am I still met with disdain? Kariri observed Sakurako, who appeared to be in a state of despondency without shedding any tears. The girl was slightly taller than Kariri. The little devil reached out to brush aside the bangs that obscured Sakurako's eyes. Pondering aloud, Sakurako, why do you hide such beautiful eyes? Perhaps due to the tears she had shed earlier, her lively eyes appeared glistening. The little devil naturally removed the somewhat heavy black-framed glasses from Sakurako's face, exclaiming, how adorable! Have you considered changing your style? Huh? The girl, who had initially been downcast, flushed suddenly at the earnest expression of Kariri, who was now so close. Kariri-senpai? The girl, who was not unattractive to begin with, looked even more endearingly shy at that moment. If not fitting in is what it is, then so be it. The little devil chuckled softly, folding the glasses and placing them in the palm of Sakurako's hand, which bore the marks of her nails. The devil, who had never fit in since birth, had once longed for acceptance, yet now he no longer needed to seek validation from others to gain strength. Over the long years, he had learned to reconcile with himself. He resolved not to engage in things that brought unhappiness. As long as it did not violate moral or legal boundaries and harmed no one, do whatever brings joy, for anything done with happiness will always be better than before. Fujiwara Sakurako lifted her head, gazing in a daze at the girl radiating warmth and laughter. Who says everyone dislikes you? At least I consume the snacks you give me every day. As she spoke, Kariri removed the hairpin from her hair, sweeping aside Sakurako's slightly long bangs to reveal her lovely visage. Kariri-senpai, how do you know? Sakurako was taken aback to discover that Kariri was aware she was the one delivering snacks daily, and it seemed she had consumed all of them. The little devil did not respond, continuing on her own path. Change your style, Sakurako-chan. You're absolutely adorable. It would be such a pity if the diligent and caring pastry chef were to fall into despair and stop bringing me treats. The little devil secretly resolved to teach that ungrateful, troublesome girl who bullied his dear fan, and the foolish, explosive-haired boy who dared to meddle with his precious shell, a lesson. They must be made to think twice before causing trouble again. The pastry chef only needed to happily make delicious sweets. Alright. Kariri Shufu did not answer her question, and Sakurako did not press further. The girl, who had initially been in a gloomy mood, stared blankly at the girl who was playfully holding her hand and leading her home. It was now rush hour with a constant flow of vehicles on the road. The sounds of honking and bustling voices intertwined. Yet, Sakurako felt an unprecedented sense of tranquility. Amidst the crowd on the sidewalk, she felt a newfound lightness and joy as she held the hand of the girl guiding her forward. The slanting rays of the setting sun illuminated the red brick paths, lending a laid-back charm to the bustling Osaka after a long day. Kariri-senpai, Sakurako murmured softly, watching the slender figure of Kariri ahead. Oh right. The little devil hesitated as they approached the Fujiwara residence, deciding to be forthright. After all, this concerned her future enjoyment of treats. What's wrong, Kariri-senpai? Sakurako noticed Kariri had stopped, her expression turning serious as she looked at her, prompting Sakurako to ask anxiously. Though it's rather embarrassing, I dislike raisins. Could you please refrain from including them in the snacks you make, Sakurako? Sakurako burst into laughter, the first genuine smile of the day gracing her face. Kariri-senpai is just too adorable. The girl's smile was bright and cheerful. I understand, senpai. Chapter 80, The Devil's Revenge. Late into the night, after safely escorting the budding pastry chef home, Ryo Tachibana, adhering to his previous agreement with his Tokyo self, posted a mood update on the forum using an account he had created in advance, adding a sad emoji. Ding. A new reply quickly popped up. Want to chat? The user, named Has the Devil Eaten Today, also included an email address after the question. Completing the necessary steps, Ryo swiftly deleted the post and skillfully typed in the email address to send a message. Hello, Kariri Shufu. The system kept a watchful eye on the forum, ready to provide support to his Osaka self with Brandy at lightning speed. Brandy, eager to exact revenge for the grievances suffered by Ryo, responded in stark contrast to the usual tone of Amuro Turu's messages. Hello, did something unhappy happen? Indeed, the little devil felt reassured to have someone as reliable as Brandy by his side. He thoughtfully crafted his message, recounting his grievances word by word, as if speaking in Kariri's voice. Thank you for being willing to listen. Today, when that Yamamoto Ryuichi got too close for comfort, I felt utterly helpless. However, now that I can share with you, it doesn't feel as burdensome. Kariri occasionally browsed the forum, and after the day's experiences, the vulnerable and frightened girl felt compelled to express her feelings when a stranger showed willingness to listen and comfort her. Ryo reviewed his email once more, then added a line for safety. Thank you, stranger, before clicking send. The email was sent successfully. Ryo held his breath, waiting. There was no alert from the system. Ding. A new email notification. With some trepidation, Ryo opened it to find Brandy had simply replied with 4 words. Rest easy. Sleep well. Hooray. The plan worked. The little devil, having successfully exploited the system, joyfully flopped onto his bed, rolling around. Ha ha ha. Foolish explosive-haired boy. You dared to lay a hand on my Kariri. Humph. You have to wait until tomorrow. Today you'll discover why flowers bloom so red. Meanwhile, in Tokyo, Brandy, holding her phone, reviewed the embellished email from Kariri with a stoic expression before forwarding it to Ryo. She had initially planned to urge Toru about the software design delivery today, but in the little devil's mind, nothing was more important than exacting revenge for herself. Thus, the vengeful little devil swiftly sent a delayed task email to Toru Amuro and dashed to the airport at lightning speed, booking the soonest direct flight from Tokyo to Osaka. At 6 in the evening, in front of Kudo's residence at 2-21 Minoharacho, Tokyo, Mr. Devil, who had resolved to take a well-deserved break after completing a long-term task, was nestled in his bedroom adorned with sparkling treasures, joyfully polishing his collection. In his blissful state, he heard the notification sound from his phone and casually picked it up from the display cabinet to check. While humming an unknown tune, Mr. Devil quickly scanned the email sent by Brandy and his expression visibly darkened. Even in Osaka, he had been forced to assume a female identity. Losing his powers and unable to sleep in his glittering bedroom without the foolish system to babysit him. Having already suffered such misfortune, how dare that oblivious fool take advantage of him? Never having experienced such humiliation, the irate Orange Ryo called his brother in a fury. The last person who dared to pry into his appearance had been buried for centuries. Was it the scum from Kaifeng Academy? Very well, he would remember that. In Kyoto, at the Tachibana residence in Sakia Ward, ever since Orange Ryo had sent his brother Ryoka a gift of English black tea. Ryoka had instructed the butler Murakami to replace the usual coffee beans with the tea sent by Ryo. Finally, one day, Ryoka was able to leave work on time without overtime. He sat by the floor-to-ceiling window, quietly savoring the tea while relaxing in the empty room across from him. Was it just his imagination? He felt that the batch of tea procured by grandfather Murakami was not as delightful as the one sent by his little brother. With a hint of disappointment, Ryoka set his teacup down and leaned back in his armchair, staring blankly at the empty rocking chair across from him. What was that little pup Ryo doing at this moment? Chapter 81. The stay-at-home brother Ryoka brother, answer the phone. The vacant Ryoka was jolted back to reality by the sudden ringing of his phone. This embarrassing ringtone had been mischievously recorded and set by Ryo. However, Ryoka, either unaware of how to change it or simply too lazy to do so, continued to use it to this day. Every time this ringtone rang in a professional setting, the young police superintendent would manage to answer the call with an impassive face amidst the curious gazes of his colleagues. Who could it be? He rarely expected to have a night free of work. Ryoka assumed it was yet another work-related call and sighed slightly before answering. Hello, brother. Ryoka was momentarily taken aback upon hearing Ryo's voice on the other end. Confirming the name displayed on the screen, he realized it was indeed his little brother, whom he had just been thinking about. Ryo, why are you suddenly calling me? Brother, I need you to investigate detailed information about Takashi Yamamoto, a senior at Kaifeng Academy in Nayagawa City, Osaka. It's urgent. Ryo interrupted, directly requesting assistance without waiting for Ryoka to inquire further. Although Ryoka felt a twinge of concern over his brother's genuine need for help, he was not angry. After all, it demonstrated that Ryo still felt close to him. Otherwise, why would he come to him first instead of Brandy? Brandy was ultimately an outsider. Despite his brother's questionable friendships, he still had some sense to know that certain individuals were preferable to a brother. Initially troubled by Ryo's antics, Ryoka soon comforted himself, his mood brightening a little. What's going on? He asked after Ryo had finished speaking in a rapid-fire manner. Oh, you don't need to worry about that. Brother, please help me out. Ryo playfully dodged Ryoka's question, persistently pleading. Don't do anything bad, Ryoka admonished sternly. Familiar with his brother's nature, Ryo knew that Ryoka intended to drop the subject, and seizing the opportunity he quickly responded, got it. You know me well, brother. I'm so obedient, just help me please. Ryoka let out a barely detectable sigh. Surely, Ryo was born to be a thorn in his side. Alright, wait a moment. I'll send you the information to your email. You're the best, brother. I'll wait for your news. Bye. Before Ryoka could say anything further, the little devil hung up the phone with remarkable speed, embodying the essence of a carefree spirit who uses and discards. Little rascal, Ryoka chuckled helplessly at the beeping sound of the line disconnecting. Yet what could he do? He was his brother after all. Complaining to the ever-watchful butler Murakami, he muttered about how the little brat had grown too bold and would eventually need a proper lesson. Having watched the two brothers grow up, Murakami understood well that the younger brother would always think of the elder first when in need. As Ryoka listened to Murakami's words, though he feigned indifference, a subtle smile crept onto his lips. The indulgent brother Ryoka scrolled through his contacts and dialed a colleague in Osaka who held a suitable position. Hello? Is this Inspector Otaki? Yes, it's me. I apologize for the sudden interruption. Chapter 82. Those destined to meet will eventually cross paths. Ding dong. As Brandy stepped off the plane and turned on his phone, he was immediately greeted by an email from Ryo. Takashi Yamamoto, formerly a senior at Kaifeng Academy, was expelled 3 months ago due to the language violence that led to the suicide of his classmate, Jun Nozawa, and is currently residing in Nayagawa City, Osaka. Brandy merely skimmed through Yamamoto's history and character analysis. He swiftly navigated to the information he truly required, the current address of that audacious fool with the explosive hairstyle who dared to bully another version of himself. After glancing at the destination, the resourceful and wealthy Brandy tucked his phone away and hailed a waiting taxi at the airport. The destination was somewhat distant from Osaka Airport, and considering Japan's high taxi fare standards, the driver seemed apprehensive that the seemingly tourist boy might not be able to pay. He subtly hinted at his concern. The price is not an issue. Seeing the driver still hesitating, Brandy produced a thick wallet and pulled out a substantial stack of cash, succinctly stating, "Drive." "I understood. Please take a seat." The driver quickly apologized and set off. Brandy, slightly puzzled, examined his attire. The summer night in Osaka was pleasantly warm, and Brandy, naturally adept at regulating his body temperature, felt no chill. In his haste to leave, he had donned a stand-collared shirt with lamb-leg sleeves and straight-cut shorts. His coat, hanging on the rack, had been abandoned. With his disheveled appearance, Brandy clenched his fists, his disdain for Yamamoto deepening. It was all that wretched explosion head's fault. The pompous Mr. Devil typically took great care in selecting the sparkling accessories from his display cabinet to adorn himself before heading out. Ryo's necklace, similar to his brother's, had been designated for that purpose. Brandy had essentially become the showcase for Mr. Devil's attempts at different shiny embellishments. Yet today, in his anger, Brandy had entirely forgotten about this detail. Gazing at his reflection in the rear window, he appeared as a dark crow, cloaked in black, simple and dull, utterly devoid of the brilliance that characterized Mr. Devil's peculiar aesthetic. With thoughts of fares, tickets, and the task at hand swirling in his mind, he felt a sense of loss. "Damn it!" A sinister smile crept across Brandy's face. "Yamamoto, you're done for." The taxi driver, startled by the terrifying grin of the blonde boy reflected in the rearview mirror, instinctively accelerated. This child was truly frightening. In Tokyo, at the office of Amuro, he was caught off guard by the absence of a reply from Brandy, to which he responded with a puzzled expression. As anticipated, there was no response from Brandy. Fortunately, today was merely meant for a gentle nudge regarding the production progress, and there was still some time before the final delivery date. After some contemplation, Amuro decided to call Taku Ibaraki. After all, the year-long deadline we agreed upon was approaching, and the consequences of breach would be dire. Bourbon lowered his voice and adopted a menacing tone, intimidating the designer on the other end of the line. After receiving repeated assurances from the designer, Amuro hung up the phone with satisfaction. A glance at his inbox revealed, as expected, no new emails. With rare free time on his hands, Amuro's gaze fell upon a keychain adorned with Winnie the Pooh, causing him to pause momentarily. Since he had nothing pressing to attend to, why not visit Osaka and check on Kairi? Chapter 83. The chosen to devour that night. After an unpleasant day, Takashi Yamamoto lay in bed, harboring resentful thoughts. He couldn't believe that a violent girl named Keikiai Yamanaka could remain by Kairi Shibuki's side indefinitely. As long as Shibuki was alone, he would seize the opportunity. With thoughts of vengeance against Shibuki, Yamamoto drifted into a restless sleep. As the night deepened, Brandy stealthily entered the frizzy-haired boy's home. Leaning against the doorframe of Yuichi Yamamoto's bedroom with his arms crossed, Brandy coldly observed the boy sleeping soundly. In the darkness, the blonde boy's aquamarine eyes emanated a faint, eerie glow, particularly striking in the pitch-black night. As Brandy summoned his magical powers, the slumbering Yamamoto was transported into a meticulously crafted nightmare by the devilish figure. Drowning, suffocating, tearing, torment, wailing, stitching, falling. Within the rapidly shifting scenes of his dream, Yamamoto experienced agonizing deaths repeatedly, only to resurrect time and again. In a mere 30 minutes, the visceral fear and pain drove him to the brink of madness. Overwhelmed by immense mental and physical suffering, he struggled even in his sleep, flailing desperately. "Stop, stop. Anyone, please save me." As if to fulfill his wish, Yamamoto found himself trapped within the body of a pig, placed upon the slaughterhouse conveyor belt, helplessly watching as death drew nearer. In his despair, he suddenly noticed that the conveyor belt had come to a halt with a whisper. No, it was as if time itself had frozen. The cries of the pigs and the clamor of machinery vanished, and the entire space seemed to be paused in that moment. Disoriented from the torment, Yamamoto stared blankly at his somewhat translucent form. A soft crunch echoed as Brandy's small leather shoes crunched on the splintered bones of the slaughterhouse floor. "Here I am." As requested, the elegantly clad blonde boy remarked with a delicate laugh. The small horns peeking through his golden hair hinted at his extraordinary identity. The youthful figure reached out to touch Yamamoto's ethereal form floating atop the pig. "Would you like to sign a contract with me? In exchange for your soul, I will liberate you from this endless hell. The boy calmly restrained Yamamoto's disoriented spirit, rendering him immobile. Though somewhat dazed, Yamamoto instinctively refrained from responding to the sudden, suspicious figure. After all, the concept of a soul seemed profoundly significant. Who am I? Am I dreaming? What is happening? Seeing Yamamoto silent, Brandy sighed without a trace of regret. What a pity, Mr. Yamamoto. I wish you a pleasant journey. With that, he exerted a slight pressure, pushing Yamamoto back into the living pig's body. The halted space immediately resumed, as if the play button had been pressed. Before Yamamoto could comprehend what was happening, he was swept along the relentless conveyor belt toward the scalding pool. The agonizing screams echoed throughout the space as the live pig was submerged. I'll sign, Yamamoto cried out, pleading with the devil, feeling as though his soul was about to be boiled alive. Had Yamamoto ever considered the pain and despair of those he had tormented, laughing as he pushed his classmates toward death, indifferent to their suffering? Did the perpetrator, skilled at instilling fear in others, ever ponder the day when he too might be engulfed by terror? Contract established. Brandy snapped his fingers, seemingly delayed in his reaction, causing Yamamoto's spirit to be expelled from the dead pig's body. Outside the dream, Brandy, with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them. His once sapphire-like eyes gradually returned to normal. He reached out into the air, retrieving a fresh soul, savoring it slowly. To his surprise, this wretched soul tasted of spicy crayfish. Having punished the scoundrel and indulged his appetite, the devil managed to quell his inner fury. Well, since I've come all the way to Osaka, I might as well pay Kairi a visit. Delighted by the decision to check on another version of himself, Brandy leisurely stretched his long and used wings as he hummed an unknown melody, leaving without a backward glance. Chapter 84. Another me in the dead of night. Brandy silently opened the window of Kairi Shibuki's bedroom. The little devil retracted his wings, though his small horns had momentarily vanished, only to subtly re-emerge. Young devils often struggle to control their horns. Brandy nimbly slipped inside, closing the window behind him. To avoid waking Kairi, he left his shoes by the window and carefully approached his other self's bedside. It was late, and the little devil, carefree, was snuggled under the covers, sound asleep. Brandy leaned over, looking at the entirely unfamiliar shell, unable to resist poking Kairi's cheek. Oblivious, Kairi remained lost in sweet dreams. Brandy couldn't help but chuckle softly, finding the sensation delightful. Though the appearance was entirely foreign, the moment he drew near, an unexplainable familiarity and comfort washed over him, allowing him to relax unconsciously. This was another version of himself in this world. For those who have never experienced it, it is difficult to imagine such feelings. Brandy gently brushed Kairi's long hair away from his mouth, eagerly exploring his own dream world. Speaking of which, I'm quite curious about the dreams I always forget by morning. What could they possibly be? Wait, is that not a golden nest? Brandy observed his dream self indulging in husk chicken wings and sweet and sour pork, finding it amusing. Even though his true form was that of a devil, was his obsession with food greater than that of a glimmering treasure? Kairi, or rather the little devil, also had disordered and fragmented dreams. The bizarre and colorful fragments of dreams captivated Brandy's attention. Is that my brother? In the new dream, the little devil lazily lounged in a rocking chair by the large window, basking in the sun. Meanwhile, his brother Ryuichi savored snacks while perusing the newspaper. Brother, huh? The little devil's dream remained unchanged as Brandy observed the scene with a sense of nostalgia. Ryuichi was an abandoned devil, much like most devils destined for abandonment from birth. The greatest blessing bestowed upon the offspring of the demon clan is the mere allowance of their birth and the inherited memories they carry from the moment of their arrival. The emergence of a new demon child often signifies the weakening or demise of one of its parents. With an alarmingly low birth rate, even without external extermination, Zhu Liang felt that the lineage could not be sustained for long. Thus, when Zhu Liang broke free from the confines of its shell and realized it must learn to survive independently, it was not met with overwhelming despair. The mere fact that its parents permitted its existence in this world was the greatest gift, and it had never dared to dream of being among the fortunate few. The newly hatched little demon contemplated this while struggling to nibble at its own eggshell. Meanwhile, Brandy gazed at the slumbering Zusafu-Karen, lost in thought. Having never experienced companionship or affection, he initially believed he could do without such things indefinitely. Yet, when did this sentiment begin to shift? Was it when Zhu Liang affectionately called him Little One? Was it during the moment the system's baking mishap caused the teddy bear his brother had gifted him to be burned, leading him to clumsily mend it with care? Or perhaps it was the first time he saw another version of himself raising a glass with a gentle laugh. This comforting sensation, a desire for reliance, was something the eternally solitary demon found himself inexplicably yearning for. Companionship, unexpectedly, did not seem so bad after all. Crouched by the bed, Brandy felt his legs growing numb. He gauged the distance between himself and Zusufu Karen. Given that he was no longer using Zhu Liang's elongated shell, he thought he should be fine. The crafty little demon endeavored to move quietly, hoping not to awaken Zusufu Karen. The youthful figure of the little demon, adorned with a pair of small horns, awkwardly curled up opposite Zusufu Karen. He glanced at the peacefully sleeping version of himself, contentedly snuggled deeper into the covers, and soon drifted into a deep slumber. He needed to devise a plan to secure a cook for himself and to stealthily accompany Karen the next day to warn a few first-time offenders he must awaken before Karen to hide away. As the night deepened, the ever-nocturnal Brandy also succumbed to sleep. Chapter 85. A fateful encounter at 6:30 in the morning. Amuro Turu, clutching a Winnie the Pooh plush from his pocket, retrieved the spare key that Karen had given him and unlocked the door. Although he had arrived in Osaka the previous night, he felt it was prudent to visit Karen this morning, partly to prepare her a breakfast lunch. Despite his eagerness to greet her in advance, he was troubled by the fact that while he had reserved a phone number for Zusufu Karen, she had never contacted him, leaving him without her means of communication. The demon gentleman possessed 2 phone numbers and an email address for Amuro Turu, yet had not thought to return the call. Although he had acquired her contact details while asking Kazama to investigate her circumstances, Amuro Turu was reluctant for Karen to discover that he had looked into her background. He bore no ill intent, yet he could not predict her thoughts on the matter. Before Amuro Turu departed, the demon gentleman, having tasted the sweetness of his company, had given him a spare key, warmly inviting him to visit whenever he had free time. Thus, with rare leisure, Amuro Turu decided to pay a direct visit. This led to the scene of today. Having visited once before, he skillfully retrieved the spare women's slippers from the shoe cabinet. Noticing the stillness in the house, he deduced that Karen had yet to rise. He tiptoed into the kitchen, placing the convenience bag on the countertop, opening the refrigerator. He was pleased to find it still in the same state he had left it. Anticipating this, Amuro Turu took the sauces and vegetables he had previously purchased from the bag and neatly arranged them in the refrigerator. Once everything was prepared, he donned an apron, ignited the stove, and effortlessly cracked the eggs with one hand. Meanwhile, in the bedroom, Brandy detected the faint rustling sounds and yawned, sitting up. Zhu Liang's previous sleep disturbances had vanished, yet Brandy's vessel seemed to exhibit defects left from the experimental phase. The demon gentleman encased in Brandy's shell not only suffered from shallow sleep, but also had an astonishingly brief sleeping duration. Occasionally, 4 hours of sleep would be considered a fortunate occurrence. It was unclear whether it was due to sharing consciousness with Karen's shell, but Brandy unexpectedly slept until dawn. Awakening from a deep slumber, he rubbed his groggy head and was slightly roused when his little horn pricked him. Having exchanged memories with the part of himself that used Karen, Brandy naturally slipped into Karen's slippers. With a foggy mind, he was still a bit dazed, struggling to remember which shell he was currently inhabiting. Brandy instinctively sensed the source of the sounds emerging from the door. It was Amuro Turu, come to prepare breakfast. Ah! How considerate, he mused. Speaking of which, he believed he had dreamt of delicious food the previous night. Brandy turned the doorknob and sluggishly yawned as he made his way to the bathroom. Karen, are you awake? Hearing the commotion, Amuro Turu poked his head from the kitchen to explain the situation, but only saw the bathroom door firmly closed. Ah, she's up, Brandy mumbled through his toothbrush. The little demon, still nestled in the depths of Karen's shell, was disturbed by the noise and irritably buried his head beneath the covers. Chapter 86. How can one trap themselves be considered a trap? Amuro Turu sensed something was amiss, but he was quickly pulled back to attention by the microwave's alert tone. He promptly retrieved the warmed milk and began preparing Zusufu Karen's bento. Gulp! Brandy spat out the mouthwash, squinting sleepily as he splashed cold water on his face. The sudden chill jolted him awake, and he removed the towel hanging on the hook to dry his face. Still longing for the drowsy sensation, Brandy, in a moment of avoidance, rested his head for a brief moment before hanging the towel and stretching lazily, adjusting his attire in front of the mirror. Sighing, Brandy combed through his slightly disheveled hair, feeling frustrated as he pressed down on the stubborn little horn that refused to disappear from the top of his head. How annoying, he thought. The demon gentleman had never anticipated that he would have to relive the minor troubles of a young demon's growth. Wait a minute. The horn. The horn. Suddenly, the demon gentleman, who had been vaguely confused about his identity, realized he was using Brandy's shell. The version of himself that used Zusufukaren's shell was still asleep, right? Then there was a loud knock, knock, knock. Amuro Turi meticulously arranged the ingredients in the bento box, squeezing ketchup onto the thick omelet to spell out happy birthday. He removed his apron and placed the breakfast on the dining table, knocking on the bathroom door. Karen? Breakfast is ready, come eat once you're done. The little demon, still pondering his foolish actions inside the bathroom, froze at the sound. Oh no, what to do? The distance between me and my bedroom self exceeds a meter. Without using magic, it seemed impossible. However, would using magic affect Zusufukaren identity task? Logically, there should be no intersection between Zusufukaren and Brandy at this moment. What to do? Dang you? What are you doing here? Karen? You're not? The little demon, completely awakened by Amuro Turu's voice, sat up in irritation, ready to storm out and see what was happening. After searching for his slippers for what felt like an eternity, the little devil belatedly realized that a portion of his memories had resurfaced in his mind. Ah, Brandy had visited? Upon receiving the memories of Brandy from this time, the little devil understood. Indeed, the most reliable source was still himself. Orange Liang had initially thought he would leave early, but as soon as he opened the door, he spotted Amuro Turu standing at the bathroom door, seemingly waiting for someone. Having nearly exposed himself in front of Orange Liang, the little devil quickly pieced together the events. Why are you here, Akaikuan? Orange Liang inquired proactively, placing himself between Amuro and the wooden door of the bathroom. I'm sorry, I should have informed you in advance. I remembered today is your birthday, and since work has been relatively light lately, I thought I would come and keep you company. I didn't have your contact information, so I took the liberty of coming over, Amuro replied. Inside the bathroom, Brandy, hearing another voice that resembled his own, immediately pressed closer to the wooden door. The distance between the two selves finally shrank to less than a meter, and with a successful exchange of consciousness, Orange Liang finally understood what was happening. I had forgotten. Thank you so much. Akaikuan, please eat first. I'll wash up and join you shortly. You go ahead. Zufu Kaori will surely be unsettled upon discovering Brandy's identity and mission, so we cannot take that risk. Brandy, leaning against the door, silently nodded in agreement. After all, he was quite dependable. Managing such a mess should pose no problem. With that thought, Brandy tiptoed, stretching his hand to reach the narrow exhaust window above the bathroom. After a struggle, he managed to open the exhaust fan, silently wishing his other self good luck. Transforming into a small bat, Brandy flapped his tiny wings and swiftly disappeared. It's all yours. Consider it a birthday gift. Surprised? With the connection severed, Orange Liang knew he had to make a hasty exit. Surprised indeed. Waking up this morning and nearly failing his mission due to his own antics was quite the shock. Receiving his other self's cheeky blessing, Orange Liang dashed out of his room and into the bathroom, shutting the door behind him to keep Amuro's gaze outside. Kaikuan, please go ahead and eat. I'll be right there. All right then, Amuro replied, tilting his head in confusion as he returned to the dining table. Perhaps Kaori had merely stepped out to the bathroom upon waking, and after he had not noticed, returned to rest for a bit. Speaking of which, how was it that the child was barefoot on the floor? It was quite easy to catch a cold in the morning like this. Happy birthday, Kaori. I bought a small cake and placed it in the fridge. Don't forget to eat it when you return, Amuro said, handing a lunchbox to Zufu Kaori and advising her to pack it neatly in her school bag. Then I'll head off to class. Thank you. With time approaching 7:30, Orange Liang hurriedly put on his shoes, waved goodbye to Amuro, and rushed to school. Be careful on the way. Orange Liang's familiar tone eased Amuro's mind as he closed the door and began meticulously washing the dishes. After neatly arranging the clean dishes, Amuro wiped his hands dry and surveyed the dining area, feeling satisfied that nothing was amiss before preparing to leave. Although the work was relatively light as an information worker, there was no such thing as a holiday. His gaze flickered toward the slightly ajar door of Zufu Kaori's bedroom. If he recalled correctly, there had been a pair of leather shoes by the window when Kaori had just gotten up. He had thought Kaori was barefoot this morning, assuming she had worn her regular shoes into the room without changing out of her slippers. However, as Amuro's eyes scanned the slippers Kaori had left by the entrance, he furrowed his brow slightly. Had she put on her slippers after exiting the bathroom? It might not be that strange. Yet Amuro inexplicably felt that something was off. After a brief hesitation, he pursed his lips and cautiously pushed open the door to Zufu Kaori's room. Standing at the threshold, Amuro took in the surroundings of the room, only to find that the shoes had vanished. With a hint of professional instinct, countless possibilities flashed through his mind. What's going on? Amuro chuckled to himself, tapping his forehead lightly. Even if Kaori has a little secret, it's probably just a typical adolescent girl's secret. Why am I overthinking this? She was merely an ordinary girl. How could he let his work mentality seep into his personal life? It seemed that he truly needed to take a break. His nerves had been quite taut lately. Amuro gently closed the door to Kaori's room, feeling slightly guilty for having intruded on the private space of a young girl based on his minor suspicions. Perhaps he should apologize to her later or offer to cook a couple of meals for her, as she seemed to struggle with cooking. After all, his work hours were generally flexible, so that wouldn't be too difficult. What was wrong with him? Amuro pondered over his own heightened sensitivity and suspicion regarding Zufu Kaori, leaving with a somewhat complicated mood. In Tokyo, the devil promptly forwarded an email sent by Orange Liang to Brandy without even glancing at it. The devil had complete faith in himself. After sending the email to Brandy, he assumed the matter was resolved. The mischievous little creature happily sent a flurry of compliments to his brother before returning to his nightly ritual of polishing his shiny possessions. After meticulously cleaning and arranging his beloved items, the devil stood back, hands on his hips, admiring his collection with a sense of accomplishment. Suddenly, in his excitement, the small horns atop his head popped out uncontrollably. Orange Liang retrieved a half-hollow golden orb crafted from Brandy's little gold bars from his blankets, cradling it in his arms, ready to end the day joyfully. Ding! A new task, who but the true Sherlock Holmes aficionados? The long-awaited system notification caused the devil's delighted smile to abruptly freeze on his face. Task details: become the fastest and most accurate responder in the Sherlock Holmes quiz challenge. Who but the true Sherlock Holmes enthusiasts? Onward, Holmes fans. Task reward: the Night Star of the Suzuki Group. Failure to complete the task will result in the deduction of one of the host's treasures. A Sherlock Holmes travel voucher has been sent to your system backpack. Please accept it. Initially, the devil had little interest in this nonsensical task. However, upon seeing the list of rewards, particularly a large gemstone that appeared to encompass endless stars, and the impending penalty for failure, his enthusiasm surged. The system knows exactly how to target my weaknesses, he mused, feeling the tremors of anxiety as his treasures were threatened. With a sigh devoid of menace, he addressed the trembling system in his hand. Tell me, given my superficial understanding of Sherlock Holmes, what should I do to avoid losing my precious ones? I will. You can count on me. The little light ball, which had been subjected to the devil's recent frustrations, trembled as it promised. I will definitely bring back the reward. Oh, is that so? Then I appreciate your effort. Orange Liang replied, a hint of a smile gracing his face as he tightened his grip on the little light ball, speaking softly, if you fail, you shall compensate with yourself, my dear. The system, unable to move under his grasp, nodded tearfully in agreement. In a state of distress, the devil felt threatened. Convinced that it would be devoured. Could there be a more lamentable system in existence? Could there be a more terrifying host than this devil? After completing this daunting task, if it managed to survive, it would undoubtedly request an extended holiday to heal its tormented soul, wearied by the trials endured. Alas, this was not as the books described. The devil was utterly inhuman. The frail and helpless system suppressed the urge to weep uncontrollably. Tears would invite disdain, so it must endure. Meanwhile, after sending a reminder to Brandy to care for the chips and collect the spiritual energy, the devil nestled happily in bed, preparing to indulge in an animated series related to the task. The devil, lacking the patience to diligently follow anime, had previously breezed through over 600 episodes at double speed. To recall the myriad details of the earlier cases was a challenge akin to coaxing a smile from Brandy. Thus, the devil resolved to revisit the pertinent cases and engage in some preparatory work. Perhaps it could deceive a fresh, lively spirit, or better yet, forge a contract with a wise one, resulting in an unexpected gain. After some time, the devil finally located the episode featuring Sherlock Holmes. As it pulled the progress bar, it beheld the familiar visage of Conan alongside a somewhat unfamiliar young man with darker skin. It recalled that this individual was called Heiji Hattori, wasn't he? Two grim reapers, perhaps a feast awaited them. The devil pondered, stroking its slightly concave belly filled with anticipation. Do not disappoint me, little ones. Chapter 89. Do you have a wish to fulfill? Happy birthday, Karen. Upon entering the classroom, the devil was suddenly tackled from behind by Yama and Yi, though Yi had exercised restraint in her embrace. However, the devil, still acclimating to its human form, stumbled slightly. Ding, ding, ding. Happy birthday. Yama released the devil and presented a delicately wrapped gift box with a joyful exclamation. Huh? Thank you, Yi. The devil was momentarily taken aback as it accepted its first true birthday gift. Although today merely marked the birthday of the alias Fufu Karen, the devil was entirely unaware of its own birthday. Having never celebrated a birthday, it felt an unfamiliar thrill on this day. As the devil's hand brushed against the bento box and gift box nestled within the desk, this sensation peaked. From the early morning warmth brought by Toru Amuro to Yama and Yi, and finally to Sakura Fujiwara, the little devil bit its lip, suppressing an odd pang of sorrow. It felt strangely immersed in a warm embrace. The devil, who had never anticipated anything after its birth, had faced challenges in mere survival. In its youth, the devil focused all its energy on struggling for existence and striving for power. How could a little devil determined to prevent tomorrow from becoming its day of sacrifice remember the date of its own birth? Even its name was bestowed nearly a century after its birth for the convenience of a child. It was not until long afterward, during the establishment of the Celestial Empire and when registering for household registration, that the devil, at the suggestion of an official, adopted the rumored date of Satan's birth as its own. The devil held no particular sentiment towards birthdays. The passage of time dulled many aspects, emotions, desires, memories. The devil's sole desire was to survive, to avoid hunger, and to escape bullying. After being assimilated by the Celestial Empire, it seemed to have achieved its long-held goal. Yet, as a result, the devil, having traversed countless years devoid of expectations, found itself ensnared in a state of confusion and anxiety akin to retirement blues. Days of sleeplessness, daydreaming, bewilderment, and work ensued. The devil even contemplated nurturing offspring, considering that if it no longer wished to survive, it might grant that opportunity to its progeny. The demon clan possessed formidable talents and terrifying abilities that other races feared upon their maturation. Their path to growth was brutal and simplistic, reliant solely on continuous consumption. They could even grow stronger by devouring their kin. In contrast to their gruesome reproduction methods, demons possessed distinct genders, but reproduction could occur independently. They would tear their souls apart, employing almost self-destructive means to diminish their own level, nurturing their fractured soul energy with this bloody magic. During this period, demons faced the constant danger of injury or death. Day after day, they repeated self-harm for nourishment, their magic cocooning them, hardening into shells, ultimately transforming into eggs that would cradle their offspring. Rarely did a demon continue to nurture and care for their young after the egg formed. Ancient memories warned them that those weakened by nurturing offspring often became prime targets for newly born demons. Given that cannibalism among kin had become the norm, demons harbored an instinctive aversion to one another. After the egg formed, their affection for the young quickly morphed into disdain and hatred. Indeed, some progenitors would even opt to kill and devour their unborn offspring. Thus, the mere act of giving birth was already a source of satisfaction for the devil. However, since arriving in this world, the devil, who had long ceased to harbor any expectations of existence, had experienced a series of novel sensations in just a few months. The devil turned to the ever-watchful Fujiwara and inquired earnestly, "Sakura, do you have a wish you wish to fulfill?" Taken aback by the sudden question, Fujiwara hesitated momentarily. The devil, feeling unusually benevolent, looked up at Yi beside him and added, "And Yi too, any wish will do." "A wish?" he echoed, somewhat bewildered. The devil gazed at the two girls, who appeared at a loss, and jestingly mused, Ah yes. You should ponder carefully. This is a one-time offer. All that you desire shall come to pass. The devil, who had never made promises before, spoke softly yet assuredly, a gentle smile gracing its lips. Chapter 90. Wishes if you say so, I shall give it due thought, Fujiwara responded, her eyes lighting up with an idea. May I invite Karen-senpai to dinner this weekend? And also Yi-san. I truly wish to express my gratitude to both. Huh? The devil blinked, taken aback by Fujiwara's eager expression. After a moment of contemplation, it confirmed with a complex mix of emotions, are you certain? Yes. If senpai agrees, I would be immensely grateful, Fujiwara affirmed without hesitation. Turning to Yi, who was perched on a nearby stool, resting her chin in her hand as she observed their conversation, the devil hoped she would demonstrate the proper way to express wishes. As for me, I wish for Karen to agree to join me this weekend, Yi cheerfully replied, propping her chin with a smile. She playfully addressed Fujiwara. You can just call me Yi, no need for formalities. By the way, why do you address Karen with such honorifics? Did she bully you? Then you should call me Sakura too. It's a secret between us and senpai. With a mischievous wink, Fujiwara, now more attuned to her appearance, grinned. Meanwhile, the devil stood aside, questioning whether it had articulated its intentions clearly. Watching the two gradually engrossed in their spirited discussion, the devil felt a wave of disillusionment wash over it. Did they truly comprehend the opportunity they were missing? The devil lingered on the thought of its rare attempt at kindness being overlooked. He cleared his throat lightly, recapturing the attention of the two. I am quite serious. Any wish is acceptable, no matter how fantastical. The two, interrupted by Tachibana Ryo, exchanged glances. However, it was Yuan-shan, he and Yi who first broke the awkward silence. Even if you say that, Huali, the only thing I can think of that could be called a wish is this, she said. Yes. If I had to express a desire, it would truly be to have Huali-senpai join me and Yi for a meal. I wish to become friends with Huali-senpai, Fujihara Sakurako remarked, carefully observing the expression of Jufu Huali. Tachibana Ryo felt a strange sense of suffocation. Watching the two, who seemed somewhat bewildered, he eventually managed a wry smile. All right then. By the way, where is Habuto-kun today? Usually, Habuto Heiji is inseparable from Yuan-shan he. Fujihara Sakurako inquired, noticing that only Yuan-shan he was present today. That guy. As soon as Habuto Heiji was mentioned, Yuan-shan he clenched her fists, gritting her teeth. Meanwhile, Habuto Heiji hurriedly arrived at the registration point for the home's tour, suddenly sneezing violently. Damn it! It must be that Kudo guy talking about me. He rubbed his nose and climbed aboard the van responsible for transporting the group. Humph! That Sherlock Holmes enthusiast Kudo Shinichi will surely not let this opportunity slip away. This time, let him face off against me. Chapter 91. Tachibana Ryo is unhappy. You are fond of the study of blood letters. I see. The man in a suit sitting next to Muri Kagoro turned to chat with the short-haired girl in the back seat. Yes, the girl replied, adjusting her glasses. She seemed rather shy, but she became animated when discussing her interests. That was the first appearance of Holmes. A truly memorable work, the man in the suit remarked knowingly. Another enthusiast, a man in a sweater, could not resist joining the conversation. As for me, my favorite is the Red-Headed League. I. Conan, seated in the front row, perked up at the discussion, half kneeling on his seat and raising his hand. My favorite is the Sign of the Four. The others laughed at his enthusiasm. The man in the sweater, who had just mentioned the Red-Headed League, agreed that one is indeed a universally acclaimed masterpiece. The man in the suit praised Conan. You're quite impressive, young lad. You know so many words. Well, it's all right, Conan replied, a bit bashfully scratching his head. The rare find of like-minded individuals quickly turned into a lively discussion. Honestly, Mori Kagoro whispered to the excited Conan, why must I participate in this tour? Ran? This was a tour Conan had unilaterally signed up for and was fortunate enough to be selected for. Ran glanced nervously at the engaged group, feeling a bit awkward. By the way, Tachibana Ryo, are you also a fan of this Holmes character? Mori Kagoro shot an annoyed glance at the enthusiastic instigator. He then redirected his attention to Tachibana Ryo, who had been resting with his eyes closed since boarding the vehicle. The so-called devil, feigning rest, was actually distractedly observing the situation by the bar. Upon hearing his name, Tachibana blinked in confusion. Sir, could it be that you don't even know who Holmes is? The sweater-clad man asked incredulously after hearing Mori Kagoro's remark. Ha ha ha, how could that be? I quite enjoy the Murder on the Orient Express. Mori Kagoro felt his face flush with embarrassment at the question from the man in the sweater. You mean Murder on the Orient Express, right? The man in the suit interjected, unable to contain himself. Mr. Mori, Tachibana Ryo, having grasped the topic, lowered his voice. He reminded the confused Mori Kagoro. Murder on the Orient Express is written by Agatha Christie. Though he had no particular fondness for Conan Doyle, he happened to appreciate Agatha Christie's works. Even though Mori Kagoro had mixed up the title, Tachibana Ryo felt a slight sense of goodwill toward him for at least knowing about Christie. You know about her books. Your taste is not too shabby. That book is by Agatha Christie. She cannot be compared to Conan Doyle, the man in the sweater scoffed, clearly disdainful of Mori Kagoro's pretentiousness. I really don't understand how someone like you could end up here. Disliking it doesn't mean you have to belittle it, Tachibana Ryo thought, feeling a tinge of displeasure at the sweater-clad man's thoughtless words. So you don't like Holmes? Then why are you here? All right. Everyone is here to have fun. Let's not make things too tense. Come on, we've arrived, the man in the suit interjected, trying to defuse the awkward atmosphere between the sweater-clad man and Tachibana Ryo. Just then, the vehicle reached its destination. The man in the sweater huffed and exited the vehicle first without saying another word. Chapter 92. Tachibana Ryo is unhappy. Dear esteemed guests, I sincerely welcome you to the Mackerel Warrior Inn. I am the owner, Kanatani Hiroyuki, who has organized this trip for you. The innkeeper, dressed in a Holmes-inspired outfit and holding a pipe, smiled at everyone. All present have been meticulously selected. You are true Sherlock enthusiasts. Was it really a rigorous selection? It seems there's someone who doesn't even know the name Holmes among us. The sweater-clad man grumbled loudly. What? Really? Yes, that guy in the suit with the little mustache. That tall young man doesn't seem to be a fan of Holmes either. The crowd began to murmur, prompting the innkeeper to quickly introduce Detective Mori Kagoro's identity. Due to Mori Kagoro's ignorance of such basic knowledge as Holmes' name, the group was not particularly convinced of his credentials. Some, including a couple from the Holmes Research Society, openly mocked the renowned detective. Infuriated, Mori Kagoro clenched his fists tightly. Damn it! He's just a character from a book. The occasionally oblivious Conan, feeling a sense of pride, chuckled and said, Don't be mad, uncle. After all, it's Holmes. Mori Kagoro's misfortunes today were all thanks to this annoying brat. And now he had the audacity to make light of the situation? Bang! Damn it, you little brat. Unable to contain himself any longer, Mori Kagoro punched Conan. Conan? Seeing her father strike Conan, ran anxiously crouched down to check on Conan's head, which he was clutching tightly. The previously disgruntled crowd, upon hearing Conan's name, gathered around him curiously to chat. Tachibana Ryo, who was not particularly enamored with Holmes, felt compelled to feign interest in becoming a Holmes enthusiast for the sake of his task. If not for the sake of his own bright star, he would not have participated in such a tedious event. Tachibana Ryo, already in a sour mood, felt even more irked by the sweater-clad man's comments. Since getting off the vehicle, he had kept his distance from the others, coldly observing their antics. These people are truly obsessed with Holmes. His previously expressionless face softened into a faint smile when someone next to him spoke. Under normal circumstances, his poker face was merely a mask worn by Zhu Fuhuali. Tachibana Ryo let out a discreet sigh. The operational status indeed exhausts the devil. Brandy's alter ego smiles every day, and even the persona of Orange Liang, the modest gentleman, is consistently cheerful. Yet, he can still occasionally reveal his true nature, taking a moment to bully Conan as a means of venting his frustrations. He scrutinized the dark-skinned youth with a low-brimmed hat, responding with a faint smile. What's this? It seems you are not a fan of Sherlock Holmes? Observing the young man, who clearly displayed little interest in Holmes, Heiji Hattori chuckled. Aren't you the same? Orange Liang chuckled lightly, not denying it. Compared to Conan Doyle, I might prefer some other authors. Ha ha ha, I too find Ellery Queen, who presents clues with clarity, far more commendable than Conan Doyle or Agatha, who often writes ambiguously. Orange Liang, who had always admired Ellery Queen, felt a slight downturn at the corners of his mouth upon hearing Heiji's words. Nevertheless, Heiji continued to express his admiration for Ellery Queen, noting how each time he read the challenges posed to the readers, it ignited a sense of competition within him. Chapter 93. Heiji Hattori in Danger. Haha, works penned by collaborative duos tend to merely list conditions, lacking in narrative quality, compared to Agatha's own writings? Orange Liang, who had encountered numerous pitfalls, wanted to retort sharply. However, whether out of his affection for Ellery Queen or his own cultivated demeanor, he refrained from such a comment. After all, Mr. Devil, like those fond of Agatha Christie, held a similar admiration for Ellery Queen. Agatha's storytelling prowess indeed surpasses that of Queen, while Queen's clean deductions and engagement surpass Agatha's. Yet this does not imply that Agatha's reasoning is weak or that Queen's stories are lacking. It merely reflects the excellence of the other. In truth, Orange Liang found distinct enjoyment in both their works. Thus, he could not bring himself to contradict this boastful detective. Resolving the problem was not essential. He could deal with the one who created the problem. With this thought, the corners of Orange Liang's mouth, which had nearly formed a straight line, once again lifted. At that moment, Heiji had begun enthusiastically discussing Agatha's The Hollow, likely inspired by Queen's The Tragedy. Is that so? Mr. Devil, with a gentle smile, remarked nonchalantly, what I enjoy is Agatha Christie. Just then, the Osaka detective, who had been engrossed in his conversation, abruptly found himself at a loss for words. Ah, how coincidental. He awkwardly laughed in the presence of an enthusiast, feeling a bit stiff. Indeed, quite a coincidence, Mr. Devil echoed with a smile. Ah, I truly apologize. Agatha Christie's works are quite commendable. Seeing the mild-mannered young man seemingly offended, Heiji quickly attempted to remedy the situation. Orange Liang, who had already noted down Heiji's earlier blunder, paid little attention to his attempts at mutual flattery. Haha, you are quite amusing. The young and handsome man smiled warmly, seemingly unconcerned about Heiji's earlier slip. As Heiji sighed in relief, he couldn't help but develop a fondness for this understanding young man. It was rare to find another fan of reasoning with such a gentle temperament. Embarrassed for having spoken ill of a writer he admired in front of someone who liked the same, Heiji scratched his head sheepishly. I am Heiji Hattori, a high school detective from Kansai. If you don't mind, just call me Heiji. He forced a smile to shift the conversation, introducing himself. All right, Heiji. I am Orange Liang, an amateur detective enthusiast. Mr. Devil, with a kind smile, emphasized the word amateur. The unmotivated Mr. Devil merely enjoyed perusing detective novels occasionally. He was not a true aficionado. However, Heiji was indeed one. At this moment, he observed the oblivious Heiji, who began chatting with him as if they were already acquainted, and he responded nonchalantly. Just because he shared a name with Shinichi Kudo, Heiji had traveled all the way to Tokyo seeking a duel. He must be quite concerned with winning and losing, as well as with deduction. With this thought, Mr. Devil's plan for revenge began to take shape as he looked at the unsuspecting Heiji, his smile growing ever warmer. Chapter 94. The Correct Way to Complete a Task. Is that you, Heiji? A delighted Ran, observing Conan, suddenly spotted Heiji conversing with Orange Liang at the entrance. Heiji and Orange Liang were hitting it off, with the young Osaka detective feeling an instant connection. Upon hearing Ran's voice, Heiji turned around and greeted her and the others. Ha ha ha. It's you, Ran. I didn't know you were a fan of Sherlock Holmes too. Surprised to meet the Kansai detective again, Ran inquired curiously. Ah, ha ha ha. How could that be? Heiji instinctively wanted to deny it. However, he caught a glimpse of Orange Liang standing quietly beside him, having remained silent since their conversation began. Remembering his earlier folly, Heiji abruptly swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. He smiled awkwardly at the puzzled Ran and explained, Conan Doyle is indeed quite good. However, the reason I signed up for this trip was mainly to chance upon a certain arrogant high school detective. Oh, you mean Shinichi? Ran immediately understood Heiji's reference to the presumptuous detective. Yes. Heiji adjusted his hat, seemingly troubled. Isn't that guy a die-hard fan of Holmes? I thought for sure he would show up today. All right, everyone. Just as the conversations amongst the attendees grew lively, the innkeeper, resembling Sherlock Holmes, clapped his hands to draw attention. It's getting late. Let us all head back to our rooms for some rest. Standing in front of a whiteboard displaying the schedule, the innkeeper announced breakfast is at 9 in the morning, lunch at 1, and dinner at 8. After dinner, the highlight of the evening awaits. He paused, noticing the attentive expressions of the crowd, and continued, "It's a challenging detective quiz." With a flourish, the innkeeper signaled to the staff to showcase the item they held. "Our special grand prize is the first edition of Sherlock Holmes' debut, Conan Doyle's celebrated work, A Study in Scarlet." "Wow, is it really true?" The attendees craned their necks, eager to catch a glimpse of the book, which had already become a treasure. Even Heiji, who wasn't particularly interested in Conan Doyle, was no exception. Only Orange Liang remained disinterested, leaning against the door unnoticed, coldly observing the crowd with an expression of surprise. A first edition means little to me. All I need is to emerge victorious in the quiz. Oh, and I must teach a certain oblivious little detective a lesson. However, before that, he needed to gauge everyone's affection for Holmes. That should present no issue. The ever-smiling innkeeper's expression suddenly turned serious. Proof? The long-haired university student, Ayako Omuki, who had just mocked Mori Kagoro for possibly not being as clever as Watson, tilted her head, repeating her question with a hint of confusion. "What I present to you now is a quiz comprising 1,000 questions about Sherlock Holmes. The deadline is set for tomorrow night at 9 o'clock, and only those who score above 990 will be eligible to participate in the final quiz." Tachibana received the test paper handed over by the waiter, lazily flicked it, and lifted his gaze to glance at the timid little light orb floating beside him. The survival-driven system immediately understood and earnestly assured him, "Rest assured. I will fulfill the task." Chapter 95, The Enthusiastic Heiji Hattori to be cautious. "I would like to request that everyone kindly hand over their reference books and mobile phones to our waiter for safekeeping." As the boss spoke, a waitress carrying a tray began collecting the books and phones that could be used for the exam from everyone. Reluctantly, the crowd placed their books and devices on the tray. The innkeeper observed their expressions, chuckling to himself, unfazed by their unwillingness to comply. For the inn was equipped with surveillance cameras and listening devices throughout. They constantly monitored the guests present, and should anyone be caught cheating, I would promptly expel them from my establishment. Seeing the boss's composed demeanor, the guests softened their attitudes considerably. A gentleman in a suit was the first to produce his mobile phone and place it on the tray. With this lead, others began to follow suit, relinquishing their devices and books as well. Given the circumstances, there was no need for any secretive actions. Even Tachibana handed over an original English copy of A Study in Scarlet to the tray held by the waitress, shaking his head at the still-waiting attendant to indicate he did not possess a mobile phone. In those days when it was still feasible to venture out without a phone, the waitress had no reason to doubt him. The waitress smiled at Tachibana before proceeding to collect devices from Ran and the others. "Hey, I heard this is a double room. You seem to be without a companion?" Due to his prior amiable conversation with Tachibana, Hattori casually draped his arm over Tachibana's shoulder. "Well, shall we go together?" Tachibana felt the weight of the shorter boy's arm pressing down on his right shoulder. "Sure, let's pick a room," Hattori enthusiastically suggested, taking in the gentle disposition of his new acquaintance who seemed to prefer solitude. In a world where young detectives seldom found companions among their peers, encountering such a congenial older brother with shared interests was a rare delight for the eager Hattori, who decided to keep the seemingly reclusive Tachibana company. "Ah, Tachibana! You're quite tall," Hattori exclaimed, struggling a bit to wrap his arm around the taller boy, both admiring and a tad envious. "Haha, it's not that I'm tall. It's just you're rather short, wouldn't you say?" Tachibana replied with a polite yet teasing smile as he was pulled along the corridor by Hattori. "This room seems quite nice. What do you think, Tachibana?" Hattori casually opened the door to an unoccupied room in the hallway. Peeking inside the well-lit double room, he beckoned to Tachibana, who stood with an indifferent expression. Tachibana stepped forward, glancing over Hattori's hat as he assessed the room. "This one will do." Not wishing to waste any more time, Tachibana promptly decided on the room. He recalled that, in the anime, Conan had completed 289 questions by 4 o'clock, and with time pressing, Tachibana wanted to avoid any delays, even with the system's potential for cheating. The sooner he completed the task, the less chance there would be for complications. Upon hearing the sound of Hattori emerging from the bathroom, Tachibana was already bent over his desk, diligently writing his answers. "Wow, you're impressive, Tachibana," Hattori remarked as he leaned closer to observe the nearly 100 questions Tachibana had already completed during Hattori's brief interval of organizing his belongings. Such astonishing memory and cognitive skills truly affirmed Tachibana's worth as a friend in Hattori's eyes. Chapter 96, Old Friends. Tachibana, it's past 3 o'clock. They 1T collect the papers until tomorrow night. Why don't you finish it tomorrow instead? Hattori, having dozed off for a little while, blinked sleepily and followed the light to discover Tachibana still engrossed in the peculiar questionnaire. This inn is undeniably dull. No mobile phones, no newspapers, no television. Hattori watched as Tachibana continued to write, boredom overtaking him as he sprawled out on the bed, quickly succumbing to sleep. To his surprise, when he awoke, it was already past 3. Seeing Tachibana still diligently writing, seemingly oblivious to his presence, Hattori rubbed his disheveled hair and sat up. Squinting at the clock on the wall, he yawned widely. Tachibana? Just a moment, Tachibana replied, closing his pen, organizing the test sheets, and turning off the desk lamp before heading to the bathroom for a quick wash. Finally free. The system weekly announced the completion of the task and that the rewards had been sent to the system's backpack. The little light orb, having outputted information for several hours, now lay flat on the table, recuperating from its exertions. Sorry if I disturbed you, Tachibana said as he emerged from the bathroom to find the bedside lamp still lit and Hattori, looking weary, propped against the headboard, not having fallen back asleep. As he changed into his pajamas, Tachibana gently inquired, observing Hattori, who seemed on the verge of dozing off. No, not at all. I was just surprised to see you still awake. Hattori casually waved his hand dismissively. You should rest now, Tachibana. It's getting late. Hattori yawned again, and upon noticing Tachibana had changed into his nightclothes, he reached for the pull cord of the bedside lamp. I'm turning off the light now. Good night, Tachibana. All right, good night. With Tachibana's response, Hattori extinguished the only remaining light in the room, plunging it into darkness and tranquility. Tachibana slipped beneath the covers. Though this Osaka detective spoke without much thought and had low emotional intelligence, he could still be attentive at times. Should he perhaps grant him some leniency tomorrow? As Tachibana lay thoughtfully on the narrow and unfamiliar single bed, the quiet night was punctured by the sounds of the young boy's breath. The detective from Osaka, enjoying a good night's sleep, quickly drifted back into slumber, producing sounds that were quite noticeable to those with keen senses. The long-limbed demon lay neatly, suppressing the urge to turn over. Oh dear, I hope I don't fall off this small bed in the middle of the night. Without glittering gold or soft fluff, the demon found himself feeling a peculiar sensation as he listened to the sounds of another person in the room. Having always slept alone, he felt quite unaccustomed to this. With no desire for sleep, he found himself staring blankly into the darkness, lost in thought. It seemed like a long time ago he had experienced something similar. Memories from the past had faded into obscurity within the demon's lengthy recollections. When was it? Who was it? This vague yet strangely familiar sense of connection lingered in the air. Chapter 97. The dragon Tachibana lay on his back, stretching out his hand and spreading his fingers. Even in such darkness, he could see his long fingers clearly. No, it's not like this. With a sigh, Tachibana placed his hand over his eyes, tightly closing them as he attempted to grasp that fleeting sensation of familiarity. Who could it be? At what moment, perhaps due to the weariness of the day's journey, Heiji Hattori unknowingly emitted a soft snore. In a flash, this faint sound unexpectedly harmonized with a thunderous snore from a hazy recollection of his, creating a moment of startling clarity. The devilish gentleman, with a slight furrow in his brow, did not let this fleeting insight escape him. He meticulously recalled this seemingly familiar sound, pondering the source of this peculiar sense of recognition. Zozo? As if struck by a revelation, he tightened his previously relaxed grip. Taking a deep breath, he immersed himself entirely into a deliberately constructed guiding dream, utilizing the memory fragments he had inadvertently captured. Awakened by the resounding snores, the dazed and disoriented orange figure, now referred to as Orange Liang, found himself in an unfamiliar nest. Rubbing his eyes, the bewildered devil gazed at his diminutive legs, questioning why it felt as if he were so close to the ground. With his subjective consciousness muddled within the dreamscape, he did not dwell on these thoughts. As a young creature, he vaguely remembered seeking someone. However, feeling the pangs of hunger in his slightly deflated belly, he recognized that the foremost task was to escape this dark lair and find something to eat. The crude nest, composed of an unknown material, felt icy beneath his feet and oddly rough yet smooth to the touch. The booming thunder echoed in his ears as he crawled along the wall, and upon leaping from his peculiar nest, his bare feet met the coarse ground. With a sudden thud, the thunder ceased, leaving the devil pondering the abrupt silence, though soon his thoughts were diverted. A peculiar sound drew his attention, and he noticed the black wall he had just scaled begin to twist and turn. Instinctively, he took a step back to avoid any repercussions, only to find himself halted by a solid object behind him. With his mind still a bit clouded, he turned stiffly to face a pair of glowing golden eyes which he initially mistook for lanterns. The lanterns dimmed for a moment before brightening again, revealing that they were, in fact, the enormous eyes of a dragon. Liang, what's wrong? The pitch-black dragon's head nudged against the motionless orange Liang. When he failed to respond, the dragon leaned closer, sniffing gently at him. You're hungry. The dragon, realizing this, lifted itself. Turning away, it began rummaging around in a place unseen by Orange Liang. In a short while, the dragon produced an egg slightly shorter than Orange Liang and placed it before him. This was a white egg nurturing a devil that was on the brink of maturity. Chapter 98, Orange Boat. Observing the concerned expression of the dragon, Orange Liang tentatively called out its name. Zhou, what's wrong? Hurry and eat, aren't you hungry? The dragon, named Orange Zhou, lazily responded, carefully settling back down on the ground. It nudged the provisions it had prepared earlier toward Orange Liang with its paw. The devil, with hazy memories, felt an inexplicable trust toward the massive creature. Instinctively, he began to nibble on the vibrant egg before him. This pitiful being, abandoned mid-nurturing by a devil, was nearing maturity despite lacking the devil's care. If left to absorb energy for a few decades, it would surely hatch. Unfortunately, this unfortunate devil was destined never to see life, as it was destined to be sustenance for Orange Liang. As he slurped the egg's contents, he idly pondered how, had he not been found by Orange Zhou, his own fate, given his feeble state, might have mirrored that of this pitiful yet delectable creature. After all, young devils, in a world teeming with malevolent beings, are considered the finest nourishment. While Orange Liang ate slowly, Orange Zhou lay nearby like a large canine, quietly watching him with its golden eyes which reflected the fragile form of the little devil. Memories began flooding back to him. Orange Liang gradually recalled many things he had thought forgotten. He extended his arm to scoop out the remnants of the shell, licking them clean. The reason the dragon was named Orange Zhou was due to its peculiar fondness for oranges despite its identity as a dragon. The name Zhou was conceived when Orange Liang had been atop the dragon crossing a river. Though he was a devil, he had feared flying due to a lack of guidance, never having spread his wings. To accommodate his little charge, Orange Zhou, a dragon accustomed to soaring, had begrudgingly adapted to running and swimming. However, all this transpired before Orange Liang awakened from his dream of flight. Since learning to fly in his dreams, he had never again required Orange Zhou to serve as his vessel. Naturally, Orange Liang's name was bestowed upon him by Orange Zhou after the devil whimsically named him. Are you full? Do you need to sleep for a bit? Noticing that Orange Liang was lost in thought after just a few bites of the shell, Orange Zhou gently nudged the unusually quiet little devil with its snout. All right. The little devil, now pulled back to reality by Orange Zhou, rubbed his full belly and let out a small burp. Seeing the little devil in this state, Orange Zhou smiled affectionately, skillfully swallowing the remaining shell. After finishing the leftovers, the dragon carefully wrapped its tail around the now lethargic little devil, reshaping a cozy nest for him. Sleep well. As the resounding echoes returned to his ears, the little devil thought in a daze. Turned out it was not thunder after all. Liang-gu, wake up. It's time to get up. A somewhat unfamiliar male voice roused Orange Liang from his dream. Slowly coming to consciousness, the devil raised a hand to shield himself from the glaring morning light, momentarily unable to distinguish between reality and dream. Chapter 99, Time is a terrible thing. Liang-gu, you stayed up too late yesterday. Heiji Hattori mumbled through a mouthful of greasy cheese provided by the roadside shop. Lacking appetite and not relying on human food for sustenance, the devil only symbolically consumed a small amount of food after being dragged by Heiji Hattori to the cafeteria. Hearing Heiji Hattori's comment, Orange Liang took a sip of tea, slowly setting down the cup without replying, lost in the haze of that elusive dream. While others might have felt discontent with Orange Liang's aloof demeanor, Heiji Hattori, accustomed to his own ways, remained steadfast in his belief that his new friend was merely a warm-hearted yet intermittently aloof older brother. Thus, despite receiving no response from Orange Liang, Heiji Hattori, with nothing else to do, naturally continued to chatter away, eating heartily while addressing the evidently distracted devil. The devil, who was used to his own ways, showed no inclination to engage, lost in a melancholy reverie, absent-mindedly sipping from the elegant teacup placed before him by the proprietor. How could he have remembered Orange Joe? No, rather, he had indeed known Orange Joe before. In order to live peacefully throughout his long life, Mr. Devil learned a crucial lesson in his youth, to forget everyone and everything unrelated to survival. He adhered to this principle diligently. Yet he never anticipated that some memories would not only remain but would flood back like a cascading tide once recalled. He even discerned the difference between dreams and reality. The orange boat was not as formidable as it appeared in his dreams. Though a juvenile, it was merely a young dragon, fierce yet still just a hatchling. Furthermore, that creature lacked the ability to feed him a devil egg, which, even in the distant past, was exceedingly rare. The mere fact that the orange boat had found one for him was astonishing enough. How could it possibly find another? As Mr. Devil, now somewhat self-assured and resembling an adult, recalled the chubby little dragon he once esteemed as a mentor, he couldn't help but chuckle. How could he have once thought the orange boat to be such an impressive dragon? His younger self had been so gullible. He felt an urge to teach that version of himself a lesson. However, as he gently stroked the warm cup's surface with his fingertip, the source of his shadowy memories regarding the orange boat began to resurface. Although he had never tasted the devil egg from his dreams, the orange boat had once fed him a dragon egg. Unlike devils, who are accustomed to devouring their kin, dragons are a tightly knit and protective species. To the devilish Orange Liang, hunting fellow devils was merely a natural act, one that would hardly astonish anyone. It was simply their instinct. Yet, after witnessing the orange boat consume the corpse of its own kind, his impression of it shifted from a good-natured oddity to something far more terrifying. Nonetheless, the nature of the orange boat was of no concern to Liang. Whether it intended to fatten him up as a meal, out of loneliness, or simply on a whim was irrelevant to the devil. He merely clung tightly to this precious opportunity, striving to strengthen himself while the orange boat still offered its protection, lest he find himself abandoned in the future without the means to fend for himself. As for how they eventually parted ways, the heartless Mr. Devil had long forgotten. They were merely transient figures in each other's lives. Years had passed, and he had learned that one must peel an orange before consuming it. He mused that the orange boat must have perished by now. After finishing the last sip of his tea, Liang chuckled softly at this thought. In the 100th chapter, the strawberry-flavored yogurt was rather delightful. On this night, at 20 minutes past 9, in the Meikiluo Inn, a well-dressed gentleman expressed his contentment after a hearty meal. He glanced at the wall clock and noted that time had surpassed the hour agreed upon by the innkeeper the previous day. Puzzlement crossed his mind. Why had the innkeeper not appeared yet? Please bring him out quickly to grade these tests for us, urged Mu Lingzi, a university student who had previously criticized Mori Kagoro, calling out to a waitress who was clearing the table. The waitress, having organized the cutlery onto a cart, turned to her, visibly distressed. My boss instructed me to serve you all until dinner is over, and he arrives. How infuriating. So that guy Kudo really isn't coming? Muttered Hattori Heiji, who sat at another table resting his head on his hand in boredom. How do you know he hasn't come? Liang wiped the sauce from the corner of his mouth with a napkin. Have you seen Kudo Shinichi here before? Hattori perked up at Liang's seemingly suggestive remark. Guess what? The innkeeper, having consumed the strawberry yogurt, found himself in a rather splendid mood. The thought of mercilessly tormenting Hattori Heiji with deductions in logic only heightened Liang's delight. That must mean you've met him. You know Kudo Shinichi? Hattori's spirits lifted upon realizing he hadn't wasted his trip. He rambled on cheerfully, oblivious to Liang's indifference, which prompted the magician lady sitting next to him to cast a disdainful glance at the incessant chatter and subtly shift her chair away from him. As moments passed, the tension in the air grew. It was now past 10 o'clock and the assembly began to fidget with impatience. I'm not waiting any longer, declared the irritable sweater-clad man, slamming his hand on the table before exiting the dining area without a backward glance. It seems the rumors are true, remarked the magician lady, shifting away from Hattori, adopting an air of someone who had seen through it all, drawing the attention of those present. What do you mean by that? Inquired the bespectacled long-haired girl, rising with a hint of skepticism in her voice. The crowd, previously unaware of the situation, now turned their attention to her. They say the innkeeper has hosted this event multiple times, the magician lady explained, her tone growing somber. Yet, no one has ever truly taken home that original copy. There are whispers that the innkeeper never intended to give it away, he merely saw it to show off. What? So he is just toying with us? The long-haired girl, feeling deceived, tossed her hands up in indignation and stormed out of the restaurant. With her departure, others soon followed suit, leaving only a sparse few behind. Brother Liang. What's so funny? Hattori asked curiously, noticing Liang's smirk as the magician finished her tale. Who would concoct such a ridiculous excuse? It is obviously a promotional tactic. Liang replied, seeing Hattori's bewilderment and offering a kind explanation. In such a secluded inn, without some sort of gimmick, few would come to spend their money. That makes sense. It's merely a ploy to draw people in, Hattori sighed in realization, resting his chin in contemplation. How infuriating. If only I could find Kudo. I would certainly settle the score. Meanwhile, Conan, who had been sitting with his back to Liang and Hattori, stealthily changed his position to join their table after hearing Liang's suggestive remark. Upon hearing Hattori's comment, Conan couldn't help but roll his eyes internally, thinking it was a pity he might not get the chance after all. Now that it was clear Kudo was likely in the inn for this Sherlock Holmes-themed event, Hattori lost his desire to leave. After all, he had joined this tedious tour primarily to encounter Kudo Shinichi. As long as he could meet him, waiting a bit longer was no great hardship. Time continued to slip away, and the number of diners dwindled. By 3 in the morning, only Mori and his group, Hattori, Liang, and a pair of university students remained. Really, why haven't we seen the boss yet? Even if this is a prank, it's excessive. Damu Lingzi complained to her boyfriend, Yu Yiren. Patience, Lingzi, he replied, a gentleman with glasses and an air of calm. Perhaps this is part of the boss's test. Leaving now would be tantamount to admitting defeat. Honestly, Damu Lingzi seemed poised to say more, but was interrupted by Yu Yiren's exclamation. Look, the boss is here. Hai Yenren excitedly stood up and pointed out the window, exclaiming at the slowly passing vehicles. It seems to be the boss after all. Damu Lingzi also rose to her feet and gazed in the direction Hai was indicating. She discovered that the driver indeed resembled the hotel owner from yesterday's attire. Oh dear, after all this mystery, he finally makes an appearance. Maoli, who had been waiting impatiently, did not rise like Conan and the others. Instead, he rested his face on his hands, tapping the table with discontent, lamenting, if it weren't for the hotel owner's request to speak after the deduction contest, I wouldn't be sitting here awake at this hour. Why is he driving that way? The surprise on Hai's face turned to confusion. What's wrong? Hattori Heiji, who had also grown weary of waiting, sensed a slight unease. The hotel owner is driving towards the cliff. Hai replied in panic. What? The once lethargic group was startled into action, springing to their feet. Hattori Heiji and Conan moved with remarkable agility. Before Hai could finish his sentence, they had already opened the window and leapt out of the dining room, racing forward in unison. Boss! Boss! This is a matter of life and death. Hattori and Conan exerted all their strength to catch up with the slowly moving van. Hattori desperately pounded on the car window, trying to rouse the seemingly sleeping hotel owner, while Conan struggled to match his pace. Just then, a strange sound emanated from the vehicle. The van, which was moving at a slow pace, suddenly accelerated, careening off the cliff. A deafening explosion followed. Hattori Heiji and Conan, arriving breathlessly at the cliff's edge, clenched their fists as they watched the raging flames and thick black smoke on the sea's surface. Damn it! Chapter 102, the bill is meant to be settled. What do you mean the hotel owner is dead? The disheveled man, previously irritated from being disturbed from his slumber, was momentarily stunned by the news. Awoken by the explosion and collision sounds, the others rushed to the cliff's edge. Upon arrival, they were informed of the hotel owner's demise by Hattori and his companions. Indeed, right before my eyes, the hotel owner and his vehicle plummeted into the sea. Hattori stated solemnly, hands in pockets. Impossible, the hotel waitress exclaimed, Panic and confusion etched on her face. How could this happen? The boss, she began, but was abruptly interrupted by the impatient Maoli Kagoro. All right. No need to ponder any further. The once panicked crowd turned to look at Maoli Kagoro, who wore a confident expression. With the attention of the crowd upon him, Maoli adopted a serious demeanor, clearing his throat as if he had unraveled all the intricate plots. Hattori and the hidden assailant in the crowd exchanged glances of surprise. Could it be that he had solved the mystery of the hotel owner's death? The owner must have committed suicide. I believe he couldn't bear to let you all have that initial version of. What was it? Sherlock Holmes? The crowd, expecting Maoli Kagoro to reveal something profound, instead found themselves staring at his overly confident assertion, feeling a wave of disbelief wash over them. He very well could have been murdered. Hai Yenrin, a seasoned Holmes enthusiast and deduction expert, interjected. How could that be? Facing the crowd's skepticism, he smiled before confidently explaining. If he was incapacitated or killed beforehand and placed in the vehicle with the gear shifted into drive, the car would move forward automatically. He gestured toward the garage not far from them, facing the cliff. The assailant must have made arrangements there. The elderly magician, clearly more inclined to trust Hai's deduction than Maoli's unreliable reasoning, inquired anxiously. So, does this mean the murderer could be among us? At the same time, the cunning Tachibana already anticipated that Hai would utter such words to mislead the crowd. To establish his alibi, Tachibana had little interest in witnessing the tedious live performance again. Mr. Devil leaned closer, listening intently to Hai's reasoning as Hattori and Conan began to formulate a plan of revenge against Hattori. He saw no harm in adding Conan to his list of targets, as it would merely provide him with amusement. Tachibana lowered his voice to a conspiratorial whisper. Hattori, didn't you mention that the dashboard in the car was deliberately covered? Yes, that's right, Hattori replied, perplexed as he glanced at the composed Tachibana. Then it's settled, Tachibana declared confidently, smiling at the bewildered Conan and Hattori. And earlier, didn't Conan mention hearing a strange sound as the vehicle accelerated? Chapter 103. Kudo Shinichi? Wait, did you just say Kudo? Hattori interrupted Tachibana, convinced he had indeed heard the name earlier. Did I? You must have misheard. Tachibana feigned innocence, raising his hands in a shrug. Impossible. I didn't mishear, you clearly mentioned Kudo. Hattori pressed on, determined to clarify the matter. Yes, I did hear a strange sound. Just as Tachibana was about to expose his true identity to the persistent detective, Conan swiftly intervened to prevent Hattori from questioning further. Given Tachibana's previously displayed exceptional deductive skills and observational prowess during the earlier incident, Conan, still grappling with the emotional weight of not saving the owner, was keenly interested in Tachibana's insights on the situation. Tachibana, did you think of something? Conan eagerly inquired, looking up at him. Directly asking for the answer isn't a good habit, Conan-kun, Tachibana chuckled lightly, recalling a teasing remark he had made to Conan in the past. Come on, Conan pouted, determined not to be the naive boy who could be frightened by Tachibana's mischievous words. All right, I won't tease you any longer. Tachibana, amused by Conan's expression, extended a finger and advised, here's a hint. Do you remember what the owner was wearing? Well, while that young man's reasoning seems plausible, it doesn't explain why the vehicle accelerated midway. Hattori nodded in agreement, momentarily shifting his focus from Tachibana's accidental slip of the name. Exactly. According to that young man's theory, if the gear was shifted beforehand, the vehicle should have maintained a constant speed. But the deceased could not have committed suicide. Hattori mused, resting his chin on his hand as he attempted to connect the dots of Tachibana's earlier observations. Even Conan wore a pensive expression, and although Orange seemed to have discerned the answer, how could they abandon their contemplation so easily? Suddenly, both Heiji Hattori and Conan seized a glimmer of inspiration. Perhaps it was that they recalled something significant as they hurried toward the vicinity of the tire tracks. If my conjecture is correct, there should be no droplets of water here. Heiji crouched down, meticulously examining the tire marks on the ground to validate his theory. Bang! Ouch! Heiji inadvertently collided with Conan, letting out a cry of pain, and his train of thought was abruptly interrupted. Conan, who had been knocked off balance, fell to the ground, tears welling in his eyes as he clutched his throbbing forehead. You little rascal! Heiji exclaimed, lifting Conan by the scruff of his neck. Could you refrain from interrupting me every time I'm on the verge of discovering crucial evidence? Heiji momentarily paused, seemingly lost in thought. Seizing the opportunity, Conan wriggled free and scurried away to continue his search for watermarks. Chapter 104, Conan, you've been exposed. Every time. Heiji stood frozen as if struck by lightning, suddenly recalling the last time in Tokyo, at the murder scene in the diplomat's residence. He too had collided with this little rascal while searching for evidence. At that moment, Heiji instinctively propped up his chin, delving into the memory. He recalled that when Shinichi Kudo unexpectedly appeared, Conan had seemed to vanish entirely from sight, leaving no trace of his presence in Heiji's memory. Later, he found Conan in a restroom, dressed in oversized adult clothing. Coupled with the vague insinuations from Ryo during dinner and the inadvertent slip of Kudo's name, Heiji cast a penetrating glance at Conan, who was intently examining the tire tracks with a flashlight. A bizarre yet bold hypothesis began to form in his mind, one that seemed to align with the truth. Though Heiji was not particularly fond of Sherlock Holmes, he could not deny the validity of one of Holmes' assertions. When you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth. Heiji was startled by a sudden voice beside him, and upon looking up, he found Orange standing there, having appeared without his notice. Ryo? This phrase seemed quite fitting amidst the fervor of the Holmes enthusiasts. Orange, noticing Heiji's startled reaction, offered a reassuring smile. Conan seemed to have just concluded his search. Drawn closer by Orange's voice, Orange smiled knowingly at Conan, who remained blissfully unaware of his imminent exposure. Oh Conan, you must feel quite elated when you finally get unmasked, right? No need to thank me. I nearly enjoyed this delight myself. How could I not allow you to relish it? Witnessing everything unfold according to his expectations, the devilish gentleman was quite pleased. He eagerly inquired of the two detectives, who had at one time or another crossed him. So, have you unraveled this riddle yet? Upon hearing this, Heiji instinctively glanced at Conan, who was standing beside Orange. To Heiji's surprise, Conan was also looking back at him. Their eyes met, and they shared a tacit understanding of each other's expressions. Not bad, the high school detective from Osaka. This was Shinichi Kudo, gradually forgetting his identity, blissfully unaware of any looming crisis. Ah, it's you after all, Kudo. Heiji couldn't help but smile at Conan's proud demeanor, as if he could see through everything. I found you at last, high school detective from Kanto. Orange, who observed every subtle movement, could not suppress a deeper smile. The real performance was just beginning. In an instant, Shinichi Kudo averted his gaze. Simultaneously, they both lifted their heads to face Orange, who was standing there, eager to listen. The time of death? They chorused in unison. The devilish gentleman, satisfied with their correct answer, snapped his fingers in delight. Correct. Typically, a body begins to stiffen 30 minutes to 2 hours after death. Rigor mortis sets in fully between 9 to 12 hours, lasting for up to 30 hours before gradually relaxing, returning to a normal state after approximately 70 hours. Orange continued, observing the attentive Heiji and Conan with a smile. Around 3:30 in the morning, the owner in the vehicle would have been completely rigid, and considering he was dressed in the same outfit from the previous day, combined with the method of the crime, we can deduce that the hotel owner was murdered between 3:30 and 6:30 the day prior. Indeed, but one thing puzzles me. Why did the murderer choose to place the owner in the vehicle so long before? Heiji pondered aloud, acknowledging Orange's deduction. So it follows that the owner was indeed killed well in advance. At that moment, Kaito Kuroba, who had been articulating his points among the crowd, unexpectedly joined them, seemingly unaware of how much he had overheard. I believe the murderer must have killed the owner before dinner and then placed him in the vehicle, positioning him as if gripping the steering wheel. After the body became rigid, they could have had dinner and then taken advantage of that opportunity to start the car in the garage. Kaito elaborated loudly, drawing the attention of those who had previously been debating whether the owner had committed suicide. Seeing that Kaito had achieved his desired effect, Orange smiled without contradiction. The devilish gentleman remarked meaningfully, indeed, after all, the dead do not move on their own. The dead do not move. Both Heiji and Shinichi were momentarily taken aback by this statement, recalling Orange's earlier mention of the dashboard and the strange sounds. Heiji smiled slightly, observing Kaito, who was still trying to mislead everyone while desperately emphasizing his alibi. He confidently concluded the murderer must be him, Kudo. Yes. Using the high-temperature air conditioning to accelerate the softening of the rigid body, allowing the foot pressed on the brake to relax, thus starting the car. Similarly, the acceleration of the vehicle serves as evidence of the body's softening. The bumps would have caused the softened body to press down on the accelerator, resulting in the acceleration. Conan beamed with the joy of solving the case, completely oblivious to Heiji's knowing gaze. He continued to immerse himself in the unresolved case. Thus, Kaido's supposed alibi would no longer hold. Yet we still lack crucial evidence. As he spoke, Shinichi noticed a sudden silence around him, doubting whether his reasoning had faltered. He looked up to find Heiji smirking at him and Orange wearing a sympathetic expression. The devilish gentleman shook his head regretfully, pondering how easily Shinichi was being misled. He was eager to witness the scene where Heiji would tease Conan after having been befuddled. Shinichi Kudo, your combat effectiveness seems rather lacking in the presence of the red-clad figures. Ha ha! Conan immediately realized that he had just committed a foolish act. He forced a laugh and scratched his head, trying to cover up his blunder. If Shinichi were here, he would surely say, I learned this from my brother Shinichi. Chapter 106, The March of Retribution. Oh, is that so? Hattori Heiji elongated his tone upon hearing Conan's words. Conan, striving to maintain his composure, feigned innocence as he looked at Hattori, who clearly did not believe him, and forced a smile, saying, Ha ha ha. That's exactly right. Tachibana Ryo observed the nervous Conan, sweating profusely, and the mischievous Hattori, who was watching him with keen interest. He decided to let Conan off the hook for now and refrain from embellishing the situation. Mr. Devil had originally no intention of thwarting the killer's murderous plans. Recently, he had not eaten much and was quite eager to indulge in a hearty meal. However, due to unexpected events at the brandy establishment the previous night, Tachibana was compelled to alter his plans hastily. Moreover, being thoroughly dissatisfied with the accommodations, he was reluctant to endure yet another dull night as in the original narrative. With only one piece of evidence remaining, Tachibana resolved to ensnare the arrogant killer in a logical trap, akin to the reasoning of Kudo Shinichi in the original work, exposing his criminal methods and forcing a confession. Nevertheless, even in his desire to outsmart Hattori and diminish his arrogance through deduction, Tachibana did not wish to embark on an overly verbose explanation. Not to mention, he would also need to address the myriad questions posed by the inquisitive deduction enthusiasts, which was quite exhausting to contemplate. After a brief moment of contemplation, Tachibana decided to delegate this daunting task to the attention-seeking detectives. Hey, Hattori, Conan. Mr. Devil interrupted the question-and-answer exchange between Hattori and Conan. Both Hattori, who had been teasing Conan, and the anxious Conan paused their movements and turned to face Tachibana. Regarding this case, we are only missing an alibi, correct? Tachibana lowered his voice slightly to prevent the nearby Kudo Rinkai from overhearing. Yes, the issue is that the owner was killed in a car accident. And according to the waiter, the surveillance equipment here is merely a facade. Without eyewitnesses, there is no way to prove anything. Hattori nodded slightly, mirroring Tachibana's lowered tone. Upon discovering that Adagawa Conan was, in fact, Kudo Shinichi, Hattori felt no urgency. After all, Shinichi would not be escaping anytime soon. Any questions or uncertainties could be resolved privately later, especially with that guy's sister, Ran, around. The priority was to resolve the current case and ensure the culprit would no longer roam freely, basking in arrogance. However, as Hattori previously mentioned, the most crucial piece of the puzzle seemed incredibly elusive. Conan, who was eavesdropping, could not help but nod in agreement. With a plan in mind, Tachibana paid no heed to Hattori's subsequent words. His inquiry was merely to confirm that Hattori and the others had grasped the killer's modus operandi. Satisfied with the response he sought, Tachibana assured them, leave this to me. Once Kudo Rakai reveals any slip-ups, remember to assist me in the deduction. What he implied was, hand over the evidence to me and be ready to strike at the opportune moment. Chapter 107. I am merely an enthusiast of deduction, huh? Hattori, still processing the situation, watched as Tachibana finished speaking and walked directly towards Kudo Rinkai without pausing. Could it be that Conan recalled the last encounter at the Shadow and Light Cinema, wondering if Tachibana was once again leaving him behind? How could that be? It must be a trick. Tachibana, oblivious to the doubts of the two high school detectives, approached Kudo Rinkai, who was engaged in discussion with the magician ant, speculating on who might be the killer. Good day, Mr. Kudo. I am Tachibana, a devoted admirer of Sherlock Holmes. Kudo Rinkai, caught off guard by Tachibana's sudden appearance, looked bewildered as he was engaged in a lively conversation with the magician ant. Ah, hello. It's a pleasure. May I ask what brings you here? Well, during yesterday's quiz, there was a question that I pondered for quite some time but could not arrive at the answer. I just heard your reasoning and thought that with your abilities, you must have solved that riddle. Tachibana emphasized Kudo Rinkai's deductive prowess, believing that the killer would not shy away from Tachibana's request if he wished to convince everyone of his earlier deductions. Tachibana keenly noticed a fleeting look of panic cross Kudo Rinkai's face, though it quickly morphed back into a confident demeanor. As the president of the Sherlock Holmes Society, Kudo Rinkai was quite self-assured in his deductive skills. Furthermore, according to Tachibana, the question was somewhat challenging. Even if he answered incorrectly, there would be little to criticize. Moreover, Kudo Rinkai suspected that, judging by Tachibana's demeanor, even if he answered incorrectly, the fellow would likely not notice. With this thought alleviating his tension, Kudo Rinkai smiled calmly and inquired, "Which question are you referring to?" Excellent, Tachibana thought, as Kudo Rinkai had taken the bait. He maintained an eager expression, embodying the persona of an avid Sherlock Holmes enthusiast. Thank you so much. Question 421. What was the content of the letter Sherlock Holmes wrote to the murderer using the symbols of the dancing figures? The magician ant, upon hearing Tachibana's question, exhibited a look of astonishment. Unfortunately, Kudo Rinkai, completely focused on the question posed by Tachibana, failed to notice the unusual expression on the ant's face. Tachibana waited with bated breath for Kudo Rinkai's response. Let me recall. Oh, I remember I wrote something like, "Come here immediately." Ah, the mask slips, doesn't it, Mr. Killer? Tachibana beamed at Kudo Rinkai, implying, "Now it's your turn, Hattori." Not quite. A voice interjected. But it was not Hattori, rather the magician ant, who sensed something amiss. Ah ha ha ha. It seems my skills are still lacking as I answered incorrectly. Kudo Rinkai, taken aback by the ant's words, quickly devised a reasonable explanation to gloss over the matter. What on earth is that dark-skinned Osaka detective up to? Shouldn't he be jumping in now? Tachibana felt quite dissatisfied with Hattori's failure to act promptly. He turned to search for Hattori, who should have been present, only to find him looking utterly perplexed. Oh no, I forgot this guy didn't even attempt the quiz. I think she meant that your answer wasn't wrong, but rather that there wasn't such a question on yesterday's paper. Just as Tachibana hesitated on whether to intervene directly, Conan slowly approached them and spoke. Tachibana smiled politely at the astonished Kudo Rinkai and said, "Mr. Killer, allow this little detective, who has informed me of everything, to provide you with the answers." "Hey, who exactly are you?" Hattori, now aware of all the methods, had little interest in hearing the situation reiterated. He quietly approached Tachibana, who was grinning at the crowd. This self-proclaimed non-deductive individual had seen through everything long before he and Kudo had even begun to grasp it all. He maintained a composed rhythm, allowing the nearly perfect criminal to inadvertently reveal himself. This ability made Hattori Heiji firmly believe that Tachibana Ryo was anything but ordinary. "What? Me?" Tachibana Ryo, who had long awaited this moment, smiled sincerely. The despondent detective from Osaka, holding his breath, witnessed this young man casually remark, "I'm merely a fan of deduction." Chapter 108. Kudo, you've worked hard was surely a jest. Hattori Heiji gazed at Tachibana Ryo, who appeared genuine in his statement, feeling a wave of discomfort in his heart. His relentless pursuit of Kudo Shinichi was driven by the sting of a previous defeat. Yet, who could have anticipated that an ordinary university student he met by chance would so effortlessly crush him in deduction? This overwhelming sense of disillusionment left the young detective, who was fixated on being the victor in reasoning, with a strong sense of unreality. He began to question whether he had indeed overestimated himself. Was his deductive prowess truly below the average line? Could it be that any random passerby could easily outshine him? No. Hattori Heiji shook his head vigorously, denying the possibility. "Hattori, are you all right?" Upon being struck by Tachibana Ryo's words, Hattori looked up to find Ryo wearing a benevolent smile, as if addressing a child with a learning disability. "Ha, what could possibly be wrong? I'm just pondering what to do next." This devastatingly gentle smile from Tachibana felt like a cold splash of water on Hattori, who was nearly losing his composure. Taking a deep breath, He struggled to regain his calm. Initially, he had only intended to distract Tachibana, but upon reflection, leaving was indeed a dilemma. The vehicle was unusable, and all communication devices had been destroyed by the man from the Tsuya family. About that, although Mr. Devil isn't the type to pursue relentlessly, who told Hattori to come knocking on his door? Hattori frowned slightly. I wonder if Mr. Tsuya, who considers the surveillance equipment mere decor, still has his phone. That's true, Hattori replied, sensing a hint of pity in Tachibana's tone, his emotions growing complex. Had he truly been so struck that he was losing his wits? How could he ask such a foolish question? Just as Hattori fell into self-doubt, he saw Tachibana casually retrieve a mobile phone from his trench coat pocket and dial the emergency number. Hello, there's been a murder here. Yes, the address is... How do you have a phone? Hattori stammered, finally managing to utter this question. Because I didn't hand it in, Tachibana replied, looking at Hattori, who seemed surprised, with a touch of disdain for his overreaction. Why should I obey and hand it over? Handing it over would let the criminal smash it. Wouldn't it? That's not what I meant. Hattori felt a bit embarrassed under Tachibana's gaze, fully aware that Ryo had hidden the phone instead of handing it in. He wanted to know why. Never mind. Hattori sighed, watching Tachibana's expression that radiated a patronizing concern for those with diminished faculties. He struggled momentarily before abandoning the line of questioning. Taking another deep breath, Hattori attempted to calm his agitated heart once more. Since you have a phone, why didn't you call the police earlier? Now back to his usual self, Hattori examined Tachibana, whose thoughts were inscrutable. Well, the mischievous little devil replied cheerfully. I simply forgot. After the police belatedly concluded their investigation, Hattori, feeling quite taken advantage of by Tachibana, pulled the fallen Kudo Shinichi onto the bus, choosing a seat as far from Ryo as possible. Hey Kudo, don't you think something is off about this guy, Tachibana? Hattori whispered to Conan while covertly glancing at Ryo in the back row, who was gazing at the two detectives with a kind smile. Hattori shivered and quickly averted his gaze. This fellow was definitely not the harmless type he had initially imagined. Conan remembered the impression Tachibana left since their first meeting and sighed deeply, reflecting on the painful experiences since their acquaintance. Conan spoke with the wisdom of someone who had endured much. He just has a narrow mind. Don't offend him and you'll get used to it. Narrow-minded, Hattori observed Conan, who looked as though he had endured numerous hardships and felt a pang of bitterness. So, having offended Tachibana from their very first encounter, he was indeed in a perilous position. Hattori gazed at Conan, who was too preoccupied to rebut his own designation, and felt a surge of poignant sympathy. Kudo must be suffering greatly. The perceptive devil, resting his chin on his hand, admired the fleeting scenery outside the window. He listened to Conan's lamentations about the misfortunes he had never shared with anyone, a faint smile gracing his lips. It seemed a bit pitiful for Conan. Next time he would try not to involve him in his mischief with Hattori. Today, the devil remained as benevolent and kind-hearted as ever. Sir, why did you intervene in the plot? The soft little sphere perched on Tachibana's shoulder finally couldn't hold back any longer. Tachibana glanced at the girl in the front row who should have perished, then returned his gaze outside the window, his expression calm and devoid of emotional fluctuation. Something went awry over there, he mused. Chapter 109. Eliminating the target. Tachibana Ryo time shifted back a day. After Tachibana and his little assistant departed from home, the responsibility of caring for the potato chips fell to Brandy. The infamous criminal Brandy subsequently led a leisurely life of drinking and playing with cats. Appearing as a minor, Brandy attempted to enter a small tavern in Tokyo's Miyakacho 2 Chome but was firmly refused entry, even when he presented his British passport to prove his legal adulthood. The principled owner still denied him entry due to his underage appearance. After all, Brandy looked no older than 16 or 17, and the owner, not wanting to deal with potential trouble, decided to be strict with him. Thus, Brandy, eager to taste Japanese sake, returned home disappointed. After 2 days of sulking at home, he had hoped to remain a happy slouch until Tachibana returned. However, unexpectedly, on the night before Tachibana's return, Brandy received an unforeseen phone call. After indulging in a bit too much drink, he had just drawn a royal emblem on the forehead of his potato chips when he heard his phone ringing on the coffee table. Thinking it was Tachibana calling, Brandy carelessly wiped the ink on his hands onto the sofa and picked up the phone, pressing the answer button. Brandy. A cool, low voice came from the other end of the line. Vermouth? After a brief pause, Brandy instinctively responded. It's me. We have a task that Jin wants us to complete together. Upon hearing this, Brandy frowned slightly but did not interrupt Vermouth, instead listening attentively. I've sent the details to your email. Check it, and if there are no issues, we'll meet the day after tomorrow. Brandy switched the phone to speaker mode, causing the potato chips that had been restrained to make a swift escape upstairs. Why would Jin want us to work together? Brandy adeptly opened his email, locating the message Vermouth had sent him. This situation is rather unique, and trusting the matter to someone else does not inspire confidence. Brandy opened the email and skimmed through the contents. Essentially, it detailed how Jin had gathered incriminating evidence sufficient to imprison a government official for life, and was now engaging in extortion. No, rather than extortion, it was for raising organizational funds. However, it seemed that the previously compliant official had suddenly turned traitor, having inexplicably sent Jin's work recordings to another unidentified official. Furthermore, he was hosting a 52nd birthday banquet the following day, inviting numerous government officials, including several from the police force. The exact intentions remained ambiguous. Jin's directive was to ascertain the identity of the second official, eliminate them, and retrieve the recordings. Upon hearing this, Brandy raised an eyebrow in interest and mockingly remarked, I've long said he needed a break. Such a rookie mistake is hardly like him. Jin would not abandon the pursuit. He was not the type to seek revenge indirectly. He was currently preoccupied with a minor issue and lacked the time to intervene. Vermouth appeared to revel in Brandy's curiosity, readily answering his queries. How long has it been since you've seen blood? Quite the surprise I senti it. So troublesome. Can't we just eliminate them all? Brandy reclined on the sofa, lazily complaining. After a brief pause on the line, Vermouth continued, Jin believes that, if necessary, it is better to mistakenly kill than to let anyone slip away. Now that is truly a surprise, Brandy exclaimed with delight. Do not go overboard, Vermouth, aware of Brandy's volatile nature, cautioned lightly. You know Jin's temperament. Brandy chuckled ambiguously. However, as he scrolled down the list of attachments, his joyful smile abruptly froze. There, clearly stated, was the name of the Kyoto police chief, Ryusuke Tachibana. Chapter 110, Admission Ticket Kyoto, Saki Award, Tachibana Family Residence. Upon returning home from work, Ryusuke Tachibana changed his shoes and stepped into the foyer, where he was greeted by the sight of his younger brother, Ryu, indulging in a feast in the dining room. Seeing Ryu, who was entirely unexpected, even Ryusuke's typically stern demeanor cracked slightly. What on earth is he doing here? Am I hallucinating from overtime? Despite being young, Ryusuke's mature outlook led him to ponder whether this visual anomaly was symptomatic of some age-related ailment. Brother, are you unhappy to see me? After swallowing the last piece of his Coca-Cola chicken wings, Ryu waved his greasy paw enthusiastically at Ryusuke, who was now contemplating whether he should schedule a medical checkup during his holiday. Ryusuke's lips twitched slightly. Indeed, this was no illusion. This troublesome creature was unmistakably his younger brother. Unlike Ryu's compulsive tendencies, Ryusuke harbored a mild aversion to dirt. If one were to approach this young officer in uniform, they would detect a faint scent of disinfectant emanating from him. In Ryu's absence, Ryusuke could comfortably indulge in his usual habits, but life often takes unexpected turns. Why are you back? Ryusuke's gaze inadvertently drifted toward Ryu's greasy paws clutching a chicken bone, and he sighed subtly as he hung his coat on a nearby rack. What kind of tone is that? I simply wanted to see you, brother. How could I leave my lonely brother to fend for himself at home? Ryu nonchalantly rambled, reaching for a spicy crayfish. Indeed, it appears the system's culinary skills require improvement. This crayfish pales in comparison to what we make at home. The little glowing orb floating nearby gazed longingly at Ryu's feast, oblivious to the fact that it had been unfairly accused of incompetence by Ryu. Had it known, this unfortunate little creature, who had endured a miserable existence since following Ryu, would likely have burst into tears from the injustice. Ryusuke, feeling somewhat exasperated, replied, I can hardly believe your nonsense. Thank you, indeed. He scoffed, not in the least convinced by Ryu's transparent excuses. What's this? Brother, your words wound me. I was genuinely concerned you were too lonely at home and came back to check on you. Humph, what a self-serving display. Ryusuke unbuttoned his cuffs and rolled them up slightly. He was well aware of his brother's antics. After all, Ryu had only reluctantly returned home after Ryusuke had called him 4 times. If Ryusuke believed Ryu was genuinely concerned for him, he might as well believe Brandy had turned over a new leaf. Nevertheless, Ryusuke chose not to pry. If Ryu was not engaging in any illicit activities, he preferred not to interfere too much. Mind your own business and do not cause me trouble. After rolling up his sleeves, Ryusuke headed to the restroom to wash his hands, bringing Ryu along for the ride. As Ryusuke passed by his younger brother, who was eating with the abandon of a child, he frowned in disdain. At your service, Ryu responded cheekily, holding a chicken wing in one paw while saluting Ryusuke in a rather comical manner. Ignoring Ryu's antics, Ryusuke walked straight to the restroom. After Ryu had comfortably slumped into a chair, Ryusuke emerged from the restroom, drying his hands with a towel, and sat down at the dining table. Tonight, I had Grandpa Murakami prepare dinner according to my preferences. Do you have any requests for tomorrow, brother? I can have him prepare the ingredients in advance. Ryusuke picked up a piece of chicken wing with his chopsticks. Upon hearing Ryu's question, Ryusuke naturally responded, "No need. Tomorrow is Police Chief City Valley's birthday, and I will not be dining at home. Why hasn't my brother invited me to join him?" Ryu, who had been waiting for Ryusuke to ask him if he wanted to accompany him, subtly furrowed his brow. He was utterly uneasy about Ryusuke attending the banquet alone. If it were Amuro and Brandy on a mission together, he might have felt better. After all, even if his brother was the target of the dark organization, it would not be difficult to ensure his safety. However, the issue lay in the fact that Brandy's partner this time was Vermouth, a woman as ruthless as Brandy, trusted by him. Aside from Kudo Shinichi and Muri Ran, Vermouth showed no mercy to anyone. Ryu was genuinely worried that if anything went awry, Ryusuke could be in danger. On his way back to the main residence, he even contemplated whether to sign a contract to ensure his brother's safety. Yet, after much deliberation, he abandoned that notion. A devil's contract in ancient times was known as a slave contract, where the soul bound by it either became sustenance or a slave. Although Ryu had no intention of using such a contract to ensnare his beloved brother, he was reluctant to resort to such an insulting means of protection. Ultimately, Ryu felt it would be more reassuring to accompany his brother to the banquet the next day, ensuring he remained by his side for protection. Having finished his meal, Ryu, wishing to linger at the dining table a little longer, reluctantly reached for another chicken wing under the watchful gaze of his brother. "Who is Police Chief City Valley? Are you very familiar with him?" Ryu casually inquired. "He is a classmate of my teacher. I wouldn't say we're close." "Why, are you hoping to accompany me tomorrow?" Tangerine Liang cast a furtive glance at his brother, Tangerine Liangjia, who appeared to be merely speaking off-handedly while engrossed in his struggle with chicken wings. Noticing his calm demeanor, seemingly devoid of any connection to Takahiro Ikitani, Tangerine Liang discreetly exhaled a sigh of relief. As long as Tangerine Liangjia was not the individual the organization was pursuing, he trusted that with Brandy and himself present, his brother's safety would likely be assured. The remaining factors hinged on Brandy's actions. Tangerine Liang feigned indifference towards the banquet, busily stuffing his mouth with chicken wings. Delicious, he mumbled incoherently in response to Tangerine Liangjia's inquiry. Tangerine Liangjia, observing his brother wholly absorbed in the chicken wings, shook his head in resignation. Indeed, growing up seemed to be nothing more than an illusion. This troublesome little brother remained unchanged. After achieving his goal, Tangerine Liang also felt a sense of relief. His foolish brother truly was a source of worry. At that moment, both Tangerine Liang and Tangerine Liangjia shared a strikingly similar thought. Without each other, neither could truly thrive. Chapter 111, The Wavering Intent to Kill of Vermouth. 2 flowers bloom, each standing on its own. Over there, Tangerine Liang, through his exceptional acting skills, successfully deceived his brother, securing an opportunity to attend the banquet alongside Tangerine Liangjia. Meanwhile, Brandy and Vermouth were not idle either. Each was meticulously preparing for the task that awaited them the following day. Upon learning that his brother's life was in jeopardy, the devil, Mr. Devil, immediately identified Vermouth, who was set to carry out a killing mission alongside Brandy, as the primary threat. Yet, the astute Mr. Devil could never have anticipated that when Vermouth received this assignment, Her first reaction would be strikingly aligned with Brandy's. Under no circumstances should Tangerine Liangjie perish. The story traces back to the day Vermouth was disguised as a high school student, stealthily observing the situation while on a demolition mission with Colin. Tangerine Liangjie mistook her for a child contemplating suicide and tenderly attempted to counsel her. After enduring Vermouth's repeated sarcastic remarks, he merely left her with his contact information, expressing his readiness to fulfill his duty to protect citizens' rights and personal safety whenever she might need assistance. Vermouth, in truth, bore a striking resemblance to the Little Devil. Both emerged from the shadows, familiar with the art of killing and the harsh realities of progression. However, when forced to abide by the jungle law of survival, they did not genuinely embrace such darkness, rather, they were driven by life's exigencies, left with no choice. Faced with adversaries and obstacles, they might navigate with ease. Yet, when confronted with kindness and gentleness, these creatures, accustomed to wrangling in the dark, would find themselves guarded and bewildered. They resisted fiercely, suspicious yet unable to suppress their curiosity, yearning for closeness. After numerous attempts to test the waters and ensure their safety, they would eventually lower their defenses, akin to a stray dog finally willing to approach a benevolent hand. Such was Vermouth. Initially, she intended to discard the note Tangerine Liangjie left for her, a mere gesture of concern from an inconsequential policeman hardly relevant to a rose born of darkness. Nonetheless, for reasons unbeknownst to her, Vermouth inexplicably preserved the note containing his contact information. That night, upon returning to her abode, she leaned against the sofa, pouring herself a drink and lost in thought for an extended period. Despite this, she never contemplated reaching out to Tangerine Liangjie. That note was safely tucked away in a shadowy compartment, gathering dust. Tangerine Liangjie was akin to a bird inadvertently trapped in a swamp, taking flight once more before truly recognizing its treacherous surroundings, while Vermouth, at the moment of devouring, chose to allow this naive little fool to remain within the mire. They were never meant to cross paths again. Yet, fate has a penchant for entangling the threads of life. On a drizzly evening, Vermouth, in a whimsical mood and disguised as a high school girl, fortuitously encountered the officer who had no overtime and was enjoying the rain by the bridge. Neither spoke that day. They simply remained beneath the bridge until the rain ceased, with Tangerine Liangjie smilingly waving goodbye to the serendipitous girl. From that point onward, Tangerine Liangjie developed a habit of visiting the seaside after work, either to contemplate his cases or to daydream, occasionally pondering what Tangerine Liang might be up to. An inexplicable yet peculiar understanding seemed to form between him and Vermouth. Sometimes Vermouth, masquerading as Sayaka Shimizu, would wander by the bridge during her idle moments. They never deliberately scheduled their meetings. If they happened to encounter each other, they would exchange smiles and silently gaze at the sea until one eventually departed. However, following an instance where Tangerine Liangjie cheerfully vented about his bumbling younger brother to Sayaka Shimizu, he gradually grew accustomed to sharing trivialities with her whenever they crossed paths. In turn, Sayaka Shimizu transitioned from a quiet listener to occasionally discussing mundane matters like skipping breakfast. What began as mere happenstance for Vermouth evolved into purposeful encounters, as she discovered that even brief moments spent with Tangerine Liangjie brought her unexpected comfort. She harbored no ulterior motives. Rather, she felt like a drenched stray dog that had fortuitously found a sheltered eave. In the relentless downpours of life, the disheveled stray instinctively sought refuge beneath the eave, yearning for a brief respite and peace. It was unclear when Vermouth's mindset began to clarify. The dawn, which once felt akin to an interminable cycle of torment and resistance, gradually transformed into something less painful. What would Tangerine Liangjie share with her on this new day? However, that flicker of anticipation vanished the following day. Upon receiving a call from Jin, Vermouth initially assumed it was merely another routine assignment. As she idly admired her nails while listening to Jin's instructions, she thought about how she would not see that naive, enthusiastic little policeman the day after tomorrow. Yet, after unintentionally mocking Jin for his blunders, wondering if his time spent with vodka had dulled his wits, she hung up the phone, her laughter ringing out. This lightheartedness dissipated entirely when Vermouth discovered that her mission partner was Brandy and suspected that the list included Tangerine Liangjie. While the realization that she had to complete the task alongside the volatile Brandy merely dimmed the smile on her lips, seeing Tangerine Liangjie's name in the attachment extinguished it completely. Damn it! How could Tangerine Liangjie possibly be connected to Takahiro Ikitani? No, Vermouth lit a slender cigarette, inhaling deeply before exhaling a plume of smoke. Tangerine Liangjie might not be the one linked to Takahiro Ikitani. Yet even as a strange light flickered in her ice-blue eyes, the crimson glow of the fire danced in the dimly lit room, illuminated by her breath. Even so, she would ensure that Tangerine Liangjie became a person entirely devoid of connection. Having always held a disdainful view of the Shiratori sisters, Vermouth felt a twinge of relief that Jin was momentarily hindered by Sherry. Otherwise, she would have found herself in quite a predicament. Now only one complication remained. Vermouth silently mulled over the name, her expression transforming into a dangerous smile. "You best behave yourself," she murmured. The figure, exuding an enigmatic aura of malevolence, akin to a decayed rose, gently flicked away the ashes and melted into the shadows, emitting an ambiguous chuckle. Chapter 112. The Decayed Satan. Subsequently, as Vermouth communicated with Brandy about the mission's circumstances, her tone appeared uncharacteristically calm. Yet, the incessant twisting of the phone cord with her left hand betrayed the tumultuous emotions swirling within her. "What a bother," came the languorous complaint from the youthful voice on the other end. "Can't we just eliminate them all?" At this remark, Vermouth's breath caught sharply in her throat. Her left hand, which had been coiling the phone cord, abruptly stilled, and even her right hand, previously holding the receiver, clenched tightly, turning pale from lack of blood. "This madman!" Vermouth cursed inwardly, disregarding her own reluctance to harm Ryuka as well as the extensive list of powerful politicians and business magnates. The audacity to suggest annihilating them all. If the individuals on that list were to perish overnight, even they would be driven into hiding, powerless to resist. At that juncture, Jin would likely disregard the wishes of his superior and choose to execute this lunatic Brandy. "Do not act recklessly," Vermouth coldly cautioned before relaying Jin's instruction. "Better to mistakenly kill than to let slip." After uttering these words, she distinctly heard a joyous and clear laugh from the other end of the line. Familiar with Brandy and having worked alongside him for a considerable time, Vermouth could almost envision his grotesque expression that surfaced before each massacre. Bearing a visage that should have long since rotted, his soul, already putrid, cloaked itself in a deceptive innocence and purity. After easily garnering the trust of his prey, he would mercilessly indulge in the twisted ecstasy of slaughter. Each time he claimed a life, the youthful visage would wear a look of insatiable satisfaction. Unwitting observers confronted with Brandy's euphoric demeanor might even smile and remark how delightful it was to encounter such an endearing child. However, Vermouth, fully aware of the true nature behind Brandy's contentment, could find no charm in it. Instead, she felt a growing sense of loathing and wariness. Brandy appeared as a devil thriving on the bloodshed, feeding on the lives of others. He was a genuine lunatic. At times, Vermouth genuinely wondered whether Brandy was truly alive, whether he could still be considered a human being in any genuine sense. You know Jin's temperament. With her murderous intent simmering, Vermouth refrained from wasting further words. Though Brandy could be uncontrollable in his madness, his survival thus far indicated he understood when to unleash his insanity and when to temper it. If he were oblivious to that, the steely-eyed blonde woman, her gaze fierce, seemed to have resolved something within herself. Should Brandy dare to act recklessly, one could surmise that Jin would not hesitate to eliminate this ticking time bomb that could jeopardize the organization. Ha! Upon hearing Vermouth's words, Brandy did not react with anger or rebuttal. Instead, he chuckled in a tone that was infuriatingly mocking. Listening to his nonchalant laughter, Vermouth felt an unbridled wave of distaste and irritation. Not wishing to engage further with this thoroughly repugnant individual, Vermouth hastily finalized the time and place for Brandy's disguise before abruptly terminating the call. After concluding her conversation with Brandy, Vermouth's mood plummeted further. Taking a deep breath, she struggled to quell the sudden surge of malevolence and brutality within her. Brandy possessed a peculiar ability. Those he enchanted would love him with a humility akin to ants, while those who despised him found the very act of coexistence excruciatingly twisted and resentful. He seemed to embody a devil capable of enticing the most extreme distortions and darkness from human love and hatred. Consequently, Vermouth, detesting her lack of control over her emotions, instinctively kept her distance from Brandy, consistently attempting to avoid being in his presence. Previously, Vermouth had felt only a mild aversion towards Brandy. After all, in many ways, he could be considered her sole counterpart in this world. She merely disapproved of his twisted demeanor, reveling in the thrill of bloodshed. Despite his inner decay, he persistently projected an image of innocence, maliciously toying with others. It was as if he derived joy and sustenance from this charade. Until now, Vermouth's disdain for Brandy had been relatively mild, as she often sensed her own reflection in him. Brandy was akin to a mirror, incessantly reminding her of her own irretrievable malady. However, she now harbored a sincere and profound loathing for him. They were, after all, fundamentally different. Never mind. The immediate priority was to uncover the identity of the second individual or scapegoat to absolve Ryuka of suspicion. Disturbed, Vermouth lit a cigarette and settled at her workstation, perusing the supplementary information to commence her tasks. Meanwhile, what was Brandy, who so despised Vermouth for wanting to eliminate Ryuka, up to? After hanging up on Vermouth, Brandy, with a forlorn expression, collapsed onto the sofa, rolling about in frustration. Ah, how irritating. Why must my dear brother appear on that list? With his golden locks in disarray, resembling a chaotic bird's nest, Brandy sighed heavily. No, I must quickly inform Ryuka of this matter. Forget about the night stars and the glimmering gold. If I don't hurry back, my brother will be lost. Ryuka, his beloved brother, was wealthy and glittering with gold. The devilish gentleman, adept at calculating risks, swiftly discerned the gravity of the situation. The futile task paled in comparison to his brother's safety. With a plan in mind, Brandy immediately sent a frantic message to Ryuka, who was still laboring for the reward of the night stars. Ah, dog, if you don't return soon, my brother will be lost. Successfully reaching his other self, Brandy elaborated on his brother's perilous predicament. He feared that his other self might not grasp the urgency of Ryuka's situation, stubbornly clinging to the prospect of a meager trinket and neglecting to return, potentially endangering his dear brother. Sighing, Brandy, acutely aware of his own defiance, rapped on Dr. Agasa's door, intending to leave his snacks at the doctor's residence for a few days while simultaneously worrying whether his other self comprehended the seriousness of the situation. Chapter 113. A Gathering of Individuals. On the evening of Takahiro Ikitani's birthday, at 6:34 p.m., nearly half an hour remained until the banquet commenced. At the hotel entrance, Ryuka, impeccably attired in a well-tailored suit, descended from a classic black stretch Lincoln alongside Ryuka. Upon arriving on the 9th floor, where the birthday celebration was to be held, Ryuka smiled as he presented the prearranged gift from butler Murakami to the attendant at the entrance. Inspector Ryuka, it is an honor to finally meet you. I am Haruko Ikitani, and I extend a warm welcome to both of you. The eldest daughter of Ikitani, glancing at the invitation, was quick to don a radiant smile and gestured for Ryuka and his companion to enter the banquet hall. Disliking small talk, Ryoji Tachibana politely exchanged a few pleasantries before gracefully declining Haruko Shidogane's suggestion to enter the banquet hall with them. Mayor Inoue has arrived, so my brother and I shall not intrude, he stated. Upon hearing this, Sakurako Shidogane glanced towards the entrance and spotted the rotund Mayor Inoue. She promptly offered an apologetic smile to Ryoji Tachibana before cheerfully approaching the mayor at the door. Seeing this, Ryo Tachibana shrugged at his younger brother. Let us go. I'm hungry, you little rascal. Ryoji Tachibana felt a surge of irritation at his brother's words. Ever since he had adopted a more lenient parenting style, the boy had become increasingly unruly. Didn't Grandpa Murakami prepare some food for you before we left? He inquired, keeping his voice low as he watched his younger brother, who was eager to dive into the food spread. Meanwhile, he calmly acknowledged the familiar guests who raised their glasses in greeting, returning their smiles with a slight nod. Only heaven knew that if he hadn't been holding onto this little rascal's sleeve, the boy would have already dashed headlong into the dessert table. See something you like? Ryoji's brother boldly remarked. Don't eat too much, hold off until we get back so Grandpa Murakami can whip up something special for you. Ryoji Tachibana could hardly contain his laughter at his younger brother's cheeky demeanor. He loosened his grip slightly and whispered a warning in his ear. After all, Ryo Tachibana's younger brother was the heir to the Tachibana group, and his behavior in public truly represented the family. Ryoji could not afford to let his unruly brother misbehave. Otherwise, the gossip circulating in their social circle would prompt their parents, who were constantly traveling for business, to return home urgently to inquire about the situation. Recalling his brother's somewhat embarrassing eating habits from the previous night made Ryoji's head ache. It had never seemed so difficult to raise him when he was close by. Where had all these bad habits come from? Could it possibly be attributed to that pesky Brandy? All right, I'll just eat when we get home. His younger brother, feeling victorious in his attempt to dispel Ryoji's doubts about his eager attendance at the banquet, remained oblivious to Ryoji's silent contemplation of the feasibility of confronting the brandy issue. As they entered the grand hall, Ryoji's brother realized that not only were there many dignitaries present, but also numerous reporters, some of whom were dressed quite casually and wore press badges. "Why are there so many reporters here?" he asked, turning to Ryoji with a puzzled expression. "I'm not sure," Ryoji replied, scanning the banquet hall to assess the situation. "But it doesn't matter. We're merely here to fill the seats, and the details are irrelevant to us." His brother, still tethered to Ryoji, led him to a discreet corner to sit. However, Ryoji speculated that the situation was related to brandy, suspecting that Yoshihiro Shitogane intended to use this opportunity to release information regarding the organization he was associated with. This left even less time for Brandy and Belmerd, and as Ryoji's brother discreetly surveyed the crowd, he naturally did not spot either of them. He sighed softly and silently prayed for Brandy's success. Ryoji showed no signs of dissent, obediently following his brother to the clearly unwelcome corner. Yet, social norms were often disrupted by those who reveled in breaking the unspoken rules. "Hey!" A short, curly-haired boy with light brown hair, lacking awareness, approached Ryoji and his brother. "Hello, I'm Jiro Hoshino, an intern reporter here with my senior. May I ask what Mr. Yoshihiro Shitogane intends to do by gathering so many reporters?" Ryoji's brother stared wide-eyed at the boy who was blinking at him, astonished. If he wasn't mistaken, this kid was Brandy. "Jiro Hoshino?" he inquired uncertainly. "Yes." The boy, now in disguise, retained a youthful, mischievous demeanor as he smiled at the somewhat surprised young devil. "Would you be willing to accept a brief interview with me?" This intern reporter? Unbeknownst to them, Ryoji had furrowed his brow, sensing something awry. Although the boy appeared harmless, Ryoji felt an inexplicable aversion towards this young reporter. It was unusual for him, who typically remained indifferent to others, to instinctively harbor such wariness towards someone he had just met. He found himself pondering why he felt this way about a mere child. Ryoji's brother, suppressing the urge to touzle the boy's fluffy hair, coughed lightly to mask his amusement. "I apologize, Jiro-kun," he said, placing his left hand on his restless right hand. "I'm unsure about the situation here." Despite his feigned look of distress, a smile could not be concealed in his eyes. "I wonder if you could share who your senior is?" he gently inquired, looking at the boy with almost childlike delight. Meanwhile, Ryoji's discontent grew. He interrupted before Jiro Hoshino could respond. "I think it's best not to disturb others while they are working. Since we're not privy to the situation, let's allow this young fellow to seek someone else." Upon hearing Ryoji's words, the disguised Brandy appeared momentarily taken aback. Having merely changed his appearance, he found it difficult to accept that his doting brother could express such disdain. Although Ryoji's brother was aware of Ryoji's lack of fondness for his other persona, he could still sense Brandy's subtle disappointment and sadness as he looked at Ryoji with a mix of confusion and hurt. The little devil, resembling a child who had just been scolded, blinked his large, light brown eyes, hinting at the glimmer of tears. Sensing the emotional turmoil, Ryoji's brother felt a lump in his throat. He pursed his lips, casting a reproachful glance at Ryoji for dismissing Brandy. Under the scrutiny of the two young boys' accusing gazes, Ryoji began to question whether he had indeed said something excessively harsh. Reflecting on his actions, he recalled his intention to distance the boy but felt he hadn't been too harsh. Watching his younger brother glare at him with round, cat-like eyes made Ryoji uncertain. "Is everything all right, Ryo?" he asked, hesitatingly addressing his brother. "It's nothing. Since you gentlemen are busy, I won't disturb you. Goodbye." The once cheerful little boy sniffled, his smile fading. He pouted slightly before leaving without a backward glance, much like he had arrived, without regard. Ryoji found this unexpected guest rather perplexing. He furrowed his brows, watching the boy disappear into the crowd before finally averting his gaze. There was something inexplicably familiar about this young man who had unwittingly stirred his discontent. The voice of Jiro Hoshino resonated in Ryoji's mind, feeling oddly reminiscent. However, the young inspector, after rummaging through his memories, found himself unable to recall where he had heard that name before. Upon retracting his gaze, Inspector Seiji was taken aback to discover that the spirited puppy that had been sitting beside him had, at some point, nestled itself in a far corner, looking rather listless. Since the inexplicable appearance of Hoshino Jiro, Tachibana Ryuka had been feeling somewhat displeased. Now, observing the puppy stealthily shifting away from him, his mood soured even further. Suppressing his inexplicable irritation, Tachibana inquired in his usual tone, "Raya?" The little demon, immersed in the sorrow of feeling disliked by his somewhat indifferent older brother, was unable to extricate himself from his melancholy. How could his older brother possibly dislike him? Oh, Tachibana was audacious enough to harbor such feelings. Even if he merely disliked his alter ego, that was unacceptable. The sulking little devil merely glanced at Tachibana when called, adopting a posture of refusal to engage, retreating into his own world. Bewildered by the unexpected disdain from his own puppy, Tachibana could not fathom how the situation had escalated to this point. There had never been any conflict between Tachibana and Raya. Even when issues arose, Raya would playfully show weakness and Tachibana would find it impossible to stay angry. This was the first time he encountered Ryu's unwillingness to communicate. Expressionless, Tachibana sat still, quietly observing his puppy, who refused to acknowledge him. Though he appeared calm on the surface, Inspector Seiji was, in fact, restless and uncertain about what to do. This little corner of the banquet hall had descended into an awkward silence. On the other side of the banquet hall, the dejected Brandy leaned against a corner, equally disheartened by his brother's disdain. "Are you a reporter for this event as well?" Mayor Inoue, a portly man, approached the brooding Brandy, his sturdy fingers gripping a champagne flute. Brandy cast a cold glance at the rotund figure, showing no inclination to engage in conversation. Yet, Mayor Inoue seemed unfazed by the icy reception. He leaned closer to Brandy and, in a hushed tone, cautioned, "Tachibana is not your target, do not act recklessly." Hearing the familiar voice, Brandy raised an eyebrow. So Vermouth had assumed Inoue's guise. One could only assume that this unfortunate mayor had met his demise. "Inoue, is it?" Brandy surveyed the surroundings, noting that no one was paying attention, and directly inquired. He was not surprised by Vermouth's warning. She must have noticed his earlier actions and assumed he had set his sights on Tachibana. It was likely she feared his aimless violence might bring trouble to the organization, prompting her to issue a warning. Vermouth, disguised as Inoue, nodded slightly, confirming Brandy's speculation. "You handle Sujihara. Before the press conference starts, I want his index finger." Brandy understood. Vermouth was indeed a seasoned member of the organization, swiftly identifying and targeting a second victim, while also ascertaining the whereabouts of the recording device. "All right, I assumed he would have that on him." Brandy winked at Vermouth, still in his curly-haired disguise. Within the Inoue residence, Vermouth succinctly addressed Brandy's concerns, routinely disregarding his intermittent attempts at youthful playfulness. Noticing the growing attention from those nearby, she stepped back slightly. In Inoue's voice, she stated loudly, "If you have inquiries, please consult the event organizer. If you chase me for answers, I am powerless without the information." With that, Vermouth turned and strode toward the center of the banquet hall. As she brushed past, Brandy caught her low warning, "He-s in the restroom. Be quick." A young boy, leaning against the wall, chuckled softly inside. Heeding Vermouth's advice, Brandy made his way to the restroom located directly behind the banquet hall. As he walked, his illusionary domain quietly unfurled, allowing him to swagger past the vigilant security personnel at the entrance. The cameras recorded the scene faithfully, but upon receiving additional notifications, the hotel staff monitoring the live feed overlooked the lack of intervention from security. Brandy confidently entered, undeterred by the two bodyguards inside, and made his way into an open stall. The guards exchanged glances, and one approached to knock on the locked door. "Sir, this restroom," before the bodyguard could finish. He lost consciousness and collapsed. His companion, bewildered, succumbed to the same fate moments later. The elegantly decorated hotel restroom, separated by a winding corridor from the entrance, remained oblivious to the massacre occurring within. After establishing a soundproof barrier, Brandy opened the stall door. He approached the two unconscious bodyguards, removing a pen from his pocket. Slowly, he unscrewed the cap, revealing a slender dagger disguised as a pen. He knelt, swiftly executing the two guards with precision. Their lifeblood spilled forth, transforming into ethereal spirits that wafted with diverse fragrances. Two vibrant lives extinguished silently in this lavish restroom. Brandy had no desire to consume the spirits born from this place. He withdrew the dagger, contemplating that he would use these two spirits as motivation to enhance his culinary skills upon his return. He casually dispelled the ineffective soundproof barrier and stood with his hands in his pockets, awaiting the emergence of Sugihara Yoshihiro, ready to embrace his predetermined fate. Having resolved his biological needs, Sugihara opened the door, only to collapse instantly without comprehending the scene before him. Brandy regarded the unconscious Sugihara on the floor, and with a swift motion he collected yet another culinary fund from the system. This fellow truly saved his friends and family the trouble. Sharing a birthday and a day of remembrance was rather convenient. Brandy, lost in thought, grimaced at the severed limbs on the floor, unwilling to touch them. Sugihara had just exited the restroom without washing his hands. Brandy furrowed his brow in disgust, using the dagger to push the severed fingers into a prepared black plastic bag. Once again employing his illusion, he left the restroom without drawing attention, stuffing the bag into the reporter's briefcase. After dispatching the meticulously composed email to Vermouth, he picked up the briefcase, intending to deposit it at the front desk in the lobby. However, just as he exited the banquet hall, he was intercepted by Morikawa Matsuki, who pulled him into an empty security corridor. Without resistance, Brandy stood expressionless, watching Morikawa stealthily secure the stairway door. "I have completed the task you assigned. May I now sever my ties with the organization?" Morikawa was a journalist compelled to become an outer member of the organization due to blackmail. Brandy, this time, disguised himself as a journalist, gaining access to the banquet under the guise of being Morikawa Matsuo's assistant. "Apologies, my memory has never been particularly reliable. Had you not mentioned it, I might have completely forgotten." Upon hearing this, Brandy offered an apologetic smile, and with his youthful appearance, he seemed utterly harmless. Although Morikawa Matsuo had been working for the organization for over a year, his understanding of it was rather superficial. He was entirely unaware of Brandy's true intentions. In his mind, the organization was akin to those commonplace violent groups, perhaps just a minor gang. He even assumed that Brandy's real name was Hoshino Jiro, given his looks. Observing Brandy's youthful demeanor and seemingly amiable nature, Morikawa Matsuo subconsciously let down his guard, becoming more careless in his actions. When he heard Brandy speak, he instinctively believed that Brandy was implying he had attained freedom. Just as he was about to inquire about the leverage the organization held over him, he felt a piercing pain in his neck. "However, it seemed that your memory is also rather lacking." Unnoticed, Brandy had approached Morikawa Matsuo and casually drew a short dagger stained with crimson blood. He sighed, wiped the blade clean on Morikawa Matsuo's shirt, and carefully replaced the cap on his pen. "I had already advised you against using honorifics. It would reveal inconsistencies." Morikawa Matsuo's eyes widened in shock as he clutched the gaping wound in his neck. He attempted to articulate something with his trembling lips but ultimately remained silent. "Hey! The situation has changed. 027 transfer." Dialing the number designated for bell mode, Brandy glanced at the surveillance camera positioned at the corner of the stairwell. The young man, with flecks of blood splattered on his face, flashed a polite smile at the recording device. The personnel in the monitoring room witnessing the scene were rendered pale with fear. They stumbled backward, collapsing to the ground. By the time they regained their composure and shakily called for security, Brandy had already vanished. Meanwhile, in the 9th floor banquet hall, where glasses clinked and conversations flowed, a sudden gasp erupted, plunging the atmosphere into chaotic disarray. After hanging up, Belmode listened to the murmurs around him discussing the grotesque sight of the corpse in the restroom and couldn't help but click his tongue. Clearly, Brandy was in an exceptionally foul mood today. It had been quite some time since this individual, typically so concerned with decorum, resorted to such brutal methods. In stark contrast, the stairwell near the entrance to the banquet hall was enveloped in an eerie silence. The door to the stairwell, still swaying slightly, revealed a figure sprawled in a pool of blood. The crimson liquid slowly spread from beneath him, staining the immaculate floor tiles. Brandy, having placed the briefcase in the vacant rental unit numbered 027 as per their agreement, quietly departed before Belmode's arrival. In his current state of discontent, he had no desire to converse with Belmode any further. Having removed his disguise, Brandy aimlessly wandered through the fog-laden streets. The distant car headlights pierced the twilight as vehicles sped past him, causing his golden hair to flutter in the wind. The simple ringtone of his phone echoed, yet Brandy, devoid of any desire to communicate, glanced at it only briefly before dismissing the call. However, the caller on the other end persisted, unwavering in their attempts. Captivated by a nearby house, Brandy chose to ignore the incessant ringing. Now, at an unknown street corner, he paused before a window aglow with light, his heightened senses allowing him to distinctly hear the laughter and joy of a family within. It seemed a little girl was celebrating her birthday, with her parents softly singing the birthday melody. What were the others up to? Surely, Takanashi was back home with his brother, enjoying a late-night meal prepared by Grandpa Murakami. As for Kairi, she was likely dining with Amuro, or perhaps with Sakurako and Yu. How wonderful it all seemed. A faint click broke the silence as Brandy looked up in confusion. The streetlight had flickered to life. Suddenly, he felt an overwhelming sense of alienation, as if he were an outsider in the scene. The thin mist dampened the tips of his hair, and he stood there like a homeless stray, gazing longingly at the warm glow just a wall away, lost in thought.